Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 7 o'clock. They play at home against the Chicago Blackhawks. This is the first of 3 home games that the Penguins have left before the Olympic break. They'll have 2 more road games before that takes place. So it's a total of 5 games before they take off to break for the Olympics. Penguins last played on Sunday, and they beat the Vancouver Canucks 3-2. Reports out there say that the Steelers are close to hiring a defensive coordinator. The former Las Vegas Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98 Twins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome to the Fan of the Morning Show, and welcome to the beginning of the end of the week, the second half of the week. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, with you every weekday morning from 5 to about 5:35. I warm you up to the Sports Talk Day. That's my job. I'm here nice and early because some of you are weird and you like being up at 5 in the morning. Some of you are up and leaving work. Some of you are getting up and getting ready to leave for work. We've got those who are working overnight, and this is the end of your day. Some of you are starting your day bright and early. Starting your work day bright and early. Wherever you're here, though, let's all unite with the one thing we're interested in, and that is Pittsburgh sports, right? We're all here because we're ready to talk about Pittsburgh sports. You know me, whenever I talk, though, I do like to mention the weather, and the colder it gets, the harsher I get on the weather. I criticize Mother Nature a lot. Why all the inches of snow? Can you imagine if Mother Nature did a press conference? Now that I just thought of this, came to my mind. What if we could interview Mother Nature and get some answers as to why the weather is the way it is? Well, I thought that, Pittsburgh hasn't had a big snowstorm in 15 years, so it was actually well overdue that you guys get some snow. It's true, we haven't had a giant snowstorm in a while. It's been, 15 years? Anywho, it's too much. And, last night I came home late because I was working another job as a basketball announcer. I came back home late because the games were a little later than usual, and my car was pretty good. The windshield was clear. Everything was moving great. Driveway's clear enough that I can get in and out safely. And then I woke up this morning, and a nice coating of frost just on the windshield. It must have snowed a little bit overnight. There was enough frost, and it annoyed me very much. I'm just like, more snow falling. This weekend is going to be a tough one, too. It's supposed to be, 5 below zero? Around that tomorrow and Saturday. Next week is going to warm up a little bit later toward the week, according to early projections on the weather. But, I'm going to be inside. I'm going to be inside all weekend. I'm not really going to leave for any recreational reasons. 412-928-9370. You can call me to talk a little bit about a couple things. Penguins, they're playing tonight, and the Steelers close to hiring a defensive coordinator, according to reports. So we'll get to that. Roads are pretty good out there, though. I do want to mention that, too. It's they're better than they have been the last couple days, at least in my area. So you should never have to worry about the roads. So it's nice to know when they're clear and everything is safe. So at least from my perspective in my area here, roads are good. It's just a light coating of snow and frost. I'm just over it. No more snowy precipitation. Pit Boy on the YouTube chat. Mother Nature punished us for forcing Tomlin out. Very good. Very good. That's quite possible. Who knows? I wish we could get some answers, though, if that were possible. If there was an actual Mother Nature controlling which areas saw which weather. We just ask questions. Oh, boy. All right. We're getting to the end of the week. I'm excited. No Super Bowl this weekend. Pro Bowl, flag football coming up this weekend. I probably won't watch it. We can get more into detail about that. Probably tomorrow. Pro Bowl games, their most recent iteration of what they think the Pro Bowl should be. And to me, it's just been kind of like, you got a bunch of celebrities out, and they're all having fun playing their little mini games, their little dodgeball, and what have you. It just doesn't satisfy the itch I have for watching football. I like the flag football is an interesting concept. I like that, but all the mini games in between that they had in years past, I just never understood it. It wasn't really a big thing, so I probably won't be paying much attention to what the NFL does this weekend. Next weekend, though, is the Super Bowl, and we can certainly preview that starting next week. If not now, if you want to talk about it, you can. 412-928-9370. New England Patriots, number 2 seed in the AFC, playing the number 1 seed of the NFC, the Seattle Seahawks. So we can get more into details about the Super Bowl next week since it's being played next weekend. I'm excited, though. My cousin's hosting Super Bowl parties. This is going to be the first time in a little while that I've actually gone to a party specifically designed around the Super Bowl. I mean, we've had little get-togethers with family or friends here and there, but I haven't been to a party since, I can't even remember when. I think it was mid-2010s. So, just to put that out there. 412-928-9370. It's the phone number. Give me a call. All right, so the big report out there, Post-Gazette's Jerry Dulac is reporting, among others, that the Steelers are looking at Patrick Graham as becoming the next Steelers defensive coordinator. He worked as a linebackers coach with Mike McCarthy in McCarthy's final season in Green Bay back in 2018. His latest job has been the defensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders. So that's something. I don't have too many strong opinions about, I don't know, unless Mike McCarthy hires somebody off the wall, somebody that I know of that's off the wall. I mean, I'll be a little bit more reactionary to that. This, though, I don't know. I mean, it's nice to see that the coaching staff is being structured. I'm oddly excited. Maybe not oddly excited, but I am excited that the Steelers are going to be moving on from Terrell Austin, as well as the entire rest of the coaching staff. But him in particular, it's going to be nice to see a fresh perspective in there on defense. It's nice that there's a fresh perspective everywhere. I mean, I can apply this to every single coaching role that the Steelers have right now that's up for grab. It's going to be nice to see fresh perspectives from all the different coaches that the Steelers will be bringing in this offseason. But the one thing that Mike McCarthy seems to have a reputation for is that, you know, we know that Mike McCarthy is the offensive mind, and Mike McCarthy will dabble in offense. He will interject into the offense. He'll come up with a scheme that he wants to run and a philosophy that he wants to run whenever it involves the offense. Defensively, though, he's got a reputation of just hiring a defensive coordinator and saying, all right, you got it. I trust you because I know this isn't my strength. That's a positive, I think, of Mike McCarthy to have that approach. I mean, reports over the last several years with Mike Tomlin have been that, you know, he's tried to implement an offensive philosophy over the offensive coordinators, that he's dabbled a little bit too much in everything. He's had an influence on a little bit too much as head coach, and that may have caused deficiencies in certain areas, both sides of the ball. So it's nice to see that Mike McCarthy's going to have an approach that he's going to share the responsibility and even outright relinquish all responsibility of the defensive side of the ball to somebody that he can trust to execute that properly, because again, he's acknowledged that that is not his strength on that side of the ball, so that he'll hire somebody that he can trust to be proficient at scheming and executing defensive strategies. And Patrick Graham seems like he might be that guy. That's the big report that the Steelers are close to hiring Patrick Graham as their defensive coordinator. So that's exciting to me. Again, it's all the new names are becoming exciting to see that the structure is starting to take place. At the same time, too, when you think about the defense, and there's been a lot of controversy on how to view the Steelers roster, because on one hand, you've got an expensive defense and a lot of high-profile names still on this roster that you feel like could still do well, could still be solid. But then there's the other take that the roster is not good enough because the Steelers team is underachieved, or the Steelers team hasn't played well enough to win in the playoffs, and so you view the roster as a roster that is insufficient. So there's two sides to it. And the one counter argument I have to saying that the roster is bad because it underachieved, that would imply that the roster has more to achieve, and there may be more out there for them to achieve if they have the right coaching staff. So I'm not with the underachieving argument too much. I think that if you underachieve, that means that you have more potential, and that more potential could be brought out of you. And who knows? I mean, maybe Patrick Graham, should he get hired by the Steelers, should that become official, and he actually does the job, maybe he won't underachieve. Maybe he will bring out the best in the Steelers defense that has felt underwhelming. I mean, they were being praised year after year, the Steelers defense was, because the offense was so bad. The offense was struggling so much that it felt like, okay, well, the defense isn't performing well because the offense never stays on the field. And these guys get fatigued at the end of the game because they're constantly on the field. They are protecting the Steelers way more than the offense was. Well, that was the case, and then, come the 2025 season here, and, Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, and the offense is actually scoring, and for a good chunk of the season was actually moving the football, scoring, being an efficient offense, and the defense could not make stops late in games. So then it went from full praise of the Steelers defense to, oh my gosh, why can't you guys make a stop? Oh my gosh, why is T.J. Watt having games where he's not getting sacks? Why is Cam Hayward getting kneed in the stomach early in a game and then being distracted and frustrated for the rest of the game? Like, why are these things happening? Remember when that happened against the Buffalo Bills? I'll never forget that. In his post-game press conference, he talked about he got kneed in the stomach in like the first or second quarter, and that just took his mind out of the entire game. Right, maybe these things won't happen with a new regime, or maybe this new regime here will find ways to work around that or strategize differently so that the defense can actually make stops late in games and keep the Steelers in games. But I thought that was an interesting dynamic. Don't forget how much we used to praise the Steelers defense and blame the offense for not being, not carrying its weight. And it seemed like this season the narrative very much shifted, because when the offense scored, the defense really struggled at making stops late and protecting leads in some cases. All right, 412-928-9370. Patrick Graham, defensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders, is reportedly getting close to being hired by the Steelers to be their defensive coordinator. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. We had a caller on the line, and then he just hung up. So call back, 412-928-9370. I was not going to break. I usually talk through for the entire 30 minutes. I give you 30 straight minutes of sports talk. So I didn't plan on going to commercial quite yet because there's a lot to address this morning. At Steelers Info on the YouTube chat, I heard McCarthy is good at drafting wide receivers. perhaps. The Steelers have been good at drafting wide receivers, too, in the past. Ones with solid talent, not so much attitude. I mean, that's been that'll be interesting, too, just bringing up wide receivers and thinking about the new set of coaches that are coming in. I wonder what kind of receivers the Steelers may get in the draft over the next few seasons where McCarthy's in charge. Assuming he's here for multiple seasons, but there's no indication right now that that wouldn't be the case, just depending on how well he does. But, I mean, assuming he'll be here for the next several seasons. I wonder what kind of receivers they'll get. I wonder how they'll be able to manage those, because the Steelers over the past several years, if you recall, have had some wide receivers that have turned sour with their attitudes in Pittsburgh and haven't really been team guys. With mixed results, too, after their time on the Steelers. Antonio Brown pouted his way out of Las Vegas. Was with New England for a little bit. Then found his way on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and won a Super Bowl with them. So there's that. Le'Veon Bell held out. He ended up winning he ended up winning with, he was on the Chiefs for a little bit. He also played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Antonio Brown the year after they won the Super Bowl. So there's that. Juju Smith-Schuster made it onto the Kansas City Chiefs after his time with the Steelers. He also played for the Patriots. He won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Deontay Johnson got banished to the Carolina Panthers, later found his way on the Baltimore Ravens, then pouted his way out of the league. And George Pickens, the latest, who pouted his way out of Pittsburgh, found his way on the Dallas Cowboys, shined with Dallas, but Dallas didn't make the playoffs this season. So I am curious. That comment just kind of struck me about wide receivers. If you heard he's good at drafting wide receivers, I wonder how that will look under a new regime where, maybe they can select wide receivers that don't have attitude problems. This core that the Steelers have right now is good, though. I don't see anybody really pouting. I mean, DK Metcalf punching a fan in Detroit was not a great look. At least he seems like a good team guy. Like, nobody on the team is upset with him. He's not playing with low effort when he's on the field, kind of like Deontay Johnson and George Pickens did, right? That's at least good. But, taking yourself away from the sidelines to go get up and close and personal with a fan and then take a swing at a fan, that's not a great look. So, I mean, hopefully that kind of stuff can get cleaned up, too, under McCarthy. That there's just these little stupid things that the Steelers have done in the past that have drawn attention away from the game on the field that also could be helpful. So, really, overall, I'm just curious to see. I'm curious to see what the Steelers are going to look like under Mike McCarthy. Like, I'm excited for the reality to come that there may be a different result coming. There may be something new to look at this season, whether they do good or bad. And I've said this for the past couple of days now. People are on the the chats on social media. They're everywhere saying, and there's people seemingly everywhere that say, "Oh, well, the Steelers, you're gonna feel sorry when the Steelers win 3 games, 4 games, 5 games this next season. You're gonna feel sorry. You're gonna feel bad. You're gonna wish Mike Tomlin was around. Fire McCarthy." People are already putting the fire McCarthy in there. I don't know. The afternoon guys have a different audience, and I don't think a lot of the people that listen in the afternoon listen now because schedules are different. People are up at different times throughout the day. I don't know where those guys are coming from, but I've said this for the entire week now. I don't care if they lose a lot of games this next season. I don't care. It'll be a lackluster season. It might not be as entertaining as previous seasons. But, I'd rather have a 14-win season or a 3-win season than to have another 9 or 10-win season where they barely make the playoffs, where they barely qualify. If they lose, that will mean that a different result has been bestowed upon us, and then the Steelers can better figure out how they're going to construct this team and maybe refresh, maybe in Art Rooney II's perspective, maybe waste a year just recollecting talent, reconvening, restructuring, and then bringing us a winner. They can actually contend for the Super Bowl. But your biggest fear shouldn't be, are the Steelers going to have a losing season? Your biggest fear should be, are the Steelers going to stay mediocre and give you the same results? So I'm excited all over the place for the guys that McCarthy's going to bring in to fill the roles on the coaching staff. I'm excited for that. And I'm excited to see, what is this new coaching staff? How is this new coaching staff going to influence the Steelers? And how are different results going to come this season? Like, what's this season going to look like? I'm very excited. I'm excited for any other result that does not involve a 9 or 10 win season. 412-928-9370. Let's take some calls now. Got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Josh.
You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, Graham's last 7 seasons, they said yesterday, 6 of them have been double-digit losses. How is that not concerning to the upper mid? That's who they're going to pick for it.
Sorry, your phone is it's crackly and loud. It sounds like you're in a wind tunnel, so I'm going to have to let you go. I mean, when you're on the Las Vegas Raiders, what can you say? I don't know. I mean, that's his latest. It's been his latest job. The teams have had double-digit losses. Well, the Raiders have had their own stretch of problems. I mean, they had Pete Carroll as head coach, for goodness sake, last season. It's like, they're throwing some things together. I've tried to have Geno Smith as their quarterback. That doesn't seem to work out. They've got their own issues, so I'm not really concerned about his track record with other teams. How much does the defensive coordinator have influence over a team's wins and losses? It just depends. But when I look at the Raiders, I don't think like, oh yeah, their defensive coordinator is terrible. I mean, I think everybody on that team, every aspect of that team had its issues. And so I'm honestly not sure exactly where he was before Vegas. But what I'm seeing is he last time he and Mike McCarthy crossed paths, it was in Green Bay in 2018. So after his one season with the Packers, he was Miami's defensive coordinator in 2019, Giants defensive coordinator. I mean, these are all teams, just saying, Giants, Dolphins, Raiders, all these teams that I'm seeing, they had more problems than just defensive issues. I mean, what would you say the Miami Dolphins' biggest issue is? Yeah, it's Tua Tagovailoa struggling as the quarterback and struggling to conduct the offense. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and look at those teams and say, like, oh yeah, it was really Graham that was causing those issues. No, those teams have had. I mean, those teams are bad. Those teams have had issues, bigger issues, I think, than just focusing on struggling defenses. They have issues all over the place. So that's my counter to that point. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Tom, how are you today?
Good. What's up?
I had 2 questions I wanted to put by you. How come it always seems over the years that all the all-time Steeler greats, not all of them, but people like Bradshaw don't want to come back to Pittsburgh. Lambert don't want to show his face in town. Troy Polamalu, never see him. There's some hidden thing there that I don't know about, where they don't want to deal with the Steelers front office anymore, and seems like a lot of the hometown greats, just never see him in town anymore.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Well, Terry Bradshaw's got a national television job, so that keeps him pretty occupied. And, if you're asking me, do I want to go visit a hometown place that I've played for a while and not necessarily get paid to be places, or, I could go and work a job where I get to be around football guys all the time and get paid millions of dollars, I'm going to pick the millions of dollars. I don't mind that. I don't think he has any animosity toward the city. He's got a job. Troy Polamalu's falling out with the Steelers was a little more of just that, a falling out. So I don't know. I don't think he hates the city or resents the city in any way. But again, it's like, I've got these millions of dollars. Am I going to visit Pittsburgh just to make some appearances, or am I going to retire and spend time with my loved ones? I mean, again, I'm going to choose the loved ones. It's just me. I can understand their perspectives. I don't think there's any animosity. From Troy's perspective, I don't know if he's willing to do the Steelers any favors just based on, how things ended with him. Hines Ward was kind of similar. I don't know. Hines Ward speaks up plenty, though, and he gives his opinions on, how the Steelers are doing. He, makes posts on social media. I've seen podcasts feature comments of his, so I don't think they're totally neglecting the Steelers, not totally being oblivious to what's going on with the Steelers. I also don't know why some of these guys would want to do these favors when they can, enjoy their lives after football. You dedicate so much of your time to playing, to training, to being physically fit, to studying plays, studying strategies, being away from your loved ones for so long. I don't blame any athlete for just disappearing after their careers. They don't have an obligation to us to hang around and be a part of these things. They've got their lives to live, and I can respect that. So I never really thought about it, just because I always just assumed, all right, if players want to go away into retirement, that's their right. They've given us enough of their time and their efforts, and they've brought us championships, which is a thing that not every NFL team gets to experience. And we've been, the Steelers have been in the Super Bowl way more often than many of the other teams in the league, and that we can be grateful for. And if they want to disappear, they disappear. I don't think there's anything to make of that. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm out of time. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Doran Dickerson solo. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Thursday morning rush. However, you will find a lot of slick and snow-covered roadways around the area as the city of Pittsburgh and surrounding districts try to get those cleared off for you. In the meantime, crews doing some mobile road work on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a westbound lane closure between the Irwin and Allegheny Valley interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Doran Dickerson here. Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations. Always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic heads up for you at Commercial Street, where it runs underneath the Parkway East as part of that rebuilding of the bridge that runs over Commercial Street. Well, that roadway will remain closed until Friday, February 13th. Due to the weather, the posted detour also remains in effect. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Dan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran Dickerson here with you on this freezing Thursday morning. I don't even know what the weather. It's 1 degree out. 1 degree. That's perfect. That's great. Awesome. Kids had 2-hour delays all week. Didn't have school. Had remote learning. Have another 2-hour delay today. Maybe remote learning tomorrow. I know everybody's dealing with this right now. It's unbelievable outside. I don't remember it being this cold or this snowy in many, many years. This is something. It's something. I don't expect this snow to go away. I mean, I don't know if it's going to snow more, but I don't expect the snow that we see that is on the ground right now and piled up right now to go away for a month. I mean, because the weather's not going to break. It's not going to get any warmer or warm enough to melt the snow. So I think we're going to be looking at the snow. It's going to be all nasty, dark, and dirty for about a month, maybe into March. That's just my prediction. But it's me. Adam Crowley is out today. It's our normal Thursday. We have Pat Bostic. We have Bill Hillgrove. We have Pitt Athletics Director Alan Green. He will join us at 8:35. And we have Jeff Hathorn. And also, we have Nicholas Harry Callis. He's here. Callis, good morning. How you doing?
What's up?
What's going on? How's the booth today? Is it warmer? I mean, it seems warmer. You're not wearing a blanket around your shoulders.
No, it's still cold. But it feels, I guess it's warmer. I don't know.
A little bit.
I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it. I wasn't conscious of it. So
yeah.
We'll say it's warmer.
Yeah, good.
Right now it's 1 degree.
1 degree. That's
yesterday
insane.
at this time it was four below.
Jeez, oh man.
And the low is supposed to be what? I saw 7 below
today.
No, over the weekend.
Oh, great.
5 below and 7 below Friday and Saturday.
That's awesome. That's great.
I actually want to go outside and just like feel it real quick, see how long it could last before I get too cold.
You really want to do that?
Yeah, why not? Well, I'm not saying venture out into the woods. I'm just saying go out in my front yard for a little bit. Just put a timer on. Just see, all right, how long can I stand out here? No jacket, anything like that. Just go out in a T-shirt, sweatpants. How long can I stand out here in -degree weather before?
Well, how did it feel walking in? Did it hit you?
Terrible. Oh, yeah.
Like Mike Tyson? Like a Mike Tyson hook?
And I can't see. Now, we're at the point where the parking lot lines are visible, but there's still too much snow, and I misparked.
Yep.
But there was no excuse this time because you could see the lines when you get out. But, like, with the headlights shining on the ground and the snow still being, like, there's still, like, a layer on the ground, couldn't see the lines in the car. So I got out of my car twice to repark because I'm like, I can't leave it like this.
Right.
I gotta fix it. And it's annoying.
It is very annoying.
It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, and there's nothing that we could do about it, honestly.
Just a little sprinkly layer, I guess, hit us overnight because my windshield was covered too this morning.
Oh, really? We got a little bit more snow?
My windshield was covered. I mean, there was some frost coming from somewhere. I can only imagine there was a little precipitation at least.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I think about this job that we do, and it's one of the best jobs on earth. You can't tell me differently. And I think about doing it in Tampa Bay. I think about doing it like the people who like do the radio in Tampa and say they have our schedule. And they wake up early in the morning and they're by the beach maybe. Say they do it in Clearwater and they're right by the beach. And once 10 o'clock hits, that you can just go right to the beach. You can just go back to the beach. Because, we have things to do during the day, but whenever we're done, we're done. Like, we're done with work. Like, if we wanted to go to the beach today after the show in Tampa or in Clearwater or in St. Pete, you could just do that.
Yeah, but they got the tropical storms you worry about.
Yeah,
hurricanes,
that's true.
right? Come
That's
through
true.
sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mess with that. I would be so out of, I'd be so lost. That's why I could never move there.
I guess if we're comparing it, I would rather have a snowstorm than a hurricane.
Yeah, because it could ruin everything.
Yeah.
A hurricane can just ruin your house if you're close to the beach, like forever.
Yeah.
Snow, it's just going to pile up. Hopefully, no roofs or anything caves in and no trees fall. But that's
beachfront property is oddly more expensive, but also more dangerous.
Absolutely. You got to get some crazy insurance on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I always told myself if I get that second contract in the NFL, I'm going to get a beach house and right on the beach, Florida somewhere. And the older I get, the more and more I'm like, there's no way. Like if I hit the lottery, I would never buy beachfront property. I would get a lake house. I mean, it's nice, but like you said, like the hurricanes and things of that nature, I just would be so out of my element.
Mm-hmm.
Where even moving to Florida, like I always kind of was like, when I get older, I'm going to move to Florida. I'd be so out of my element with just like alligators and those things. I would. Like, I would not know. Like, I'd be like, all right, kids, go play in the yard. Like, thinking I'm in Pittsburgh, all they have to worry about is a deer hopping over the fence. And they could get gripped up by an alligator. And I just wouldn't even think of that stuff.
I've been to Florida a fair amount of times now in my life, and I've never had an encounter with an alligator.
I saw one on a golf course one time when I was golfing in Florida. Not on the golf course. It was like in like the pond of the golf course.
Wow.
My buddy who lived down there, he took us golfing. What is it called? Seamstrong, I think the golf course was, for those of you that have golfed in Florida. Seamstrong is a really nice golf course. He was like, look over there. And I looked, and there was just an alligator just chilling. I was like, oh, man. See, like that right there, like, just not used to that. I'm used to groundhogs, like on Quicksilver.
Punxsutawney Phil.
I'm used to rabbits and deer, things that can't hurt you.
Well, the deer felt like they could hurt me. I remember the one with the antlers. I remember a couple times I got stuck in my yard because there was a couple deer just standing out there.
Yes.
Videos of them. Scary stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like they could hurt you if they really wanted to charge at you.
I don't think that they would do it on purpose, kind of like some other animals who are in fear would like bite you, like a snake or a bear. I think deer are just so stupid that they would just run and then they would put their antlers down and you'd get poked.
Yeah, or like I'm worried about my car too. Like if they ran.
Yeah.
If they sprinted toward my driveway.
Yep.
To try to get away and then they ran into the car, I'm just like, I don't want to deal with that.
Those poor deer, they don't stand a chance.
No.
I mean, they just don't stand any chance. I mean, they got ticks all over them. They have to live in the elements of right now.
There's too many of them, though.
And they get shot.
Well, there's too many. That's why. It's regulating their population. So they don't overtake us.
They don't stand a chance. And you kind of want to, it's kind of sad when you think about it. Like, it's not like they're like some ugly animal. Like, they're not majestic, but they're kind of cute if you look at a deer.
Sure. There's too many of them, though.
Yeah, they just...
Southside Jake, remember when I ruined his cooler? He brought deer meat in for me, and I left it here, and then
Yeah, I remember.
And then the cooler became a biohazard. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, we asked him, Crowley was like, the poor deer died in vain, and Southside Jake was like, actually, there's plenty of them. I'm actually more upset about the cooler than the dead deer. I was like, yeah, because there's too many. Too many of them.
There's a lot. There is a lot. It's just, I don't know. They're just, what's their purpose? I don't know. Like, that'd be a shame. Like, we always talk about being reincarnated. Like, what if we got reincarnated to come back as a deer?
Deer exist to be preyed on.
That's a shame.
Really? I mean, they're at the low end of the food chain.
Yeah.
They eat all the grass, and then other bigger animals go for them.
Yeah.
But when they move to places like Pittsburgh and the lovely borough of Green Tree, they're safe.
See, I always think of things like that, like within the animal realm. Like, like if I was a cat, like I'd be so upset. Like if I came back as a cat.
Why?
Because there are so many forms of cats. And you gave me this little, measly, weak house cat body. I could have been a lion. Like there's lions out there that are in the family of cats. Like, but you made me some house cat that I have to sit in a litter box, but I could be a lion, the king of the jungle, and I couldn't have been that. And that's in my family. Like, there's so many. I feel like if I was like a chihuahua, I'd be upset. Why couldn't you make me a wolf?
I mean, see, I don't know, though. I don't think cats think that way, though. I think cats are more like, I am the king of the jungle. Look at me.
Yeah, but in reality, you're not. Like,
So
and
if
there's things out there. But as a human, like, there's not, there's rich people. That's about it.
That's
Like
the
wealthy
case.
people,
Yeah, we've got a different level of hierarchy.
like a great white shark, and then a little trout.
Why couldn't I be the shark?
Exactly. I think about that all the time. There's so many examples. There are. Like, make me a shark. Don't make me a fish that I have to, I swim up and I see a little half-eaten worm and then I get hooked in my mouth. Like, nah.
Yeah, fish have predators on both ends if you're low enough on the food chain. That is true. I didn't think about that. That's a rough life.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you want to do is eat a worm and then you're hooked and
you get fried up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. That's where my mind goes. So, Callis, you told me about this Odyssey point system that we have here at work, and you saw a quote whenever you walked in on the TV.
So, yeah, I mean, we can give people these points, and they're just recognizing people for doing good things. And I swore that I saw one on there that was like, congratulations to this person for not being afraid to ask a stupid question. And my first thought was, and I get it, you shouldn't be afraid to ask questions even if you think they're stupid, but what if you ask a question and then somebody goes, oh, that's good. That's good. You weren't afraid to ask a stupid question. Good job.
If somebody
do you feel insulted in that hypothetical scenario?
If somebody like blatantly said that you weren't afraid to ask a stupid question, they're basically telling me that was a stupid question and clapping for me and applauding for me that I just
I'm proud of you for
asking.
Good job.
Right. I mean, that used to happen all the time. It was one of my pet peeves. Like, coaches would always be like, always ask questions. There's no stupid questions. Always ask if you don't know what you're doing. And then, somebody would, or myself would ask a question and they'll be like, why did you pay attention? Like, and then just get cussed out for it. I'm like, you told us to ask questions. Like, there is no such thing, I believe, as a stupid question. But if somebody blatantly says that's a stupid question, that'll hit you hard. That'll hit you hard for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember that from being – my coaches were pretty good at KO. But, I would hate that. Like, they expect you to pay attention to everything. I usually need to hear things like a couple times before I really get them battened down. That's why I ask.
Well, my thing was whenever whenever I was playing, and I never looked at my notes, but if I wrote it down, I got it. But I would never go back and look at it. So just the fact that I just wrote it down, I saw every letter, every word, and it just resonated with me what the play was or what I had to do. And I never looked back. And I actually still have my notepads from the multiple teams that I was on. I have them at my house, and I wrote down notes every single second, but I never went back and looked at them.
Would NFL coaches yell at you for asking questions too?
That's basically what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But the first thing they would say is ask questions. No question's a stupid question. You got to know what you're doing. And then, you'd ask a question, and they'd be like, well, why weren't you paying attention? Like, why are you asking that question? And then you're in front of everybody, and you feel stupid.
I can't even imagine that. I mean, I expected that in high school or even college.
Oh, yeah.
NFL in the NFL, if you're asking. Right. Man, I'd have thought it's the opposite. You want everybody feeling comfortable.
No, it's uncomfortable. Oh, see, I don't know what it's like. It's better probably now than it was when I was playing, but oh my gosh. I mean, guys will be made examples of every day. You get called out in front of the team, called out in front of coaches every single second. I mean, my rookie year, I used to get called out every second. Hated it. But it was it's part of the deal, but
in high school, they would always run plays and I never quite got them down and I was always scared. And my coaches would yell at me fairly consistently. So I was running tailback on plays. I was a fullback, but they would have me at that position sometimes. And apparently there was some indication where they would run a play. It'd be like dog, cat, wide on 2 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I would never know what side of the quarterback to stand on because we always did a sidecar formation.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just guess half the time. And so I'd either have to ask the quarterback because the quarterback was always expected to know, or I'd be on the wrong side and the coach would be like, Carlos, left. Left. You're on the left side. I'm like, why? I don't get it. Never got it.
And you're flipping positions too. I mean, usually you probably want to go to the strong side, wherever the tight end's at, but it's all good.
But not every time.
Yeah,
that's what I guess too. And they're like, no.
That is true.
Because sometimes they would want to, I guess.
Would they have an indication, like, in the play, like you said?
Not a clue.
Nothing.
Didn't study very much either, though. That's on me. But I always thought there would be some word in there that would, like, be consistent, and it never was.
No.
I was just supposed to know what the entire play formation was and know what side it's supposed to be on.
You never studied?
No.
That's no good.
No.
That's
no,
no
by
good.
my 7th grade, I actually stopped studying for a lot of stuff.
Even school?
Yeah.
What about
My
baseball? Did you really have to study for, like?
We had signs,
Yeah.
but those are easy
Just
enough
knew.
to remember. Oh, at Waynesburg, there was this complicated system, too, where this one you had to study a little bit. Well, actually, not really, because then they gave us cards. I forgot. They had this whole intricate system where they would the coach wouldn't do, like, hands-on body signs like traditionally. He would display 3 numbers with his fingers, and then we had a card that we would, like, add them or something, or there was some code word that he would say before the numbers, and on a sheet of paper taped to our elbows, or like put on this pad on our elbows, that would be the sign. It was a really freaky system. So that way there were different combinations in there, and they're like, if a other team was going to start catching onto our signs and stealing them, we would just switch out the cards and do a different card. I thought that was really unique.
Yeah, that is really unique.
That's the closest thing I've ever had to, like, study, though, in baseball, but you didn't even have to study because it was just on a...
You had it right there.
Yeah.
Like a cheat sheet.
A
type deal.
wrist pad had a slot for a card for us to look at.
Like a quarterback.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in college, like, we had to study so much. Like, that was half the deal. Jeez, oh, man. Not for school. I'm saying for football. I mean, obviously for school, too.
Football was always so much. That's what, like, that was one of the things, like, by my junior year of high school, I realized I'm like, all the studying you have to do is intense. Yeah. And I felt bad for the quarterbacks, too, because our quarterback would get yelled at. And, I mean, he needed to, though, but, like, our coach was always like, if one person's going to know every play, it's got to be the quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I always respected that. I'm like, that's a good point. That's...
I was, which team was that? I think I was wondering if it was with the Titans. It's actually happened multiple times. We carried 250 plays around there on offense.
Tennessee Titans?
Yeah.
250 plays?
Usually it was around there for every team that I was on, but I think the Titans were the most.
Or was every play that unique?
It was different, but it was the same at the same time. The play was the same, but the formation and where you lined up was different every time.
People have talked about that before, like how unique, like how many possible plays can you run? I mean, there's a limit somewhere.
Yeah, there is.
Based on the rules.
There is. But with like motion shifts, things of that nature, and
Yeah.
I mean, like you carry that many plays, and you gotta know, you gotta know every single play.
Was it more pleasant to study those? Or did you find that to be exhausting?
It wasn't exhausting, but it was almost like a kind of like a satisfaction that it's like that makes sense. Like whenever I would go through the plays and like I would study them and I would know them, like I was like, man, like I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do, and like that is almost an accomplishment because it's like there's so many things that have to go on before a play in the NFL that whenever you feel you know exactly what you're doing, you're like, man, like that's half the battle's gone. I just crossed off half the battle. Like it was some type of an accomplishment, but also like you would know whenever you're getting the ball too. In certain plays, it's like, all right, this play's set up for me. Like I like this. This is nice. And this play's not set up for me. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. But like once you're in a flow of anything, like you understand the rhyme or reason, the concept of what you're doing. Like our show, like whenever we're in the flow and we're in football season, we know what to expect almost every day whenever we're doing the show. We know what we're going to hit. We know on Tuesdays. We know on Wednesdays. We know on Thursdays what it's going to be like. It's kind of like that. And things obviously change all the time in radio, every single second, but we still have the foundation of what we're doing.
Yeah, learning about broadcasting too, I remember studying. I always just naturally picked up on that stuff more. It was more pleasant to learn about that. Because like you feel like you fit, like kind of like you said. You feel like everything fits, everything makes sense, and it's something that that I'm interested in, at least.
Right.
So I guess anything you're interested in, I guess it seems like it's a little bit easier.
Yeah,
like you don't have to force.
Yeah, it's not work.
Yeah. Science was a rough one for me.
Science?
Taking science classes.
See, I didn't like science in high school, but I love it now.
Well,
I'm interested in it now.
It's like science. There's certain science facts you look at and you're like, oh, that's interesting. But
Right.
like, I mean, I took chemistry in college, and it just
hard.
It was. I just never got it. I'm like, oh, how do you put these compounds together? What's this formula mean? No.
Yeah, I get that.
Or like I took calculus in high school. I thought I was smart, and then calculus was just a whole different thing from traditional math. Like your algebra and whatnot. Find the area of a blob. It's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, am I ever going to have to do that? Am I going to be an engineer? Like, I don't.
No, and that was actually one of my biggest faults. I always wanted to seem like the smart kid. I was like, yeah, I can take AP classes. I'm good. My mom tried to talk me out of it.
Backfired.
It did, because I that's the first class I got a D in ever. And I was just like, I didn't need to do this. I could have made it easier on myself. Could have backed out. But no, I needed to look smart.
Yeah.
And not good.
Yep. I mean, school. I don't get school. Like, I really don't. Just what you learn. And
Doran didn't come here to play school.
No, I mean, I would have. Like, if it made sense. Like, why am I taking calculus? I'm never going to use that. Like, let me take something, have a class for me that I'm going to use. Let me have a class for me where I need to, fake buy a house and, put together a mortgage and get a title, like things of that nature where I'm going to actually use in life. Like, I'm not going to be. Why am I taking art? I can't draw. Why do I have to pass art class, art 2, art 3 in order to graduate if I can't freaking draw? I'm not going to be an artist. Why do I have to take that? Why do I have to take Spanish?
That's a great mystery of life.
Why do I have to take that? I'm never going to use that. I'm just not. Now, if there's people out there that want to become a teacher, a Spanish teacher, yeah, you could take Spanish. You should have to take Spanish. You should have to pass a certain level of Spanish because that's what you want to do or thinking you want to do. And I am not going to do that.
Real quick on the contrary of that, though, I took Spanish because I knew if I was ever going to do baseball stuff or I needed to interview players.
That's smart.
Because there's a lot of Spanish-speaking baseball players.
That's very smart. I was never going to speak Spanish. Never. I had to take French class. Like
French
class, yeah. We had a French.
Did you take Spanish and French?
Spanish, French, and German.
You had to take 3 language classes?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes. I think in middle school we had to take 3. I'm like,
in middle school?
Yeah, and oui. Like, I'm never going to use that. Like, why? This is unbelievable.
He said oui.
And I have to pass this in order to move on. That's where I had a gripe. I'll maybe go to France, but like, that's it. Like, I don't need that. The art thing got me. Like, and I actually passed, obviously, because I wouldn't be here if I didn't. But like, art was such a struggle. I mean, we were drawing and putting these things, doing crafts and things. I'm just not. I don't have that talent.
I was fortunate at Waynesburg. We had to take an art class, but music counted as art. I was like, great. They got a cheat system. I already know how to do this.
Like, I understand music because you could tap in. Like, somebody like yourself, like, you're like, man, I'm musically inclined. Like, I'm not saying like you, but like some kid may take music class, learn about the history of music, like Bach and Beethoven, and find it interesting and then get on a keyboard or get on a piano and it's like, I didn't even know I had this talent. Like, I think that's cool. Like, music should be a part of that. But like,
when you're forced to learn it after you realize you're not interested, is that what you're talking about?
I mean, I was interested in art, absolutely, but that was a fantasy because I stunk at drawing. I'm colorblind. There's 2 things right there.
Yeah, that's something I struggled with. I get it. I can't.
And the art teacher was so nice in high school too. She was the best. I mean, she was awesome. I can't remember her name, but she was awesome. But like, why do I have to do this in order to pass? If I can't do it, I just can't do it. And I'm never going to do it. It's just something that I was always upset about. I'm very still upset about it. All right, let's get to the football stuff. All right. As I said before, packed show Thursday. Pat Bostic, as always, will join the show. We got Bill Hillgrove. We have Alan Green, athletics director of the University of Pittsburgh. We have Jeff Hathorn as well that will join the show. Obviously going to talk about some Mike McCarthy. I have a little theory that I want to run by you to start off the show. I have a little theory of what I think happened and how we got to this point, how we got to Mike McCarthy. We'll hear from Art II coming up next in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
We came into this wanting to hire the best coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers, so we did not say, we're trying to hire a young defensive coordinator or, offensive guy. We had an open mind about it, I think, and really just, like I said, wanted to make sure we found the best coach, and, we were able to interview some great coaches. So I won't say it was an easy decision, but I would say at the end of the day, it was an obvious decision for us that Mike was the guy for the job.
Doran Dickerson here on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley is out today. He will be back tomorrow. As I said about 40 seconds ago, Pat Bostic will join the show as he always does on Thursdays, and we'll break down Mike McCarthy being hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers, the fourth coach in 60-plus years for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's a Greenfield guy. He is from Pittsburgh. He's Pittsburgh through and through. Many of you probably did watch the press conference, his introductory press conference 2 days ago on Tuesday. You felt the emotions. You felt what this means to him. And I said this to Crowley yesterday before we get started here and kicked off, and a little theory I want to run by you. This is everybody that grew up in Pittsburgh. If you follow sports and you follow the Steelers, you follow the Pirates, you follow the Penguins, there was probably a moment in your life where you fantasized about wearing those colors, playing for that organization, and maybe scoring a goal, maybe hitting a home run, maybe scoring a touchdown, maybe calling plays, or maybe just being a part of a Pittsburgh sports organization. I would say 90% of us have done that in our life. We care about our sports here in Pittsburgh. We care about our people here in Pittsburgh. We're very unique. We're a very small city. And Mike McCarthy being up there, I couldn't help but realize and think about, this is every one of us. Every one of us would have these emotions if we got into the sport of football. And we've been coaching for a long time, and we've had many stops, and you're going here, you're going there, and you're the head coach here, and maybe you go back to college, maybe you go back to being a head coach in the NFL or a coordinator in the NFL, and then all of a sudden, your football journey at 62 years old brings you back to where you grew up. And such a unique city like Pittsburgh, it's not like this everywhere. We know that. It's not like this everywhere. We care a lot. The roots are deeply ingrained in us of how we care about our sports. And Mike McCarthy is every little kid out there dreaming that they could wear the black and gold one day and to be a coach or to be a player. And that was just, it was very emotionally, a very high emotional feeling for me, because it's like, wow, like this guy has won many places, has won a Super Bowl, has coached Hall of Famers. And now it's like a full circle moment. He gets to do this job that he absolutely loves, and he found that he had the talent of doing at a young age, but he gets to round it up with coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, a team that he grew up watching. That is fantastic. That's a great story. And now we move forward. We move forward now. The emotional part and the feeling of Mike McCarthy of being a hometown guy, getting this job, it's starting to go out the window a little bit. So that's probably the last time I'll talk about it. Maybe a little bit throughout the show. I'll ask Pat Bostic his thoughts on it. But this day is probably the last time I talk about how emotionally driven that press conference was, because he is from Pittsburgh. It was pretty cool, but you have to win games. Now you got to win games. It was great, and I think a lot of people got on board. A lot of people that weren't on board got on board with Mike McCarthy because of the emotional side of it, because of the connection of it. But now it's about putting a staff together, which he is starting to do, and it's about facilitating that team into winning games. All that stuff goes out the window if you don't win games. And we know that that's how Pittsburgh is. That's how a lot of places are, but especially here in Pittsburgh, if you win, you're a hero. If you don't, you're a villain. That's really what it comes down to at the end of the day, and I'm sure that he understands that. I'm sure he knows the temperature and the landscape of how fans are feeling right now. Yes, we want to root for Mike McCarthy. We want to be behind Mike McCarthy, but you got to win, man. That's the job. You got to win. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Okay, here's a little theory that I have. You heard from Art II before, right when we started this segment. And he says that Mike McCarthy is the right guy, was the best guy for the job. And I think that is absolutely correct. Said this multiple times. This coaching pool out there of candidates wasn't great, in my opinion. It wasn't great. Like, Shieldhouse, he's a young coach. He obviously is not going to take a head coaching job, as we know now. He will get his opportunity at some point, but did you really think that the Steelers were going to take a chance on a 35-year-old pass game coordinator of the Rams to be their next head coach? That's just no. Yeah, they like the young age. They like the 30, 35-plus-year-old coaches. That's what we've seen the previous three coaches with Noel, with Cowher, with Tomlin be in their late 30s. We've seen that be a trend, but it just wasn't really feeling it. And then you have Shula, who's a defensive-minded coach. He has, obviously, pedigree. He has the name. Maybe they just didn't believe that he was in the right mindset of maybe finding their next quarterback. Maybe things were different for their Zoom interview that they did. And I just, he was my leading candidate. I thought that he could do a good job, but really thinking about how Art and the Steelers want to operate, this makes the most sense. And they need to find the next quarterback, and they need to get this offense going of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Mike McCarthy was the best guy for the job. They are correct by that. But I think that we got to Mike McCarthy a long time ago. Not a long time ago, but a lot longer than just a couple weeks ago. I believe, this is just me, I haven't heard anything. Real quick, fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I haven't heard anything. This is just a theory of mine. I think that there was a point during this past season, towards the tail end of the season, I can't remember which game it was, but whenever there was the fire Mike Tomlin chance, I think that the pressure was so built up with Mike Tomlin up to that point that it boiled over. I think that was the breaking point. I think that was it right there. Whatever game that was, I think that Mike Tomlin went to Art that following day and was like, regardless of what happens the rest of this season, I am going to step down. I am going to step away, and I'm going to part ways with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think that they got to McCarthy around that time. I think they were aware that Mike was going to step down way before that he actually stepped down. They were definitely aware. They knew it was going to be a done deal where no matter what happened in the playoffs, no matter what happened, if they didn't make the playoffs, Mike Tomlin was going to step away regardless. So I think that the Steelers and Art and Omar knew that this was going to happen maybe a month before it actually happened. So in their mind, they get their wheel spinning. Who do we want to be the next Steelers head coach? And I think they arrived on McCarthy way before they pressed the button on Mike McCarthy. Now they had to do their due diligence and interview candidates. Obviously, the Rooney Rule, they had to bring in African-American coaches to interview them in person. They did all their due diligence and what they had to do, the structure of everything, and make it look like Mike McCarthy was a candidate. But all along, I think Mike McCarthy was the Steelers head coach before the Steelers season even ended. That's my theory. And there's one reason why I feel that way. There's one reason why I really feel that way. Well, there's actually multiple. There's two reasons why, or one reason why I told you before was the booing of Tomlin and Tomlin having the pressure and it boiled over, and he let them know early on before the end of the season that he was parting ways. The next reason why is because whenever Art spoke after the season about Mike Tomlin parting ways, I forget who the reporter was, but somebody asked Art about what the conversation was like with Mike Tomlin whenever he informed Art that he was parting ways. And Art said Well, the conversation lasted about 20 minutes. And I remember hearing that, and I was like, what? 20 minutes? 20 minutes? And then Art was asked, like, did you try to almost fight to keep him? Did you try to sway to keep him? He basically was like, Mike had his mind made up. This was what was going to happen. We just left it at that. But 20 minutes? You're trying to tell me a coach that had won a Super Bowl, had been to another Super Bowl. You told us in the press conference, and I'm speaking on Mark the Second, you told us in the press conference that you were prepared to bring him back for another year. So 19 years worth of an investment in a head coach, and it only takes 20 minutes after the season, the day after the season, after you lose a playoff game, to part ways, and then that's it. Makes no sense to me. Very odd. Very odd. That tells me right there, they knew about a month before that it happened. Mike Tomlin was stepping down. Mark Tomlin was parting ways, and they knew exactly who their guy was. They knew exactly who the next head coach was. I don't know if Mike McCarthy knew of that. I don't know if he was aware of that during that time period of my theory, but I know that the Steelers, in my heart and in my mind, I know the Steelers knew that Mike Tomlin was stepping down and leaving the Pittsburgh Steelers way before that it actually happened. Because 20 minutes ain't enough time for all those years. You're trying to tell me that it was only a 20-minute deal? You knew that that was happening, and you knew that Mike McCarthy was going to be the next Steelers head coach way before that it happened. So he was always, absolutely, Art, the best guy for the job. Because that was his job for a while before he actually pressed the button of it actually being his job. That is my theory. That's my theory, because none of it really makes sense of how Mike Tomlin, 20 minutes, parts ways, gone, and he almost is forgotten at this point. You haven't heard from him. He hasn't done anything media-wise, nothing. Didn't have an exit press conference. They knew. They knew Mike Tomlin was gone. They knew Mike McCarthy was going to be the head coach probably about a month before the end of the season. That's my theory. All right, coming up next. Change is good, and sometimes change isn't good. And I agree with Mike McCarthy on this point of possible change or maybe no change at all. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reports out there say that the Steelers are close to hiring Patrick Graham to be the defensive coordinator of the team. Patrick Graham's last job was with the Las Vegas Raiders as their defensive coordinator, and he also has a history with Mike McCarthy. He was a defensive coach back on the Green Bay Packers back in 2018 in McCarthy's final year there. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
If some jagoff at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault, because there's a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving, and you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's starting to feel like the boy that cried wolf with Giannis and the Bucks. The separation is allegedly coming by the trade deadline, this according to ESPN. This has been the overarching story for this year, but really more than that. Just pick a side. Are you a Buck or are you not a Buck? It's completely devalued his career the last few years. Either trade him or politely shut up and keep moving. I'm dead.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the big cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, med-mal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Cloudy with possible flurries today, the high 17.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A lot of wet, hot possibly slick roadways awaiting you as you head out for the Thursday morning rush. We already have reports of an accident now at the intersection of routes 51 and 88, causing some slow traffic there as you make your way out of the South Hills. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, heavy at the top of Green Tree Hill past Parkway Center. Second delay past the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And the Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. Just a heads up for you that the HOV lanes remain closed along the Parkway North, across town, and the North Shore Expressway until further notice because of the weather conditions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You mentioned defense wins championships. Got a lot of defensive guys up here. What is your defensive philosophy, and what are you looking for on that side of the ball from a coaching standpoint?
Well, I mean, as we build the staff, I mean, we definitely want to build off what's in place here. You know, I mean, just as a whole, you know, with this being the third organization that I've walked into the first day, I don't believe in the throw out the baby with the bathwater method. I believe in building off what's in place, and there's a lot here in place. I mean, the defense is, system has been here since 1992. So, came here with Coach Cower and Don Capers. So, always been a fan of it. Always felt it was the toughest one to compete against as an offensive coach. Part of the reason why I went to it in Green Bay. So, those are the things we're focused on right now. We're putting the staff together, but ideally we want to keep the language the same. So I think, those are big decisions when you come in here, because when you got something that works the way it's worked here for so long, I think you should try to do everything you can to build off that, if possible.
Yeah, and sometimes change is good, and sometimes change is not needed, and sometimes change isn't good. And I agree with Mike McCarthy of wanting to keep the defense the same, of what it's been like here for many, many years. I mean, a 3-4 defense, that's what he obviously alluded to whenever he was talking there, brought to Green Bay. It would work for them. You remember the Clay Matthews days and, how their defense played. They played tough, and they really enhanced what Aaron Rodgers was doing throughout that time. But yeah, he's right. Like, you want to keep the structure of the defense the same, because that's what the personnel allows you to do. I mean, that's just the situation that Mike McCarthy is in right now. And, the Pittsburgh Steelers are in. They have the personnel to play a 3-4 defense. They don't have the personnel to play a 4-3 defense or to change the defense that much. Now, you'll run 3-4, but you're obviously going to do sub packages and things of that nature. You're going to change a lot throughout a football game. So it's not like, oh, we're going to stick with the 3-4 and that's all we're going to run, and then we're just going to do every single thing out of that. No. The language being the same is smart. You want guys to hit the ground running. You don't want to have a learning curve for guys like T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, Peyton Wilson, Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, guys that will obviously be back this year. You don't want to have a crazy learning curve. You want to get those guys hitting the ground and running as soon as possible, because there are good guts of this defense. This defense can be good. There are good players on this defense. They just need to get it all together. And obviously it's being rumored right now, and it's probably likely that they're going to hire Patrick Graham as their next defensive coordinator. Now, what do we know about Patrick Graham? Patrick Graham spent a lot of his time underneath Bill Belichick as a defensive assistant, linebackers coach, D-line coach, and linebackers coach in New England. And then he becomes the defensive line coach in New York for the Giants from 2016 to 17. Then he goes to Green Bay, where he meets McCarthy. He's a linebacker coach and the running game coordinator, and then he becomes a defensive coordinator in Miami, and then another stop in New York with the Giants as a defensive coordinator, assistant head coach, and his previous stop was with the Las Vegas Raiders as a defensive coordinator. Don't know much about him. Don't know much what he's like about, like his scheme wise. I mean, I know that he's going to adapt to 3-4, or he's gonna keep that in place. Don't know what he really likes to do with the personnel, though. I don't know if that really matters. I think that it's going to be such a change of scenery and such a fresh start for, excuse me, guys like Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, that there's not going to be too many voices in the room. There's going to be one voice. And I think that a guy like Patrick Graham is going to really take the advice of the Pro Bowl. Well, I mean, Pro Bowl doesn't matter anymore. They're all pro players like TJ Watt and Cam Hayward. If that's a good thing, if that's a bad thing, I don't know. But I think you're going to see the structure the same, but it be deployed differently, if that makes sense. You're going to see TJ Watt probably move around a lot more than he did underneath Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin. And that was the problem there. Nobody knew who was calling the plays. Was Terrell Austin just a figurehead at the defensive coordinator spot? Was he calling the plays? Was Mike Tomlin calling the plays? Was Mike Tomlin trumping Terrell Austin? Vice versa. We don't know what was going on there. But with Patrick Graham being with a offensive-minded head coach, this is going to be Patrick Graham's defense. We know that. That's very clear cut. And it's going to be different but the same at the same time. And you have to bring along your personnel and make sure your personnel is comfortable. And especially when you have personnel like the Steelers, it's not like they had a bad defense. They have some good players on there. So you want to keep those guys intact. You want to make sure the learning curve isn't too strenuous for them and let them go play. So like I said, I don't know much about Patrick Graham. I don't know if he could be a really good defensive coordinator here in Pittsburgh. I guess, mediocre stops with Miami and the Giants and the Raiders, but who knows? If you give somebody, all the groceries to work with, you're going to have a good meal sometimes, and it doesn't matter who the chef is. So I hope that it works out. I know that Mike McCarthy clearly has a relationship with the guy, but I do want to see I do want to see guys deployed differently. I know that I'm going to get the same structure of the defense, but I want to see them be deployed differently. I want to see them used differently in what the blitz packages will look like. Are they going to blitz more? Are they going to blitz less? Are they going to be in a certain coverage that we haven't seen? Utilize the talents of the players you have. It's one thing to utilize the personnel and have the personnel fit what you're trying to do. That's one thing. But then you have to dig deep and figure out what are the top characteristics of each player on my defense and how can I utilize those talents the best way. If Patrick Graham can do that, I think this defense will be okay. Now, he wasn't a sexy name out there. We'll get into the Jim Schwartz of the world and that situation, him thinking he's going to get the head coaching job of the Cleveland Browns, and then they went to Todd Monken, who's the offensive coordinator of the Ravens. Jim Schwartz seems to be available. Raheem Morris is still available, so we'll get to all that stuff. There's two good candidates right there that Mike McCarthy could have, obviously requested to interview, but this is where we're at. Patrick Graham, don't know much about what he's about on defense, but I think that if it's almost not rocket science in my opinion. You got to put these guys in the best positions and they can flourish. So we'll see if he's capable of doing that. There's one guy that I do want back, and it's for one reason. There's one guy I do want back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's for just really one reason. There's multiple reasons to branch off of that, but there's one main reason why I want this guy back. We'll talk about him next. But first, to Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins play tonight against the Chicago Blackhawks at home. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop tonight for that game. Penguins have 3 more games left at home before the Olympic break. They also have 5 games left in total. Their final 2 games they're going to play before the Olympic break is next week. They're going to play Tuesday and Thursday next week. Remore, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will excellently assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. In dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's is 84 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is officially done. The last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Ready to trade the cold for some sunshine and baseball? Join AAA Travel for the ultimate spring training getaway in sunny Florida, March 19th through the 23rd. Round-trip air transportation, airport transfers, and a welcome drink at the beautiful Rumfish Beach Resort on St. Pete Beach. 4 amazing nights in paradise, and catch the Bucks in Toronto from reserved party deck seating at Lecom Park. All of this and more, all for just $1,995 per person, double occupancy. Spaces are limited. 1-800-354-8761 or contact your local AAA office today.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623, or go to freedomcare.com. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Great Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Cal is with you here on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley is out, and he will be back tomorrow. Pat Bostic will join the show. Probably like what, Cal, 7:08?
Later than that.
Later than that. Not the first segment.
He'll get here at 7:11.
7:11?
I guess.
Okay. Yeah, 7:11.
Some people on the YouTube chat are pointing out as well that you're talking much more today, and it's surprising to see.
Much more?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Because Adam's not here.
Yeah.
Wow, Doran's speaking now. That's crazy. That's what some people are saying.
It's interesting. Well, you got to give people time to talk.
That's what I'm saying.
I let people elaborate. I don't cut people off. I don't cut Adam off. I let him get his thoughts out. And then, if it's appropriate, then I will elaborate. If it's not, then I'm just like, all right, well, said it all. It's kind of how it works. You haven't been talking much.
No, well, yeah, ever since Adam's been back, or ever since you've been back. But then, but yeah, look at me now.
Yeah.
I'm bringing the show to a screeching halt, and you're being nice about it.
Yes. It's different. I want Aaron Rodgers back. There's one reason why. Now, there's multiple little reasons why. Clearly, his leadership and things of that nature, Mike McCarthy, the connection. But I want Aaron Rodgers back simply for one reason, Callis. You know why?
Because he knows Mike McCarthy.
No.
Because he's experienced.
No.
Because he can teach younger quarterbacks.
No.
Okay, tell me.
Because he's simply the best option out there.
Is the best option necessarily the best for the Steelers, though, in this case? Like, he's the best option we know about, but I'm still holding out for the Will Howard untapped potential.
The best option for the Steelers' vision, yes, because they want to win now.
Yeah.
For other people, they want to rebuild. They want to maybe lose with a Will Howard and to get a higher draft pick, but that's just not how the Steelers are going to operate. So from wearing the glasses of art, he's the best option out there. I mean, what do you want? You want to trade for Mac Jones? You want to trade for Kyler Murray? You want to, as Crowley said yesterday, whether it's off air or on air, I can't remember, Daniel Jones who's coming off an Achilles injury? You want Daniel Jones? I've said Jimmy Garoppolo. That makes sense. But is he really the best option? Trey Lance? That makes a little bit of sense to me. Is he the best? Malik Willis? Aaron Rodgers simply is the best option for what the Steelers want to accomplish this year. And that's win now mode. That's literally the reason why that I would want to see Aaron Rodgers back. Knowing what their method and their madness is this year, knowing what their vision is this year, their vision isn't to just, hey, we'll see what happens with Mason Rudolph. We'll see what happens with Will Howard. And, if we go 4 and whatever, we'll have a higher draft pick. We'll draft our quarterback of 2027 in 2027. That's not how they're going to operate this year. They're in win now mode. They want to win with Mike McCarthy immediately. Aaron Rodgers makes the most sense. Obviously, the connection, I said there's little branches to the real main reason why I want to see Aaron Rodgers back is because he is simply the best option, in my opinion. The branches are, the connection with McCarthy. He knows he knows the locker room. He's a leader. He knows the system. He can help, as Callis said, young quarterbacks and really continue to be that mentor in that room for a guy like Will Howard. But can you tell me who's a better option for what the Steelers want to accomplish this year? Whether it's win a playoff game or what. I mean, they're in win now mode, so let's just operate like that's the case. Who's a better option? Malik Willis? Nah. You want to pay Malik Willis Justin Fields money, 2 years, $40 million? Malik Willis? Because he had a couple good games in Green Bay whenever Jordan Love got hurt? Give me a break. No chance. I know people want to see Will Howard. You will see Will Howard. We'll see what he's like in preseason. We'll hear things from OTAs, what he can do. But the best option for the Steelers this coming season is Aaron Rodgers. Because he's the best option out there. Callis, do you want to see Aaron Rodgers come back? Would you want to see another year of Rodgers?
No.
Why?
I don't subscribe to continuing to win now for what the Steelers are doing. And I think Aaron Rodgers is just going to perpetuate similar results that the Steelers have gotten over these last 9 seasons of not winning a playoff game. My biggest fear is them winning 9 to 10 games. It's not them losing and failing. It's not them winning excessively. The biggest fear is that we're going to see the same thing again. So my perspective on it comes from me not wanting to watch them continue to try to contend.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see them try some unproven players that are young to see what you have, and then later fill those holes in the draft or in free agency or on the trade block once you know what you have with some of the younger players that you haven't yet let prove themselves.
Well, let's operate like the Steelers are going to operate, which is what you don't want to see. Is Aaron Rodgers the best option to do that?
I mean, I guess I'd say so. I agree with your perspective. Like, I understand where you're coming from. If I had to choose a quarterback to have the Steelers contend, Aaron Rodgers would be the best choice. He played well enough last season. Him and Mike McCarthy as a pairing wouldn't be the worst thing, I wouldn't think.
Mm-hmm.
They're familiar with each other. Maybe you see different things out of Aaron Rodgers, considering there's that old familiar coaching staff, or that head coach that he used to be with in Green Bay. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just makes too much sense. Like, I mean, and if he wants to come back now, I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I heard that, there's a timeline that's earlier this time for Aaron Rodgers that the Steelers want to know if he's going to come back or not. I think it's in February. They have to have an answer if he's going to come back, which I believe he's going to. He's already spoken with McCarthy, as McCarthy stated in his press conference. Yeah, he's simply, in my opinion, the best option for what they want to do this year, not for what you want them to do this year. I understand what, some of you listeners, Callis and Crowley, want them to do this year. I understand that thought process, but that's just simply not going to happen underneath Art. I mean, he told us to our face that they're in win-now mode. They will always be in win-now mode. That'll never happen. So if they draft a quarterback, it's always going to be probably between the 17th and the 26th pick. That's what they're going to do. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers is the best option. Those other guys that I named, like, you really want to see those guys here in Pittsburgh and be the quarterback and have Will Howard be their backup? No.
Can I be completely honest with you?
Yes.
Actually, I mean, if we're talking about, again, trying to find a different result other than 9 to 10 wins in a season, I would actually rather have Malik Willis than Aaron Rodgers.
You'd rather pay Malik Willis $20 million a season for 2 seasons.
Is that what he's going for?
Probably. It'd be Justin Fields' rate, I would assume. I mean, even if it's over 15 or even around 15, I feel like that's still too much.
I'd give Malik Willis $10 million.
Okay.
Annually $10 million to play for the Steelers and have him compete with Will Howard for the starting spot in camp.
Okay. I can get with that. If it's around $10 million, I can get with that. But if it's
I can't see a team being desperate enough to sign him for $20 million. I mean, Justin Fields at least established himself in the 6 games he
so did Malik Willis this year.
How many games was he in?
Like 3, 4? I'll check it in the break, but it was enough. It was enough.
Yeah, the quarterback market is higher. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. I don't think he's going to get that much. Yeah, if they could get him for $10 million annually, I would rather see him play.
Yep.
Because I also, at the same breath, I also feel like we know what we're going to get with Aaron Rodgers. You're going to get these splashes of brilliance. You're going to get consistency, but you're also going to get old man, capped off, aging, declining Aaron Rodgers too. And that doesn't excite me.
Mm-hmm.
It could make sense in a perspective, but it doesn't excite me.
Yeah, I can get on board maybe with a Malik Willis at $10 million a year for 2 years or something. 2 years, $20 million. I can get maybe on board with that. But if it's a Justin Fields deal, no chance. No way.
I agree.
Am I doing that? I'm gonna go with the obvious, and in my opinion, the best option that is out there, and that is Aaron Rodgers at around $10 million again, probably. $12 million, $13 million, something low that he'll probably ask for again. I'll go with that situation. Coming up next, Aaron Rodgers isn't the top offseason acquisition I want the Steelers to make. There's one player that needs to immediately become a Pittsburgh Steeler. ASAP. Should be the first acquisition. Should be the first guy off the board as soon as possible. We'll talk about him next, but first to Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they play tonight against the Chicago Blackhawks. It's a home game for the Penguins, and puck drop is at 7 o'clock. Penguins won their last game that they played back on Sunday against the Vancouver Canucks. Penguins, 3 more games left played at home before the Olympic break. They'll have 3 games in a row they play at home. They'll have 2 games on the road next week, and then after February 5th, that's when they'll be on the break for the Olympics until February 26th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Seeing more folks out on the roadways right now on the inbound Parkway West. You are jamming up around the top of Green Tree Hill and then stacking from Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, that gets in line before Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28, that is heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's going to drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the Fan Special. Spell backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Kyles, how you doing? You doing all right?
Yeah.
Good. Cold?
Cold, tired. I got a little bit of a headache.
Are you ready for Quiz Kyles today?
No, I'm never ready.
I wanted to give you a clue, but I'm not going to.
Don't give me any. Yeah, I don't need any hints.
I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to. I was going to, but no.
I mean, where did Chuck Noll go to college back in 1954? Like that's what we're doing. It's probably what it's going to be. Yeah, okay.
Where did Cowher go to high school?
Crap, we just went over this the other week.
Exactly. I think it was yesterday.
He went to Sarah Catholic.
No, Carlington.
Damn it, that's right.
Oh, man. Oh, there's one top off-season acquisition I want to see the Steelers make. A guy that needs to be brought back before Aaron Rodgers, and that's Kenneth Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell was the best player on the team this year. game in and game out. His coming out party was in Ireland against the Minnesota Vikings. But, I've always been a fan of Kenneth Gainwell whenever he was a backup running back. And, just the compliment running back to Saquon Barkley in Philly 2 seasons ago. That was he's always been a good player. Always been a good player. Very dynamic, can run between the tackles, can run outside the tackles, can catch, is tough. He can do it all. And I think that in an offense like Mike McCarthy's, he wants to be multiple. He wants guys to be able to do different things, and Kenneth Gainwell fits that bill. And not only did he do that last year, I think that if he has more of a main role, he'll be even better. Getting more touches, I think he'll be even better. Probably have to play, I don't even know what he would probably command this offseason, but I'd be willing to pay it regardless. To have that two-headed monster of Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, I think that with what Mike McCarthy wants to do, obviously run the football, to set up the pass, those two backs together, I think that you can really have a foundation of offense between those two and what you want to do in the passing game. He was so good for the Steelers this year. I think they need to do whatever it takes to try to get him back. Mike McCarthy needs to do whatever it takes to try to get him back. Obviously, Omar Khan will and Andy Weidel will, but he was just a huge, huge pleasant surprise for a lot of people this year as a Pittsburgh Steelers running back. And I think that he's a must. Have to sway him to come back because he's going to get a lot of offers. I mean, there's going to be a lot of better situations probably in his mind that will suit him better in the NFL. He's going to be a hot commodity, I believe, for mostly every single team. He can fit every single team in the NFL. So the Steelers might have to get into a bidding war, but I would do whatever it takes. They have decent cap room this coming season. I'll do whatever it takes to get Kenneth Gainwell back. He was so dynamic and so explosive for you. He was literally one of the only explosive players you had that was consistent throughout the season. You got to get him back. He needs to be the first person that you're trying to work out a deal with. The first person, like right now. Get him back on this roster. He's a heck of a player, man. Jeez. All right. Coming up next. It's basically what I just said about Kenneth Gainwell. Now, how can players that are on the Steelers right now fit with what Mike McCarthy wants to do? How can a DK Metcalf, how can a Pat Freiermuth, a Darnell Washington fit with what Mike McCarthy wants to do? Will they fit? How can they fit? We'll talk about all that coming up next in the personnel aspect of what Mike McCarthy will bring to the table. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. KDK TV has your weather.
Good morning. Yesterday morning, Pittsburgh fell to 1 below for the low, the coldest of the season so far. The chill isn't going anywhere through the weekend. Morning temps are near zero. Wind chills around 10 below. It's due to the westerly winds of 10 miles an hour. We should also see lows around 5 below tomorrow and Saturday. At least there'll be sunshine, sunny, cold today with highs in the mid-teens and noon temps near 10 degrees. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. After an incredible weekend of football, we're down to the final 2 teams that will face off in the biggest game of the season. Each team will have a chance to rest up and get healthy while we tune in to watch the biggest stars in the game compete in skill games in the annual All-Star events. Who will lift the trophy at the end of the season? Brought to you all by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit St. Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Disabled vehicle off to the right shoulder of the outbound Parkway North at the Bellevue Westview interchange. Now, traffic is getting by, but it's a little slow as they have some flares set up around them, so just be aware of that. We have some southbound delays on the crosstown now as you make your way past Center Avenue from 6th and 7th Avenues, heading over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Really stop and go at Parkway Center. And your delays are at Edgewood Swissvale on the inbound Parkway East down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 51 northbound delays, they're stacked almost from Maytide Street down to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's 7:02. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Dickerson, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley is out today. Pat Bostic will join us at some point in the next 10-15 minutes. Bill Hillgrove, 7:45. He will join us. Alan Green, Pitt Athletics Director. He will join us at 8:35. And Jeff Hathorn, 9:35, as he always does every Thursday. Oh, we have Quiz Callis, too. We were talking about that a little bit before. Quiz Callis, it's going to be a good one today. It's going to be a familiar one. That's all the hints I'm going to give you, Callis.
Ugh.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Because it was honestly putting it together was a tough one for me. I had to, do research. So.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a tough one. But it'll be a familiar one, if that makes sense. Personnel. Personnel is big in the NFL, as you all know. Doug Whaley was with us yesterday. He is very, very clearly familiar with personnel and what that entails. And Andy Weidl's the personnel guy for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Omar Khan is, obviously the GM, but he does some administrative things and negotiations and contract deals. But getting the right guys for the right system is a big thing in the NFL. And that's why you see some guys flourish early on is they are in the right system. It fits their skill set. They can run that. They can be a part of that type of offense. They can be a part of that type of defense. That obviously is a big thing in the NFL, but it's bigger for coaches that have an expansive playbook and mindset to whatever is on the table, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to make it work. And Mike McCarthy has been around so long that his offense and the way that he thinks about offense can have an adaptation to it based off of what is on the table. The offensive play callers that have been doing it a long time, they usually are able to widen their thought processes of how to call plays and what works and what doesn't work based off of what they have in front of them and the players they have in front of them. Now, in New England, they had certain players. You see throughout the years, whenever Bill Belichick was there were certain players that always fit in New England. The Wes Welkers of the world, the Julian Edelmans of the world, the Danny Amendolas of the world. Those slot receivers that were smaller, they fit what they wanted to do on offense. Not everybody could fit that. Randy Moss couldn't play the slot. He played on the outside, and he's Randy Moss. He's literally arguably the best receiver ever. So you figure out a way to get Randy Moss the ball, but he wasn't necessarily a huge fit, I don't believe, for the New England Patriots. But Mike McCarthy has told us that the personnel we have is going to fit the offense that I'm going to run regardless. I'm not going to have to look for a certain type of player. Here's Mike McCarthy speaking on the fits of the Pittsburgh Steelers within his scheme.
Do you maybe need to add new types of receivers to fit what you want to do schematically?
Well, I just think like any coach, you're supposed to look at what you have and you look at the opportunity to develop. And, as far as the receiver position as a whole, we were at our best in Green Bay. The Jordy Nelson era is because all those guys work so well together. And, this game's about matchups. Your ability to put, your third receiver, the third, and hopefully that's a favorable matchup. But remove those guys around, and you want your receivers to be able to play all three positions. Because when you can have the flexibility of that. That goes back to the first statement about making a quarterback successful, because the quarterbacks are trained in conceptual, in conceptual development of how you throw the football. So that helps you with their footwork training, because but if you got 900 plays just to beat every defense or beat every, that's very difficult on a quarterback. So if you truly want to play to the rhythm and time of the quarterback, your perimeter guys being able to play multiple positions is very important. So that'll be our approach with these guys, and I'm looking forward to getting started with them.
And a lot of guys, they haven't been used to that. And a guy like DK Metcalf, I don't know what his situations were like in Seattle, but I would assume that he was primarily an X-receiver at all times. So you put a guy like DK Metcalf in an offense like this, and you task him. You challenge him. It's like, I need you to learn the Z receiver. I need you to learn the F receiver, which is the slot receiver. Because that only is going to help your game. That's only going to get you open and get you the right matchups. You're going to be on a safety sometimes and not always on a corner. That is adhering to the personnel that you have and making sure you get the most out of your personnel. As he said, developing guys like the receivers that the Pittsburgh Steelers have, and Pat Freiermuth, getting him the matchups. So I like what he said there, and I like what he's going for. Some offenses, there's only certain guys that fit. But his offense, every guy will get an opportunity to fit, and he'll build around that type of player and facilitate what type of offense he wants based off of what those guys can do. Pat Bostic's here with us. Pat, good morning. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Still sore from shoveling.
Yeah, I'm very sore. Very sore. I didn't shovel that much, but
we had a lot, man. And,
yeah.
And then it got completely covered by the plows.
Yeah, ridiculous.
So had to do it again.
This snow's not going to go away until March.
No, and it's going to be freezing.
Yep.
This weekend, there's going to be more snow at some point.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, this is been a while, been a minute, but I'm great. I'm doing good.
That's good. Kyle's is doing good. He shuffled too a little bit over the weekend.
Did you?
Yes, a lot. My driveway is filled with ice, so it was a little bit hard, but I got the surface stuff off.
Yeah, I have a snowblower. It's a Honda from like 1996 that my dad gave me, and I thought it blew, but I took the panel off and fixed the belt for the auger and got it working again. So,
did you look up how to do that? Or did you know how to do it?
My dad told me what it might be. He's like, you blew a belt. I'm like, oh, shoot. Then I YouTubed it, opened it up. I'm like, I definitely need to buy a new belt. But I got it back on. The belt was not broken. So it was salvaged. and she's still working.
Nice.
Although it was to the point where it was so like once the stuff from the street comes in, and it's like hardened, you have to. It takes a long time.
Yeah. But my neighbor has a big industrial one, like one of those big dogs. And I used my other neighbor's. It was like the Honda, and I was using it. And he looked over, and he had that look on his face. My neighbor with the industrial one. Like he was like in heaven.
Oh yeah,
like he could
like Charlie Batch.
Yes, exactly. And he looked over at me and was like, "Hey, you need some help." I was like, "Yeah."
I love that neighbor. we have a neighbor too that always does the one. We live on a corner lot, so he always does the one side. And there's a woman that lives next to us that she's a little older, so he helps her and then comes down to her. So it's nice to know I don't have to go like and L it.
Yeah.
No, I'll redo it just to make sure I cover it. But I love that one token neighbor that's like, I have all the power equipment.
Let's go.
And I'm coming down your way, and like Johnny to the rescue.
It's the best.
It's the best. Now remote learning, flexible instruction days. Tough. How's Rochelle holding up?
It's tough. It's
because you got little one at home too.
Baby, and I mean I was telling them yesterday. You got the baby, and then Jax, who's the youngest. He's not getting as much attention anymore, so he's trying to look for attention. And the two oldest are fighting. And in between the remote learning, they're going down and playing Fortnite and arguing who's going to be on the PlayStation, and it's just chaos.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, the virtues of technology, man. They're good, and then they're not. And it's like I'm glad they can still do something, but at the same time, like it is hard. It is hard for all the moms and dads, for that matter, out there that have to deal with two or more kids competing for devices after their classes are no longer in session.
It's insane at my house throughout this week, and it's probably not going to change. I bet you next week will be probably similar. Pat, we haven't gotten your opinion on Mike McCarthy at all. We'll get that next, but I was going over, and you obviously watched the press conference. I was going over what he was talking about with personnel and how, if you have a personnel in place, making your philosophy adapt to the personnel. I love that he said that. Not every coach is like that. There's some coaches, and he even stated it too. There's some coaches that are like, yeah, this guy can fit. This guy can't fit. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to even go after that guy because I know that he's not going to be able to fit what I'm trying to do. Do you feel like, and let's say like offensive wise, do you feel like what the Steelers have on the table right now, DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Jaylen Warren, let's talk about those guys that we know are going to be back. Do you think they could fit what Mike McCarthy is going to want to do?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that they're probably a little heavier at the tight end position than he would like to be. I'd say if he were going to trade, it would look to trade a tight end for a receiver in terms of just overall depth and balance. But the way the West Coast offense is built is very – and again, things vary over time. They vary based on where you're at. His offense at Dallas was different and evolved from where it was at in Green Bay. Quarterbacks like different things. They evaluate coaches evaluate personnel differently. Clearly, Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin wanted to feature the tight end position. That's why they had basically four that played significant snaps. But it was hard to get them all touches and to utilize them all, particularly Freiermuth, who you decided to pay. I think that for sure, Omar Khan came into the GM role, although he's familiar with the organization, very late in Tomlin's tenure. I think the McCarthy-Omar Khan relationship will be much more, not that it wasn't good, but they're gonna be much more on the same page. And McCarthy mentioned that. I thought that was a big takeaway for me from the press conference. So relative to personnel and offense, I think you're going to see that evolve. But I think the West Coast offense is built on concepts, on a system, and on guys learning to play multiple positions. I think at times, particularly when you don't have a number two receiver, DK was pretty predictable where he was going to be.
Right.
And it really eliminated their down the field opportunities to him. Certainly not having a number two hurts that. But if he can line up in a slot, if he can play flanker, if he can be the third in of three receivers in a trip set, play number three, all those things, which I think he's capable of doing, it's to the advantage of the offense. And I think that Mike McCarthy, I hesitate. I don't want to challenge people. I understand that what people wanted in this hire. But for anyone to think that Mike McCarthy doesn't see the game differently than Mike Tomlin, they haven't watched football, frankly. I mean, it's just not the same perspective first time in 50-some years they've had an offensive head coach. Probably more than that, frankly. He is going to look to maximize that offense with what they not only have, but what they can acquire. And I think that's going to look a little bit different than it looks right now, but there are a lot of pieces they have that I think fit in the McCarthy philosophy.
When we come back, I want to get your initial thoughts. Like, whenever the news broke, like, what did you think? Did you think it was a home run? Did you think it was the best available? Do you think they got it right? Do you think they got it wrong? I want to know what your initial thoughts were, because I was at my son's basketball game, and Dan Wingard, who's dad and his kid plays too, he looked at me and said, "Did you see what happened?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "McCarthy. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable." So it was kind of shocking, but at the same time, I was like, yeah, that makes sense, at least from my perspective. Let's get your perspective coming up next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Steelers reportedly close to hiring Patrick Graham as their next defensive coordinator. Patrick Graham was the coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders. He also has a history with Mike McCarthy. Graham was one of the defensive coaches on the staff of the Green Bay Packers during Mike McCarthy's last season there. That was way back in 2018. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley.
It is, what is it right now? Negative something outside. It is below 2 degrees. And when I walked out this morning, my wet hair, it froze to my head like Richie Walsh. Your heat, it might be running more than it should. Why? Well, not necessarily your furnace. You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. That's what happened to me. I got new windows, and Window Nation is going to lower your energy bills and keep all that hot, toasty, warm air inside, because when that happens, when your insulation fails, your heat leaks out, the cold gets in. Talk to those pros at Window Nation. Get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale, plus 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now, and you'll get an extra 10% off by Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a quote now online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. Bill Belichick held out of the NFL Hall of Fame as a first-ballot Hall of Famer, and Tom Brady has sounded off. This is like when in high school the mean girl who was the obvious prom queen choice didn't win prom queen because she was mean. I don't care how mean you are. You're a Hall of Famer, Bill Belichick. I'm Drake Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And come on, no cleats on the seats.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore.
time for new stuff, right? New year. Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Well, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
Book us. junkdruck.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways for you. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. We do have an accident reported on the inbound side of the Parkway North. This is right around the Perrysville interchange, causing delays back toward the Bellevue-Westview interchange. Outbound, an earlier disabled vehicle is off to the side right around that exit. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. And looks like we have an accident on the inbound or southbound crosstown approaching Center Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Bostic, Callis, here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley is out today. Obviously, if you've been listening, he will be back tomorrow. We have Quiz Callis, we have Bill Hillgrove, we have Jeff Hathorn, and we have Pitt Athletic Director Alan Green that will join the show throughout the next 2.5 hours. All right, Pat, your initial thoughts. Mike McCarthy, when did he get hired? What day was it? I can't even remember. I'll get my days all mixed up.
Saturday is when it broke, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Saturday is when it broke. His press conference was on Tuesday.
Okay.
but it was. I guess it wasn't really announced until about an hour before, but the verbal agreement was Sunday or Monday during the Winter Storm Fern.
So your initial thoughts whenever you saw that go down, whenever you saw it go across your Twitter that Mike McCarthy was the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, what were your initial thoughts?
Makes sense. That was my initial response. Frankly, on a personal level, Mike McCarthy's always been someone I have mutual contacts with, and you and I are in the same boat. I mean, Frank Stignetti, Luke Getsy, up and down the line of guys that have that worked with him, worked for him, crossed paths with him. So I'm familiar with the brand of football and the background and the quarterback school and the training. We used to watch those tapes.
Mm-hmm.
I used to watch Aaron Brooks do footwork, when we were in the early stages of the offseason when Frank first came to Pitt in 08 or 09. So it was always someone I admired. Obviously, then he developed Aaron Rodgers. So there was that side. And then from a Steelers, Pittsburgh, state of the organization, I think people are looking at this more of a continuation of the last 19 years and not necessarily, and I mean this, I don't know how long the tenure will last. He's 62, right? So, but I look at it more as a bridge to the next phase of the organization.
Mm-hmm.
But a bridge that doesn't require you to completely blow up the old one. And I know people want that, right? That's the odd place we're in here in Pittsburgh right now. Is there's more people that want to see it blown up than people want to see them continue to be, call it competitive. I think Mike McCarthy has the background, the skill set, the awareness of the game. He's evolved over time to take them to another step. Now, what about the step beyond that? The step beyond that. Tom Brady won a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay with a retread head coach in Bruce Arians, right? I mean, Mike Vrabel's going to the Super Bowl with New England. His experience, you played for people that worked for him and worked with him in Tennessee. Did a good job there, but hit his head on the ceiling a bunch. Sean Payton, people talk about Sean Payton, and I laugh. I had a text exchange with a bunch of guys about this. His resume and Mike McCarthy's resume prior to this year are exactly the same.
Right, same.
A little bit better playoff record for Sean Payton. A little bit better. But the overall winning percentage, the length of time between Super Bowl appearances, let alone Super Bowl wins, the same. Offensive backgrounds, both 62 years old. Like you'd have to do like put a blindfold on. Is this Pepsi or Coke?
Mm-hmm.
They're the same. So, and people are saying what a job that Mike McCarthy can do. Bottom line for me, and I put this on X, if Mike McCarthy, whether they win, lose, go to the Super Bowl or not, if he's able to compete and find the next quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, this hire will be a success. And I believe he's the right person to do that.
Players know what's going on around the league. They follow, other players. They follow other teams. They follow other coaches. And they watch them throughout the years, even whenever they're in college. You have to be a fan of the NFL, I believe, in order to play in the NFL. And 98% of guys are fans of the NFL, and they follow everything. If you are TJ Watt, if you are Cam Hayward, Alex Highsmith, Joey Porter Jr., Pat Freiermuth, how are you feeling as a player? Like, put yourself in their shoes right now, or a couple days ago, whenever the hire of Mike McCarthy was announced. Like, how are you feeling if you're one of those guys about Mike McCarthy? How would you feel?
I think, that was a very hurt locker room by all accounts with Mike Tomlin's departure. Clearly there was a lot of respect and a bond between a number of those players and Mike Tomlin. I think Mike McCarthy handled that component of the press conference, and likely his conversations with players probably as good as you can. Contemporary of Mike Tomlin, respects Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh guy. This will be personal to him. Not coming in here trying to blow it up. He wants to win right now. I think if I'm a veteran player, I feel better about that than, if you go young and you you know that there's going to be a rut before your eyes. You don't have time for that if you're Cam Hayward. You don't have time for that if you're TJ Watt. I also think there's got to be an element, and I had this, you were a year removed. I had this in my, role on the team. Like, you have a little bit of everyone had to own a little bit of this playoff drought, the not winning a playoff game. That's shared responsibility. It's not just on Tomlin. It's organizational, and it's in that locker room. And I think you have to understand that, okay, we're bringing in somebody here that, his playoff track record's not like, to my knowledge, no one's been undefeated in the playoffs, so people lose playoff games. But this is going to be a pivot for how this organization operates. And it's probably time for that. And I can't reinforce enough based on what I know about his pitch to the Steelers brass, to Rooney, to Omar Khan and company, that Mike McCarthy has identified gaps. And that game day decision-making, all those things are important, but organizational expertise and how he structures it, he's as close to an Andy Reid as there is in the NFL. Mike McCarthy, details to the smallest degree. That'll be a difference for everybody in that organization.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. There's a lot of movement of potential coaching staff candidates, potential hirings of Mike McCarthy, and ones that have already been hired that are in place. So we'll talk about all that, what's going on with Mike McCarthy's coaching staff coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Cleveland Browns have reportedly got their next head coach. They are going to appoint Todd Monken as their next head coach, replacing Kevin Stefanski, who was there for a pretty significant amount of time, considering the track record of the Cleveland Browns. Todd Monken used to be a coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deals. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Ready to sell your home? You can get it sold guaranteed with the Guaranteed Home Sale Program from my friend Gina Giampietro of Remax Select Realty. Gina guarantees to sell your home or she'll buy it. To find out more, go to GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy, but you can't because of bad feet? The Good Feet store wants to help.
I just had difficulty walking. I tried them on in the store, and my foot felt so much better.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet, knees, or back problems get in the way of staying healthy and having fun.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week.
Get back to doing what you love. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Bostic here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callis, how you doing? Doing all right?
I'm okay. Sure.
You still cold?
No, not as much now. It feels like it's warming up.
Good.
I'm exhausted, though.
Really?
I just want to hibernate during the cold season.
Yeah, you said that yesterday. You wanted to hibernate.
Well, now I want to do it again. I want to be in bed, and I want to just stay there for maybe a couple of years, and then
a couple
rejoin
years?
society
That
after
sounds awful.
You want to stay in bed for a couple years?
No, that's an exaggeration. But, maybe a day or two. Just kind of lay there, or just stand under the blankets, play some video games, drink some hot chocolate, spend time with my
If you
girlfriend.
stayed in your room, say you had a bathroom shower and you had your refrigerator was stocked up, how long do you think you could stay in your room for? Like if you had no responsibilities, like how long do you think you could just not leave your bedroom if you had everything you needed in there? Video games, if you had shower, bathroom, refrigerator.
Do I have windows?
You have one big window.
Probably during the wintertime, I'd say a month or two.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
But once I would see the sun, I'd be like, I got to go outside. I got to go play some basketball or something.
Mm-hmm. Basketball.
Why is that funny, Pat?
Just how you said it. Just once I saw the sun, I'd go outside and play some basketball. Even though you're hibernating because it's cold outside, so the sun comes up and it's 5 degrees below zero, and Callis is out there.
I said a month or two, so I meant like when the weather gets warmer. I'd see the sun, I'd see the snow melt, I'd see leaves on the trees. I'd say, you know what? I want to go smell the grass.
That makes a lot more sense.
Roll around in it, maybe,
Per Jerry Dulac, Mike McCarthy looking to hire James Campen as offensive line coach. To me, that's a big hire. That was always circled as one of the bigger hires for Mike McCarthy, who the offensive line coach is going to be. Campen, he was an O-line coach with the Packers from 2007 to 2018. excuse me, he was with the Packers organization since 2004, so he was with them for a long time. Steelers hired Adam Henry as their wide receiver coach. He was with the Bills. He was the wide receiver coach there since 2003, was with McCarthy in Dallas. Steelers also have retained 3 coaches from Tomlin's staff. Linebackers coach Scott McCurley, who was at Pitt. We know him. Quarterback coach Tom Arth, we'll get into that. We know that is significant. And secondary coach Gerald Alexander will be back coaching the defensive backs. And Patrick Graham is obviously rumored and most likely going to be the defensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Patrick Graham, got his roots underneath Bill Belichick in New England, was the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins, was a defensive coordinator for the Giants, and most recently, since 2023, was a defensive coordinator for the Raiders. Do we like this in how it is laid out so far, with the potentials, with the actual hirings and the rehirings of coaches from Tomlin's staff? Do you like how it's going and trending so far, Pat?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you could. I heard a lot of talk yesterday about the Jim Schwartz situation and do you take a run at him? Obviously, relationships tend to prevail in these circumstances. Guys you've worked with or worked for or have worked for you tend to be the ones that rise to the top. Familiarity is important, particularly when your mandate is to win right now. This isn't a rebuild per se. When it comes to the retention guys, I mean, Alexander, they've acquired a lot of talent and I think have a lot of young, promising talent in the secondary, right? Obviously, Jalen Ramsey, but certainly Joey Porter Jr. had a really good back half of the season.
Can you bring back Asante Samuel Jr.?
Right, Asante Samuel Jr. I mean, there's just a lot. Sean Elliott, you've got a good core and nucleus back there that feels good about that coach. I think with Tom Arth, it's twofold, right? I mean, it's the development and training of Will Howard, which you're okay to say, I like the upside. That doesn't mean he's going to be Tom Brady, right? They can be two different things, right? But to like the upside, what's not to like about the upside? He's 6'4", he's 230 pounds, he can move. He won a national championship. People like him. His teammates like him. Aaron Rodgers has a good relationship with him. So it says something about the importance of that relationship, but it also, I think, speaks very loudly about number 8.
Yeah.
And the possibility of him returning. They clearly forged a good bond this year. There's a little bit of familiarity between Arth and McCarthy going back to the Packers in 2006 when he was a player. So that one makes sense to me for sure. And McCurley obviously worked for him and is a pick guy, and Curley worked for him in Dallas. So all the retentions make a ton of sense for a number of different reasons. Patrick Graham is D coordinator. I think you're going to start to see some of the offensive positions get filled. There'll be some probably additional positions, I would imagine, that didn't exist on Mike Tomlin's staff.
Run game coordinator, pass game coordinator, senior assistants,
analysts of some make or model. You're going to see that. So, and I think we'll see some familiar names, Pittsburgh type of names, which I know everyone wanted Nate Shieldhouse and Chris Shula, who, by the way, don't seem like they're going to get jobs this cycle with many kicks at the can, which I find highly ironic. And I was one of them that was intrigued. But ultimately, you got to win the job.
Yeah.
And your resume has to speak on its own merit. And neither one of those resumes are even close to what Mike McCarthy has to offer. Now, who knows what they're going to become? But I think the Pittsburgh feel and flavor of this staff is one thing, but the background, the experience, the qualifications will certainly pass the test.
Listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, Tom Arth being back is definitely significant. And what Mike McCarthy said in his press conference, saying that it's more about the whole room, the development of the whole room, and not just the starter, wanting to develop the backup quarterback, the third-string quarterback. That's another piece of the puzzle. There's only one piece of the puzzle, in my opinion, that's missing, and that's what you said, number 8. Tom Arth being back, that's development of the whole room. Will Howard, he talked about Will Howard developing him, a nice young player. He also brought up Mason Rudolph, and we'll see if Mason's around. But there's only one missing piece, and that it's Aaron Rodgers. And what he said about Aaron Rodgers, why wouldn't you want him back? And I agree. I agree. I said this earlier. There's one main reason why I want Aaron Rodgers back. One main reason. Now, there's little branches of what, the leadership, the locker room, and what he brought to the table. He was arguably the best player for the Steelers this past year. But there's one main reason I want Aaron Rodgers back. And this is all leading to this, with Tom Arth coming back too. He's the best option out there.
There's no question.
He's the best option. Pat, for what Art wants to do, Art the second wants to do, they're in win now mode. He stated that. So, we could all want the Steelers to rebuild, tear it down, go with Will Howard, which would never happen. You're never going to go with the 6th-round pick that never played before in his second year. You'll never start the season like that. That'll never happen. But people can want that all they want. But listening to the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, they feel like they can win every single year, and they're going to operate that way. So if you look through the vision of Art and say that is the case, is trading for Mac Jones a better option than Aaron Rodgers? Is Malik Willis on a 2-year, $40 million deal a better option than?
That'd be a horrible investment, frankly, at this point.
Horrible.
Especially if you
Kyler Murray trading for him?
Absolutely not.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
No. I mean, Aaron Rodgers this year, and you said it, and I want to acknowledge that if Mike Tomlin were still the head coach, I was starting to move towards, okay, let's do something different. But given this set of circumstances with a coach that he played for however many years and won MVP, won the MVP in a Super Bowl knows his offense, understands philosophy, it's an offensive-minded coach. He has good relationships with the quarterback coach, all the quarterbacks in the room. He'll be integral in the development of Will Howard for at least one more year, probably only one more year. I think it makes a ton of more sense than not to bring Aaron Rodgers back, and he will be your starting quarterback. That doesn't mean that you don't pour into Will Howard and give him every opportunity in training camp, mini camp, OTAs, training camp, team development, preseason. That's all Howard. And I think, frankly, if something happens to Aaron, you go Howard.
Mm-hmm.
And Mason's there as an emergency, frankly. And it's a good situation to be in.
Yeah.
And then you turn all your attention to finding the next guy to compete with Will Howard in 2027.
Yep.
Because the next year's draft class is much more talent-laden than this one.
It just makes too much sense. I mean, it's that black and white for me. Aaron Rodgers is the best option, so Aaron Rodgers will probably be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers this coming season.
I didn't see – there's a lot of and his mobility, the Houston game, I mean, they got their head beat in on the offensive line. I'm not sure that Lamar Jackson doesn't get sacked 4 times or 5 times against that offense.
Right.
The initial response, I was guilty of it, is man, you need mobility. You also got to block somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to understand how to deal with that schematically. Not that Arthur Smith couldn't, but Mike McCarthy knows Aaron Rodgers' strengths and weaknesses as good as anybody. Knows what makes him tick. I also don't think that – it might have been Mulsey or somebody said he's the least mobile quarterback in the NFL. That ain't true. He's not the least mobile starting quarterback in the NFL last year. Is Sam Darnold that much more mobile than Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, Aaron Rodgers
was Joe Flacco more mobile than Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Is Matthew Stafford more mobile than Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Barely. He had more rushing touchdowns than all 3 of those guys, by the way.
Yeah.
He had 1.
He had 1, yeah.
But he's not the least mobile. He's not Peyton Manning back there.
No, he's not. He was surprisingly a lot more mobile than I thought.
Now, is he as mobile as he was before?
No.
But Tom Brady won a Super Bowl being the least mobile quarterback in the NFL. They protected him. They had weapons on the perimeter. They were connected in how they operated. I think this guy could still play winning football.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether or not it meets the muster against the best of the best, that will depend, if not as much more, on who's around him. Not necessarily just Aaron being the quarterback. Do they get a wide receiver number 2? Do they upgrade at left tackle? How do they deploy the tight ends? All those questions are as important as whether he's back.
Coming up next, Bill Hillgrove. He'll join the show, but first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reports out there say that the Steelers are getting close to hiring their next defensive coordinator. That'd be Patrick Graham, former Las Vegas Raiders defensive coordinator. He also has a history with Mike McCarthy. Back in 2018, he was on the defensive coaching staff of the Green Bay Packers in McCarthy's final season there. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More delays to be experienced heading through this Thursday morning rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Traveling through Wilkinsburg, Penn Avenue, jammed from Ardmore Boulevard down to South Braddock Avenue. Also delays on the inbound Parkway West. You're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound, you're stacked from Green Tree down toward Carnegie. Parkway East getting in line between Greensburg Pike and Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. And Route 28 delays past Shaler Waterworks down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met yet?
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Save more on brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And on the Fan Hotline right now is the voice of the Panthers, our guy, Bill Hillgrove. Good morning, Bill. How you doing? Are you staying warm?
I'm going to try. I guess tonight will be a challenge, but, you know, we could be in Florida and have those temperatures those people are looking at, and that's probably worse fate than we suffer.
That is correct. That is correct. Bill, I'm going to go with the obvious here. Mike McCarthy from Greenfield, coach for the Green Bay Packers, coach for the Dallas Cowboys, and now the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What were your initial thoughts whenever you heard about the hire?
Well, you know, the Steelers broke tradition. They've always hired a la Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin, a bright young a coordinator or a bright young assistant and gave him time to become a head coach. In this day and age, the NFL, what have you done for me lately? You don't have that luxury. And so they needed somebody with experience, certainly a guy who understands their organization because he's a Pittsburgh guy. Been away, but, his success at Green Bay is unmistakable. And he didn't have as much at Dallas, but I think working for Jerry Jones may have something to do with that. And I'll drop it right there.
Billy, there haven't been a whole lot of bright spots of late for Pitt hoops, but the Panthers got a win the other night and a much-needed one in overtime against Wake Forest. But there's been one constant over the last month. Roman Cialepa, the Australian native, the freshman, he had 15 points and 15 rebounds the other night. He's had a double-double in, I think, 3 or 4 straight games. He's been terrific. What say you about his development? He seems to be just a budding star.
We knew he had the ability. He certainly has the body. He takes up a lot of space, even though he's listed at 6'7". He plays much bigger. And when he wants the basketball, he gets it. And you can just see him will himself into some of those offensive and defensive rebounds. But he also gives you the ability to block shots. He runs the floor well. And, the upside on this guy is just tremendous. He just had to become more consistent. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I think that augurs well for Jeff Capel and his staff and players.
Bill, we got into the segment late, so I apologize, but thank you for your time. Pat, do you have another question for him real quick, or because we got to get rolling out of this segment right now?
I just look forward to seeing, Billy on that four-wheeler in the snow up at the lake doing donuts. And are you at the lake or are you in Murraysville right now?
I'm in Murraysville. The lake has to wait until I get through some rehab and also certainly the basketball season. Cardiac rehab is what I've needed, and it's made me a stronger person, and I got to get stronger.
You're getting stronger, my friend, and we are delighted to work with you and have you on this show every single Thursday.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, guys. Always enjoy your company, and H2P.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Bill Hillgrove, the voice of the Panthers. What year is he coming up on?
53.
Wow.
I think.
Wow.
Again, we talked about this last week. He'd been around for each of the 3 previous Steelers coaching hires, so he would know how much of a departure this is from what they've traditionally done.
It is very different. For those of you, as you said whenever you joined the show, Pat, for those of you to think it's going to be the same, just like Tomlin, this is way different. Things are going to be way different. You might be excited whenever you see the Steelers take the field in September because you know that they're going to attempt to score points, and it's not going to just be about conservative play on offense and winning the game on defense. Now, they'll try to, but they are going to attempt to score points on offense, something that we haven't seen around here in a long time. Coming up next, there's 10 coaching spots that were open in the NFL. 8 of them have been filled. 2 of them are still open. I think that this carousel of coaches is very interesting. Let's go through and talk about who we think might be successful, who we think did a good job, hit the nail on the head, or who did a bad job with their hires. We'll go through all the hirings and the potential opening spots in the NFL coming up next. First, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 16, low of -1, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, high of 14. Oh, my goodness. You've got low of -9, partly cloudy.
Oof.
Man.
Hibernate.
More in the Fan Morning Show coming up next.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of accidents causing very heavy traffic headaches. This report brought to you by Coach Woodland's basketball camp. We do have an accident reported. This is on the ramp from the Boulevard of the Allies to the northbound crosstown. That's causing delays all the way back to Kirkpatrick Street. We also have an accident in Natrona Heights on Freeport Road near the intersection with Idaho Avenue. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays now heading past Millvale down into the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson, Bostic here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callis is here as well. What is the weather right now? 1 degree. 1.
Yeah, it's cold, man. It's real cold. It's a deep freeze.
It just doesn't make any sense.
We haven't had this kind of snow in a long time. I feel like we've had these temperatures, but it's different when you have the snow.
Yes.
It's different when stuff, obviously is accumulating. Like, literally, it looks like my sidewalk.
Antarctica.
Look, it does. It looks like you could put a hockey puck off the side and play it off the boards.
Boys.
Oh,
you ever play puck in
I love how
snowstorm?
I love how that came to you. You all of a sudden you're just like, boys.
Listen,
he's coming in today, right?
Yeah.
TK.
I don't think he likes that I do that.
He doesn't?
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't know.
It's spot on.
Yeah.
It's out of love,
right,
and respect. It's not.
He's an athlete. Like, we always mess with each other.
It's not a negative thing.
No.
Boys. He
can't hate you as much as he hates Adam. That is true. He doesn't even look at Adam whenever he comes in on Thursdays.
Pat, you ever heard that question before? Yeah. I'm familiar with the misstep.
TK had a great goal in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup. You think it was downhill from there?
Wow.
Your career go downhill from there?
Boys, you see, the Steelers hired that McCarthy guy.
McCarthy.
Jeez.
He also played for the Beatles.
He played for the Beatles. That's crazy.
I wonder if Lennon will be his defensive coordinator. Ringo Starr, call the offense.
Jeez, boys. It's cold out now, too. This is unbelievable.
He comes in and he has that look about him like he's just ready to go.
He's ready to rock and roll. He is the best.
The Penguins are playing great.
They are. And you know what? They're going to get
they're going to make the playoffs.
They have 3 games, and then they have the break, which is about 3 weeks for the Olympics. Mm-hmm. I just don't know. Obviously, as being former athletes, sometimes it's good to get a break. Sometimes it's not because you halt that momentum. But, if they figure out a way to regain that whenever they come back for the break and get healthy and have some of the older guys take a rest a little bit, they are going to make the playoffs. That's unbelievable.
Gino wants to play another year.
Yeah.
It's good. Crosby's not going anywhere.
It's good stuff.
They've got some. I mean, it's proof that you don't have to bottom out to usher in a new era. Now, ultimately, when Sid and Gino hang it up, are they going to be able to sustain this?
Mm-hmm.
Sid's top 4, top 5 in the league in goals scored.
Mm-hmm.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. But,
just a new voice too. Sometimes.
No question.
And we're seeing that with all 3 of the major sports teams in the city. I mean, Don Kelly. And that's what I was telling Crowley the other day. I was like, you realize in the 4 years that we've been on the Fan Morning Show, we're going to have different coaches. The 2 of them being Hall of Fame, adjacent coaches. A lot of transition has happened in 4 years for the Pirates, the Penguins, the Steelers. It's a good time to be a radio host. I know that for sure.
It's good for business.
It's very good for business. The coaching carousel could be good for business, could be bad for business. Some guys gotten fired, and now we're back as coordinators, and some guys are, getting new jobs. And this has been a coaching carousel that I haven't seen, I don't think, this many coaching spots open. There's 10 coaching spots open. 8 of them have been filled. 2 are still open. Let's go through and kind of break down and see which ones may work, which ones probably aren't going to work, which ones we like, which ones we don't like. Obviously, Mike McCarthy is, number 1 on the list here with the Steelers. We've already talked about him. Kevin Stefanski, see, this is the one that sticks out to me the most. And this was an early hire, and it kind of got swept. People talked about it, but it kind of got swept underneath the radar because of so much movement with other teams, like who was going to fill the Ravens spot, who was going to fill the Bills spot, the John Harbaugh news. We'll get into him, but Kevin Stefanski going to Atlanta, for me, will be, I think, the best fit. I think it'll be the best fit because of what he has. And, he is a good coach. It's tough to coach in Cleveland. We all know that. I think he's a very good coach. Can he get the most out of Michael Penix Jr. That's the only question mark because you got Bijan Robinson, you got Drake London, you got Kyle Pitts.
Yep.
You have a decent defense. You got a lot to work with down there in Atlanta. Stefanski's a good coach, and I think he can get that together as long as Penix can take his level of play to a new heights.
No question. I mean, I'd be trying to keep Kirk Cousins too if I could, just as a safety blanket. But if I'm Bijan Robinson, I'm thrilled that you've got a head coach with the run game acumen and experience of Kevin Stefanski. I think we're just going to see him play at another level. They're going to feature him. Not that they haven't featured him in the past, but maybe in different ways. You saw what he was able to do with Nick Chubb for those prior to the injury. I mean, I think it's a good fit. I think it's a really good fit. The question will be, can he get anything out of, Penix that hasn't been – obviously he's got to stay healthy, number one. Mm-hmm. And number two, they in order to win at the highest level, they'll need him to play competently. Mm-hmm. And he has not to this point.
Ravens and Jesse Minter. See, I will admit I don't know much about Jesse Minter, but I did get the understanding that he was their guy all along. He seems like a younger version of Harbaugh, in my opinion. That's kind of like a Harbaugh-ish hire. He's a disciple of Jim Harbaugh. I think he did coach with John Harbaugh with the Ravens at one point. How is that going to work with Lamar Jackson, with Derrick Henry? Lamar Jackson's getting older. He has a big contract. I just don't know if that was the appropriate hire to get the most out of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you got to love the idea of him, working with Kyle Hamilton in that defense. When they've fallen short, Lamar's been a part of it, but largely they've been deficient on defense. So he brings expertise there. I mean, Harbaugh was a special teams coach for the Eagles when he got hired way back when. But I think that the offensive coordinator hire will be pivotal for them. And is it going to be Kingsbury? Is it going to be Davis Webb? Is it going to be Declan Doyle? There's a lot of guys in the running for that job that he hasn't worked with before. Or at least I'm not privy to them having worked together. And Minter's a younger coach his NFL experience is limited. So it makes sense based on where their warts have been. Defense has not been a strength of theirs. It was their calling card for years and years and years. Mm-hmm. They have really good pieces on offense. If they bring Cliff Kingsbury in or Davis Webb in, I think it upgrades the hire. I think this is one of those where the coordinator really matters on the offensive side.
The Bills seem like they're a mess. I mean, clearly with what the owner, with Pagula said, throwing Keon Coleman underneath the bus and basically saying that, Sean McDermott was fired because of one game in the playoffs. They seem like they're a mess. They hired Joe Brady. Joe Brady was their offensive coordinator. That clearly, and they also had Josh Allen be a part of that search committee. This is a Josh Allen hire. I don't know how it's going to work. I feel like that there was candidates out there that probably would have been better than Joe Brady, but, if
I'm them, I would have been more excited about them hiring Brian Dable than Joe Brady.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about McCarthy. Well, what's he going to be like without a franchise quarterback? Well, what head coach is anybody without a good quarterback? Mm-hmm. Very, very few. So Josh Allen is responsible on his own back. I mean, the guy had double-digit rushing 15 rushing touchdowns this year. He averaged like 9 yards a carry on quarterback sneaks. He's a freak.
Yeah.
But it's a bigger issue up there for sure. There's some complex that doesn't make sense. Obviously, Pagula, his rant, Josh Allen being as involved as he was, like explicitly. It's been one thing if he's involved and it kind of leaks, but it's not the organization saying he's going to be involved. And then to settle like this, you got a new stadium, you got a fan base that is just starving to win. You think it'd be the most attractive job on the market, and are they the only one that's promoted from within?
Yeah. Yep.
That would not have been on my bingo card if I were a Buffalo Bills fan.
Jeff Hathley, our guy Jeff Hathley, coached at the University of Pittsburgh whenever we were players there. He's the Dolphins head coach. I think he has a tough task ahead of him. I mean, who's the quarterback going to be? What's the Tua situation? And I guess you got a decent defense. Is Tyreek Hill going to be back at some point? I feel like he has a tough job there, and especially whenever the owner kind of forgot his name whenever he had his press conference.
Ooh, I love Jeff, and I think if there's anything that will happen there, they will get tougher. They will have an attitude, and you'll know who their leader is. I feel like they haven't had that strong presence with Mike McDaniel. It'll be a stark contrast with Jeff Hafley. How it's received, how it manifests on the field, I have my doubts on how he'll be able to reconstruct that organization. They got Troy Aikman involved.
Mm-hmm.
Now Dan Marino's involved.
Yep.
Seems like another organization that's stuck between gears a little bit.
John Harbaugh, you think that they're going to win a Super Bowl with Jackson Dart, right? Underneath John Harbaugh.
I think that he will win a Super Bowl as a player.
Okay.
John Harbaugh being the head, I mean, he's a rookie, so it's hard to say when. I think the Giants' job among jobs was, outside of the turnkey Buffalo Bill one, would have been the most intriguing one for me.
I agree.
And I think he makes sense for what they needed there. Stability, steady hand, can calm the wild buck that's the quarterback down a little bit and try to protect himself. But I like what they have, between him, Neighbors, Scadaboo.
Their defense.
I mean,
it's a good situation.
I thought it was a top 2 or 3 job on the market, before Buffalo opened.
Robert Saleh, Titans coach, he's getting his second opportunity being a head coach. He obviously was a head coach with the Jets, was the D coordinator with the 49ers, getting his second opportunity to be a head coach. I think that this is going to be a decent situation for him because he just hired Brian Daboll to be his offensive coordinator. You got Cam Ward. You got to get some pieces around him, obviously. But I think Saleh is in a decent situation, which at first I didn't think that it was going to be that good.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I think that bringing Daboll along with him is a massive coup. And Saleh, there's sometimes you take the wrong job, and the Jets' job is the wrong job.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about an organization that's broken. They are as close to broken as you can possibly get. Unaligned. I mean, just the little narratives from Rodgers. What was I reading about Wink Martindale? Like there's just a lot of weird stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work out for Saleh there. I think it works out in Tennessee. It'll last longer. How high they go, we'll find out. But Daboll's a great pickup. I mean, that's a good 1-2 punch.
And you talk about organizations that can't get it together. The Browns, they hired Todd Monken, who was the offensive coordinator of the Ravens. Had opportunity to hire Jim Schwartz, guy who has been a head coach in the league for a long time. He was my head coach when I was with the Detroit Lions. I absolutely love Jim Schwartz. One of the best defensive coordinators in the league, but they hired Todd Monken. They had interviews with Shieldhouse as well. I don't see this working out at all.
No, I mean, it seemed like they got left at the altar a few times. No one will ever know the truth on that. Maybe some people in Cleveland do, but a lot of people, with the exception of Jim Schwartz, remove themselves from the search. And, I mean, from everything I hear, it doesn't seem like Myles Garrett and Kevin Stefanski got along.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Myles Garrett's very happy camper today.
Nope.
And he would have been very happy. Your best player, maybe the best player in the league, would have been thrilled if you would have promoted Jim Schwartz. You decided to go an alternate route. He's not going to be happy. He's not going to champion for your organization. Probably going to request a trade again.
Probably. And there's 2 open spots, the Cardinals and the Raiders job, which I think the Raiders job would be Clint Kubiak's if he does want that job. So there's a lot of movement in the NFL, a lot of new coaches, a lot of new faces in the AFC North. I mean, obviously, Zach Taylor's the only one coming back.
Crazy.
It's insane. It's going to look so different. But a lot of movement and exciting offseason so far. Some of these I do like. Some of these I don't think are going to work out at all. Coming up next, if Rodgers doesn't come back, the Steelers are still going to acquire a quarterback. Who out there would fit? Who would fit that is out there right now? We'll go through some of the names coming up next, but first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins have a game tonight. They play at 7 o'clock against the Chicago Blackhawks. It's a home game for the Penguins. They have 3 home games left down this stretch before the Olympic break. After the 3 home games, they're going to play 2 away games. Their last game before the break is on February 5th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Cleveland Browns have pulled John Harbaugh as top assistant to be their new head coach. Yeah, the same John Harbaugh that got fired from his last job because he wanted to protect Todd Monken, who he didn't want fired. That Todd Monken is the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Will it work? Probably not. I'm told.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush gets slower and slower. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. I have an accident on the crosstown heading northbound. This is just off of the Boulevard of the Allies, and we did have some heavy delays there. They seem to have calmed down a bit. You still have some slow traffic as far back as Kirkpatrick Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg and in the Trona Heights area. Harrison Township, crews clearing an earlier accident on Freeport Road near Idaho Avenue. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Bostic, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. All right, Pat, if Rodgers doesn't come back, the Steelers are going to acquire a quarterback, whether it's in the draft. I still don't think that they would draft anybody in the first round, but it could be second, third, fourth round. Probably would go that route. They still might go that route even if Rodgers does come back. But let's say he doesn't come back and he's done, he's retired. You know, what quarterbacks are out there in the NFL that could come in and be that starter to start the season while Will Howard gets his feet underneath him, and then maybe Will Howard takes over that spot at some point. But what veteran quarterback could come in and really facilitate this offense underneath McCarthy that is out there right now that makes the most sense?
Free agent-wise, nobody better than Rodgers.
Yeah.
We said that earlier. I mean, Kirk Cousins, Malik Willis, that you're looking at paying for that, though. Like, that's going to be dollars and years. You're not going to get Malik Willis on a one-year deal like you might be able to get somebody else. And you're going to be probably competing with Minnesota for a number of these guys, including Cousins, including Rodgers, because of what they have in place. In terms of like trade options, guys on the move, like I don't have any interest in Kyler Murray. I don't have any interest in Tua Tagovailoa. I don't have interest in those guys.
Right.
I just do not. So I think the Steelers are smart to keep the door wide open, keep the welcome mat out for Aaron Rodgers, because I think he's the best available right now. And you put you pour your resources, even if you draft a guy in the third, fourth, or fifth round, you pour your resources into, because Rudolph signed a 2-year deal?
Yep, he has 1 more year.
1 more year. So you pour all your resources into being competitive this year with Aaron Rodgers, which you feel like the marriage between him and Mike McCarthy will help your chances on offense, and you develop Will Howard and give him every chance to show not only you but the city and the league that he can play in preseason and otherwise. And then you go into a very talent-laden, deep draft class in 2027 with the likes of Arch Manning and Julian Sayin, all these guys. Trinidad Chambliss, we'll see where he goes. I mean, Lenore Sellers. I could go on and on with next year's draft class, and that's when you draft your next franchise quarterback. If Will Howard doesn't show you he'll compete, but if he doesn't show you in advance of that he's a dude. And he'd have to play in regular season games for me to make that declaration.
Yeah, and college clearly is way different than the NFL. I mean, some things translate, some things don't, and some guys just their whole game does translate to the NFL. We haven't seen Will Howard take a snap in preseason. We've seen him do, 2 weeks? And so I haven't seen him, but some people have seen him in training camp for like a week or two, barely OTAs. So what do you think is his worst characteristics from what you remember in college? Why was he like, if it were, I always thought of him being like a third-round pick. Like, that made sense. You can't sit here and tell me, and I'm a Will Howard fan. I don't believe that he's going to be the next Steelers franchise quarterback. That's just, but I'm a fan of him.
That's hard to believe at this point.
It's hard to believe.
You'd be lying if you said that you had anyone that has any confidence in that is dreaming, not they don't know.
But I also do believe that he's a better prospect than Dylan Gabriel.
No question.
I believe he's a better prospect than Shedeur Sanders. So why did he fall all the way to the 6th round? I'm still, like, people, I've been asking people this a lot, and I can't really get a definitive answer of why a guy that's 6'4", 230 pounds that could run fell to the 6th round. Just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think he didn't throw well at the combine. In pro day is always a little bit easier, right? Accuracy and arm strength have been a concern about him. But again, the one thing that I like about this setup and the puzzle pieces coming together, Mike McCarthy's going to train these guys all offseason. A guy like Will Howard's going to benefit from that. Footwork, timing, rhythm, positioning, how he throws the football. Obviously, he was coming off an injury last year. He's going to get a full offseason of immersive training with one of the best to do it. A student of Bill Walsh and the West Coast offense that'll train it from taking a snap to following through and everything in between. So you're going to, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers organizationally will have a much better idea of what Will Howard is following the preseason this year than they did last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a stretch to say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just saying that because he's going to be healthy, hopefully, but because I think they're going to have a guy that can really put him through the meat churner, trim the fat, and find out if he's going to be a guy.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, and especially if Aaron Rodgers comes back, which we think he's going to. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to take any reps. I mean, he'll be around. He's going to help. So Will Howard will get all those reps. So we'll find out. We'll find out if Will Howard has the cojones to be a potential starter in the NFL. I'm anxious to see. I'm very intrigued by Will Howard. I just don't think that some people are thinking clearly of him starting the season. That's just not going to happen. Coming up next, Pitt Athletic Director Alan Green. He will join the show. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, they are close to hiring a defensive coordinator, former defensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders. Patrick Graham is the one close to being hired. He used to work with McCarthy on their defensive unit back when McCarthy was in Green Bay back in his final season in 2018. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they are giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous football greats. On March 31st, Lamont welcomes Kevin and Dan Colbert and Joey Porter, Sr. and Jr. Proceeds benefit St. Anthony School programs and the Jasmine Nairi campus. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for tickets.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Bostic here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callis is behind the glass. And joining us right now on the Fan Hotline is Pitt Athletic Director Alan Green. Alan, good morning. Hopefully you're staying warm. It's 1 degree outside.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. I'm staying warm. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. Doing awesome. You spoke yesterday. One of the things that you mentioned, we'll just get right into it, is that Pitt will be tarping off the east and west upper deck of Acrisure Stadium for Pitt football game days. Can you take us through the thought process of that and what came to that decision?
Well, it's interesting, right? As part of the nomenclature, people just mentioned tarping, and this is more than that. Tarping is an outcome of a football ticket strategy that aims to create a better environment for our fans and for our student athletes in Acrisure Stadium. And it also allows us an opportunity to generate some additional revenue. Our ticket office team, our revenue team has put a lot of work into this over the past several months. This has probably been a 6 or 7 month project before we got to the point that we got to yesterday with announcing it. And I appreciate their hard work, and I appreciate the Steelers for their partnership in this, and all the other folks who helped us digest all this information and come to a strategy that we feel really confident about.
Alan, you mentioned revenue, and if our listeners haven't been following college athletics, revenue is more important now than perhaps ever with the competitive landscape. How much did engagement and the investment of the community factor into this strategy, but also the broader strategy you've developed in your first 15 months?
Yeah, so since day one, I'd heard from our fans about Acrisure Stadium and needing to right-size capacity, heard about the yellow seats. And, you know, it's not a good look for us on TV when you have lots of yellow seats, and nor is it necessarily an electrically charged environment. So this is a result of fan feedback. And what we have to make sure we understand is this is about adapting to the reality, and the college sports landscape has changed dramatically. And what worked for us 20 years ago won't necessarily work for us today. And so the most successful programs are the ones that are evolving and that are making bold decisions, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Alan, you just mentioned it that college sports, the landscape is changing almost day by day, and especially college football. I mean, every time you look up, something is different. I feel like every time we get the chance to talk to you, we talk to you and ask you and check in with you what your feeling is around college football and the landscape that is happening during that time. So right now, as we sit here today, January 29th, 2026, at 8:40 a.m., what is your feeling around the landscape of college football right now?
It continues to change. When you say changing every day, like that is not just a term of speech, but it is literal. And as we go through each cycle, there is different new information, different information. There are different ways that people are dealing with. Transfer portal is probably the greatest example. We watched this transfer portal cycle this past. Now there's only one, right? And it's in December. And that created a change because that's the first time that we've ever had that structure. And it's the first time that we've ever had to operate in that structure. So we're literally learning and building the plane as we're flying it. And I feel for college fans, although the sport is being watched and consumed more and more, understanding the intricacies of it is becoming more and more complex and shifts even more. So it's like trying to follow AI. Like it just outpaces your ability to digest knowledge. But we've got a great league commissioner who's guiding us through, and we're staying on top of the recent developments in our industry.
Pitt Director of Athletics Alan Green joining us on the Fan Hotline. Doran and I have both run out of that tunnel at Acrisure. There's nothing like having people packed and lower. A couple questions for you on fan environment, fan engagement, and game day atmosphere. How much did intimacy have to do with this decision, aside from capacity and revenue? And also, you know, what other changes, if you can share them, or are there changes being contemplated for making and differentiating the game day environment at Acrisure Stadium for Pitt football Saturdays, Fridays, and Thursdays?
Well, I would say whether you're a student, a season ticket holder, or even the experience as a parent going to one of your little kids' games, the closer you are to people who are passionate, the more passionate everyone becomes. And it's about the collective mass. So we certainly recognize that there are some people who are accustomed to sitting where they want to sit, but the better environment for the University of Pittsburgh and for our football team is to have people shoulder to shoulder, for people to be close enough to high-five each other, either people who you know or people who you don't know, who are sitting in the row in front of you or the row behind you. that is an environment that creates emotional connection, not just with your team, but with your community. And ultimately, that's what we're about. We are a community team who wants to provide a sense of escape and a sense of pride for the people who love the city of Pittsburgh. So it's critically important that there be energy in that venue. It's critically important to our fans that they feel it and leave our games feeling better connected to their community than they were when they arrived.
Alan, do you think that do you believe that the expansion of the college football playoff is eventually necessary?
Necessary, I think, is a relative term, and I think expansion is a symptom of a larger dynamic that we're working to deal with. The structure in and of itself of the CFP does not reward the top 12 best teams in the country. So when you don't have that, then you've got teams who are top 12, top 10 teams who aren't getting in. So whether we expand or not, in my opinion, is irrelevant, but it's about trying to make sure we do a really good job of identifying the top tier teams that make sense so that they crown national champion. And then we have competitive games, as competitive as we possibly can. And the national champion is one of the top 12, 16, 24, whatever that number may be, but is one of those top teams. So I think people are looking at it a little bit wonky and saying we need to expand. Not necessarily. We need to have, in my opinion, we need to have the top 12 best teams. And that's a challenge in this space because everybody wants to protect their conference and everyone wants to, not everyone, but people want to protect their conference and then they want to protect the various levels of Power 4 versus Group of 6 football affiliations.
Within that framework of top 12 teams, and the saying obviously has been coined by Chancellor Gable, it's possible at Pitt. And I think obviously the stakes are higher. The price of poker, as they say, has gone up in college sports. As you sit here 15 months in, football and basketball respectively, is it possible at Pitt to compete and get into the college football playoff consistently and compete for national championships in basketball in today's landscape?
It is. It is possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. And what makes the difference for us and what will make the difference for us is we have to do everything better than everybody else all the time, more consistently. So we as an administration have to be more bold, more creative, more willing to take risks than some other programs. And we're demonstrating that with this football ticket strategy. Our coaches have to outcoach their opponents. Our players have to outplay their opponents. Our fans have to outpassion other fan bases. Part of what is going to help make us the very best that we can possibly be is when everyone is doing their part to help get us to the finish line, to help get us to the goal line, to help get us that last victory. And we all have a role to play. So as much as we would love to be able to just say, you know what, X group can sit on the sideline and take this play off, the fans can't take off a third and long, right? They need to yell. Players can't take off, a play. So the more that we can all understand our respective roles in supporting our teams and helping our teams be better at what we do every day, there's an absolute path for us to do so. But that's going to require a little bit of a paradigm shift because today's college sport world is so much different than it was even 4 years ago, let alone 20, 30, or 40 years ago. So part of our job is going to have to be, I'm going to have to communicate better with our fans and our community about the changing dynamics every single day, right? And our fans need to understand that perhaps what we were doing before, it's not that it didn't work, but it's not going to work in this new landscape. There's a path. I'm excited about the path and happy that we are able to take one step toward that journey and look forward to doing more.
Great stuff, Alan. We appreciate your time, and thanks for joining the show. We'll talk to you soon.
It's my pleasure. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Here he goes. What's your thoughts on the East and West upper decks being, I guess, not tarped
I've
off,
long thought it makes sense. I think that Acrisure, if you go back in time, Pitt has the third or second largest stadium in the ACC. I think it might be second, maybe third currently. 51,000. It's right about the middle of the pack. Pitt Stadium was just about 56,000 and maybe larger as bench seating. So you have to have the right size venue for your fan base and for your constituencies. So you create an environment that is electric. Obviously, you can't remove the upper decks from the stadium and then replace them on a Sunday for a Steeler game. So I think it makes sense. I remember the Miami game of 2017 vividly. It was a Thanksgiving game. Pitt upset number 2 Miami. We activated a promotion at the time to try to get people to move down to create a better environment. There may have been 25,000 people at the game, but it felt loud because we moved people down. I think that is an outcome here that will outweigh the convenience of being able to sit where you want. We're asking people to take that journey with us. That's what Alan Green has said, and I think it's absolutely worth it to create a better environment, more energy, and generate more revenue. Revenue is incredibly important. You don't generate revenue at venues without demand. Supply-demand is the oldest adage in the book. You got to create that. I think this is a great step towards it.
Absolutely interesting. I'm very interested and intrigued to see, how it looks, how it plays out, what it sounds like, just the atmosphere of Acrisure Stadium on a Pitt game day. We'll see that coming up in September. Very interesting stuff. Coming up next, you can make money in some of these All-Star games. And I think that somebody that we know is making a lot of money. We'll talk about him and that coming up next. But first, to Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Todd Monken has been hired as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He used to be the offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens, and now he is the head coach of one of their divisional opponents. He replaces Kevin Stefanski, who was in Cleveland for several years. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound stacking from Green Tree down toward Carnegie. After that, you're steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Meanwhile, traffic very heavy as you head off of the North Shore Expressway and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge into downtown. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and you are heavy on Penn Avenue, jammed in both directions between Ardmore Boulevard and Washington Boulevard, 5th Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met?
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Oh, you got the East West Shrine game going on right now. You got the Senior Bowl practice going on right now. The game will be played on Saturday. I had the opportunity to play in the Senior Bowl. Got a lot of interesting stories about the Senior Bowl.
Mobile, baby.
Yeah, Mobile. It was a good time. I mean, my coaching staff was the Lions. I ended up playing for the Lions, so that kind of worked out for me, eventually. But I remember getting called out of bed in the middle of the night by a scout and said, come downstairs. It was like 1 a.m. I'm at the Senior Bowl. I come downstairs, and there's 3 New England Patriots scouts sitting at this table. And I sit down, and they just crush me. They're like, do you really think that you could play in the NFL? Do you really think that you could play tight end in the NFL? They're like, why should anybody ever draft you? Like, and just absolutely crushed me in the middle of the night.
Just like almost like an interrogation.
Interrogation, yes. And I end up playing for the New England Patriots.
Well, I mean, there's all this scuttlebutt right now, obviously, about the Belichick stuff, but and they definitely has something to do with Spygate, clearly. But they did business a certain way, man.
Yeah, they did.
That's a piece of evidence right there.
Yeah, right there. It was a test the whole entire time. Obviously, I passed it to a certain extent.
Who was that Lions coach? Caldwell at the time?
It was Schwartz.
Oh, it was Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, it was Schwartz. Yeah, he was the head coach. I mean, the first day, and when you had a roommate, my roommate was O'Brien Schofield. He was a linebacker for Wisconsin, and he tears his ACL the first day. So, I get back to the room, and he's in the bed, and, you're thinking, this is your opportunity. You're going to the NFL. I'm thinking this guy's done. It was just just sucked the life out of me of, every day of just watching him in the bed with the game ready and his knee in a brace and waiting to get surgery. It was a very interesting experience through my week at the Senior Bowl. But you can make money at the Senior Bowl. You can. And our guy Cal Lewis is going to make some money. Oh, yeah. Now, some guys can make money in the Senior Bowl like Cal Lewis, but some guys can lose a lot of money too. Because that's you're going against best of the best. I mean, you're practicing, you're going through every single drill. They're critiquing every single thing you do. But if you see some of the clips out there, Cal Lewis one-on-one drills with Allen from Penn State, the running back out of the backfield. He picks it off, just undercuts him. Then he knifes through on one of the inside run drills and just absolutely in the backfield just stones a running back. There's guys that can make money in the Senior Bowl, and there's guys who can lose money. He's going to make a lot of money this week. His draft stock is going to shoot through the roof because he's such a tweener, and nobody knew what he was going to be.
Wait till he tests.
And then he's going to test.
And then he's going to run a 4.5, 4.4. Like he is.
I'm telling you, he's
so twitchy. And I actually saw a clip. Alan Saunders interviewed him, and he was like, if you know Kyle, like he's from Jersey, he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and he was talking about how everyone's saying he's supposed to be a safety, and he's like, y'all keep saying, I can't play linebacker. I can play linebacker, and Alan was like, who's you? And he's like, everyone that writes about me. Like he pays attention.
Yeah.
Like he is on a mission.
Oh yeah,
I would not bet against him.
His draft stock is going to shoot through the roof, and this is for guys like him. This week is very important, and he's coming through. He's shown that he can play linebacker. He's making the plays. He's obvious. I mean, who wouldn't want to draft a guy like that? The way that he can move. His size is tweener-ish, but he can be bigger if they need him to be. There's guys who can make money, like Kyle Lewis, and there's guys that honestly can lose money in Senior Bowls, and Kyle Lewis is doing himself some favors this week. Coming up next, award-winning Quiz Callis.
Marconi award-winning.
Yes. Are you ready, Callis?
I'm never ready.
Good.
Why not?
Good.
This is going to be great.
It's going to be great. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 16, low of -1, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, high of 14, low of -9, partly cloudy.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer driven, world-class facility. The boat time means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Are you exhausted fighting a garage door that just won't cooperate? Possibly your springs, rollers, or motors are shot. Maybe you've been looking for a new door featuring the latest colors, styles, materials, and options. Of course, you're looking for the best prices and service too. If that's you, call locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door. 1-844-345-4737. Precision is America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company with locations in over 90 cities. Visit the Precision showroom in Imperial and choose from their largest door selections ever. Need service? Expert Precision technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Visit Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA number 060566.
This is Around the League, powered by Factor. As the pro basketball season moves deeper into the second half, the intensity is rising. The team from New York is making noise in the East. The defending champions are finding their rhythm, and contenders across the league are jockeying for position as the trade deadline comes into focus. All-star storylines are taking shape. This is the stretch where preparation matters. Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic situation not getting much better. This report brought to you by Cohen's Markets. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. We have an accident on the inbound boulevard of the Allies approaching the ramp for the crosstown. And that's causing some very heavy delays as you try to make your way past the scene and onto the northbound crosstown. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, with outbound delays from Green Tree down toward Carnegie. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while Route 28 is heavy from Shaler Waterworks down toward Millvale, and then again approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
One last chance. The Cuban, pork, Swiss cheese, and pickles.
Does that have to do with cubes?
The Cuban!
3, 2,
Texas Tech.
What do you say?
Texas Tech. Miami.
The 2025 Pitt football scheduled.
Why does a Cuban sandwich remind you of Florida?
There's a lot of Cubans, Cuban humans in Miami.
Oh.
And what was that, Cal's?
That's the year anniversary.
Today?
It's not exactly today, but it was January 31st, 2025. That was the first time we did Quiz Callus, so it's close enough.
That is amazing.
Wow.
That was the first ever Quiz Callus. Real quick, fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That was the first Quiz Callus ever, and that just launched us into just, oh my gosh.
The most popular segment in the history of this station.
It's an unbelievable segment we do every single Thursday. It gets more interesting and interesting as we move on. And ironically, and I did not know, Callis, I did not know that today was basically the anniversary of the first Quiz Callus. And you know what Quiz Callus is today?
What is it?
The Pitt Football 2026 schedule and the team name of the opponent. I swear to you, I was not privy that we were right around whenever we started Quiz Callus, and that was the 2025 schedule, and it was based off of the graphics that the Pitt video department they put out there, and
they made them pizzas.
They made them pizzas and different food, and how it related to the teams that Pitt was playing. Now it's just going to be more generic. It's going to be the team name of the team in school that Pitt is playing.
Am I getting the nickname or the
nickname?
Okay.
I'll give you the school. You give me the nickname.
All right.
All right.
Sure.
Here we go. 2026 Pitt football schedule. Number 1, Miami of Ohio.
They play Miami of Ohio?
They do.
What? This isn't a trick?
Yeah, that's where Will Howard went, right?
The Bulldogs.
That is incorrect. What former Steelers quarterback did go to Miami of Ohio?
Ben Roethlisberger.
That is correct. But their name and team name is the Red Hawks. It is not the Bulldogs.
Red Hawks.
Incorrect. Number 2, the University of Central Florida.
The Huskies.
In Florida.
Well, not the Gators, right? That's Florida State.
Yeah, but
that's Florida State.
I don't. Typically, you go with something that's indigenous to the area. I don't think
lizards.
I don't think a husky lives in
lizards.
I'm gonna go down to Orlando. Maybe at the zoo. Maybe there's a husky at the zoo in Orlando.
That is incorrect. They are the Knights.
Knights.
The UCF.
Hold on. What
Knights.
does Knights have to do with Florida?
I was gonna say that too. I don't know, but
Well,
well,
it's interesting you ask that, Cows. I don't have an answer for you, but
over to number 3, Syracuse.
Orange.
There you
Hey.
go. Nice. Good job.
How is their color a mascot as well?
1 for 3. You'd be a Hall of Famer if you batted that.
That's right.
There you go. Good
What's
job.
Syracuse's mascot?
The orange.
Otto the Orange.
Cool. All right.
Number 4, Bucknell.
Oh man.
Don't act like you know.
No, because they just played them in basketball in December. I do remember that, but I don't. Crowley said their nickname once.
I'm gonna give you a hint. Alliteration.
Good hint. I was going to say that as well.
What does that mean? But up. I'm kidding. I know. The Bucknell Bullets. No. The Bucknell Bulls. The Bucknell Bullets. I don't know. No.
The Bison.
Bison?
Bucknell Bison.
Bullets.
The Billets.
That's like bullets, but French.
I took French in high school. Did I ever tell you that? Or
You
middle
did.
school?
We talked
Yeah.
about it this morning. That's why I said that.
I know.
You
All
said,
right.
oui, oui.
Number 5, Virginia Tech.
Hokies.
There you go. Good job, Callis.
2 for
All right.
5. Back in
All
it.
right.
Back in it, baby.
Number 6, North Carolina. Oh, man.
Tar Heels.
Yes.
3 for 6.
Good job, Callis. You
500.
learned something.
500.
You did learn something. There we go.
I like to think I know the ACC schools pretty well.
Number 7, Boston College. I like to think I know the ACC schools pretty well. Boston College.
The Fighting Filjerkovics. No. Don't there have something to do with like Lucky Charms, like the? No, that's Mercyhurst. Hold on.
What?
Football your head. Sometimes you got to cut your losses, man.
The Boston College Paul Revere's.
They are the Eagles. That's the Eagles. Weren't they the Golden Eagles? Are they?
No, that's Keystone Oaks Golden Eagles.
I don't think they were the Golden.
They were never the Golden Eagles. Okay, they're the Eagles.
I think the Eagles gold largely.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yes, I don't think they actually use that word.
Number 8, Miami.
Hurricanes.
There you go. Good job, Callis.
They just played for a
We're
national
4 for 8 now.
championship.
Yep, 4 for 8.
Number 9, Georgia Tech.
Oh, they got something to do with like bugs or bees or something. Well, they got the color. Jeez. Oh man. Oh no. They're not the bees. The Hornets.
Oh
no. You're close. The Yellow Jackets.
Son of a.
Yeah. The Yellow Jackets. Number 10, Florida State.
Gators. No. Seminoles. No. That's what I guessed wrong the first time. Ah. Crap.
Your second answer was almost right if you could say it properly.
Seminoles.
There you go.
We'll give it to you.
You didn't know that though. That was a
we
pure
did. We
guess.
went over that before.
So you knew that they're the Seminoles? Earlier, just like 2 minutes ago, you said Florida State was the Gators.
No, that's the other school for Florida.
Yeah, but you said but you said Florida State was the Florida State was the Gators.
I don't remember it. There's no way to prove it.
There is a way to prove it. We can go back.
Eye in the sky never lies.
Number 11, Louisville.
Cardinals.
There you go. Good job, Callis. And last but not least, this seems to be like your arch enemy. This school, always with everything. Cal.
The Golden Bears?
Yes.
Good job, Callis.
7 for 12, bud.
Wow.
Good job. That's more than half.
You've done a great job. I mean, did you get one last year?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Do you have the whole clip from last year?
I could probably find
Well, I think you've really come a long way. But it is an exercise in like 2 steps, 1 step forward, 2 steps back sometimes.
Yep.
But I think you've taken a
What?
couple.
I got Seminoles right this time.
Seminoles.
Seminoles. Oh, my goodness.
What got me is when I went alliteration, you go, what's that?
Oh, good job, Callis. That's impressive. How long was the clip for the first one? Is it long?
Yeah, it's about like 9 minutes.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to play that.
That was pretty funny. This is a hilarious view. If you look at the stream, it looks like the Callis is behind glass. It looks like we're at like a prison and we're talking to someone behind like a
with the phone.
With the phone.
Hello.
Free Callis. Put your sign up.
Please let me out.
Free Callis.
I'm innocent. I did not steal that van.
There's so many of these from before. Like throughout the year, yeah, there's like 50 quiz Callises.
Yeah, we did it every week.
You do it every week. There's 52 weeks in a year, bud.
Pat Bostic is good at facts.
There's like 50 of these.
Boys, there's like 50 of them.
No, it's just crazy years pass. That's all. I mean,
it does go quick.
It wasn't snowing this much last year.
It does go really fast.
I cross-checked a guy on North Park Lake.
North Park? Like on the pond? Like me and the boys used to play like there was like our little brothers and we would just beat them up and they get bloody noses. Boys. You ever have a Cuban sandwich? All right, coming up next. I had a theory to start the show. I want to run it by Pat. And also, did the Steelers miss out on a potential candidate to facilitate their coaching staff? We'll talk about all that coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins play tonight against the Chicago Blackhawks. It'll be a home game for the Penguins, and puck drop is at 7 o'clock. This is the first of the final 3 home games the Penguins will play before they go on the Olympic break. Penguins 3 in a row at home, 2 on the road, and their last game before that break is February 5th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Todd Monken has been hired as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Todd Monken has been fired as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get ahead of my work in 2027 and knock this out right now. This is not going to work. 59 years old and only one head coaching interview. That's that. I'm Greg Cole.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
When the deals drop at Kohl's, you feel it. You see up to 50% off end-of-season must-haves, plus up to 85% off clearance favorites. And suddenly, your whole world narrows to one thought. Must shop now. Your to-do list gone. Your dinner plans forgotten. It's just you and your cart gliding through the store. Yeah, Kohl's deals will do that to a person. Save in-store and online now. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, we did have an earlier accident on the outbound side just past Carnegie. Watch for some leftover slowdowns there. Inbound, you have delays right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is jammed at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 and the Parkway North half cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn. He will join the show as he does every single Thursday. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Callis, I was asking Pat during the break if he plays video games with his kids. I do. I've consistently been playing every night, been playing Call of Duty with my kids. They finally got into it. Well, at least my oldest has. My second oldest, he still plays Fortnite. So I play a lot of video games with my kids, but I also go back and play some of the old school games like GoldenEye. I'll play Duke Nukem. I told you that whenever I was on break, I was beating all those games that I grew up with. And one thing that I realized, man, those games back in the day whenever I grew up and Pat grew up, are way harder than the games now. Like, night and day harder.
Yeah, I agree. I played the original Super Mario Brothers
Yes.
And there's no saves.
Right.
Now, spoiler alert, they got these hidden warp zones. I don't know if you ever heard of those.
Uh-huh.
So you can go and skip ahead.
Yep.
If you don't want to play through all the levels and you've already, made it through certain ones. But even games I played growing up, that SpongeBob game I told you about, incredibly hard games. And then they remade it. They did a remaster and re-released it as its own new game a few years back, and so much easier. And I hate that. Everybody deserves a little challenge.
Yeah. Yeah. The ability to be able to, it just saves on its own is crazy. Like, I mean, everything is so much easier. Like, my kids won't even attempt to play some of the older games because, they did it one time and they're like, this is way too hard. And they just totally give up. I'm like, this is what we had to do. Like, if I wanted to save a game, if I was playing Sonic and I wanted to save the game, I would have to leave the system on and turn my TV off to make sure, like, my mom didn't come in and turn the system off. Like, I'd make it look like my TV wasn't on and everything was shut off in my room, but the game would still be on at the pause at a certain level. That's how we saved it.
Remember when you put it in and like it would glitch and you have to go,
you have
to blow the dust out of the actual cassette.
It's crazy that you find out that was a universal thing. Like, everybody had to do that because at the time I'm like, man, it's just my system. This is just me. Like, there was that day where I realized that, wow, every single person had to do that. Like, what is up with those cartridges that you had to blow in it? Was it the dust? Had to have been the dust, right?
I guess. I grew up in the disc era, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, DVDs were mainstream for systems.
Yeah, I used to break those discs all the time.
Yeah.
Scratches.
Yep.
Scratches were brutal.
Now you got now they get the Blu-ray discs for a lot of the systems, so they're a little.
Well, you just buy them online, or you just buy them.
Yeah,
like
everything's in the cloud now.
You don't have the hard copy anymore, really.
Or Nintendo did the thing where they got like the new age cartridges that you can put into games, but even those now are just key access cards. Like, you put the cartridge in, and it'll download the game. The game's not on the cartridge anymore.
Wild.
I play intermittently, and typically in like Madden and college, I just get smoked. I think I threw 6 picks in the first half against my kid in a game. Like, it made but I'm like over the top, like making reads, and, trying to do the right thing, and he's like poaching me.
Somebody from the YouTube chat wants to play me in a game of Madden.
Are you good at Madden?
No.
Okay.
I don't like the new ones either. They're starting to get worse every year.
I agree with that.
They're more focused on picture quality than actual gameplay functionality.
Yeah. They've actually, those games have actually gotten harder, in my opinion. But it was hard to throw. Like, if you played Madden on Sega, it was hard to throw. You could like run the ball, but you couldn't really throw as well. All right, Pat, I had a theory to start the show. Art II, spoke obviously before Mike McCarthy at his press conference and said that he was the best guy for the job. And I believe, this is just I haven't heard anything, this is just my theory. I believe that the Steelers knew that Mike McCarthy was going to be the head coach before the end of the season. I think that there was a time, and I can't remember the game, but the game that the Fire Tomlin chants, they broke out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Mike Tomlin was already feeling a lot of pressure throughout the season. And I think that was the boiling point. That's whenever it boiled over. And I think that after that game, which was probably a month-ish before the season ended, he went up to Art II and said, no matter what happens the rest of the season, I'm done. I'm stepping down. I think he eluded Art that he was definitely gone after the season, no matter what the circumstances were. And the reason why I came to that conclusion and came to that thought, and I think in that immediate moment, your mindset shifts if you're Art II and you're Omar Khan. If you're aware of that a month before the season ends, you're like, okay, who can be our next guy? And I think they came to the conclusion that Mike McCarthy is going to be our next head coach. I don't know if Mike McCarthy, if they reached out or talked to him or anything, but I think that they knew at least a month before the season ended. And the reason why I came to that conclusion is because what Art II said in his press conference about Mike Tomlin right after the season. He said that, he was asked the question, I don't know who the reporter was at the time, what was the discussion like with Mike Tomlin whenever he announced that he was parting ways? And he was like, it was a 20-minute discussion. And in my mind, whenever he said that, I was like, after 19 years, a Super Bowl, another Super Bowl appearance, you only get 20 minutes with that guy, and then that's it? And then another follow-up question was, like, did you fight to keep him? Did you try to negotiate to keep him? And Art was like, basically, no. Like, he had his mind made up. That was very odd to me of how that relationship ended so abruptly. And now Mike Tomlin is not even thought of. I mean, you haven't heard from him. He hasn't talked to anybody, anything. Didn't do a press conference, a leaving press conference. 20 minutes seems very, very short and very odd to me for somebody who you invested 19 years into. To me, it tells me that they knew that Mike Tomlin was going to step down way before it actually happened, actually broke in the media and in the news.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I don't pretend to know any details of the day preceding the resignation or the months leading up to it. But it seemed too well organized and quick.
Yeah.
And the fact that after 19 years and after how celebrated not only the players felt, but the organization, how celebrated Mike Tomlin was in that organization, I would think that it would be more of a send-off.
Yeah.
But perhaps, Cowher gave a press conference, right? Noel gave a press conference. I would say that there just seems to be more than meets the eye with how it went down.
Yeah.
I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. It seems like it was more complicated than just a resignation.
Right.
It seemed like there was more that went into it.
Yeah, and then that's what also told me that, Mike McCarthy, they did their due diligence with the Shulas, with the Shieldhouses. They did that, followed the Rooney rule, bringing in Anthony Weaver, bringing in Flores. They were always going to do that, but I think for a long time, they knew that Mike McCarthy was going to be the head coach. And that's why I think Art was like, he's the best guy for the job, because they had already known for a long time that was the guy.
But, I mean, it's a logical decision. I do think that they did the process for themselves, what they needed to do to justify the decision and to reinforce the decision to go with Mike. That's why when we were sitting here last Thursday, you and I talked about how it could be done by the weekend, and I think we both were like, well, they'll probably bring Shula or Shieldhouse in or go out to L.A. On Monday. But then it broke Saturday. And I was like, okay, that tells me that they I don't want to say check boxes to just do the process. What I'm trying to say is they eliminated any doubt in their mind that there was any other candidate other than Mike McCarthy that would be the next coach. And I don't have a problem with that. I just, given where they're at and where they want to be, which no amount of, teeth smattering and yelling and screaming for blow it up is going to get them off their spot. Mike McCarthy makes the most sense for where the Pittsburgh Steelers are at and where they want to be. And I think he helps them get to the ultimate place, but he may not be the coach that does it. He may be the coach that finds the next quarterback and starts to develop them and then retires. Or they make a change or something, whatever. But I believe that he will play an integral role in this transition.
How do you think that negotiation process or the interview process went for McCarthy? Like, you think that he had demands, or do you think he just kind of was like, all right, just fall in line with what the Steelers are looking for and I'll make it work?
I think that with Omar Khan's degree of familiarity with Mike, and obviously they've kept in touch over the years and worked together a long time ago, I think that Art and company were probably blown away by the level of detail. And I don't want to say that Mike Tomlin's not detailed. I don't pretend. I don't know people. I know people that have worked for him, not like I know people that have worked for or played under Mike McCarthy. And I think that he probably had a plan for analytics, had a plan for staff structure, more of a aggressive style that probably was an entry into a new world for where the Steelers have lived for the better part of 4 decades, which has been in a defense, run the ball, low scoring, conservative mindset. But he's also not, air raid.
Right.
And gonna just completely play, no huddle, fast break offense, right? There's a balance. But I think I think Mike is tested enough and experienced enough to know the organizations. He went from, community owned to highly corporate in Dallas, sell, to now Pittsburgh, which is more like a Green Bay, but I think would serve to maybe move a little bit closer to a Dallas model in terms of how bold they can be with the tradition they have. And with the way the city's evolved over time. This isn't it's still a Rust Belt steel built city, but there's a lot of nuance and new age and cutting edge stuff here that I think Mike's been in both those worlds and can bring that to Pittsburgh. And that's probably just what the Rooneys wanted to see.
Yeah, and it just, everything that you've said there, it makes it even more sense of why they hired him. It made sense to me immediately whenever his name was, put out there of being the next Steelers head coach. A lot of things made sense, but even more of that makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's been around the block and, has different ideas and has learned from different areas that he could bring to the Steelers. It just makes a lot of sense. All that makes a lot of sense. And I do believe that he was the Steelers head coach way before they even announced it. I definitely believe that. All right, coming up next, Jeff Hathorn. He joins the show. First, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are getting close to hiring a defensive coordinator. Reports say that Patrick Graham, former Las Vegas Raiders defensive coordinator, is set to get the job. They are close in the hiring process to get him. And Patrick Graham also worked with Mike McCarthy on the defensive coaching staff back in 2018 when McCarthy was there for his final season with the Green Bay Packers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, this message from Adam Crowley.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes, well, life sucks. It sucks less if you call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, they answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. And they have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget. The Pickle's a Diamond-certified contractor for Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting can be your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Online at callthepickle.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with the Westwood One Sports. Pulling up to the prop stop in Santa Clara, here's to hoping Sam Darnold makes a dash. The somewhat pedestrian passer isn't known for his legs. However, he's bowled for 7+ yards in 4 of his last 7 games. Against a Pats D that allowed 16.2 rush yards per game pre-playoffs. Give me the over. 6.5 Darnold rush yards at -120. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hansis and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Bostic, Cal's here with you on the Fan Morning Show, and on the Fan Hotline right now is our guy, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. I'm good.
Jeff, as this Mike McCarthy stuff has settled in, what's your thoughts on him bringing back 3 of Mike Tomlin's staff members? You got McCurley. You have the secondaries coach in Alexander and Tom Arth, the quarterback coach. They all will be retained underneath McCarthy. What are your initial thoughts on those 3 guys joining McCarthy's staff?
Well, as you guys are aware, McCurley was a graduate assistant, and then he brought him to Green Bay, then took him to Dallas. So McCurley is the least surprising of them. Tom Arth, I think Tom Arth's a good young coach, 44. They rave about him. Aaron has raved about him. I think that's a good keep. And then I don't know if there's a position that had more improvement last year than the secondary. I mean, look at how far Joey came. Look at some of the pieces they work with, having to move Ramsey to safety. Pierre played some of his best football. I don't mind those 3 staying. And I think this with Arth. I mean, with McCarthy, with Arth, who actually was the third. Imagine Tom Arth. He's the third quarterback in a room with Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and him. And before that, he was the backup to Peyton Manning for 3 years. So it's a cool setup, but they've set the door for Aaron Rodgers to return. Now it's just a matter of whether he says yes or no.
Which is exactly where I'm going to go. In your mind, as you sit here today, oh virtuous hawk, is Aaron Rodgers the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2026?
Man, if I said I could get into Aaron Rodgers' head, I'd be lying. But I'm going to say yes. Based on what he said towards the end of last year about feeling good, how he's Benjamin Button, how he kept getting healthier. I think he still feels he has good football in him. In this scenario, even though it's not Mike Tomlin, it's a guy that he knows and probably feels like he can walk in and I'm not going to say coordinate the offense, but know exactly what they're going to be doing.
Jeff, Patrick Graham rumored to be the next defensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you know much about him? Do you know what he's about? Do you think that he can make it work with guys like TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, Joey Porter Jr., Alex Highsmith? There's a decent nucleus there for the Steelers defense. Can Patrick Graham put it all together and make it work, you think?
I mean, I know you can look at Patrick Graham's defenses with Vegas, and I think he did some good things with not a ton of pieces other than Crosby. White is a good player, and we know Landon Roberts. But I'm not going to look at his overall defenses and say, damn, this guy's bad. I mean, he did grow up as a coach with Bill Belichick winning, Super Bowls with New England. He was around Matt Patricia. He was around a lot of good coaches. He was around, oh man, why am I spacing on the Vikings defensive coordinator? So he's been around a lot of good coaches, and I don't mind the hire, although I would say this. I think the hire should be paused until Jim Schwartz's situation is figured out in Cleveland. And if he's available, they've got to go talk to him. And if you look at McCarthy's history, whether it's bringing in Dom Capers, Dan Quinn, like he has gone, Mike Pettin, he has found guys that have been head coaches or DCs elsewhere and made them a part of his staff.
Jeff, you spent some time with Pitt Athletics Director Alan Green yesterday up at the Peterson Event Center. Obviously, announcement about the capacity reduction, the ticket strategy for Acrisure Stadium. Just what'd you take away from your time with him? Obviously, a critical juncture for Pitt in the wider landscape of college athletics. I'm just curious as to your thoughts on the man steering the ship.
Yeah, well, I'll start with the stadium capacity reduction. I think a sweet spot now for college athletics is around 50,000, maybe less. I mean, you want it, and it's still the 10th biggest stadium. There's still a ton of stadiums that are smaller in a capacity standpoint. So that doesn't bother me. I think that's smart. I think most schools want a capacity around that size. I think Alan, the thing I like about Alan is he's always looking at the next trend. Like, let's see what's around the corner. We've got to make sure we're ahead of this. We can't just sit and be what we were or what college athletics was. We have to embrace the change. That part has impressed me. Now it's just a matter of, can Pitt get the support they need? I thought this, Pat, was interesting, where he said now the $20.5 million for rev share for the players is now the floor.
Yep.
Where once that was thought of as a cap, that's now a floor, and you need money above and beyond it. I mean, like it or not, it's the college world now.
Jeff, you're the man. Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
Thanks, guys.
See you, Jeff.
College sports is just ridiculous. It really is. And you live it every day.
You're telling me?
Yeah, you live it every single day.
It's taking years off my life.
Is it ever going to plateau?
I firmly believe that it will. Plateau is probably not the right word. I think it'll calm down. Mm-hmm. And maybe I'm totally naive, but I think that there are going to be some really bad outcomes in the next few years that stem from, and I'm just going to use football as the primary example, kids going to 3 or 4 schools, getting paid well beyond what they'll ever make in the real world, knowing that their potential to play in the National Football League is limited, and they're going to hit the real world. And we've talked about this. You know how hard it is when you get done playing. I knew how hard it was to be done playing at the stage I was in, which was playing Division I football at quarterback. You played in the NFL. There is a come down to earth moments, year, however. Imagine if you come down to earth, and if you play in the NFL, you know that that's the last stop.
Mm-hmm.
In college now, you're 18 to 22 getting paid 6 figures a year to play a sport. You go to 3 different schools. You don't have a place to call home. You go try to get a job, and you're making $60,000 a year. And what are you going to do? Bounce to 6 different jobs in the first 3 years? Like, I think we're going to see some really bad outcomes for human beings, not just players, human beings. And I think that'll send shockwaves through whatever form of a players' union exists at that point.
Interesting. Very interesting. All right, coming up next, we will close out the show. But first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reports came out yesterday. Todd Monken, former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is taking a deal to be the Cleveland Browns' next head coach. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic heads up from PennDOT. Commercial Street, where it runs underneath the Parkway East, is part of that Commercial Street Bridge replacement project, and that's between Whipple Street and Somerset Drive. It was expected to be reopened soon. However, they've extended that closure until Friday, February 13th, and the post-detour will remain in effect. Meanwhile, slowdowns on both sides of the Parkway East approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West inbound is heavy at Banksville, outbound heavy from Green Tree down toward Carnegie. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at whalenexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deals. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownmitsubishipa.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Got junk? Too bad. JunkTruck.com.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy, but you can't because of bad feet? The Good Feet store wants to help.
I just had difficulty walking. I tried them on in the store, and my foot felt so much better.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet, knees, or back problems get in the way of staying healthy and having fun.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week.
Get back to doing what you love. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, Pat. Who are some names, realistic names, for offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers? We obviously heard of Patrick Graham being the defensive coordinator. They've retained some coaches from the Tomlin staff. They've hired or potentially going to hire an offensive line coach in Campen. receiver coach they hired in Henry. They're slowly putting this staff together, but realistically, who do we think is going to be the offensive coordinator for Mike McCarthy and the Steelers?
I think he's got a ton of options of guys he's worked with, and obviously we know that Mike's going to call the plays, so that is something he will not relinquish. Linda Wells has interviewed at a couple of different stops, worked with him in Dallas, tight ends coach there. Luke Getsy, has been around that organization, obviously in Green Bay, called plays before, is a vet in the business, someone we know very well. He was on with Jason Mackey last night. I don't know if that changes his candidacy or not. I believe he's working for the Packers right now. I had nothing but good things to say. Alex Van Pelt has worked in Green Bay with Mike McCarthy, called plays in New England last year. He's been with the Rams out in L.A., so could bring some of that Sean McVay expertise to the table. A name that I think you just put on Twitter is Brian Angelico, who we know from our time at Pitt, worked at with tight ends, good tight ends with Green Bay from 16 to 18, and has been in Minnesota, working with that staff there and that offense and what they were able to do with Sam Darnold last year. So it's a lot of options, a lot of people that are very familiar, but ultimately it's going to be somebody that knows Mike McCarthy well, understands his planning habits, how he builds game plans, how he calls plays, because that's when you're a coordinator for a head coach that calls plays.
Right.
You're filling in gaps, and more than anything, you have to be it has to be symbiotic.
Yes.
You have to understand how they think, how they chart, how they call plays, how they sequence things. I think that this offensive staff is going to be largely comprised of people that have been familiar with Mike McCarthy, but that coordinator is truly, in this sense, more than a play caller. They are coordinating the staff, they're coordinating practice, and they are making recommendations, certainly. They have certainly some input, but they're ultimately have to make the head coach's job as the play caller easier. And so for me, it's going to be someone that has extensive experience with McCarthy's system.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of familiar names, and Brian Angelico is a name that, we're both very familiar with, as you said. He was my tight ends coach at Pitt. He made me into a tight end, literally made me into one of the best tight ends in the country. I never put my hand in the ground in my life, and first time I put my hand in the ground was underneath Brian Angelico, so obviously I swear by him. He's been in the league for a long time, and if he gets an opportunity, I think it'll be a good opportunity. And like you said, you've just broken down perfectly, Pat. It's not about the calling plays. It's about coordinating the other things and make it easy for Mike McCarthy. All right, Pat. Good show today, man.
I've enjoyed it, man.
Yes, sir.
It's fun.
Yes, sir. Callis, good job.
You really mean that?
I do.
Oh.
Yeah, you did a great job.
Everything's so much more peaceful when Adam's gone.
Well, he'll be back tomorrow, so back to life, back to reality. All right. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions today. High of 16, low of -1, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, high of 14, low of -9, partly cloudy. Joe, Pomp, boys, TK is up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Peace.
Bye.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes, life sucks. It sucks less if you call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, they answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. And they have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget. The Pickle's a Diamond-certified contractor for Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting can be your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Online at callthepickle.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner. WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic situation settling into midday mode. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. We do have reports of an earlier accident. This was in Pleasant Hills on Telstar Drive. Meanwhile, Route 28, which we did have an accident reported up near the Etna bypass, that is cleared. Traffic is mainly steady. Parkway West heavy right around the Banksville merge point, while the Parkway East gets in line inbound at Edgewood Swissvale. A slight slowdown on the outbound side entering the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team. Presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins on a roll back at PPG Paints Arena tonight at 7 o'clock. Second place in the Metropolitan Division standings. They've won 4 in a row. They will host the Chicago Blackhawks tonight. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Thursday Pump and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the Pop Joe Show. Austin City limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the border, man, he is. And they're ready to go. Talking Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, Pitt, Penn State, and so much more. It's the Pop and Joe Show. The Pump's not here. Where'd he go?
Oh, yes, he is. He's sitting right across from me with a Nashville, Tennessee cap on and a flannel. He looks like a real man today, doesn't he, Tyler? He looks like a lumberjack.
No, you see his jacket?
A real man.
His
I've never
jacket.
been accused of being that, I suppose.
That jacket he had on?
Yeah.
National League. That's national television right there,
that's
baby.
over there.
That's something Jim Nantz would wear for the game of the week, right? Or something Mike Emmerich would have worn since we're on hockey
Or maybe
right now.
Aaron Andrews. It's more.
Maybe. Maybe. Look at this. I don't think any of the three of us are handymen around the house. I could be wrong
No.
about you, Tyler. I know Bob and I are not.
No, I actually had an issue at my house. I feel like Bob had one too, but
Both you were both having gutter issues, and they're ones that Mulsey's Blue Chew can't fix.
yeah.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Have they ever tried it for that?
Yeah. But I came home, actually big shout out to Swickley Academy. Big win, and then the varsity lost by a goal, but it was a huge game for varsity hockey at Swickley Middle School. The hockey's really coming along at Swickley. It's nice to see. It's awesome. When you build it and it starts rolling, everyone's getting on board. It's awesome to see. But anyways, I come back from the game. It's like 11 o'clock. I'm going into my bed, and I step on a puddle in my bedroom, and I'm going, oh, my God, what the heck? And I thought it was from, you're looking around, it was coming from my wall. And, I could not go to sleep unless I tore that wall apart. So I pulled all the wall off.
You did not.
Wow.
You just stripped all the wall.
That was your first move, was to tear down the wall.
Yeah, well, I'd rather tear down the wall than lose a night of sleep because I need to know.
I think I'd lose a night of sleep knowing that I
think
still
I
wouldn't
would
be able
too.
to diagnose the problem.
Yeah, but if
may
you
tear the
guys
wall
saw
down.
the leak, if you saw the leak coming in, I was like, oh my God, this isn't good. And I end up pushing it down, and there was it was coming through like my roof.
Like a cracked pipe or a
no,
gutter?
it was a gutter. What's it
frozen.
called? Yeah, an
and
ice
it froze,
backup.
and when it's all messed up. You got to get up there with something, and
Do I have to
it's
do
almost
this?
like a colonoscopy.
Yeah,
you got to go up there and relieve all that tension.
So you knew who I called? You knew who I called, right, Bob?
Jack Scallo.
Jack Scallo.
Scallo Roofing.
Oh my God.
Jack gets it done.
Kurt came out. A couple of the boys came out.
Wait a minute. Overnight or
in the morning?
Oh, in the morning.
Called in the morning. They were there within an hour.
Did you sleep during this whole transition?
No, I had to get up at like 5:32, but I didn't sleep. I was completely worn out yesterday.
Off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Go ahead, Tyler.
No, but they came out. What a job. What a job. I'd call them for anything.
And so what happened? Did they have to replace?
They came in, you know, and Tuesday it was still snowing. It was windy. This guy was on a ladder like 25 feet up.
See, that's where I would end it. I couldn't go on a ladder anymore.
No.
Nope.
I've seen and I've
No
heard
ladders for me.
Too many people
No.
who've had problems because they fell off ladders.
Oh yeah.
Hold on a second. Look at that, Tyler. Look at the television. Were you watching that game? Look at that beautiful snow. You couldn't even see the field.
Snow globe
That's the way
games?
they're meant to be played, right? Just like your outdoor hockey game.
I don't think so.
No?
I think there should be a roof on the football stadiums because the game is just not entertaining. Like they play
It slowed down the other day because of the weather.
Yeah,
but that's part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I
You
don't
got to be able to adjust.
Tell me the Winter Classic in Buffalo wasn't one of the 5 greatest games you ever played in.
Yeah, because it played to my strengths. Less stick handling, more chipping the puck and skating. That's probably why.
Because of the snow, the crowd, the atmosphere.
But we're talking about hockey and football, right? Like,
yeah,
you need it's on ice. You grew up I'm not sure how many football players grew up throwing a football when there was half a foot of snow on the ground. You know what I mean? Mostly you play on grass, right? So
what time would you start playing pickup hockey when you were a kid? Right when you woke up until nighttime with a break for lunch?
We still went to school, but think of pools in the summer or everyone had a backyard rink, everyone on the street. It wasn't where do we go? It's which one do we go? And that's what made it so fun. You went to think of the basketball courts in Pittsburgh or the public pools or whatever. Those were the big games, and what made it fun was you'd have a 10-year-old playing against a 40-year-old and you'd learn and everyone go hard and everyone was respectful of each other, but you grew up playing outside. And one thing that I always thought really helped me in my career was my dad. We used to have on outside of a football stadium. We had a college football team in my hometown, Sioux, and they froze a 600-meter track or a 400-meter track, and they made it a skating path. And my dad and my grandfather would drop me off, and they'd be like, "Hey, let me know when you're done 30 laps." And it would take me 40 minutes of just skating as hard as I could. But
that's the way limits trains for wiffle ball each summer.
But then I'd go on a rink, and then I'd go on a rink, and I'd never get tired. Everyone would be like, "Why aren't you tired?" I'd be like, "Because you would have saw where my dad and my grandfather dropped me off. This is like a cakewalk." But that's why I was very good at skating. I never got tired because.
There you go, Bob. That's what you did with golf as well.
I wish.
You got to do it. I did it for golf when I was younger. I really did. That was the whole goal. But that ship sailed. We changed courses, and you have to do that from time to time in life. It comes at you fast. You got to make adjustments on the fly. Your plan still could remain in place, but every now and then you got to take a detour, and it takes a little longer.
Well, speaking of detours, the Penguins took an unexpected detour this season toward contention, toward the playoffs. They're unbelievable right now. They are actually a
Kyle
good
Dubas
team.
Is the early favor in the leader in the clubhouse for GM of the year.
For
or
sure.
Executive of the year, whatever they call it.
For sure.
Because that's the kind of job he's done so far.
Tyler, I guess the question now, and I never thought I'd be asking it, is do the Penguins need to add? And if so, who's on your radar?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity. I think we're holding the cards, right? This is a position that I don't think we've been in a really long time where we got a really good team. We got a younger team, a team that's rolling where we're throwing out 4 lines that are coming at you in waves. Plus, we had 3 first-rounders last year. We got a ton of cap space. We might actually have to get a player just to get to the bottom, which is oh, my God. And at the deadline, again, we're the guys sitting back and going, yeah, if you want one of our guys, or I don't think we're going after anyone, but I think if there's a guy that's young, that's proven, I think we take a shot at him. Is it Robinson? Everyone brings up Robinson, and I know he's going to sign a big contract, but he's their top player on Dallas. They're not going to let him walk. He's their franchise player.
They have a lot of those kind of players. I think they have other things they need, and I don't know if the Penguins have what they need.
Yeah.
What would satisfy them in a trade. But
well, wouldn't you have to get Robertson? Wouldn't you have to give up Raquel or Rust?
Yeah, but I'd give up Raquel.
It would be more than
Me
that.
too.
You'd have to give up a lot more.
Oh yeah,
the kid's
but
only
that would be
26,
the starting spot.
This is what I'd give up. I'd give up Raquel, Koivunen or McGroarty, plus a first rounder.
I would have to do more than that. If I'm Dallas, look,
Fine.
I'll
You
be
can
the
have
Dallas
Koivunen
GM.
and McGroarty.
Because I know other people will be asking. So, Tyler, I'm going to go back to you and say you have to up your offer. So go ahead. Up it to me.
Okay. 2 first-rounders.
Okay. Keep going.
Raquel, McGroarty, or Koivunen. I'm throwing the book
you know
at
who
you.
I want? I want Ben Kindle. Give me him.
Would you give up Kindle?
Give me Wyatt
I wouldn't.
Johnson plus
All right.
Robinson.
We can,
Now we're
we
talking.
We can negotiate a little bit, but I want. Listen, that Kindle kid, I think, is going to be for real. I don't want to put undue pressure on him, but so far he's been great. I think Horkoff's going to be good. Billy Zonin, I was looking at his videos last night. He's another number 1 pick this year. He looks really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
like, who would have thought we'd be talking like this? Like,
well, I thought they'd be good. I didn't think they'd be
This good?
quite this good. No, I thought they would get into the playoffs. That was what I told Joe at the beginning of the year. But
Bob predicted it.
Here's the other thing that I think. Speaking of, trade, not that they be bringing people in, but they acquired Stuart Skinner, I thought, as a leverage move. He's a goalie. They can, Jari's contract's gone. That's fine. He's playing well enough and he's young enough where I could see them extending him. So the question becomes, do you trust your young guys enough to do that? If he's playing well and they're going to get into the playoffs and this two-headed thing of Shilovs and Skinner keep going, do you just keep them both?
Well, I think it depends what happens at the deadline, how they finish. Like, I think the rest of the year really determines what happens with Skinner, right? Because when they flip-flop Skinner and Jari, the same, like, they both came out of situations that were extremely pressure-filled. Eyes were all on them. There were some rocky games for both of them. One thing, Skinner left a lot of the pressure back in Edmonton. He comes to a city that he has no ties to, and he can just play real good goaltending. He doesn't listen to the media. He probably doesn't even know what the radio shows are here because he's a guy that's never really come here. Then you think of Jari. Jari's leaving a lot of turmoil here, a lot of pressure, and now he's going to Edmonton where there's way more pressure, way more eyes on him. I think we made a great trade there, and I think Skinner, he's playing great because he's got a good team playing in front of him. I've never seen the Penguins block more shots and play better defensively than I've seen right now. Even when you think of guys buying in, Chris Letang, Carlson, how good have they been playing? And it's
How
not
about Malkin's a plus 16? Did you ever see that so early in the season?
And again, he looks like he's having fun out there.
Yeah.
And it could be because he's playing with Chinikov and they got some chemistry. But doesn't winning solve everything? When you win, everyone feels good. From the third guy to the guy that's sitting in the sand, winning helps everything. But Skinner has a presence, a veteran presence in net that we haven't had since Marc-Andre Fleury. And that is so comforting. And I feel like the players feel it. They hear him. They respect what he says. And that's big. Like, what a trade.
Yeah, and you're right about the pressure. It's totally off compared to what he was facing, even though he played well. Joe, you go back to the playoffs last year. He was in the Stanley Cup Finals a couple of times. The last game, they lost, and you want to blame goalies all the time. It wasn't that he just, went out and gave up 6 goals. It was tight checking games. There were good goals against good teams, but he was the losing goaltender. I think that pressure does build up on them.
You convinced he's for real? This is for real with him?
He's been for real.
Yeah, he went to the finals twice in a row. Like, you don't go to the finals twice in a row not being a good goalie. Does he let some squeakers in? Yeah, every goalie does. But what he does is when we have a lead, I feel he plays better. He doesn't let those simple goals go in. He keeps everyone calm and collective, like, hey, boys, we're the ones in the lead. We're the one that control the play. We determine the outcome, not the other way around where when Jari was in net, it was like, oh, my God, we got a lead. How do we hang on to it? No, this guy has a presence about him. And when you think of last year, like, what a nightmare, to be honest. Like, how many goals did they score on the first goal? Like that.
15.
15.
First shot.
Like, you're not going to win those games. Like, that's starting behind the ball right off the bat.
So this is, all right, then this is their guy for you then. This year and beyond, maybe?
Well, this year for sure.
Because some of the numbers, to be fair, some of the numbers aren't great from his recent career. He's had save percentages under 900. He had a great run in the playoffs last year. I love what he's doing now. When you say he's for real, are you talking signable for real? Like, you want him to be the guy?
He's only 28. I don't see why not. If especially if
What about Miroshov?
Again, they have to make that choice.
But wouldn't you want a guy?
I don't think there's a choice there. He's doing great right now. Don't get me wrong.
But wouldn't you want a guy like Skinner, who's went to the finals twice, that's been in the league a long time, to mentor a guy like Miroshov?
I'll do that.
Like,
but how much money you want to spend on him?
They have money to spend, and I would spend it, and I would then at some point I would trade him after that contract signed. As of is right now, here's the number since the trade, just in case you're interested. Tristan Jarry has an .884 save percentage and a .323 goals against. Not good. Skinner, since the trade, has won 8 of his last 9, and in 11 games he's played, a .906 save percentage and a .221 goals against.
Yeah, that's inarguable. He's been unbelievable, but there have been stretches in his career where he hasn't been unbelievable.
No, but the one thing that he has done that Tristan Jarry didn't do, Joe, was he's played in big, high-leverage games. Every time Jarry had that chance, it wasn't the kind of result you would want.
Even we had a lead.
Right.
You know, like, I was always like, oh, is that going to, like, I never felt confident. And I'm not saying Jarry doesn't have the skill. He always had the skill. But I never felt confident, no matter if we were winning or losing, that he was going to make that save to keep the momentum in our favor. And with the Skinner, he's big, but I love the presence he has, you know. And
Chilos has been good, too. He's only 24 years old. He's another kid.
And, like, you got to give Kyle Dubas a lot of credit because, one, he signed Dan Muse. Like, there was some scrutiny there because who was Dan Muse? Assistant for like a couple years behind some guys. Giving this guy an opportunity, obviously, you know, everyone knows he's got a good name. You know, I remember talking to Vincent Trocheck in the summer, and he goes, you guys will love this guy. This guy's a workhorse. He's so good at explaining the game, and he wants to hear other people's opinions, and he's willing to sit down and take the time to hear what you have to say. But to go on a limb and to pick up guys like that when things can go south and now his job's on the line, like, that's a big risk he took that worked out. Is it still the first year? Yes, but from all the pieces he's built up, all that stuff, and then you talk about Muse, like, I would love to hear the conversation Dan Muse and Carlson and Letang have about, hey, how they need to change the way they play, because they are changing the way they play, and it's so great to see. It's not like they're these guys that I feel like they're not chasing points anymore, right? The points are coming, and they know they have to be offensive, but they also know they can't let their offense affect their defensive play, and that's where they've been way better from the pinches.
Way better. What a hire. What a hire by Kyle Dubas, and everything he's done, he's basically hit a home run. And, yeah, Skinner's been fabulous. He has been fabulous. Just for the record, his playoff numbers in 50 starts, he's 26-22, 288 goals against, and 893 save percentage in his playoff career. He's been a little bit streaky. That's all I'm throwing out there.
From Skinner?
Yeah, he's not going to do this the rest of the year, or he'd be Dominic Hasek.
Yeah,
so
but
there's going to be no goalie's going to, right? There's going to be an evening out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's a lot of sample size. 50, how many games? 50-some games?
50 starts.
I mean, that's less than 3 goals against. I mean, that tells me that he's a battler. And I just think there's a lot there to like. I don't know if when they acquired him, I'm not sure if Kyle Dubas stood in that room with Jason Spezza, whomever they deal with, and said, he's our goalie of the future. I think he said, well, we have to figure out something with Jarry's deal.
I still don't think they're saying that. I still don't think they're saying that. Because you're going to have to sign him.
But how about if he continues on this path?
Then you have a decision.
It's a good decision.
Very good. Yeah.
But for a player, there's nothing better than playing good hockey. You know what I mean? There's nothing better than finding your game and helping a team win. When you're getting paid big bucks and you suck on the ice, you'll give all that money back to find your game again. And that's where I think it could come into conversation like, hey, we have something good going on here. Would you take this for another year or two? And that's where I think that might be the convincing thing. You know, again, watch some. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they upset someone in the playoffs and go past the first round. And now we're like, wow.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great problem to have, but I also think that you have to figure out, you know, is Miroshov good enough? Do you think he can come right up and play? Everybody seems to be. However, plan B, and I'll throw this at you because it didn't work when the Jim Rutherford tried it. They had goalies here. They had Philip Gustafson in the system. They wanted to win more. They traded him, even though they knew he was a good goalie, to get, who was it, from Ottawa. And he didn't turn out, he's a veteran player, Derek Brassard. Who?
Derek Brassard.
Was it Brassard?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that didn't work out. And, Gustafson's turned out to be an elite goaltender.
What
with
about
Minnesota.
Blomqvist?
Could they trade one of those guys? Blomqvist has better numbers right now.
I mean, I'm still pretty convinced over here that Miroshov is their goalie of the future and that he's going to be a star, and I want to see him on the team.
Yeah, but that's
what I think.
I agree, but I also know that they have a guy here who's been around, battle-tested, 27 years old, actually.
Skinner, you're talking, or Shelov's?
Shelov's 24.
Yeah, right.
Skinner's 27. They're both probably still have many years
I
in
hope,
this league.
believe me, I hope this keeps up and they're presented with the problem. And he's on an unbelievable tear. But as we sit here today, he's 35th in the league in save percentage. He was off to a horrific start.
Most of that's in Edmonton, yes.
Yeah, but sometimes
but you still played goal in it. I mean, he played there and he played here.
I know. But he also had 50-some games of pressure playoff hockey, and he had a pretty good, I think.
Pretty good, yeah.
numbers.
But how many guys can change their career around, right? You can't, like...
Well, that's what we're waiting to see. If he has, beautiful.
And Miroshov, he's having a pretty good year, but he's not having the year he had last year, right?
No, he's not.
And Blomqvist, we forget about, he's a very good goalie too. And would I trade Miroshov right now for a Robinson if he was part of the deal with the first rounder? Yeah, I'm taking that deal.
All right, just for the record.
For Robertson?
Yeah.
You would trade Miroshov?
100% for Robinson. No? Yeah, I'd give him a first rounder too.
I wouldn't. No.
Would you, Bob?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
First of all, again,
proven versus unproven.
That's a good question, though. That's a great question.
Go back to Gustafson, his situation. He was behind a wall of goaltenders. There was no way for him. So Rutherford said, "Fine, we'll get rid of him. We'll trade him because he's a big asset, and we'll get Derek Brassard." All that history is going to help us, and that didn't work out. And he then flourished into where he is.
Yeah.
Skinner, by the way, is at the end of a 3-year, $7.8 million deal, 2.6 per year. I would imagine he wants to be much higher than that. But, $5-6 million a year for a good goaltender is pretty good.
And just for the record also, on Miroshov, he's actually having a better year than he did last year.
Kidding.
He's got a .922 save percentage, .913 last year.
Look up Blomqvist just out of curiosity. Because I think
that's too much work.
No, he's having a good year as well.
All right, you guys go ahead and talk, and I'll look up Blomqvist.
Is he blooming? Is the Blomqvist blooming?
But when Miroshov came up, was he?
Yeah, he was. I mean, he caught everybody by
Yeah, but was he like, oh my God, we cannot send this guy down, or was he okay? And we're like, hey, he still needs more time to develop. I felt he was like,
didn't he have like a .920 save percentage here too?
Last year's small sample size, yes, I think, but this year he was up for one game they had, and he didn't do that well in that one game. Not that that means anything, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think you need more eyes on him, but when I think of Robinson, the guy's proven. The guy's a proven goal scoring. The hardest thing in the NHL to do is to score big goals, be a franchise player. They're so hard to find, and the other one right behind that is to find a very good goalie. So you gotta give some to get some. But I always thought with Skinner and Arthur, both are never the reason why the Penguins are when they lose games. They're the reasons why. You know what I mean? Last year was a different story. This year, the goalie's not the situation of why they don't win games when they go on a losing streak. So that's a different feel.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. He's almost untouchable for me. I think the widely held opinion is that he's going to be a star.
Well, you could trade Blomqvist, too. A lot of people still have,
He's having a good year in the AHL. He's right about .920 save percentage.
They're both really dynamic so far, and they're in first place because of their goals.
So,
what about Kindle? What about Kindle in a first rounder?
For Jason Robertson?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm selling it.
As long as I sign him, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it depends on what his price tag is.
Well, his price tag's going. That's the problem. That's the problem because now guys have gotten ridiculous sums of money. Starting with our friend Billy Guerin, who gave Kirill Kaprizov $17 million a year. So
that would be hard to give up on Kindle right now. But for that, I would.
Crosby 8.7 is the biggest bargain in sports every year. It's the same contract. And these guys are going out and getting ridiculous numbers. I think Rantanen got 12 to 14 million a year when he signed with.
I mean, if you
Dallas.
give up Miroshov, you guys are convinced Skinner is a guy now in the league, like moving forward. And my goalies are Skinner, Shelovs, and Bloomquist. I think I'm going to regret that day. I think I'm going to regret the day I gave up on Miroshov. That's just me.
But it's a decision. You don't want him to go at the end of the year and just leave, do you?
Who?
Skinner. If I'm going to do anything, that's what I said. I thought when they acquired him, it was a leverage move so that they.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. I don't know. He'd be great to pair with Miroshov for sure. I think a nice veteran, solid presence.
So listen to this though. So if you trade Miroshov, it's almost like one for the other. Maybe a first rounder with Miroshov. Think of how many 30-goal scorers you have on the Pittsburgh Penguins.
I know.
Raquel, Russ, Crosby, Malkin's going to put 20. Robinson, you got a young Kindle who's going to put 20 up at least. Like you might have 7 guys that have the potential to score 30 goals. That's your top 2 lines. Every guy's got the potential to score 30.
It's enticing. It is, but this kid's 21, and I think he's going to be a star goalie for a long time.
Wow.
Is that not the consensus opinion that you get from people? I'm asking honestly. Are people not thinking that? Because you know more of them over there than me.
Well, I always think of Marc-Andre Fleury, the guys that come in at 18 and jump right into the league. Those are the guys that I feel are going to be the future. You know, Marc-Andre Fleury never, because of the lockout, he went to the AHL, but he would have played in the NHL right off the start, right? He was a first overall. Like he was.
Fleury, you're talking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like he was
I think this kid's capable
star
right now of playing in the league.
Not to the stats of Marc-Andre Fleury.
Well, what were Fleury's rookie year stats?
Well, he said he's been up and down.
But that's the one thing. Goalies go up and down, right?
No matter who you are, they're going to get that way.
Miroshov had one bad game here this year, his last game. Up till then, he had .913 save percentage. Did he, I think he had a shutout, right, over Nashville?
He did.
I don't know, man. But it's a great question because it really, the larger question there is how much is Dubas focusing on making a run this year? Like how much in this whole big picture of things are we looking at this year, the present, compared to still securing the future? You know what I mean?
You have to stay the course.
Would you make that deal, Bob? Miroshov and a first-round pick for Robertson?
I would seriously consider it. And I say that because I believe in their system and what they have with Blum. I think Blomqvist is going to be a good goalie. I think Shelovs is 24, and he's shown that he's a really good goalie, at least recently has been.
You think he's shown he's a really good goalie?
Recently, I said. Recently.
I don't know that I'd feel comfortable with him moving forward.
The shootout is a problem, but it's a problem for all of them. They got to figure that out. But again, he's 24. He's not like he's somebody who is not useful. They're alternating him right now with
Well, useful and really good to me are two very, very different things. I wouldn't feel comfortable with Shelovs as a main guy moving forward.
Maybe he's the guy who you won't get as much. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to know if what the price tag is on Skinner too.
Yeah.
If it's a reasonable price tag at age 27, given what he's done, I may think he's my guy. And even if he is, and they don't trade a goalie, you just make those other guys wait a little longer. Or you can trade. Yeah, there are a lot of things he can do. And I know this is putting the cart ahead of the horse here, but
I don't think either one of those guys is a star moving forward. Shelovs has an .887 career save percentage, which is not good.
I agree with you.
And I don't think Skinner's a star moving forward.
But they're good goalies who can, when they play the way they're capable, they give you what you need.
I think Miroshov is a star moving forward. That's the difference. But that's sometimes what you have to deal.
Robinson's a star.
He is. He's a bona fide star.
Yeah, he's a cornerstone.
He is. That's why it's a great question.
Player that's proven. That's the thing. He's already proven in the NHL, which is hard to do consistently.
And we've seen so many, like Matt Murray, totally fizzled out, whatever the reason.
For sure.
I mean, everybody thought, looking back, the best thing that Rutherford could have done is kept Fleury and let Murray go in that expansion draft.
Unreal.
No one would have said that's a good move. Everybody said that. John Steigerwald's the only guy I know who said that's a bad move. He said, keep Fleury. This is too much. You don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just know when you're dealing with goalies, you've seen how people can come up and go down so quickly.
How many guys, though?
That's true.
How many goalies have had like good years and bad years? Like I remember Marc-Andre Fleury having some tough years, some tough playoffs.
No doubt.
He's had some, and he's still the best goalie to play for the Pittsburgh Penguins? Yeah, in my opinion, but goalies are going to go hot and cold. And I have seen guys that change places, change teams, can turn around their career. I've seen guys, look at Pascal Dupuis. He was in and out of the lineup in the 2009 playoffs. Next year, he scored like 30 goals, and then he was a secure guy on Crosby's line, coming from the fourth line. I think guys, when something clicks and they figure out what kind of player they are or what kind of goal, they can change their career around. And is it still early for Skinner? Yeah, it's still very, very early. But again, I love the veteran, the way he talks, the way he carries himself, the way he kind of fits the mold. Like, hey, I'm the veteran guy here. Like, no, everything goes through me back there.
He has a contagious personality, too. Everybody loves him.
And a great mustache.
One hell of a mustache.
One hell of a mustache.
Now I'm really thinking about that other question, though. That's a great question. Can we take some calls? You ready to take calls?
I'd love to take calls. But who's another guy is Wyatt Johnson, another very 25 goal scorer that they're going to have to get rid of someone.
Yeah, they're up against the cap.
Maybe don't go after him and offer them some for that Wyatt Johnson, because he's a first and second line winger that's extremely talented.
Tyler Kennedy has presented a question that's now has me flummoxed as I go back and forth, but I wouldn't do it. He would. Bob would, I think.
I'm on the fence with it.
I talked to somebody else here over at the Penguins who said they wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I think I like Ben Kindle a lot. That's going to hold me back because I think
no. We're talking about Miroshov and a first-round pick for Robertson. Yeah.
Oh, man, you're getting an established 26-year-old guy who's already there, and he's young, and he can be a centerpiece for you for many more years.
Who's your goalie moving forward?
Again, I think that I'm going to try. If I decide that I'm going to trade Miroshov, I will then believe that Blomqvist has what it takes. I don't know if they feel that way. And there are also two other guys in their system that are down, but could ultimately be guys who are here too. So I don't know. That's a tough question to have, but I am not going to necessarily pass up on a 26-year-old already scoring 30 goals a year and is a plus 28 player and does everything right.
I'll win 10,
it's tempting.
10-7.
Believe what?
I'll win 10-7.
You don't want to go old Penguins.
We're going to go back to the Flyers.
Be honest, one of the reasons, the big reason I think that Skinner is flourishing is he's been solid and he has that presence about him. They're playing unbelievably solid defensive hockey in front of the guy. For every goalie, yeah.
And Edmonton plays that kind of old school hockey the Penguins used to play, which it definitely put your goaltender under attack. 45 shots a night. You got to come up with save after save. In this case, you don't have to do that, but that then makes you wonder if the system is what it is, which goalie do you really
What's harder to find, a goal scorer or a good goalie?
And maybe if the system is what it is, a lot of goalies could thrive in it.
It's harder to find a goal scorer than a goalie because who's signing the bigger contract?
I do agree with that. Bob, he might convince me yet.
I don't know. I'm that's a tough one to consider only because of what people have said about
Would you do it or no? Miroshov and a first rounder for Robertson.
At this point, I would probably do it because, again, I'm not going to turn my back on it. If he were 29 or 30, my answer would no. He's 26.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So 26, he's got 10 plus more years.
And he's going to sign that deal.
Yeah, but I wonder what the deal's going to be. And that's one thing they may if I find out he wants what Kaprizov got or something like that.
Wait a second. I think he wants, didn't Yowie report it would be something like $12 million a year?
Oh, I'd give him 12 all day.
Bob, would you give him that?
12, yes.
12, okay. Where do you draw the line?
I mean, I'm not going to go to 17.
I'd go to 14.
Maybe I'm lying or just not accurate. Did Yowie say that? Somebody look up Robertson projected salary. I could have sworn I read that.
Oh, look. See where we
Please, Bob. All right, we'll be back with this question. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Would you trade Miroshov and a first rounder for Robertson?
Okay.
Would you do it?
Yes, Bob. Just to answer that question quickly, they're looking at between $12 and $13 million.
There you go.
That's what they said. But if the guy
on a long-term deal, right?
Well, yeah. If he's 26 and you make that deal, you better secure him. But he's had a lot of success. So
wow,
he's a really good player.
What I'm saying, I'm reading he wants 16.
Well, if he wants that, that's a projected thing by not his agent or anybody else. That's just what the market says.
We'll get to this. We'll get to all of this coming up. Off the Top brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by
Tyler Kennedy.
SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, were you ever a PA announcer for any team? Like, did you start doing that? You would have been incredible.
Hopewell High School back when I was a student there. Yeah, we did that. I like doing
You would be unbelievable. You should do that as a side job, for God's sakes.
No, we have some very talented guys in this town. There's no room for that. Where would I do it?
Anywhere.
Maybe I should do it here.
You already do, Tyler.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the anchor of this program, Joe Starkey.
Can you introduce Limits, if you would?
And now the man behind the glass. We consider him to be the Wizard of Oz of this radio station. Please welcome Austin City Sweeper Bechtold.
City Sweeper returns.
That's amazing, Bob.
That's where did that come from? Some caller said that yesterday. We've gone from City Dweller to City Sweeper to Mr. P.
City Limits.
Austin, you have to put your foot down.
Oh, I've tried, Bob. My foot has been lifted back up about 7 or 8 times.
We'll get to your calls next.
Kennedy. Yeah, but first, Tyler Kennedy, like all of us, may be considering some home project changes in the wintertime because, things happen. So we found that out. But I'll tell you, the winter is the perfect time to knock out some of the projects you may be thinking of in the spring or summer. And West Shore Home is making it easier than ever to get that done with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From the first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything, so you don't have to, and you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is done. That's right. With a winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. This includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing rates and make it even easier to get started right now. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained installers. These guys work for them. They make them. It's like a farm system. You go up and you get the best ones. Eventually, you have all outstanding installers, and that's what they have. So schedule your free, no-obligation consultation today. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pitt basketball will be in action on Saturday. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan as the Panthers play a ranked matchup on the road. As they'll play Clemson, number 22 in the country. 11:30 is when our pregame coverage begins with the noon tip. Panthers victorious in their last game at the Peterson Event Center, 80-76. They win it in overtime. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 84 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Is Giannis Antetokounmpo still looked at as a finishing touch on a championship roster, or just a swing from the heels and a curveball on the outside corner that gets popped up to shallow right? Sorry, mixing metaphors here, but you get the point. There's no one out there who has the assets available, is just a Giannis away from a title, and is willing to put up with a long-term commitment to Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'm Chris Mack.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file with 100% accuracy for your maximum refund. Guaranteed. Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans if you have any questions along the way. File your federal return by February 8th for $22.99, and I'll help you get the refund you deserve. Take it from me, a talking calculator speaking to you through the speakers of wherever you are. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Regardless of what you think of this trade proposal, I was thinking on my walk down the hallway, Bob, I saw you. We said hello, exchanged pleasantries. I miss trade talk
Oh, I love it.
Rumors and speculation and proposed deals. It feels like it's been such a long time. You know, the end of the Sully era, really for a while. You knew it wasn't going anywhere. But, man, it got me thinking back to, I was just talking to Tyler about it. For one, May 27th, 2013, Mulsey and I were at the Cambria Suites, and they traded for Jerome Blanking Iginla. And I know it didn't work out in the end. That was a landmark day. You're talking about days of excitement since the year 2000 for all our sports teams. You have championships, I get it, and things like that. That was a giant day in Pittsburgh sports when Iginla came here.
Just because of who he was. And because what he could add to that group, although it didn't work that way because I thought he played out of position largely. And whatever the case, but yeah, when you make a trade like that, you get people talking.
What do you remember? Must have shaken up the clubhouse.
Oh, the boys were fired up. There's one thing about Ray Shero. It was fireworks at the deadline. Like, he was not sitting back. He was playing to win every year. Like, he knew he had the prime Crosby, Malkin. He was going all in every year. And that was exciting, except if you're the guy on the other end, a.k.a. Kobe Armstrong, or, leaving on the other side, leaving the Penguins, that's tough to swallow. But getting guys like Iginla, Kunitz, Billy G, Hossa, like, you're not just getting a guy who's going to put up 10 goals. You're putting up a superstar, and that was awesome. Like, Iginla was such a great, great human being. I loved Iggy. He was like my favorite. He was one of my favorite guys growing up. Him and Steve Sullivan, and I played with both.
What a moment for you to I remember that first practice. Him and Crankshaft, and who was the third guy you got?
Best nickname in all of sports, Crankshaft.
Hey, this is one of the best stories about Crankshaft. I'll tell it quick.
Crankshaft invented a beer tap, Bob.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, he's a very smart guy.
But never mind. Go ahead.
He dated Tiger Woods' ex-wife.
Elin.
Yeah.
Nordengren.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Crankshaft, I've never seen a guy so good with the ladies than Crankshaft. So,
well, there's a reason for that, I'm sure.
Yeah. He was here for 3 months. We have an end-of-the-year party. We're bar hopping in Southside. Every girl at every bar said, "Oh, hey, Crankshaft. Hey, have a good night, Crank." And we're like, "Have you been going out?" He goes, "Yeah, I've been going out a little bit." But it was so funny because
they actually called him Crankshaft.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know if he's like, "Hey, call me Dougie," and then once they go, "Hey, call me Crankshaft," or like, he went there with someone, they're like, "Hey, Crankshaft,"
I remember Biles.
Legend.
I called him. I asked some silly question, and Bilesma said, "You just wanted to say Crankshaft, didn't you?" Yes. What a nickname. But Iginla was kind of overkill, wasn't he? In the end, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he piled up points. You guys rolled through 2 rounds, and then you had to wait forever. And then you played the Bruins, and it didn't work in the end.
Yeah, like we had enough scoring power, in my opinion, and I think when you push certain guys, like chemistry means so much in a lineup. Like, I think chemistry means more than almost like talented players, right? That's why when you think of teams that go really far, and you're like, oh my God, why? Well, because like the Penguins right now, are they the most talented on paper? No, but are they coming at you with chemistry, all 4 lines rolling at you? That means a lot. But to get him, I nothing against him, but I did think he threw off the chemistry within the lineup, and that's.
So you're saying too much of the same thing. They have too many high leverage players.
Too many superstars, right? You need some workers. You need some other guys in there, And but he was he was one of the better human beings I've ever met.
Yeah, he was fun to talk to. Well, you proposed a trade here, Tyler. I don't know how we came around to it, but it was Miroshov and a first-round pick for Jason Robertson. And it got me thinking. I wouldn't do it. Bob said he would. Tyler would. Limits, would you make this deal?
I would not. I don't think giving up Miroshov is the right way to go, just because of the potential that he's shown. And I think having a franchise staple in goal for 10-plus years is too valuable to pass up.
Well, let's take the calls.
Here is Jack. He's in Brookline.
Jack, you're on with Styler
Kennedy.
Stanley Cup champion Tyler Kennedy, not Skylar Thompson. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I think that I would make the trade. Like, I would really like not to, unload Miroshov, but I think that they owe it kind of to the core, the way that they've kind of wasted these last few years of trying to hold things together. And I think that the lines are very deep on the third and fourth line that they could really make a run at it. And I think that, just adding that additional scoring power just would really put us over the edge going into the playoffs.
Wow. The only thing I think we have to stop talking about owing our superstars something, right? Like we've kept them together, right? We've kept Sid, Gino, and Sid together and Letang for how long? Like, do we owe them anything? No, but would this help us so much? And if he wasn't 26, it'd be a completely different story. But again, I think you owe the fans more than the core to get them into the playoffs and add a superstar like that. And, he's 26. You're going to get another 9 good years out of him, and that's hard to find. He's got 30 goals already. 30. We're not even to February yet.
Yeah.
Like that's hard.
That's what I thought of when the caller mentioned owing it to those guys, because you do think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And the NBA team I follow is so parallel to the Penguins. It's the Warriors. And they've had 2 guys forever. And Steph Curry and Sidney Crosby are one and the same. It's unbelievable what their bodies have been through, and yet they're still elite in their sport. So and they're okay this year. Like, they're going to be a playoff team, and now they're talking about adding Giannis to that team. Do they owe it to Curry? That's always the philosophy there, what we owe to Curry. Maybe they do. And maybe it is owed to Sid to go out and make a move like this, as we move toward the end of his career. Maybe they do. Maybe that is the way to go without completely mortgaging the future. But now at least you put yourself in a position where you still have a future, even if you make a big move, right?
Yeah, Sid would be the only guy you owe an explanation, or you want his thought process in the conversation of what's happening. Because when you think of culture and when you think of guys leading by example, like Sid's the best I've ever seen in any sport. The way the Pittsburgh Penguins still wear suits to the game, how they come professional, how they act, everything runs through Sid. How your leader is, and Sid is the best. Do you owe him to sell off all the assets? Sid probably wouldn't want that either. Sid wants to see the Penguins be successful after his career. He doesn't want them to be like, oh, once I'm done, they're not going to do well. Sid knows the situation.
Well, now they're stocked up, Bob, right? To the point where even if they make a big deal, you're not really mortgaging the future, I don't think. Although Miroshov, to me, would be one step too far, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Matt hit us up on Twitter, and this is true, though, because Ottinger, I knew he signed a big deal, but the key to this deal down on Ottinger.
Wait, I didn't hear the beginning of that. What'd you say?
Jake Ottinger.
Yeah.
$66 million. I knew he had a long-term deal, 8 years, but what I didn't know is I read into his contract here, it looks like he has a no-movement clause through next 6 years. So it's up to him, and he's the guy they put in goal. So that's an impediment, but there are other guys down there that you can probably offer up, in that situation.
For sure. Next.
Here is Tomcat in Mount Lebanon.
Hello, Tomcat.
Hi, guys. I feel like we're having this conversation in July where we're treating the Penguins like we're the Pirates, where, God forbid, we would trade a prospect for an elite player. Miroshov is not elite. Or he might be elite, but he's far from a known, unless we're talking like Paul Skeens or Sidney Crosby. You make the deal for a 30-goal scorer because those guys win championships. Miroshov could be out of the league. The first-round pick could be Angelo Esposito. I remember when we got, oh my gosh, the Slovakian guy in 2007, and everyone was upset about Armstrong and Esposito. I mean, Esposito never even played in the league. Come on. This isn't the Pirates. Let's go.
No, I hear you, but nobody's talking about Miroshov or was talking about Angelo Esposito like they're talking about Miroshov. But you might be right, and Tyler, you agree with this guy, right?
Yeah. Tomcat, I think you're right on the money. The way you said we try to win now. Like, I need to see Miroshov come in and own the net like he's the future, like everyone's talking about.
But he's got roadblocks right now.
Yeah, but
right?
if you're as good as like the hype around this guy in Pittsburgh is very, very high, and he hasn't gotten a game where I'm like, no, he cannot leave the net because that's the only way we can win games without having our guys show up. Like he has not showed me that. And the hardest thing to do in the NHL is to score goals. And Robinson's got 30 goals already.
Well, this all started with the thought that Skinner, that's how we started this whole thing. Skinner's going to run at the end of a contract. He's going to want a new one. He's 27. He's playing well. Hypothetically, if this continues, they have a tough decision to make. And it is a tough decision because Skinner has been battle-tested. He's gone through all this. So how much do you want to keep him versus trade him? Forget Miroshov for a second. How much can you get for Skinner on a team that needs a goaltender?
Yeah, I think he's adding.
That may be something that pops up and makes their decision an easy one.
He's adding to.
How much do you think they can get?
A desperate team that has goaltending issues, that's a good team. You should be able to pick up something of value. A lot, maybe.
Like what?
Again,
a first-round pick?
You'd have to look at a team. Maybe.
I don't think so.
Well, if a team is desperate for a goalie and this guy's 27, if you feel you have the capital to sign him, why wouldn't you do that? And how much value is that for you as a franchise? I think a first-round pick is doable for a guy like Skinner if he continues and if,
What if somebody asked you right now? What if somebody said, we want Skinner right now for a first-round pick?
That's what I'm saying to you. That's the problem. You would trade him right now?
Right now for a first-rounder, 100%.
Me too.
Okay. Again, I'm dealing with the unknown. Miroshov, everybody thinks he's going to be great. And I believe what people say because there are a lot of credible people, but we don't know for sure.
We don't know. That's true.
That's like first-rounders, right? Like
we don't know about them either. Bob, would you like to take a golf vacation? I just got offered one to Orlando. You and I could take off on a Friday and come back on a Monday.
I would love to do that.
Bob, am I not here? Like, Bob, it's like, I'd go.
You wouldn't come on a vacation with us, would you? To Orlando? You have kids at home. You're a hockey player.
Believe me, they're coming. They're not golfing with us, but they're coming.
Right on the property.
Where?
We could go. Let me see here. Now I can't find it. It's in Orlando. It begins with black. It's black something. Black Forest, black something.
They have a lot of
right on a
golf
Marriott
courses.
property.
Well, or we can go if you want, because I know some people hook us up at Concession. It's
where?
Sarasota / Bradenton area.
Yes, I want to go,
It
Bob.
is one of the toughest golf courses you'll ever find.
Well, I don't want that.
Sure you do.
Would you be able to leave your family for 3? Oh, they'd come. The kids would come.
They would come. Yeah.
All right. Well, why don't we talk about that? Limits, would you come too?
Bob, I have a friend that just moved right around the Bradenton area and invited me to come down and watch a couple spring training games. So, yeah, I'd go.
Wow.
Let's start talking about that. Why aren't we the show that ever gets talked about for Bradenton? Huh?
That's a great question.
Why couldn't we do that?
Pony was there last year.
That's a good point.
That's a great point.
Joe, I think you have a mission right now.
All right.
To go ask the powers that be.
Plus, we can have a cocktail party, invite people who are sponsors. We can have a good time with them, live it up. Right?
We have Bob on our side. No other show has Bob on their side.
No. Bob, you're going to have to carry me with you.
Bob, are there nice golf courses around Bradenton? There must be.
I just told you the one that everyone wants to play is Concession. That's the one.
And you can get
There's
us
another
in.
one. Well, that one I can.
Hey, how many holes before he blows up? How many holes you give him?
No, he'll understand that you can't beat the golf course. He knows that already. So you got to just control that
I played
urge.
Tiburon down there.
I played Tiburon. Tiburon's a great place.
It crushed me like a tiny water bug.
So
I was
fast.
demoralized after like 3 shots.
Well, there are a lot of great ones down there. There's no question. There's another one called Old Collier, which is I guess I would look at it like a Laurel Valley kind of, a place that you just would love to go to. But you have to know people to get onto that one. So,
did you see on Ben's podcast this week, he had a beer that they brew, from what I understood, right at Valley Brook Country Club?
It's probably,
Is that possible?
It's probably Lynx Brewing because they do a lot of country club.
Yeah,
Lynx.
Very interesting.
They have a specialized beer for every country club that they get involved in. Like in Oakmont, it's called 1903.
Do you like craft beer, Tyler?
I'm not a beer drinker.
What do you drink?
I know what you are.
What?
He's like an old-fashioned kind of guy.
You're a man of limits heart. He doesn't drink beer. He goes for the hard stuff.
I wear this shirt today because I'm feeling old-fashioned.
Yeah, he's
forget about the wine.
Wine? You must be a wine guy.
I like a good glass of red wine.
Yeah.
You know, but I find like I have a couple. Before when I was younger, I'd always have a case of beer on the weekend. You know, but now I am like old. I get bloated. I feel like poop. You know, after like 3 beer, I'm like, I can't do anything. I can't move. I can't do nothing.
Are you a wine connoisseur? Like you'll send it back at the restaurant like Tom Barrasso used to after one sip?
I spin it, though, when they come. Like, I know what I'm doing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't really know what you're spinning, do you?
No
You're
idea.
Just spinning. The pressure comes, you're saying, I got to do something.
I'm pretending like I'm looking at the lines coming down.
Do you then sniff? And then
I got a nose for sniffing, so yeah, I do.
You have a wine cellar?
No, Bob. I didn't score that many goals. No, I don't.
Thank you, Tyler.
Tyler Kennedy.
I love that.
What a day. Thanks,
Are we
boys.
getting food, Bob? Who's that?
I don't know. You had soup yesterday. I think we should have more soup. Do you like soup, Tyler? I get soup every day, all day.
Man, was that good, Bob? Who won? The tortellini soup?
I would have to guess.
It was a soup contest we had here.
Yeah, it was
great.
It was
every Wednesday, right? You guys just Food Wednesdays, right?
Yeah. Well, pizza usually.
I might have to talk to Craig. Hey, I'm going to move my show to the Wednesday. You know, I come in on Wednesday, get the pizza around 12.
You should. That's a great idea.
It's actually about 11. It comes in about this time. So
it's 11:01. Time to call Gina G. and Petra of Remax Select Realty if you're looking to buy or sell your home. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Our thanks to the great Tyler Kennedy. He'll join us next week. A high of 17, Plexico Burris, a low of 0, Jim Otto. It's cold out there. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Limits, may we dive into some Big Ben, Charlie Batch stuff coming up next, or what do we have? What do you have planned?
Let's do it. We have a plethora of Big Ben, Charlie Batch things that we can dive into. We also have some comments from Mike Florio and Peter Schrager, Bob. It's going to be an hour of clips and calls.
Clips and calls, Bob.
Clips and calls.
And I know you like the word plethora, don't you?
Plethora is a good word.
It's a wonderful word. JP Roofing and Siding. You want to talk about mustaches. I forget whose mustache we were talking about earlier, but nobody can match JP, and nobody can match the company. I've known JP now for about a decade or so. They've been out to my house a couple different times. Great people, do great work. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. Very difficult designation to get. Only 1% of them get it. He's got it. Give him a call. $500 off any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt football athletic director Alan Green announced yesterday that the Panthers are going to reduce capacity at Acrisure Stadium for games next season. They're going to reduce it by 17,000 from the 68,000 plus that the Panthers have on a consistent basis, which is a full Acrisure Stadium, down to 51,400 plus for the Panthers. So some changes to try to make it a more cozy atmosphere. The upper decks on the east and west side of Acrisure Stadium will be closed off. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Tyler Kennedy's appearance today was brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Coming to the Byam Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds, who have toured with the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, and others, live at the Byam Theater. Also appearing special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, performing all your favorite hits. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band, Saturday, February 7th at the Byam Theater. Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins on a 4-game winning streak return to PPG Paints Arena tonight at 7 o'clock, where they will face the Chicago Blackhawks. Penguins second place in the Metro. The only team they're looking up at is the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders have won 2 in a row. They won last night against the Rangers 5-2. So they are currently tied with the Penguins, both with 63 points in the Metro. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good choice. It's good. One of those songs you play and use it as cardiovascular workout. You can get in.
Yes. Craig added in some new music for all the shows.
Good.
This is one of them.
He made the choice, or could we make choices as well?
I think that's TBD.
Okay.
We're changing some things up in the system to be able to correspond with a couple of changes.
I have some then. We'll get to that in a bit.
Wonderful.
Just had a nice conversation with Tyler Kennedy about the Penguins and where they are. Tonight, Connor Bedard is in town. Austin, this guy is a magician sometimes on the ice. He's really good. You know, he can do a lot of stuff. He doesn't have enough around him to make them, I think, a legitimate playoff contender. But they're building that way, but it takes a while. And I think because he is smaller in stature, he's been physically run into quite a bit by design by other teams over the years. But when he's healthy, and he'll be there tonight, I'm looking forward to watching him play.
Yeah, they've tried to beat him up a little bit, but I remember when the Blackhawks came here a couple of years ago, and it was that point that kept the Penguins out of the playoffs when they thought potentially they lost out on their opportunity of Bedard, and then they were still able to get him. I find that still to be ironic every time the Blackhawks and Bedard come back. But, yeah, that kind of – the Blackhawks are proof in the pudding that – even though you can be bad for a while and get high picks and you can draft a star that, is a once in every 5-year type of player, that it still takes a decent amount of time to be able to be good.
Yeah.
And Chicago is kind of the proof of that. Other Celebrini as well with the Sharks, stuff like that. It's not going to work overnight unless you have a very good front office that pushes all the right buttons.
It does take time, and you're right. Even if you get the elite players, Celebrini's still a teenager. And he's still putting up the kind of numbers that you don't see much over time with teenagers, unless you're talking about Crosby, Lemieux, or Gretzky, or people like that.
Bob, you're selfish.
Joe, we had your picture up, and you weren't there. And I was ready to find a cardboard cutout of you, but I only have one of me, and I didn't want to put me up.
Couldn't Limits have filled in with an ad, and then you guys wait for me?
Oh, we do have a Joe Starkey. I got to use that when he's not here. One. Where were you?
Oh, I got into a talk with Donnie back there.
Okay.
About 2 topics. And I'm sorry to interrupt my show. You see? There it is. There's the fat head right behind me. Look at that on our YouTube channel.
Look at the young Joe.
It was the most underrated good Super Bowl of all time, Bob. Was what, in your humble opinion?
The most underrated
good. You know what it was for me? And I think this was a great Super Bowl. And I was a big Rams fan as a kid. Rams-Steelers was a great game. It didn't come down to like a last-second drive, but it was great.
Yeah, going back to those days, I've been thinking more recently of the ones, and some of them have been not very good. I gotta
Carolina, New England we came up with.
The Rams, was it Rams-Patriots that went down to the final play, or the
twice Rams-Patriots went down.
And the Seahawks,
not to the final, but
Seahawks-Patriots. The one where Marshawn
that was a great
ignored.
one. Yeah. That was a fantastic game.
I really think the Steeler game with Arizona and Tampa, because of all the iconic plays that you saw in that game. I mean, that went down to the very end. It took an amazing effort by Ben Roethlisberger as quarterback to go 90 yards, which is what he had to do after that holding call to win the game. And you couldn't you had to score. So.
And it almost came down to a Hail Mary to Larry Fitzgerald with everything else that happened.
Yes.
I remember Polamalu saying he was scared to death he was going to have to jump up in the end zone against Fitzgerald. But didn't Lamar Woodley end it with a sack? Am I remembering that right?
That's correct. So that was a great game. And being there for that one, the James Harrison 100-yard pick six was just incredible because you're thinking at that point, just make a stop. Just don't,
Right.
It turned out to be a 14-point swing, which was just incredible.
The greatest play in Super Bowl history and maybe football history aside from the Immaculate Reception, in my not-so-humble opinion. Was there a better play ever than James Harrison's interception return? It's a movie.
Just because it was completely – you would never have thought, of all the outcomes you could have predicted on that play, you would never have thought that would be the result.
And even if he catches it and runs untouched down the sidelines, it's a great play. But the fact of how it unfolded is what made it truly legendary. Like worthy of a feature-length movie you could do on that one play, right?
Right. That's what I mean. And it required oxygen. It required Larry Fitzgerald running off into the benches to come back in play. It was crazy. If you had to be a betting man, if you were right there at that moment when he picked the ball off.
Zero chance he's taking this.
That's what I would have said. I would never bet that, ever.
It was a miracle that he got in. And then, the way it ended with him flat on his back and with Larry Fitzgerald, of all people, making the tackle at the end. And the fact that, as the story goes, Tomlin, a couple days before the game or so, was watching tape of their practices and said, man, when we get an interception, we have to treat it like we're trying to score. Like Polamalu said that. Like he had our mindset was in. And then if you watch the maniacal way they ran in front.
Blocking everyone.
Oh, it was incredible. It's like a movie, Bob.
Yeah. What would be the name of that movie?
Pick Six. I don't know.
Or the 100-yard. I don't know. Got to think of something.
Let's think of a name for that.
Pick Six is good, but it doesn't really do
I know. It doesn't do it
justice.
We'll think of it. Debo, pick Debo. Debo 6, deep 6.
Debo,
deep 6. I don't know what.
Yeah.
But would you agree that it's the greatest play in football history? I think in Super Bowl history. I don't think it's the greatest play in football history. The immaculate reception was, but it's better than the Eli Manning, David Tyree play.
Yeah, yeah, by far. I mean, the Tyree play was a little bit of luck involved, and I just, nobody gives Eli Manning enough credit for that play. He really kept that play alive and made things happen that you don't expect him to do. He's not one of those guys you look at his legs, but he made a tremendous throw, though, but the catch was just...
He didn't make the Hall of Fame, though, did he?
No.
Not on the first round, Eli Manning.
What about the Malcolm Butler interception at the end of Rams?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Patriots?
I thought of it today, and I thought of the show today, and I thought of both of you today. And I know we're veering off topic, but we can get back to Batch and Will Howard. For God's sakes, we're going to be talking about Will Howard every day for the next 12 months. Here's why. I saw it again today, Bob, the Malcolm Butler interception. And I thought in my mind, I'm going to ask Bob and Limits today, are there plays from history that you watch over and over again? We've seen it hundreds of times. And you wonder, A, is it going to turn out differently this time, even though I know the outcome? And B, should there have been a penalty? Did Malcolm Butler interfere with the receiver on that play? I keep watching it, Bob.
There was certainly contact.
What was it Why doesn't anybody ever talk about whether that might have been interference? Am I crazy?
No, I think there was contact there, but I think in that situation, officials, which have taken a lot of criticism for throw.
Go ahead.
Was that a sneeze?
I apologize to the radio audience that is listening to that and might have just jumped in their car.
I thought it was a car breakdown. What happened back there? Did something break down? Yeah. Whatever pipe is. Whatever.
I apologize. I didn't have time to get to the thing.
No, I could tell it. Your face looked that way, too. That was a heavy sneeze. Anyway.
But don't you have plays like that?
Officials throw the flag so much these days. I am oftentimes refreshed when I don't see a flag. I mean, guys are going for the ball. There's going to be physical contact. Did it arrive early? Probably yes. But I'd rather them not. If he makes that play and they throw a flag.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the outcome of that game as just a neutral observer?
Well, I wanted Seattle to win. I feel fine with it.
Okay.
If they throw the flag?
Yeah.
I feel good about it. Yeah, I'm happy. Very happy.
But again, take the fact you said you want to see Seattle. If you're just watching the game, it would ruin me to see a play that and all the celebration that happens afterwards, and then it stops, and then you got to go back and you got to change the outcome. I'm to the point now where I'd rather have it be very egregious or not called at all. I know there's going to be physical play involved.
I agree. I was just talking about famous plays from history where I see something different or I watch it differently. I'm like Bruce Smith when he watches the Scott Norwood field goal. Did you see the documentary, the Falls of Buffalo or whatever it was, the 4 Falls of Buffalo, where Bruce for the first time is watching that kick 20, 30 years later, whatever. And when it's going up and misses, he says from his couch, I can't believe it, but I thought it was going to go in. As he's watching it right there, he said, I still think that's going to go in. That's what I mean, Bob, about these famous plays. I can't get enough of them from every sport.
No, I thought the Philly special was one I've watched over, just because I'm curious how the defense reacted to or didn't react to it.
Right.
That's a play that they have in their book, and they call it at that time. And now that you've seen it, you go back and look at it, and you wonder, what are they doing defensively? They weren't. It was a completely tremendous call at the right time.
Oh,
no one had any idea.
One of the greatest plays as well. One of the greatest calls in Super Bowl history. Now that we've veered 1,000 miles off script, Bob, you weren't here Well, wait, you were here yesterday.
Yes, I was.
Did we talk about Belichick?
Yes.
Oh. Well, now there's a new twist on it.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what it is. It's one guy, I think his name is Vahe Gregorian. Vahe, I don't know what his name is. Gregorian is the last name for the Kansas City Star. I thought he wrote a reasonable column about why he didn't vote for Belichick. Now, I would have still voted for Belichick. The problem here is that Belichick is thrown into a pile with the 3 senior candidates, Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood, and also the builder type category, I guess, with Robert Kraft. Like, how does that make sense? And you can only pick
There's 3 out of the 5, right? That's all you can take.
So he said, listen, Belichick's going to get in. I wanted to pick Craig Greenwood and Kenny Anderson because I don't think they're ever going to get another shot, he said. Because once these guys disappear from the senior vote, they may never get another shot. And he brought up a number of examples. So this thing could be winding into a choice between L.C. Greenwood and Belichick. And if you give me that choice, I want Greenwood in there, Bob, I think. Am I reading this correctly?
No, I think that's a really astute play by the author of that. I saw the article and I thought the same thing. I said, well, okay, I didn't look at it from that way. I didn't at all. But that's one of the problems with how the system goes, that you run out of time if you're one of those guys who's been overlooked. And
you run out of time.
And
That's
oftentimes, those guys, when they are up against guys who are automatically in, and then you have to make a case for these, and so they get pushed back. I mean, just look how long Bettis took. Look how long Faneca took. There are Hines Ward still waiting, and some believe he should be in. He's going to run out of time eventually.
He's going to run out of time. And if he had isn't this poetic? And might this not be great for Steeler fans that Bill Belichick is being kept out of the Hall of Fame so L.C. Greenwood can get in?
Awesome.
What about that? How's that for a little revenge from Spygate, Bob?
Yeah, but do you think the other 10 guys who voted against Belichick had the same reasoning?
No, I don't. Some may have. And we're starting to wonder, do we know for sure how Jerry Dulac voted in this? He's the Pittsburgh rep. I don't know that we've seen him say anything definitive. I'm just wondering.
Well,
but others like Bill Polian, I think was it confirmed today, Limits, that Polian did not vote for Belichick? Can you check on that? No, I'm sure there were some who wanted to punish Belichick, who obviously should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But the problem here is about the process. It's about the process and not necessarily the choice. And if it comes down to Greenwood and Belichick, what better revenge for Spygate is there than that, Bob?
No, that would be tremendous. And L.C. Greenwood deserves to be in. I would say all those guys. I think Ken Anderson, if you look at his resume and track record, he should be in there too, based on how some other guys are in. So it's a very subjective thing. And when you have limits to how many you can put on, that's kind of leads you to these problems.
Right.
So, yeah, but I think that would be Belichick is a Hall of Famer. I got into a couple last night where people said he's not because of this and that. Okay, fine. You can say whatever you want.
He's a first ballot Hall of, but believe me, that's still my opinion here. And I think that the Hall of Fame should step in and say, just change the rules on the fly.
Did you see they issued a statement, the Pro Football Hall of Fame? It talked about violators of our rules could end up losing their
Which
seats.
rule are they talking about, though?
They didn't really say. But I found it ironic that came out on the same...
But they're the ones who are clearly at fault here by mixing these categories together that make no sense. Why would Belichick be going up against L.C. Greenwood?
Right. And that's what happens when you don't have enough people who I think deserve to be in. Now, there are those who say, well, there's enough in there already. How many can you have? You can have that debate as well. I just say that there are people who have been omitted who should be in the Hall of Fame, and I would make a case for all those three. In order, probably L.C. Greenwood, Ken Anderson, and Roger Craig. All three, I think, deserve it, but if I'm going to pick one of those three, it would be L.C. Greenwood first, because I still think Anderson and Roger Craig have more time.
I would think, as a Steeler fan, even if you believe Belichick is an obvious no-lock first ballot, and he is, except the process is deeply flawed.
Yes.
But if I told you Belichick, who's one of the most hated figures in Pittsburgh sports history, I feel very comfortable saying that, or L.C. Greenwood, a guy who's been overlooked in history, a guy who had 4 sacks in a Super Bowl of Roger Staubach the first time the Steelers played the Cowboys, a beloved member of the Steel Curtain. I mean, I'm imagining people here would be happy about this, even if they felt it was unjust for Belichick. They would probably say, who cares about Belichick? 412-928-9370. So my opinion has turned, or at least is turning here, Bob.
But
my opinion is evolving.
You haven't abandoned your thought that he is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Neither has the guy who wrote this column. He's like, obviously he is, but I'm stuck here because of their stupid system.
And that's I think, the takeaway from that column, and it's a good takeaway, that the system needs to be changed in some degree.
Limits is yawning, Bob. He's bored with the conversation.
He is?
Yeah.
Not at all. You think just because I yawn means I'm bored with what you're saying?
Yes.
That is
normally
a
the
really
thing I
bad
take.
interpretation. Maybe I just didn't get enough sleep last night, Joe. Maybe that's the solution.
Maybe, and now you're cranky. I can tell.
I am, because you're making me
Cavaliers
cranky.
Game against the LA Lakers game. That's one of those games I would have loved to have seen in person.
We should have went, yeah.
Yeah, we should have gone to that. A cranky limits is a good limits, though, don't you think? Limits, what do you think of this topic right now?
One, I find it hilarious that Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer for a multitude of reasons, but mainly because some people wanted to hold him out for Spygate and Deflategate. Like, I honestly love that. Just as a Steeler fan that has like some, hold some anger for Belichick because of those early years, the Steelers teams that couldn't go to the Super Bowl, partly because of the cheating. But I understand because of the way that the NFL changed the voting process over the last couple of years, which I think was dumb for the Hall of Fame to do this, where they basically shrunk the classes down and they've moved multiple groups that were considered basically into one. Like, there should be a separate category for maybe one coach of every cycle.
For sure. I mean, no, it's
owners.
ridiculous. But as a Steeler fan, wouldn't you be happy
No
and
doubt.
support people who pick Greenwood over Belichick?
Yeah, 1,000% that I would.
Do I have
think
this
their
right,
logic
Bob?
and reasoning is
yeah,
fair.
That's the choice the voter made, and I think it's an interesting take and spin on that conversation. You're not saying Belichick doesn't deserve to be in. You're saying there are guys who are going to be omitted and run out of time.
And in fact, that's
he's
such a
throwing him a lifeline.
Right.
Just here. This is your last chance. I think you deserve it. Go for it.
Having this happen to such a high-profile figure underscores the flawed process. And the Hall of Fame has the nerve to put out a statement. Their only statement should say, we screwed up. We're going to change on the fly here. I mean, my God, the 1 year that Cower got in, they let 800 people in.
That was
they changed it that year. I remember.
Yeah, they had a lot of people.
So change it now and say we screwed up.
Presentations because they couldn't fit them all in one day.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing about it is, too, you would imagine that a lot of voters are probably thinking, well, if I don't vote for Belichick, he's still going to get in because everyone else is just going to vote for him.
Right. That's true, too.
Yeah, but I
still think
you have to be honest to yourself.
Yeah.
The gentleman who made that column is a good column, and that's his rationale, which is a fine rationale. If, however, you just say, I don't like anything about him, he rubs me the wrong way, he's gotten all these different controversies, no, I'm not voting for him. Well, then I think that's a whole different argument, and it's not a good one.
He yawned again.
No, I did not.
It was a fake yawn.
Even when you're tired, young, and have a lot of energy, you can run out of it once.
Have you ever been in a group or something, Bob, where you try to stifle a yawn and make sure nobody notices that you tried to yawn?
That backfires on you. It could result in a reversal.
A yawn reversal?
That it goes
what do you mean?
I mean, you've never done that?
I have,
where you try to stifle it, and the next thing you know, it like explodes in your lungs, and you make an even worse sound.
I have had the yawn blow
Hey,
up.
I don't want to hear anything about you about yawning. I don't want to hear one thing about yawning.
It's a fake yawn he's doing back there, Bob. The fake yawn. That's
silent.
even more insulting. If you're going to yawn, just yawn. I don't need the stifled yawn. That's a yawn plus patronizing.
Am I right in saying this? Because I know when I yawn, I think my wife gets a little upset with it. She doesn't like it.
Everybody does.
Does your wife, if you brought that home?
Any person, even if it's just he's claiming natural yawn.
A yawn cannot be done without making some noise, I think, right?
I agree.
I mean,
unless you really get a stifled one, but any person who's with another person and the other person yawns is at least mildly insulted if they're talking.
So, Joe, whenever that you have this yawn, does that mean that you are bored by your own show?
No, that's less insulting because it's a pure, full yawn, not a stifled, patronizing, fake yawn.
I didn't have my mic on. How could you tell if I made a sound or not?
Because I looked.
Oh, so just looks or be able to project the sound to you through this glass.
So your wife is insulted when you yawn, Bob, when she's talking. I get it.
I'm sure if you ask her, that's one of her pet peeves that I do that. And I do it, and it's not like that your yawn. It's my own yawn. But I think in order to get maximum effort out of your yawn, you have to let
I agree.
Everything come out, and that includes your voice.
You're right.
So I apologize, Lisa. I don't mean to be on the pet peeve list there, but I know I am.
I'm always on the pet peeve list at home. I'm a living pet peeve. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to this show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Pomp and Joe. So at the top of the hour, I want to get to a certain quarterback who may be very interested in playing for the Mike McCarthy Steelers and whose father worked for Mike McCarthy, Bob. That's going to be interesting, isn't it, at the top of the hour?
Yes.
But before that, if you have some calls on that Belichick versus LC Greenwood situation, that would be interesting at 928-9370. And we will hear from Ben and Charlie Batch, who dove into the Will Howard thing. They dove into a bunch of things. And it was fascinating on Ben's podcast. We'll play a couple clips, and we'll riff on those clips. Bob, riff.
Riff. Hooray.
Talk to you in a minute.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Riff. Interesting. All right. The Penguins are back in action, 7 o'clock tonight at PPG Paints Arena against the Blackhawks. It will be Artur Shilovs that is in net for the Penguins. Pitt football making a change to Acrisure Stadium during game days. Alan Green, athletic director, announcing yesterday that the Panthers are going to close off the west and east parts of the upper deck for Pitt. So we're trying to get everybody into the lower levels as well. The bleacher section up top will remain open. Still 10,000 seats for the student section inside the Panther Pit. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Chris Mack with the Sports Minute, sponsored by Tax Slayer. Start filing for free today at taxslayer.com. Travesty, injustice. You'd think Bill Belichick was being drawn and quartered in the town square. The guy had his right-hand man devise an intricate plan for stealing other teams' signs illegally and got caught. And oh, by the way, never won a thing without Tom Brady. He can wait a year to get in the Hall of Fame. I'm Chris Mack.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got U.S.-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free, directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Coming to the Byam Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds, who have toured with the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, and others, live at the Byam Theater. Also appearing special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, performing all your favorite hits. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band, Saturday, February 7th at the Byam Theater.
Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Ben Washington in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cloudy with flurries this afternoon, the high 17.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Bob. This very odd squaring off, it seems, to get into the Hall of Fame between Bill Belichick and people who want to vote for L.C. Greenwood. I mean, that's what this writer from Kansas City basically said it came down to. The three senior guys, Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, and L.C. Greenwood or Belichick. And this writer felt like if I don't vote for these senior guys, they're never going to get in. Belichick will. That put a little bit of a new twist on it for me. Now, I still think there's a lot of petty jealousy. I think Bill Polian was a problem here. Obviously, Belichick is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but the process is screwing this up maybe just as much or more than these petty, ignorant voters. So a couple calls on that. Let's go to them.
All right, let's start with Tony and Butler to chime in.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I was just wondering your opinion on something. Like, I get it that there's journalists voting on this, which, not that I don't respect the media in general, but why don't we have that committee comprised of ex-players and coaches?
There are a bunch of them on there.
Yeah, it's a mixture of all
bunches of ex-players and coaches. Everybody from Dan Fouts to Tony Dungy, Bill Polian, a former executive. So it's about half writers and half just the people you're talking about.
Okay, well, another question. Don't you think they should have a separate ballot for coaches and a separate ballot for players? That way we don't run into this problem where, like you guys are saying, L.C. Greenwood 100% should be voted for, but if they have to pick between a coach and a player, I don't think that's fair. I think they should have their own ballot, so that way you're putting some players in, you're putting some coaches in, but they're not competing against each other.
I think that's a very good idea. I think there should be a builder/coach category and then just strictly a player category. And you can still limit the size of each if you want, but you don't put them up against one another because, quite frankly, it's very difficult. I mean, how do you say that Robert Kraft shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame, given the fact there have been other builders and owners who are in it?
Good point.
I mean,
of course
you put him
he's
in.
He's the architect of not the architect, the owner of a dynasty.
That takes a spot away from somebody else. So the current guys get pushed back, and I think that's what's happening to a degree with Belichick here.
The process is silly. I'm looking at Jesse Minner's news conference there, Bob. He's getting introduced to Baltimore today.
Mm-hmm.
He just comes off the screen as an impressive guy, whereas Joe Brady and Todd Monken don't. They don't.
Yeah.
Monken, they said, was I read today, is the last guy outside of the building who would take the job. The last of their candidates. They just chose the guy that said yes.
Or the guy they ran
outside the building.
They ran out of people, and they made people take that stupid test they were trying, a personality test.
They should have. What was that?
Yeah, didn't you see that? Austin, did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Putting him through some sort of
write an essay.
Write an essay.
Why you want to be the Browns coach?
It's like, what?
What is this? A college application?
I don't know.
They are such a joke.
He struck me as, and you can see, and I'm not. We can't hear what he's saying, but you can tell charisma when you see it. Confidence.
My point exactly. He got it. The others don't. I mean, Joe Brady is just getting panned in Buffalo.
Yeah, but the owner should be getting it, right?
Of course, always. That's always where it starts. And then Monken, my God, are they a joke? What a blessing for the Steelers to have that franchise in the same division.
And what you've done is just really irritated Jim Schwartz now, who may be
Why didn't they just promote him? Why didn't they just keep Stefanski and get a quarterback for him? Although Shadur Sanders did make the Pro Bowl, Bob.
Why didn't Rodgers make it if they were going to choose another quarterback?
Good point.
I mean, his numbers,
the chances of him going were 0.
Well, that's not the point. The point is you have to announce somebody, right?
I don't know. There's not even a Pro Bowl. There's no game.
I know.
Let's hear some clips. Another call or clips?
Yeah, let's go to John in South Park.
Hey, John.
What's up, John?
Have you ever played South Park, Bob?
Two questions. Two questions. One regarding the selection process. You said that you have 50% coaches writers voting on these guys.
Yeah.
These people have never played the game. And when they were little, if they did play the game.
Neither did Belichick himself, so what's your point?
In right field.
Yeah, neither did Belichick himself.
I don't understand the process. How do you let these people vote on players?
Why shouldn't they?
They've never done the sport.
Neither did Belichick.
Belichick didn't about it. They write about it. Hell, if that's the question, if I watch Grey's Anatomy 1,000 times, I can do surgery. It's flawed completely.
Belichick didn't play football. Did you know that? Belichick.
If you don't,
huh?
Ask Neil O'Donnell in the Super Bowl.
That struck me. Oh my goodness, I never thought of that.
Wait, what was the O'Donnell point?
You think it was fixed? Football's fixed.
Oh, that's your second question?
Yeah, because...
Tell me more about that, the O'Donnell, how you think it was fixed.
Okay, well, he was in debt, seriously. And he threw those 2 interceptions. Now, Ernie Mills did get pulled out of that game, and the receiver didn't break off the pass route. But I have it under good authority that the man was in debt, big time. And the reason that is you have a multi-billion-dollar organization, billions and billions of dollars. You're going to rely on more than...
I watched enough Grey's Anatomy. I can do surgery at the end.
There's so many things that pop into my mind. I'd love to hear him say Will Howard, though.
Howard.
Do we have people saying Will Howard? Do we have the guy who somebody called Pony the other day and had a beautiful Will Howard?
Howard.
And so did McCarthy the other day.
McCarthy had his own Howard.
What if we
Will Howard guy. Will Howard guy. Will Howard guy.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
All right, let's compare those two. The first is a caller saying, I'm a Will Howard guy.
Will Howard guy.
And the second is McCarthy.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
Play those back-to-back repeatedly for Bob, and we'll get Bob to judge this.
Will Howard guy. Will Howard guy. Will Howard guy.
I'm really excited about Will Howard. I'm really excited about Will Howard.
I like McCarthy's better.
Might be better.
It's a legit Yinzer accent.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
That is a textbook Yinzer accent. If you, what do they call the things, the commercials where you can learn a new language?
Duolingo. It's like Dua Lipa.
Duolingo.
Yeah. If you tried to teach Yinzer.
If I were Dua Lipa or Duolingo, I would sponsor Dua Lipa in one of her concert tours.
And there's that other one. It's not a rock, but a clean slate. What's the name of the language learning thing?
The Rosetta Stone.
The Rosetta Stone.
I don't think they do that anymore.
If you hired Mike McCarthy to teach Yinzer on the Rosetta Stone, he might start with this.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
I mean,
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
Will Howard guy. Will Howard guy.
That is
Will Howard guy.
That was Emmett in McCandless.
Will Howard guy.
Emmett
Smith. All right, Bob. Shall we move on? That was interesting.
That was interesting.
Let's move on to some Ben and Charlie Batch. And who knows, maybe Spence jumps in here. Limits, you have some clips from the Football and Podcast. Bob and I are going to riff on them, aren't we?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's first start about Ben and what he said about Mike McCarthy understanding the Steeler way.
I said last week that I would like the McCarthy hire. I think you bring a new voice into the locker room because sometimes the message can get repetitive and can get, we call it stale, but it can just get repetitive. I think you can bring a guy in like a Mike McCarthy, who is a Pittsburgh guy, who obviously, I know he's coached a lot of places, but you're telling me that he doesn't have black and gold like in there, right. Like down somewhere down here, there's a little black and gold still brewing. And so he's going to understand the Steeler way. I've been really amazed at kind of the outpouring of disbelief of like, why are we doing, what an awful hire, this, that, and the other. And I'm sitting there like scratching my head at some of the people that are saying this, because I believe it's a great hire. I think we finally have an offensive-minded coach in here. I'm so excited for an offensive-minded coach because I think we have to score more than 6 points in a playoff game. Mike McCarthy has a great track record. Are we sure that we want a young guy that's unproven?
I like the 6 points in a playoff game. Both of these guys are in favor of the hire for the offensive side of the ball, Bob, which has been a common theme.
And I think that is a legitimate common theme because it's true. They need more ingenuity on offense, and they got to figure out a way to do it. And he's very confident, Mike McCarthy is, about what he can do by play calling, by designing. I'm going to be very curious who the offensive coordinator is because they're still going to, I think, hire one. What is the job of that person if he's not calling plays? Put together.
I heard Pat Bostic talking about that today. Coordinating practices for one thing, implementing a game plan for another, making it so that McCarthy's job is easy, and probably also diving in on some of the scheme.
Yeah.
With his own ideas.
With his own ideas and sequencing off and making suggestions, right?
Yeah, like a guy like Brian Schottenheimer was under McCarthy and wound up being a head coach, even though he wasn't calling plays, right?
Yes. And that's why I think a guy like Shieldhouse would be good in that role, even if he's not calling plays. He can still do it. And maybe at some point, McCarthy likes him a lot to let him do that. I don't know, although he kind of loves calling plays, so that may never happen.
Yeah.
But he could be good in a room. I would imagine he has a real fertile imagination.
Right. I mean, the problem with some of McCarthy's offenses, like the high-scoring ones in Dallas, was that when he ran into a playoff game, it didn't translate.
And the defense was not very good.
Does that sound familiar?
Right. You got to have a defense, too.
Well, actually, Bob, we'll get into that in a little while. He actually told a little fib the other day when he said he didn't have a top 5 defense except for that one in Green Bay. In 2023, Dallas was 5th overall in defense, 5th in scoring defense.
Is that Dan Quinn's, or was he still there?
I don't know. I just know that it wasn't true what he said. And his big, high-powered scoring offense managed 7 points in the first half of a horrendous playoff loss to the Packers that day, 12 points in a game against the Niners, and 17 in another game against the Niners. So what did really him having a high-scoring offense in Dallas get him but a bunch of painful and, in some cases, embarrassing playoff losses? We can get into that in a little while, Bob.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Next.
Here is what Charlie Batch had to say about the hiring of Mike McCarthy.
And ultimately, if you've been around coaching changes, they're going to bring their guys that they're comfortable with. Mm-hmm. Are there people on the staff that have had current relationships with him over the course of the last 10 years or so? Maybe. But again, we don't know that because we don't know who his number one choice is. Maybe we get clarity on that here sooner rather than later.
Right.
But ultimately, those pieces he's going to bring his guys in all the way from off his coaching staff all the way down to the strength coaches.
For sure.
That's just ultimately how it unfolds. So I think that is probably a couple differences that is happening this go around. I get excited about Mike McCarthy here. Yes, people could talk about the age. You're not going to get him for 15, 20 years in the same manner that we did the previous 2 coaches. And that's okay.
That's okay.
Because he's passionate about being here. He wants to bring a Lombardi trophy here to Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. And he's a lightweight quarterback whisperer.
A lightweight quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a compliment from Charlie? A lightweight quarterback whisperer?
I think it was, but a little bit of a undertone to that, I guess. A lightweight quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, everything was good there until that. Listen, he's been around. He knows how to get it done, and I do agree with Charlie that when you have a coach who's been around, he has a lot of connections. He's going to take people who he knows, who he trusts, people who would complement what he believes. So I'm sure you're already seeing some of that go on right now.
Well, that we are on the other side of the ball. A guy who worked for McCarthy in 2018's Patrick Graham. That's.
Uh-oh.
And I have another coaching staff addition for you.
Holy bird milk.
Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports is saying that the Steelers are set to hire veteran offensive line coach James Campen.
Another guy who has worked with McCarthy.
Correct, in Green Bay.
Thank you, Limits.
But I would expect that, right?
Well, let's talk about Graham because probably after Tyler Kennedy, that was the lead. So let's get to it because Jerry Dulac reporting that they're closing in on Patrick Graham. Mm-hmm. The Raiders' defense ranked. Where is it here? Not well, I can tell you that. in the low 20s pretty much most of the time he was there, Bob, which was like 4 or 5 years. However, a lot of people saying based on what he had, he actually did a good job there. I'm not sure what to believe, but here's the bottom line. He's not coming here with a sterling resume as defensive coordinator, period.
No, and his thing is offense, which is totally different than what they've hired in the past, which is why I'm intrigued to see how it all works out and what his plans are for this offense and specifically who will be on the field for this offense. So at some point...
No, I'm talking defense.
Oh.
Defensive coordinator Patrick Graham.
Okay, I misunderstood what you said. Once again, I was looking at my phone. I apologize.
My God, I have one guy yawning, the other guy checking his phone.
I'm transparent about it.
Do you like that fake yawn?
I think
Bob, Patrick Graham, the defensive coordinator with the Raiders, and in scoring defense, the Raiders have been 25th, 9th, and 26th. Total defense, 14, 15, 15, and 28.
Right.
Some say he's overachieving.
But also,
there's a lot of buts with him.
He had to deal with 3 different head coaches in his 4 years there.
Okay.
He also had to deal with players. I don't think his cornerbacks are good, which led him to play zone defense, which I don't think is his preference from what I've been reading. He'd like to play more press coverage, but I think because they didn't have the people there who can do it, they played a different style of defense. I think he has to adjust to his players. I think he does that good from what I've read. And again, what I'm saying is from what I've read. I've never met the man. I don't think any of us have. So you only can go by what you see and hear from other people.
His points against with the 2019 Dolphins as the defensive coordinator was last in the NFL. I know there's a but there. Was that the tank for 2 a year? It might have been. So. And then he was the Giants' defensive coordinator in 20 and 21. Bob, whatever excuses or explanations we want to make for him, he's not arriving here with a sterling NFL resume.
No.
He's just not.
I also think there are circumstances to everything. As I told you yesterday, my thing would have been, regardless of 4-3-3-4, because I think we both know that you very seldom play your base defense just, I don't know how much percentage of the time. I would, since Schwartz is a little unhappy, I would have tried to pursue that and see where that goes. I really would have, because I respect what that guy has done no matter where he's been. He's had a good defense, it seems, or at least he knows.
I'd be begging him and trying to make some type of deal with the Browns, but I don't know if he's going to get out of there.
I wouldn't care that he was with the Browns. Now, maybe the Browns will say, no, you're not talking to him. At some point, push will come to shove. If he doesn't want to be there because he's upset with this
There's no way they'd let him go to Pittsburgh.
Well, they made some stupid decisions before.
Well, that's true.
They traded a quarterback in the middle of a game, in the middle of a season, to another team that affected Pittsburgh. Who knows what they're capable of doing?
His 2 Giants defenses, if anybody's interested, he did have a top 10 scoring defense, Patrick Graham, in 2020, and then the next year they ballooned up to 23. So this much we know about him. In raw numbers, the defenses he's run have not been good, period. There may be way more to the story. There, like you said, there is a lot of the time. And he may be a great defensive coordinator waiting to happen. But he's walking into a situation where, while there's talent, a lot of it, or at least a good portion of it, is aging. You have Cam Hayward. You have T.J. Watt. You have Jalen Ramsey. Those are 3 key players right now on this team. I don't know what they're going to do with Ramsey, but that's one guy at each level who's really, really important. Who's getting up there. You do have some pretty good young talent, too, though.
I think you have a lot of young talent. Defensive line should be better just because they're younger.
Well, not if they lose Cam.
Well, no, but I'm saying even if you do, you have Benton, you have Harmon.
Black
would be a guy who'd I'd look to. They have guys there, and I think you can assume that they would get better.
Does this hire, if it comes to pass, as Jerry says it will, does this excite you?
No, but I don't know enough about him to get excited or not get excited.
Right, so all we can do is an initial reaction.
My reaction is no. I would rather go. I would try Schwartz. I really would. I'm intrigued by that. And the fact
about Raheem Morris? Has he landed anywhere yet?
No, he's not.
Don't think so.
Limits, does the potential hiring of Patrick Graham excite you?
No, it does not excite me. I mean, I know that the places that he's been is not giving him the best opportunity to probably showcase the way that he can call a defense. But you're talking about a guy that's in his 4th different stop and hasn't been that productive. And I feel like we've gotten way too much into Mike McCarthy is hiring all guys that have been on his former staffs. Like, is there anybody new and up and coming that is going to join his staff? Like, Graham coached with him previously. They're talking to Wells in Dallas, who he coached with, the offensive line coach he coached with in Green Bay. Is there anybody new and fresh that is like, an up-and-coming guy in the coaching carousel that could be added to the staff? It seems like McCarthy is just adding a bunch of his buddies that he's worked with before that he's familiar with. And it just fits into the Steelers' system and scheme and everything that's gone on in the last couple of weeks where they're just seeking comfort. And they're seeking what they already know and not going out and trying to add new ideas.
How about a Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator in Raheem Morris? He was the Rams guy when they beat the Bengals and held them. I mean, the Bengals did some work in that game, but it was 23-20.
I thought he would be hired by now. He's another guy who at least has a bigger resume and a more successful one.
Right.
But I understand coaches who know guys they've been with, and they, you have to. He's not going to change his system of how he does business. And he wants people who know it so that they can implement it quicker and make the transition faster, I guess.
I think I'd go for a proven guy if I were him, because some of Mike McCarthy's seasons have ended in horror because his defense got shredded. The year after they beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, they lost to the Giants as an 8-point favorite in the first round, giving up 37 points. The next year they gave up 45 to the Niners. The last time we saw a McCarthy team, they were giving up 48 to the Packers. Go out and get a guy who's won a Super Bowl. Get Raheem Morris in here.
Yeah, especially if his plan is just to let that guy do the thing that he has to do. If you're just going to turn it over to somebody,
right,
then get the best one you can
So
find.
yeah, here's what I would say. If the rationale, if you're a big Mike McCarthy guy, is he's been there and done that, and you want to have a proven track record, okay, that's the offensive side. How come you don't hold that philosophy on the defensive side? Patrick Graham has not been there and done that, and he doesn't have a good track record. Why doesn't that philosophy hold for the other half of the team?
Anthony Weaver would have made sense, too. They brought him in multiple times for interviews, too. One virtual, one in person.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was another name because they brought him in, but again, it's up to the head coach.
Well, he's another guy who, to me, is in the Graham category because people say the numbers don't equate to how good of a job he did. Okay, but there's a guy out there who won a Super Bowl and beat Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl. How about that?
Yeah, there are guys out there who've had that, and maybe they outpriced them. I don't know what kind of numbers they talk about. They have a budget, obviously, whatever that is. It's all part of a puzzle. But in the end of the day, we're going to find out when they start playing games. What kind of, number one, what kind of defense he's going to employ. I would love him to be more pressure. And I see in Vegas he wasn't that way. It was more cover, zone. And again, I attribute that to their cornerbacks aren't very good in Vegas. So maybe that's how to cover up for corners who don't make plays or get victimized.
I mean, pressure-wise, they have a $41 million guy flanked by a guy on the other side Alex Highsmith, who's coming off a good year, and Herbig. They should be a pretty good pressure team.
Yeah.
Cam Hayward up front. I think Harmon can develop as a pass rusher.
And you have Joey Porter Jr. could lock down people from what we've seen based on
And then
this
everybody
year.
ripped them when they tried to pressure Lamar Jackson and got smoked.
You got to do what you think is best for your own guys. And I realize there are people out there who are going to, break, contain, and make plays. That's going to happen. But you're better off trying to get to quarterbacks before they pass the ball, get in their heads, premature passes, bad passes, batted balls, whatever, to make turnovers. That seems to be the way. If you're a good defensive coordinator, you're gonna want that. You want that turnover component to your game.
High of 17 today, Plexico Burris, a low of 0. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up top of the hour, I mentioned a very interesting quarterback prospect who's talking about the Steelers and has a link to the Steelers. New coach, I might add. Let's talk about that, Bob, shall we?
Sure.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Okay, the latest from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. Patrick Graham, former DC with the Raiders, is flying to Pittsburgh today to interview for the Steelers' defensive coordinator job, and he is considered the front runner. He still has to have an interview. But Fowler says that the expectation in some league circles is that Graham will be the defensive coordinator if all goes well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Car of the Week from the Baseball Car Castle and Cranberry Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Book us. 2menandajumptruck.com. Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met yet?
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work? Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore. Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Steelers continue to add to their coaching staff as Mike McCarthy fills out his staff with James Campen, according to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports. Campen being hired as the offensive line coach for next season. He's an ex-offensive lineman, made 50 career starts. He was Mike McCarthy's offensive line coach in Green Bay. He coached with the Packers from 2007 to 2018. And also the Steelers have Patrick Graham in for an interview. Is considered the front runner, according to Jeremy Fowler, to be the Steelers' next defensive coordinator, former DC with the Raiders. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, starting to take shape here. James Campen, the new offensive line coach, Bob. Now, he does have a resume. He was the Packers offensive line coach under McCarthy from 2007 to 17. Mm-hmm. That's something pretty good to put on your resume, yes?
Yes.
He's also had 1-year stints, Cleveland, Chargers, Texans, Carolina. I'm not sure it went great, but there wasn't a lot of talent there either. He does come with things on his pro football resume. The big question is who's going to be the quarterback. And there's an interesting little story developing, Bob, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. Garrett Nussmeier tells Ross McCorkle of Steelers Depot, I would love to play for the Steelers and McCarthy. And we already knew that there's a connection there, yes, because Doug Nussmeier was a quarterback's coach, worked under McCarthy in various roles in Dallas. This kid could be a day 2 quarterback. Who knows? He could be a steal. Speaking of situations where you're hampered by your surroundings, was that the case with him this year at LSU? How do we look at him as a prospect? Would he be a good day 2 pick? Where do you guys stand on this?
I mean, I liked him going into this season. I think I've come to not like him as much. But I would say that about a lot of quarterbacks this year. I think I need to see more from him. But day 2, I guess. I mean, again, if the relationship means something and he believes that he could work with McCarthy and vice versa, then I guess you would try it. They have to, first and foremost, though, they have to get an answer from Aaron Rodgers. That's where it all starts for me.
What does this Nussmeier thing intrigue you, though? Because even if they bring back Rodgers, you can still draft somebody.
Would he be available in round 3, say?
Maybe. The Steelers have the 51st pick, and they got a bunch of third-round picks if they want to finagle their way up in the draft a little bit.
It's a lot easier to go in the third to the second as it is to move to the top 10 of the first round. You have to come up with a whole bunch of stuff to get there. So that would make sense if he's available and if they liked him.
His junior year, he threw for 29 touchdowns, 12 picks. Everybody thought and 4,000 yards. Everybody thought he was going to absolutely just explode this season. He winds up with 12 touchdowns, 5 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get injured too, I think?
Yes. Yeah, he was hurt a lot of the year.
So what do you think, Limits?
Yeah, so at the start of the year, whenever I was hosting by myself.
I put him in the same thing as Aller.
Yeah, I did my own quarterback, my own rankings coming into this year. I had Nussmeier number 1. I had Aller 2. I had Nussmeier 1 because, look, he's just 6'1", 205. He's not a big guy, but there's still arm strength there. There's somewhat mobility there. He's a limited prospect. I thought he was going to take much more of a jump this year, but I do think that he is somebody who is kind of a victim of his circumstance. Kelly gets fired in the middle of the year. He gets banged up. They have no running game. Sure, quarterbacks need to overcome stuff like that, but I think that there was kind of an avalanche of things on Nussmeier where he's still an intriguing prospect, not a first-round guy, but somebody that I think definitely in a good situation can flourish.
Man, I'm interested, and I'm reading right now Matt Miller, Jordan Reed, Field Yates. They put together a whole thing about the Senior Bowl, right? And one of the guys they're looking forward to watching is Nussmeier. And they're talking about the stuff we're talking about right now, where was he a victim of his circumstances last season? Reed writes, LSU's Garrett Nussmeier will be the most impressive passer this week because of his anticipation and accuracy. Talking about the Senior Bowl setting, of course. The 6'1", 205-pound Nussmeier has a daredevil mentality, isn't shy about throwing into tight windows over the middle of the field or outside the numbers. His experience with altering protections at the line of scrimmage will also stand out. After a disappointing injury-plagued season, he'll be looking to recapture the early round buzz he had entering 2025. All I've heard, this guy says, is round 3, but others had round 5 or 6 grade on him. What do you think of that? If they drafted him, I'd put him above Will Howard. I can tell you that. Bob?
No, I wouldn't. Just because the size thing and he's not the breakaway kind of guy that I think at his size he should have. He can, but he doesn't do it on a regular enough basis. I've only watched a few games, so I'm certainly not an expert on this, and I don't know where he fits in. I just expected, based on all the hype coming into the season, to see a much better season from him than I saw. Now, as Austin explained, there were circumstances that changed it, including injury and coaching turmoil. But I'm not convinced that he's going to be what
me neither.
Hope he's going to be.
Me neither. But I think he's more of a second or third round talent.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
What I would do Rodgers has to make a decision. But if he doesn't come back, to me, I would draft as if I was loading up. Even if Rodgers does come back, I would say this, I guess. If Rodgers does come back and play and he ends up being the starter, then I would draft so that I have a whole bunch of stuff on my cupboard for next year for when it's either Will Howard, somebody else drafted, whomever, and Rodgers is not around. Because if he comes back this year, he's not going to come back at 44. As I told you yesterday, I think it's better just to move on at some point, and this would be the point. But if not, I would draft so that I have everything that a young quarterback would need in 2027.
Limits, if you had Nussmeier drafted and Will Howard and Mason Rudolph, how does your pecking order go there?
Oh, boy. I think I would start with Mason at first just because he's the veteran, and I would not want to throw either Howard or Nussmeier right to the Wolves because they've not played any preseason snaps, at least at this point, or any NFL games, obviously. So I would start Rudolph and then let the best man win between Nussmeier and Howard.
Who intrigues you more if Nussmeier were drafted?
Nussmeier does, just because of his ability to throw into tight windows. I think he's a better arm than Will Howard does. And one thing, Garrett Nussmeier faced a ton of pressure last year. What we learned from Will Howard at Ohio State, albeit outside of the playoffs because he was barely under pressure, is that Howard gets a little skittish in the pocket when he's pressured, and that's where a lot of the inaccuracy comes. Nussmeier was...
I would say that about a lot of quarterbacks.
Well, yeah, but I think Nussmeier does it better. He's able to
all I know
throw.
is that Howard at Kansas State, Howard at Ohio State won. He's a winner. He knows how to do that, and I think there's something to be said for that. I mean, it comes down to whatever the case, whoever is here, I would make that when it arrives as a complete open competition. I want to see everyone. Put your hand in the pile. Let's go. And whoever wins, wins. Is that fair?
Yeah, but just because you're a winner in college doesn't mean you're going to be a winner in the NFL.
Just because you...
What did Josh Allen win at Wyoming?
Okay, what did Nussmeier win? Has he won anything yet?
Well, that's my point in terms of it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
A lot of it is traits and
When you come off a
situation.
season where he had last year and you follow it up with one he had this year, I have more questions than answers.
What did Drake May win in college?
Okay. I don't know. Not enough.
Enough to be the third pick overall.
Okay, so you're going to tell me...
And I read you the list of national championship quarterbacks.
How would you do it if you had Nussmeier, Mason Rudolph, and Will Howard?
You can't have a one thing that was proven under Tomlin in the last 5 years is you can't have a three-man open battle.
All right,
so it's going to be two.
two-man?
It would be Nussmeier and Howard.
Me too. That's what I would do.
I don't even know what is going to happen with Mason.
Yeah, he might just not come back.
No, he could. There's a lot to be said for being a veteran backup, which they would need, and he fits that bill. I think he's gotten to the point probably where he knows, given his age, that he may never get that opportunity again. And he's probably content, even though he wants to start. But you could have a very nice career being a
sure. I'm saying what's going to happen to him in this situation, even if it's Howard, Rodgers, and Rudolph. Because everybody wants Howard.
Well,
and by the way, Ben and Charlie Batch agree with you, Bob. Do we have a little Will Howard talk from the Football and Podcast, Oh Limitless Wonder?
Yeah, this is what Ben...
I think Mason comes up in this, too.
Yeah, here is what Charlie Batch and Ben had to say about Howard.
Yeah. And if that's the case, now you get excited about a young Will Howard. So whatever he presented caught the attention and got him hired. So I'm excited about that. And I'm also excited about the fact of this dormant offense that we've been running over the last 4 years.
Yeah, why are fans? Why, as fans, don't you? I mean, I understand Pittsburgh loves defense and loves running the ball, but at some point, don't you want points?
Correct.
Nah, man. Nah.
Spence jumps
man.
in. Let me hear the next one with them, where I think it was Howard and then Rudolph comes into the conversation. Do you have that or no? It was basically Charlie Batch saying, if this comes to pass here with where they're putting some eggs in the Will Howard basket, if you're Mason, do you say, what about me? Like, what about him? He's an afterthought, Bob. I haven't heard Mike McCarthy say or Art Rooney, hey, he can't wait to work with Mason Rudolph.
Right. It's always been Will Howard.
Yes.
I think they've identified something in him over the course of him being here for the entire year, even though he never played in a preseason game, had the injury. You can tell people who have some qualities that you really like as a quarterback. They're intangible things that we can't talk about because we don't know, but they do after spending time with him. I also think Aaron Rodgers really likes the guy. I think Aaron Rodgers would endorse him as somebody who can emerge as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Perhaps.
So where does that leave us? Again, it comes back to Rodgers. He has to make a decision.
It leaves us with a 6th-round pick who's never taken a snap in a preseason game that every team had a chance to pick, and I realized they had a chance to pick Tom Brady and Mark Bulger, too, and Matt Hasselbeck, and they went in the 6th round. But if you did the draft over again, I'd be real curious to see where the Steelers would take Will Howard. If you did the draft over again right now, based on the way they're talking, they'd take him in the 1st round, right? Or the 2nd?
Based on the way they're talking, yeah. Then why didn't they take him earlier? Why did it take all the way until the 6th round? You're right, Joe. Charlie Batch did take a little bit of a shot at Mason.
You've already seen what you had in Mason.
Yeah.
That's just, they've seen him for years, and now you have to turn around now and say, what do we have in this young guy? Because if you hit on him, that means now you have essentially another year to continue to put the pieces around him on a rookie contract before you have to pay him the money.
Same thing the Sanford did with Purdy. Like, they were able to build a team around him and pay and have make a run. If you can make a run with a quarterback in his rookie deal, you have a chance.
Absolutely.
You have a chance. You've seen it happen with some of these guys. You're going to see with the New England. I mean, with Drake May, you're going to see, you see these teams that can stockpile players for a couple of years.
Right. And that's the logic. But, he is a 6th-round pick, and there were teams, including the Steelers, who didn't pick him for 5 rounds. I get all of that. But, again, I think the year with him here and what they went through in meetings, and who knows what they gleaned from those meetings and just watching him in action, I don't know. I'd be willing to give him a chance. But, again, I would draft this year and next as if I were trying to come up with a whole bunch of people around him that will make any quarterback in 2027 successful, or at least more successful, that you don't rely on him to be the guy.
All right, Limits, line up our next guest here.
All right, so Frank Michael Smith is going to join the show next. Big-time content creator on TikTok. I think he's approaching 2 million on TikTok, Bob.
He's a big TikToker.
Huge following.
He does great work, and I've been bullish on him for a while.
Yeah,
he's also
last week.
And he's very, very bullish on Mike McCarthy. I give the McCarthy hire a C. Bob, are you still on a C?
Yeah.
Limits, you still on an F+?
I'm at an F+.
So one of us, or maybe all of us, are going to be...
stole my F+, by the way.
I know he did. Are going to be at odds with Frank Michael Smith here. This should be interesting. He'll join us next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're also going to talk in a little while. Bob, perhaps we could take a couple minutes now about Pitt's idea to, what are they going to do, cover up a bunch of seats over at
they're going
Acrisure?
to reduce the capacity from, I think it's 68,000 to 51,000, something in that. And honestly, if you look around football, and I'm not talking about the football factories, not the Tuscaloosa, not Notre Dame, most of these other schools have smaller venues, and I think they are better when it comes to atmosphere. And I don't know if you can create that even with, like the Oakland A's used to do, tarpaulin over the outfield bleachers or whatever. So what do you think of that deal? I understand why. I mean, those are empty seats.
I mean, to me, it just underscores that it's not the situation you want as a college football team. It's not.
No,
but it's the one you have, and given the one
that big, you're going to see empty seats no matter how you try to cover that up in coverage, right?
Not if you win a lot.
Well, again, that would be nice if you did that.
I remember back-to-back games.
You could take the tarpaulin off then and sell more tickets if you.
I remember back-to-back games when they were high profile with Larry Fitzgerald, and that place was rocking for Virginia Tech and Miami. So it wasn't like the place was filled with opposing fans. It's going back a long ways. Win more, I would say. That this move underscores the fact that you don't win enough.
But do you
and
like
you're not
it or not?
high profile
Do you like
enough.
it or not?
Given the circumstances, I guess it's a prudent move. It's better than empty seats. But my God, is that the bar we're talking about? Let's make it so our stadium doesn't have a bunch of empty seats. Let's put a tarp up. Let's get an on-campus stadium limits. Can we start that topic again?
I have been saying that for years. Since
Bob,
I came
use
out
a
of the
little bit
wound.
of your poll and get somebody to build an on-campus stadium.
Okay. They had a choice to do this when they had Pitt Stadium still there. They chose to make it a basketball arena.
It was the wrong choice.
Because that land is the land you should use.
Right.
And now it's gone. But given how the basketball team is going right now, they may have to start doing that at Peterson eventually. I hope not. I mean, I want to see that place packed the way it used to be.
That's a great venue. That's a beautiful arena.
It is, but you got to have winning teams to make it
I guess
all.
if you tarp it off the right way, it'll be a better atmosphere.
It will be a better
let's
atmosphere.
not act like it's going to be,
it's still a big stadium.
Cameron Indoor over there. It's going to be.
By the way, have you ever been there, Cameron?
No.
You got to go. That should be on your bucket list.
It is.
It's an amazing
that in the
place.
big house, Bob.
You want to go to the big house next year? Penn State's playing there.
Yes, I would. Are you going to the Penn State outdoor game this weekend?
Yeah, I'll be there on Saturday.
My stepson's going to be there. Michael Benko. I'm going to give you his number.
Very cold.
Hockey Valley, baby. Hockey
That's
Valley.
the way it's supposed to be, limits.
Yeah, but it's going to be like 1 degree. If it was like 20,
that was like when Pittsburgh played in Buffalo in that Winter Classic game, the very first one where Crosby got the game winning.
One of the greatest sporting events I
shootouts.
ever covered.
But how cold was it that day?
It wasn't like this.
It was snow. There was snow.
Yeah.
I don't know if it
Beautiful
was
snow, a
minus
light
20,
snow.
but it was cold.
Bob, why can't you use some of your persuasion and have them build an on-campus stadium?
Because I don't have the money.
I know. There's nowhere to build it either.
Yeah, I just think it'd be difficult to do
People
right
build
now.
crap all the time. Rich people build things all the time where there's no room to build them. They somehow build them.
But
anyway,
that's such a tight space.
if there's a
over
will,
there.
there's a way.
That's such a tight space. I don't know where they would
Build
do
it at the site of the old O.
You know, I have people who I know.
They could put it where
they built a mini stadium on the corner.
They could go where
the
Hemingway's
original
is going out. How that's so
the only person
unfortunate.
who could fit in the stadium is Limits.
I know people who've built big stadiums. The Astorini family.
Dan Pastorini?
No, Astorino family.
Yeah.
They do it all the time, and they had a lot to do with what you see at Acrisure. They're also involved, I believe, in other venues. And so maybe I'm going to ask them and see what the possibilities would be, how much it would cost, and where, using their vision, where they could do it. There are a lot of people.
I asked speaking of my stepson, he's a civil engineer. and working on the new Pitt athletic facility over there.
Congratulations on all his success.
On all his success. And I said, where do you build it? He said, there is nowhere to build it.
You'd have to tear down things. It would have to be.
And like I said, that seems to happen a lot when people with lots of money want something.
Yeah.
They don't let a lot get in their way. Now, would you have to tear down people's houses? I don't know.
Probably.
These things are true to me. One, Pitt should have an on-campus stadium. They should have built an on-campus stadium. That's the way it should be. It should be about 40 to 45,000 capacity.
Good number. I like that.
That's just a truth, but it didn't happen. So in the reality you're dealing with in an NFL stadium, if you're not a high-profile winning program, this was a prudent move to put tarps on your bleachers. Right. But I'm not going to sit here and have a ticker tape parade about it.
It's not going to be aesthetically pleasing. It's going to look like Oakland when the A's were playing there, and they had the whole you try to put tarps and then you cover it up with past championship teams or players, make it look like it's some sort of design, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it underscores a bigger problem, and that is you got to win. Winning attracts everything. However, that's why PNC Park and the 35,000, 38,000, that's a perfect number for baseball. I really think if you want to create a demand, you have that number. And then if things really go well, you jack the price up of tickets. Yeah. That's all you do. But you're never going to attract 68,000 for every Pitt game.
It's just my vision for there, what I would have always wanted to see is even a smaller stadium. What's the capacity of Nippert Stadium? Can you look that up, Limitless?
It's like 30,000, 32,000.
Just a tiny little bandbox where you have a home field advantage.
You don't think
people are going crazy and it's fun.
Blue Devils could play in a bigger arena if they wanted to? No, they chose that place, and it's still one of those places because it creates atmosphere. It makes them better. Plus, demand for tickets is always there. You have people on waiting lists.
I mean, Alan Green made it sound like this is going to sound like LSU on a Saturday night. You're going to have a stadium where people are moving down to the lower bowl, which is great. It'll be better. I'm not saying that. But you're still going to have a giant cavernous stadium with huge swaths of it covered up by tarps.
Yeah. Optically, it's not going to look good.
Nippert Stadium, just 40,000.
Give me 40,000. Give me Nippert Stadium and free pizza.
They could do 45, I think. I could stretch it.
I'd go lower.
I'd love to see just a little tiny, like I said, a bandbox right on campus somewhere, Bob, where everybody can get to it. Of course, you can't get anywhere in Oakland these days. I know it's a pipe dream. It is. It's a pipe dream, but it should have happened. Do we all agree on that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's what you want. But, they made a deal, and it was involved with the Steelers, and that was an attractive thing for them at the time, and sharing their facilities both over there and at the stadium. But, you make it tough on kids, too. And, today kids are seemingly lazier than ever. You want to roll out of bed and go to a stadium. You don't want to get on buses and try to get over there, and then you have to get buses back to your...
I disagree, Bob. Nobody could be lazier than I was in college. I think college kids have always had a propensity toward that.
Well, that's what makes it easier for them to roll out of bed and just go to the stadium, as opposed to having to go through the whole, bus routes, get in line, whatever. But
thank you, Bob.
It's not going to happen.
Thank you, Bob. It's time to talk to Frank.
Time to talk to Frank, Michael Smith, TikTok content creator.
TikTok.
2 million followers,
but he's also on other social media sites.
Yeah, he's a lot on Instagram.
He's very good. Very engaging.
Very nice man. And we're probably going to argue next, and that'll be fun on Pump and Joe.
Joe, do you have a message for the people?
I don't know, Limits, do I?
Yes.
I already did it. Oh, no, I didn't. What's my message about?
We'll tell you in a moment.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so the Steelers are hiring a new offensive line coach, James Campen, who was formerly with the Green Bay Packers, with their offensive line from 2007 to 2018. Steelers talking to Patrick Graham. Multiple reporters are saying that he is interviewing for the job. Others have said that he is getting the job. So regardless, it seems like Patrick Graham is ultimately going to be the guy. Penguins tonight back at home against Chicago. They will play the Blackhawks at 7 o'clock. Archer Shelov's in net. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 84 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute This is Chris Mack with the Sports Minute, sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Mike McCarthy got a lot right during his introductory press conference Monday, but there's one thing he got totally wrong: showing fealty to Aaron Rodgers. The answer in Pittsburgh isn't another 10-7 year with an aging Hall of Fame quarterback. The answer starts with finding their next quarterback. I'm Chris Mack.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, BA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimaghairclinic.com.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
New music, Joe. Do you like it? It's upgraded. We need to get some Bruno Mars in
Got
the
a
rotation.
real nice beat to it.
Little
doesn't it?
24-karat magic to introduce our
Who's
next
this,
guest.
Limits?
This is music that Craig has put into the system.
Every show gets different music.
And it doesn't say
As he decided
who it's by.
You know, I like genre of music. We could get a little rap in here if you want to.
I'm playing what I'm told at the moment. That's above my pay grade, Bob.
All
right. Let's get to, I'm looking up some Frank Michael Smith tweets here.
Actually, if you look at the content he creates, especially with the visuals, the video, all of
really good stuff.
Really good stuff. And it's all topical stuff, which everyone is engaged in.
Pittsburgh's very own Frank Michael Smith, TikTok content creator, and a mighty popular one, tweeted out, upon the hiring of McCarthy, all the Steelers fans whining and complaining about Mike McCarthy need to relax. This team needs two things: a coach who can call a top 5 offense and develop QBs. He's proved he checks both boxes. This is not about him being from Pittsburgh or reconnecting with Aaron Rodgers. Frank, how are you? And welcome aboard again. Look at this guy, Bob. He looks a hell of a lot better than me, I'll tell you that.
And he doesn't even make
How you doing, guys? Good to be back on.
Good to have you back on.
So you're bullish on this hire?
Yeah, very.
Oh, I'm super bullish on it. I mean, I
the tweet sums it up right there. But, last time I was on, I talked about an offensive coach. That's my one thing on the wish list, and I got it. And I don't want to be picky, A lot of guys wanted Shieldhouse or, maybe a different offensive guy. I know a lot of people wanted Shula too, but
Kubiak
for me, it's all about the offense, and that's what McCarthy brings. Everything else is the cherry on top.
Well, that's what he brought when he already had Rodgers and he walked into Prescott. And I'm not questioning his offensive credentials necessarily, but who's the quarterback going to be? Who's he walking into here, or who is he going to have, Frank? That's my question here.
Well, I want to push back on that Rodgers thing real quick here. He didn't walk into Pro Bowl Aaron Rodgers. He walked onto that team, and Rodgers had never started a game. So Rodgers wasn't the quarterback that everyone, sees today. He had this weird, kind of robotic, high release. They worked together on that. He put him through what he called quarterback school. This is how he got the job in Pittsburgh pretty much, is he went to the Rooneys and said, look, here's my long experience of developing quarterbacks. I did it, the best case studies, Aaron Rodgers. Let me do that here in Pittsburgh. So I think he has to get credit.
I'll give him credit, but is there an Aaron Rodgers-like talent? I mean, you can talk about his release point, whatever. He's one of the most naturally gifted quarterbacks who ever walked the planet. It would have taken something to screw that up. Where's the next guy here? Who's he developing?
If he was that naturally gifted, he would have gone first overall over Alex Smith. He wasn't the guy we see today. That took a lot of hard work. I think it's both. I think it's a combination. But there is no guy in Pittsburgh right now. Maybe it's Will Howard. I really hope we don't run it back with Rodgers. I know they left the door open to do that, but you got to keep swinging, right? You got to keep drafting these guys and trying. And we did it one time with Kenny Pickett. Didn't work out. You got to go back to the dish and try again.
So who would you, if you had an opportunity, because I don't think first round is available. Regardless of, we'll talk Rodgers in a second more, but if you had a chance to draft a quarterback, let's say second, third, fourth rounds, and if you think they have potential, which one of these guys that are available to be drafted would you take, Frank?
There's none that I really like this year. I want to see what we have with Will Howard. Everyone speaks very highly of him. If there's someone on the Steelers' radar that you like as a second or third day guy, great, let's try it out. But I feel like we have a guy on the roster right now that is waiting there, ready for a chance. Let's do that.
What do you like about him?
First of all, he's a big guy. This is who succeeds in the AFC North. You need a big quarterback, a guy who's mobile now. I think his athleticism is skipped over. He's not like some dynamic athlete like Lamar Jackson or, any of these top runners right now. But he can do it. He can do a little bit. He's not going to be a statue back there like a Kirk Cousins that might be rumored to come in as a veteran or something like that. He gives you a little bit of room to run. He's a leader. He's won a national championship. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, winning's not a quarterback stat. It means something. The guy won a national championship. And everyone speaks very highly of him. He seems like he's well-liked in the building. Maybe he's not good, but it's like you drafted him for a reason. Let's go out and see what we got.
Our friend and your friend, the Limitless Wonder here, gave the McCarthy hiring an F and has upgraded that to an F+, Frank. I present City Limits.
Yeah, Frank, the reason why that is I wanted this to be more of a fresh start. Whether it be a younger offensive mind, which is what I was more in favor of, but especially I kind of doubled down on this after hearing McCarthy at the press conference. It seems like they're going to run it back with Rodgers. He thinks the defense is fine and there's a lot of great pieces. And that I just don't think that the Steelers are looking at this as if it's more of a rebuild than it actually is. And that Art and Omar heard a lot of things that they wanted to hear from McCarthy, and that's partly why he's the guy.
So what about McCarthy's offense don't you like?
Well, I just thought go younger, go more innovative. I'm okay with McCarthy, the coach. I just think that the process that they went through was poor, and I also thought that having a younger guy to be able to develop a younger quarterback and sustain something for a while would have been better, because I think that McCarthy is more of a Tomlin 2.0 type of guy in this role.
Well, I don't think that's fair. This guy led 3 straight top 5 offenses in Dallas. One of them, as I said in my video, was 4th, and Cooper Rush started 6 of those games, 5 or 6 of those games. So he can do it, and he calls the plays too. Just because he's not 30 years old doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's doing on offense. The stats back it up. So I really got nothing for you there.
What about, and this was my only thing about this hire, Frank, is that when they made it, and I knew that Mike McCarthy didn't have a whole bunch of people following him trying to get him to be hired, you could have had the same thought, but then continued the interview process, which I thought was going to happen. I mean, logically, just you had Shula, you had Scheelhaus. Whether or not they liked him or didn't like him on a Zoom interview, I still thought they were going to bring him in. I also thought they were going to bring in Clint Kubiak, who's had a really good start to his career. So were you disappointed they didn't do that? Or do you think, I mean, they just were, he's represented everything they wanted, and so they just decided to take him?
I got to say I'm a bit surprised. I'll put it like that. I'm not disappointed because they felt like they got, their man, and, he passed all their tests with flying colors apparently, and they gave him a big 5-year deal. But I was definitely surprised that they didn't wait to at least see some of these guys in person.
Because after all, that's how Tomlin got to be where he was, because he came in really as an underdog candidate, but he went in there and took over the room.
Agreed. I'm surprised, not disappointed.
Okay.
Frank Michael Smith joins us here. I like your very succinct and very well, what shall I say? Well articulated.
Formulated.
The opposite of what I'm doing. Well articulated answers, Frank. This is why they pay you the big bucks. However,
thank you.
Let me push back a little bit, or at least get you to try to provide your own context here, because you talk about his offenses in Dallas. And some of the context for me is he walked into the number 6 offense in the league the year before he got there with Jason Garrett and Kellen Moore. It was already a really good offense. Dak Prescott was already throwing for 30 touchdowns. Does it bother you at all that McCarthy has won only one playoff game in his last 7 seasons, and that these high-scoring offenses he had in Dallas crashed in the playoffs each and every year? 12 points against San Fran, 17 against San Fran, 7 points in the first half of a brutal loss to the Packers that basically started the McCarthy demise. What about his playoff record?
Well, do you want to compare it to Tomlin's? Because I think we're way ahead of schedule there. But I think his last playoff win was 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, way ahead of schedule. Tomlin has none in his last 9. McCarthy has 1 in his last 7. I'd say that's similar.
Well, the last 7, I think, is a bit unfair. It was 2021, I think, was his last win. So,
right. So 1 in his last 7 years as a coach.
Look, it's not the best record. I'm not very happy with the playoff record either. I don't know how you can be, but I don't think the people in Pittsburgh, whoever made the ultimate call here, whether it was, Art 2 or Omar, I don't think they're looking at this as a, we need to win a playoff game immediately or you're going to be on the hot seat. That's why they gave him a 5-year deal. I think they know that work needs to be done. And ideally, 2-3 years into this, we're going to have a quarterback that's developed and be ready to win playoff games. Something that McCarthy's proved he can do. The guy's a Super Bowl winning coach. It's going to take a minute here. Does anyone think this roster is just ready to go right now?
McCarthy does. Art does. He said, we've got this guy because we have a veteran roster. McCarthy couldn't talk enough about the roster the other day. What you're describing is the antithesis of everything Art Rooney has done. You're talking about, it sounds like, maybe taking a step back here. When has Art wanted to do that? He was ready to run it back with Tomlin.
Can you imagine someone going into a press conference and saying, the players here are just not very good. We're not going to win very much right now. It's going to take a while. You can't say that.
I agree with that, and that's why I also think
Let's go back with Art then, who was ready to run it back with Tomlin and said this was the right coach for our veteran roster. You think so? In other words, you think Art has had a sudden change in philosophy and is willing to play the long game now?
The Tomlin thing makes no sense to me. I totally and 100% disagree with that sentiment. I'm not going to defend that. I'm the exact opposite of that.
And you don't think that McCarthy is here with a win now mandate immediately with a quote veteran roster? That's Art's quote, not Mike's. You don't think it's...
Why would you give him a 5-year deal if it was win now?
Well, what do you give him, a 1-year deal? You have to give a new coach at least 3.
Right, so you'd probably give him 3.
Probably, yeah.
A lot of this, though, hinges on quarterbacks, and they all know it, and management knows it. It depends on what happens here. And I was of the belief that when McCarthy was hired, it in no way was done so because they wanted Aaron Rodgers back. I thought that was not a point in this. I thought they just liked the coach for what he was able to do, and that's a separate issue. I also think that in that press conference, he's not going to make a decision for Rodgers. Rodgers has to make that decision. So I think he would keep whatever door open, even though it may not be open. I don't know if it is or isn't. You can very easily get deceived by press conferences, I think. The one thing I loved about his is was authentic. He knew this was a place that is a special place. He wanted to be here, all of that. That's my biggest takeaway from that. I still don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be. And I honestly, do they? If Rodgers hasn't made up his mind?
If it's Rodgers, Frank, then you would have to agree that's only a win now situation. You must not think it will be Rodgers.
I'm going to side with you on this. I'll be disappointed if Rodgers comes back. I really hope that's not a piece of the puzzle here that they're actively trying to push for. I just don't know how anyone looks at the situation and says, Rodgers has got one more Super Bowl in him. That it just doesn't look that way. So let's move on. Let's see what we have. If we're bad, I'm not saying we should tank. I'm always going to be anti-tanking. I think it's toxic for the culture. But if you happen to lose less games with a guy like Will Howard starting, is it the end of the world? Probably not. You can come back into the draft next year, and maybe a guy like Arch Manning's available.
What do you think of Nussmeier? We just talked about his dad's relationship with McCarthy, worked for him as a quarterback coach. Was he a victim of circumstances? Would you take a flyer on him in the second day, maybe?
Second day seems kind of early. I thought he was disappointing this year. Who knows, though? Here's what I would do. If I was Omar or whoever's calling the shots here in the front office for the draft, which is still a little unclear, by the way, because Omar's not a football guy.
Right.
So a lot of that was Tomlin before. Who's calling the shots now? Is it Mike right away? We don't know. But if I was this person in charge, I would draft a quarterback every single season until you get it right. That doesn't mean it has to be the first round. But I would draft a guy every single season and keep throwing darts. You have to. It's the NFL. You need to get that right.
Limits?
Yeah. Do you think, because, Frank, we always talk about mid-round quarterbacks and what is the ultimate upside of that? So you do think that it's worth it to take a flyer on a Nussmeier or an Aller or somebody in that range, third or fourth round, rather than trying to draft somebody to potentially be like a third corner or maybe you get lucky with a starter like a Nick Herbig a couple years ago?
I would do it. I would definitely do it. If you feel like you have a high grade in this guy and you can get him in the third or fourth round, let's do it. We kind of whiffed on that with Mason Rudolph, depending on, what you think of Rudolph. But they said they had a first-round grade on Rudolph, and clearly that hasn't been true. But I would keep trying to do it. You have to keep trying here. Like, what's the point of all this if you're not trying to get your guy?
My philosophy on this would be with Rodgers or without. I still would try to draft so that I have enough pieces in place for whomever is that next guy so that he could be successful quicker than normal maybe. But because they still have things they need to do. And I don't know that I would waste, and I say that only because depending on the player, if it's somebody they truly believe could be the quarterback, at least a legitimate chance, then fine, you can make that choice. But if you don't, and you're just doing it, then I think it's counterproductive. So I would try to surround him with as much as I can give him in this draft especially, and next. And you can still draft next year because you may be in a position to do it earlier than you are this year. So do you agree with that? Making sure the cupboard is full for whomever takes over.
I do agree with that. And I have a question for you guys. How do you guys feel about Malik Willis?
I like him.
I've been trending in that direction.
I would ask for the
now you're talking. But I like that. Bob doesn't like him.
It's also a short sample size. I think everybody's piled on this. That's fine. He had a really good resurrection.
Bob hates him and Limits hates him, Frank.
I don't hate him.
Yes,
I'm just saying, can you decide after one game, really, that he is going to be and translate that into a starter full time? I don't know if you can do that. I see the warts that he had in Tennessee. I see how he struggled there. So
Limits hates him.
I don't hate him at all. I think he's Matt Flynn 2.0, though. I think
well, then you hate him as a player.
Hate is a very strong word there, Joe.
Matt Flynn 2.0 was a terrible player.
Yeah, but he had one good game with 5 touchdown passes.
Come on, Limits.
Seattle thought that was whatever it was.
I'm not saying you hate the guy as a man, but if you're calling him Matt Flynn, it does? I don't know him as a man.
Well, my point is,
if you're saying Matt Flynn 2.0, you think he's a terrible quarterback.
I think a lot of quarterbacks can thrive and flourish in Matt LaFleur's system, and I think that he's been somebody who's been able to do that. He's improved. He's gotten better, but I don't really think he's a high enough upside guy that you could depend on him as a starter to be your answer. No. So I don't want to dive down that road.
Frank?
So what would you give up for him? What pick?
For Willis?
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be a free agent, right? So you could sign him.
Let's say hypothetically you were trading for him, though. What's he worth?
I think probably a 5th or a 6th round pick.
3rd, I'd say.
I agree.
I want to see more. I just don't, if you make a commitment, it's going to be a pretty, sizable salary commitment to him. I've heard some of his representatives who are throwing money around. It's going to be
like
more.
What?
Like it could be 2 years, $30 million to $40 million, just like the Fields kind of contract.
To me, that's not really that sizable. You, Frank?
That seems fair. That seems like a deal.
Yeah, but you're expecting out of that a guy who can come in and be your everyday starter. I don't know.
I mean, you're taking a flyer on a guy.
Right. I would rather go, and try to figure that out in the draft. And if it's going to come down to that, but I still believe now that until that door is shut with Aaron Rodgers, there's still going to be an Aaron Rodgers quarterback here. Somebody has to shut it, whether it's him, them, or both.
And when the Titans did trade Willis to Green Bay, it was for a 7th-round pick in 2025ve.
Right, but things have changed dramatically here. All right, Frank,
Let me ask you this, though. Let's say, for example, Jarrett Stidham had a really good game. They won that game. He goes to the Super Bowl, plays well, they don't win, or even they do win. What does Jarrett Stidham make in the open market next year?
Maybe the same, if you're the same as Willis.
Do you believe that he would be the guy who can lead your franchise, even though you only looked at him in this one game?
I mean, that's all you got. You have to judge it by.
Pomp, are we assuming he plays well in the Super Bowl too?
No, let's say he has an average Super Bowl, and they win despite him, in spite of him.
I think he makes 15, 20 million.
That's my point. You have a very, and you're going to, that's how you're believing that this guy can do it, even though he hadn't played all season long. Like, if you looked at that game right there, there's some people who still say that I saw some things that I liked in that Denver game from him.
Oh, it's a big risk. No one's denying that. That's why the price is cheap. Frank, what do you like about Willis?
Look, he played outdoors. He's grown a lot as a player. We're not really sure where the ceiling is. He can move around. He's been a professional. He's been in really hard situations. I think that takes a lot of perseverance to be in a spot like he was in Tennessee and look so bad, almost be given away for a 7th rounder, and to come in and start in a really hard spot and to keep that team alive for playoff contention. That says a lot about the guy. He looked like he was poised. They won games under him. They could really run the ball under him too. So I see a lot of comparisons. Is he a Super Bowl winning quarterback right now? Probably not. But if we're looking at that low price, like you mentioned, that might be worth it. I'd still draft a guy.
I have a tweet here from someone who wanted to get in this conversation and say, what about a trade of Kyler Murray? I say no to that.
No.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't even know what this contract is, but if it's significant, I wouldn't want that.
Is there any tradable guy out there that you have your eye on?
No, it's I don't like the market. I definitely wouldn't do a guy like Kirk Cousins. Like we tried we tried that with Russell and Aaron already. On the Aaron thing, one more point though. If I'm the Steelers front office, I'm giving him a hard deadline. We can't drag this thing out all off season because Aaron does like to do that. I think he's come a long way. Like I was actually pretty anti-Aaron for a long time. I thought he was super egotistical, and he didn't really show any of that this season in Pittsburgh. I thought he was great. But he has a bit of a circus in the offseason. He's known for this. So don't let him control the narrative here. You have to give him a hard deadline, by the draft or maybe
agree.
well before the draft. You got to tell us if you're in or if you're out because we're making plans and moving on. So
how about Ty Simpson?
It has to be hard.
How about Ty Simpson in the first round? There's people linking the Steelers to him. You like him or no?
Seems high, right?
Yes.
Very high.
I don't know about the first round. I do like the kid, but not the first round.
And if he comes in as a first-round draft pick, he's going to be the guy, you would think, if there's no Rodgers, right? They're not going to. So that's the other thing that you're shutting down any possibility that Will Howard. I like open competitions if there are 2 guys involved. We talked about this earlier. If it comes down to Howard and Rudolph or Howard and anyone else you can bring in, as long as they're not some veteran guy who has to play because he's a veteran guy, I want to see that. I want to see somebody take a step forward. And the only way you're going to know that is to give them chances.
Wouldn't it be nice in some of these third downs where the Steelers offense is dink and dunk? They get into a lot of these third and shorts, third and mediums. When's the last time we had a guy who could really scramble out there and pick up a first down? That offense really misses this. We haven't thrown the ball over the middle of the field like some of these other teams do and get run after catch yards. Wouldn't it be nice if we forced teams to play a little bit of man and could actually scramble and had a younger guy? Like that's in my head. That's what I'm thinking of is like, let's keep some of these drives going. Let's be a little bit more dynamic. And a younger guy or a guy like Malik Willis brings that.
I agree with that. Frank, this was fun, man. Thank you for coming on. That was good talk.
Always appreciate it, Frank.
Appreciate it, guys.
Frank Michael Smith, check him out on TikTok. Check him out on Twitter as well. Anywhere else, Limits, in the social media sphere?
Yeah, Instagram is big on Instagram, too.
He's good.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, the video aspect of what he does is good. It just really supports everything he says in his pieces, so I like that. But you have to be young to understand how the settings process goes on these social media sites. I get frustrated with it, right? Austin?
Yes.
I mean, it's just a complicated, you got to really spend a lot of time doing it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like how he sometimes when he puts up different graphics and stuff like that, he will like blur out a lot of coaches and just have one stand out.
I don't even know how to do that.
It's a great production.
You do it?
I have no idea. Does a great job of it. That's why he's as successful as he is.
Yep.
High of Plexico Burris, 17, low of 0. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Top of the hour, we got all kinds of football things cooking here. We can go a little bit with Ray Fittipaldo's cut him or keep him. Actually look at the roster, since the players are the ones in the end who are probably going to decide things. A new defensive coordinator on his way to Pittsburgh. It looks that way with Patrick Graham. We can talk about that. And also, did Mike McCarthy tell a little fib, or maybe he just didn't have his stats right at his news conference the other day? We'll look at that as well on Pompin' Joe.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Joe, we now have someone who's going to interview for the Steelers' offensive coordinator position. Scott Tolzien, who formerly worked with Mike McCarthy as a backup quarterback. The Steelers have notified the Saints that they are going to interview Tolzien, as he was an assistant as well in Dallas. He's the quarterback's coach for the Saints. Did a good job with Tyler Shuck this year. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. Yes, Joe Potocznik, the man, the mustache. What a story they are together. It's called JP Roofing and Siding. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. And there may be some roofs and some sidings not in great shape after this weather. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred. That's the designation that Joe has. That's not easy to get. You can't buy it. You have to earn it. He did. So give him a call, 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike's is also the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave, including the college and pro football playoffs and exciting hockey action. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. and let's get building together.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Bush returns to headline this spring with a killer lineup based on music from their critically acclaimed new album, I Beat Loneliness. The Land of Milk and Honey Tour with special guests Mammoth and James and the Cold Gun. In a show bound to rock as hard as it sounds. April 7th, UPMC Event Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Bush Live.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com. And
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Jeremy Fowler's been all over it for what the Steelers have been doing, and a flurry of moves and additions for the coaching staff. One that could happen. Steelers are talking to the Saints. They plan to interview assistant Scott Tolzien for their offensive coordinator job. Tolzien, who was a former quarterback for Mike McCarthy, also an assistant coach in Dallas. And Washington assistant coach Jason Simmons, who he interviewed to potentially get the Steelers' defensive coordinator job. He is expected to join the staff in a prominent defensive role. So, according to Fowler, this would be a reunion for Jason Simmons, Patrick Graham, and Mike McCarthy, who all work together in Green Bay. They're getting the band back together, Joe. The band of Packers is getting back together. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Pomp and Joe.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Mike McCarthy's staff starting to take shape a little bit. James Campen, the offensive line coach. What you need to know about him is he was McCarthy's guy in Green Bay for a long time, has a nice resume. Patrick Graham, Jerry Dulac saying they're really getting ready to hire him. It sounded like to me in that story, Bob. Yeah. He's on his way others, here or here.
Jordan Schultz has said he is going to be hired. Who knows?
So he has a track record and a resume. It's just not impressive at the NFL level. There may be more to that story. That may be unfair.
He got his start with Bill Belichick for 6 years, though. So I know if you regard that as helpful, which I do.
Sure.
That could be something.
There are other guys. We talked about Clint Kubiak the other day, who's flourishing in Seattle. But he had places where he didn't flourish because the talent around him was bad. But Patrick Graham arrives here. If you just look at the hard, cold numbers, there's not many good ones on his NFL resume as a coordinator. That's just a fact right now. And then, Bob, we see Scott Tolzien, according to Fowler, going to interview for the offensive coordinator, which is not a play caller here, but is still, if you look at McCarthy's track record, guys who do that under him seem to get hired, like Brian Schottenheimer, for example. So Tolzien's interesting. He was backup quarterback for the Packers under McCarthy, and he coached with him as a quarterback's coach there. Dak Prescott, they did well with him. Prescott was good before they got there. He got better, though, it's fair to say, when McCarthy got there, and Tolzien was the quarterback's coach. Still a pretty young guy, only 38. This seems like a decent hire if it happens. Not a ton you know about him, but he won't be calling plays either. I like the idea, though. You?
And I like guys who are former quarterbacks getting involved in this, too. You know, you have a lot of different people who've gone through all of the things necessary to be the leader of the offense, and I think that can only be viewed as a good thing. So, and he's young enough. He needs to go through this. He can learn from him. Yeah, I like it.
Defensively, I think Raheem Morris would have been the choice for me. One of them anyway.
Jim Schwartz.
I mean, yeah,
I'm
Jim
stuck on
Schwartz.
Jim Schwartz,
Sure.
man.
If you could pry him out of Cleveland, would be incredible. Raheem Morris won a Super Bowl as McVay's defensive coordinator. They beat Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl. This is a really untested coordinator in Patrick Graham that he's bringing in, and he's going to have total autonomy. Whoever the defensive coordinator is, this is like the Andy Reid setup with Steve Spagnuolo, as far as I can read into it. It's basically, yeah, let's talk after the game. I hope you have a good defensive game plan. See ya. I mean, it's just that side of the ball is his, right, Bob?
Yes, very much is, and that's how it should be, I think. Right? You want to have someone who's
sure, yes,
in charge of that stuff.
At least there won't be any confusion around here on who's calling signals on both sides of the ball anymore.
Exactly, and I think it's fair to say that McCarthy will certainly have an imprint. His fingers will be on this defense, but he's not going to be the guy who's going to be doing it all the time. And I think he's made that, even though he hasn't directly said that, I think it's pretty clear that his mind is on offense, and he will trust the defensive side of it with whomever he chooses to be that guy.
So McCarthy's the play caller. As a play caller, I think he deserves probably a B+ anyway as an offensive play caller, right?
Yes, I think so. If you look at numbers, again, we're looking at numbers. A lot of these defensive guys we have not seen. We're just looking at numbers. And if you're going to look at numbers, the numbers that McCarthy, regardless of whether or not he inherited a quarterback, developed one, used one, whatever the case, the numbers are good.
Except in the playoffs.
But they're off. Okay, there are a lot of reasons that could be the case, too. When you go, I'd like to look at each of these games, as I would suggest here. People say, well, you get blown out. They did. And it was the defense that, not so much the offense.
No, the offense only had, in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh, it was, you got blown out. It was the defense, which is supposed to be the strength of their team. I'd like to see inside. But the point is, during the course of the regular season, he puts up big numbers.
He does. I mean, yes, he does. He had 2 number 1 ranked offenses in Dallas. Again, he had a quarterback in Dallas, which is helpful. But those offenses, once they got to the playoffs, crashed out, Bob. 12 points against the Niners, and that was a very good defense. 17 against the Niners, again, a good defense. And 7 points in the first half against the Packers in a game they lost 48-32. Something happened to them in the playoffs. And again, that's my concern with him. He underachieved with Aaron Rodgers in the end. If we say that Tomlin did with Ben, don't we have to say that about McCarthy and Rodgers?
That's an equal assessment, right. If you have a guy like that. Now, they got to some NFC championship games, but they didn't win championships, and it is tough to do. There's no question. A lot of teams have not even sniffed the playoffs, let alone, championship games. So there's that. I want to see it develop. I want to see what happens. I want to see what they do. I want to see a noticeable change to how they play offense.
They got blown out in Green Bay the year after they beat the Steelers, 37-20 as an 8-point favorite. The next year, 45-30. They lose to the Niners. A lot of losses to the Niners for old Mike.
Well, that was a big rivalry back in the day, too, man.
Yeah.
I remember being out there once. We were covering it, assuming the Steelers would get to the Super Bowl, and it was a game in San Francisco where it was a deluge of rain. It was the 49ers and Packers. I mean, it didn't stop the whole day, and it was just an ugly game because of it. But still, those teams were always together at the end.
Even going back before McCarthy. Yeah. All right. So looking again at his track record, it's his defense that has often been an issue in critical times. And he said the other day, Bob, at his news conference, the only time I ever had a top 5 defense, we won a Super Bowl. That wasn't accurate. I hate to tell him and you. His 2023 Cowboys were 5th in overall defense and 5th in scoring defense. He didn't mention that, Bob, did he?
No.
And then they got blown to bits in the playoffs, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got to have defenses that you can rely on, especially in those bigger games. And even though in those seasons you're talking about, they had better results, it still at the end wasn't good enough.
That's my worry. Is we have a guy who, even though he's the offensive guy, Tomlin was allegedly the defensive guy. The problems come along with, can either guy still get it done in the most important games, which last I checked are playoff games?
First things first, they got to get there, and then we judge it based on what we see. But get there, and, this whole division makes me wonder now again. I had such a high opinion of it last year, and everything fell apart. This year, I don't know what to think. Cincinnati, I'm going to be very interested. This draft comes to Pittsburgh here. I'm really looking forward to how many people show up and what goes on. Cincinnati needs a lot of help defensively. Can they accomplish that in one off season after they gave up so much money on offense? Every team has issues they got to deal with, and in Baltimore, what do you think the future of Lamar Jackson is in Baltimore?
I think he's going to be there for many years.
You do? Because he wants another new contract.
I know. Well, they're going to have to rework the one they have now because it's going to be prohibitive cap hit, I believe.
Isn't Mahomes due for something again? He hasn't signed it. He's like 15th
I don't know.
now.
I don't actually know that. But you're right about the division. Do the Steelers have the best roster in the division, Bob? They can't because they don't have a quarterback.
Well, that's the one thing. And my answer would be no, because they don't have the quarterback yet. We don't know how that's going to play out. But I would say they have pieces on both sides of the ball that make me encouraged that they could add more pieces to it and have a pretty good core of players on each side.
Something was wrong with Lamar this year. He just was not himself. But, man, coming back, the Bengals still have their guys, at least on offense, right? We'll see if they can build
and
a
you wonder
defense.
if Joe Burrow's going to be inspired or not.
I think he will be.
He better be, because that's what they're paying him to be. He sounded last year like, in fact, he came out and said, I'm not having fun, which is interesting comment for a quarterback to make. It's like, okay, you're getting paid a lot of money. Your job is to go out there and do what you got to do. Fun or not, you still got to do it.
Who's going to be the division favorite at the beginning of the year?
I still say Baltimore.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you limits? I say Cincy.
I can't say Cincy based on their defense. I just can't.
No, I still think.
Well, let's see what they do with that defense.
Well, I know.
Just because of just like what Bob said, like what do the Bengals have defensively? Trey Hendrickson, is he even going to be back? I doubt it.
Doubt it.
So they have nothing on that side of the ball. Their entire draft should just be all defensive players.
I agree. I agree with that 100%.
And hope that you find 3 starters.
Yeah, I don't know how much money they have to spend. That's going to be another part of this. Who has money? Who has the most money? What can they do with the money?
Do you agree with what Frank said, that he thinks Art is willing to take a little bit of a step back here? That would be very uncharacteristic of Art.
I think if it's organic, you have to accept it. I don't think they're trying to do it, but if it happens, it happens. And if it does, then it may help you in terms of draft slotting where you're going to be. So, I don't think they want to do that.
Here's the thing.
But
I actually think the roster is too, and I'm not saying it's a great roster, it's too good to take a step back. Even if you put Mason in there, it's a good enough roster to go 8-9, 9-8, whatever. They're good enough to be in it, I think, no matter what, Bob. That's the crazy part about this roster.
Well, then if you're in it, then do something when you're in it. You got to take advantage of the next step. You're there, do something with that, especially if it's a home game like it was last year.
Well, the roster isn't good enough to do that, unfortunately. That's the state of the Steelers for the last decade, practically. That's where we are right now.
It's a complicated
And if you've
thing.
ever wondered what Mike McCarthy looks like without a real quarterback, you might be frightened to see what they put on the field this season, because it might shape up that way.
Or you may come away thinking, wow, he has an impact, and he has accelerated the advancement of whoever it may be. I mean, we may come to that point, too. I hope that is the case. I hope they see growth in a lot of players, especially whoever it is beyond Rodgers at quarterback.
I mean, I hear people talk about what Aaron Brooks did under him, and he had one good year in New Orleans, and McCarthy was there as their coordinator for 5 seasons, Bob. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
How many times did they rank in the top 10 in scoring under McCarthy? Wrong. Once.
I was going to say twice.
Aaron Brooks, 53 touchdowns, pretty much 4 years as a starter, 3 to 4, but 37 picks. And that's a lot of interceptions. I don't know if you put that on top of your resume as a quarterback developer. And then he recommended that the Niners draft Alex Smith. Do you know what Alex Smith's touchdowns and interceptions were in his rookie year?
It was like 2 to 9 or something like that.
1 to 11.
Okay.
He spent 1 year as the Niners coordinator, and they were 30th in points, and Alex Smith was horrifying. So there have been, let's put it this way, there have been triumphs and missteps, and nobody seems to want to mention the missteps in McCarthy's track record as a quarterback developer.
But I think that's true of most every coach. You're going to have triumphs and missteps, as you said. So we'll see what happens here. I hope it is a triumph and we have something good to talk about because I think there's a lot more energy in that kind of conversation than what we've been doing here for the last several years.
Well, the problem is I think we're still doing what we've been doing here for the last several years, and I think this hiring was an extension of that. And I think the defensive coordinator hire here is apparently, if it's Patrick Graham, extremely uninspiring.
Look at that. See that graphic over there?
What's
it
say?
For those of you not seeing it, it says assistants promoted to head coach in their records.
Yeah.
Ryan Schottenheimer, 7-9-1. Todd Bowles, 35-33. Gerard Mayo, 4-13. Antonio Pierce, remember him, 4-13. Dennis Allen, 18-25. Lovie Smith, 3-13-1. Doug Marrone, 22-42.
Yeah.
Freddie Kitchens was a disaster. That is what happens when you...
I mean, that's what those are the worst of them. Yeah, right. What happened when Mike McDonald
popped up? Mike McDonald,
Ben Johnson,
do you
Matt
remember,
LaFleur,
I don't know if you remember.
Nick Sirianni. I could keep going here. Liam Cohen.
What the reaction was when they hired Mike McDonald in Seattle. I have a friend of mine who lives out there.
Yeah.
Couldn't stand it. I mean, people are going on social media and say, what are they doing? You never know. That's the whole lesson with this, I think. You just never know. You give a guy a shot who you believe can get it done, and he got it done quickly to the point they're a Super Bowl in his second year. So good for him. And the GM made some really good clutch moves that a lot of people didn't necessarily excited about either.
Well, I mean, yeah, elevating somebody from an assistant to a head coach, that's the same as our quarterback discussion in the draft. Yeah, there's all kinds of busts. Of course there are. If everybody made the right choice, then everybody would be in the playoffs, but only 14 teams get in. Of course there's busts as coaches. But I just mentioned all the guys that have been successful being elevated from assistants. McDermott was in Buffalo. Right?
Yes.
Zach Taylor went to.
I'm not disagreeing with it. I was just pointing out the graphic showed up, and I thought it was interesting to see the numbers.
Of course, there's terrible coaching hires every single year.
Yeah, those are all internal promotions, though. Correct,
but here's the point, Bob.
Internal.
Here's the point. Do you want to take a risk?
Joe Brady is going to have to fight that trend.
Do you want to take a risk on one of those guys, or you go safe and true with Mike McCarthy? I'm taking the risk probably. I'm bringing in a Clint Kubiak.
See, I agree. I would have wanted to talk to him, and I may have been, in a different frame of mind had I done that. And they could have done that. This was the week to do it. He and those other guys from the Rams. So, they didn't go down that path. We'll see what the results are.
Kubiak currently considered, according to Fowler, the favorite to get the Raiders job.
Yeah. And
that makes sense.
Because I know Tom Brady has, raved about him too when interviewed about it. So. He has a lot to do with what's going on in Vegas, so we'll see how that goes. And I'm sure they're going to take Fernando Mendoza right off the bat, and they may solve their problems instantly.
That's why this was a better job opening, or that was a better job opening than this. Some of the most salary caps.
It may not show up in the first year either,
In Vegas?
In Vegas. It may take some time, but you'll eventually maybe come to that.
Tons of salary cap space, the first pick in the draft, great facilities.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. And now you may see Kubiak there. I think that's a pretty good situation myself. Yeah, you got an owner who's a little, reactive, I'd say. But here you have an owner who's extremely unreactive, which is worse.
I think Mark Davis does defer a lot to Brady, though. He seems to be in awe of Brady, and maybe Brady has more say than anyone now.
Hey, the Raiders have swung and struck out. They've taken some swings, though. They got Josh McDaniels. They got Gruden. They tried Pete Carroll. I didn't blame them for any of those. They didn't work.
No, but at the time it may look one way and it turns out to be the other. So that's why I always keep an open mind with these situations. That's all you can do at this point.
Bob, before you do your read, I'm going to do mine, and I'm sorry for usurping you.
I would love the opportunity to throw back to you, but you're going to deny me of that.
This time I'm throwing back to you because of my feet. The joints of my big toes, they hurt for a long time. I didn't know what it was. Was it arthritis? I didn't know. That's the whole point. Eventually, I didn't care. I just wanted the pain to lessen. That's where the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System came in. Sounds very technical. It's not. In fact, it's so comfortable and easy. They go right into your shoes, whatever shoes you got, basketball, golf, dancing. Bob's maybe his tap dancing shoes.
Let's go.
They helped. The pain lessened. It worked for me. It could work for you. They're available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. You can visit one of the stores. That's what I did. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Bob, you have a message for the Pompulous.
I cannot segue about feet other than to say you can save yourself a lot of wear and tear on your feet if you contact West Shore Home and you're looking to do some home improvements. Therefore, you could sit down, relax, and watch them do their thing. Winter is the perfect time to do that. You can knock out projects. West Shore Home will make it easier than ever with our winter savings event. You know, West Shore Home makes home remodeling very simple for you, easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home. You can put your feet on the stool without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you won't be hearing what you just heard in the background. It's a smooth proposition. No screaming, no yelping involved. This includes bathroom remodels, window, door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it even easier to get started right now. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained installers. They do it. They're employees of that West Shore Home. They don't have to go out and get subcontractors. That's a big advantage. So schedule for free, no obligation consultation today. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. Winter savings at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Artur Shilovs gets to start in net for the Penguins tonight as they're back at PPG Paints Arena on a 4-game winning streak to play against the Chicago Blackhawks. According to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, Steelers are hiring veteran offensive line coach James Campen as their new O-line coach. He formerly worked with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yesterday, reports came out that the Milwaukee Bucks are now willing to listen to trade offers for Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's time for the Bucks to move on from one of the best players in the NBA. It's the harsh reality for any small market team in the league. You draft a star, you hope you win, and at some point, they'll want to move on. There's nothing you can do about it. At least the Bucks got their title in 2021. I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer. Brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or ship nationwide at beverages2u.com.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. Yeah. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium, explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Southside Jake here. Have you seen the upcoming weather report? There's a deep freeze heading to the area. It's imperative to keep your family safe and warm. If you encounter no heat, frozen water lines, or even worse, broken water lines, Southside Plumbing Heating is here for you. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call today, 412-431-7455, or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is officially done. The last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Joe had an early exit. We're talking with Jeff Hathorn. It's the Hawk Report with Jeff Hathorn, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future up with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Jeff, a lot of topics. A real quick one on the Steelers. We talked about Nussmeier, the quarterback. You have an interesting story that may advance people's interest in maybe him one day being drafted by the Steelers.
It might create a little in their mouth, or it might get you excited. So Scott Tolzien is interviewing to be the Steelers' next offensive coordinator, according to ESPN. Tolzien worked with McCarthy. After McCarthy was gone in Dallas, last year he worked for Kellen Moore at New Orleans, and Kellen Moore's offensive coordinator and Tolzien's direct boss was Doug Nussmeier, Garrett's dad. So it makes you wonder if beyond the McCarthy connection, if they were to hire Tolzien, it almost seems like they're going to give Nussmeier an opportunity. Wouldn't you think?
Well, and they'd know more about him just by on that relationship. So I have my doubts about him. Not that it's
his
time
games
to talk about it.
and against top 25 teams were average to horrible. He was minus 97 rushing yards last year. He's a tree back there.
He gets hit and sacked a lot. So that's one thing you don't want from a future quarterback. All
Bob,
right.
I have to interrupt you. Oh, wait. Where'd he go? Joe was just on the line. He called in, and I think he just hung up.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
That's interesting.
First time, long time.
First time, long time. Let's play free association in Joe's absence.
Oh, now you're going to get that phone to ring again.
All right,
How about
free
that? He
association.
hung up on me. I put him on hold, and there he went, and he hasn't called back.
All right.
He was trying to prank
you
me.
rude? Were you rude to him? Were you rude to him?
I said, "Do you want to go on with them?" And he said, "Of course." And I said, "All right, I'll put you on hold." And then he's gone, and he hasn't called back.
Well, hopefully he didn't get into a wreck or anything like that.
That would be bad.
All right, free association. I want to talk about the Penguins. Bullish or not about them getting to the playoffs first?
Every win, it's harder to doubt what they're doing. I mean, they're in second place in the Metro and closing on Carolina. They're playing some really good, responsible. That's the thing. They're playing responsible hockey. They're getting good goaltending. And, their power play's been, it was really good at the beginning of the year, and it's still pretty decent. And I just love to watch them play.
I do too.
And when they get out of sorts, they find it again. Like they don't fall off a cliff like we saw so many times with Mike Sullivan.
And they make life easier for their goaltenders because they're not seeing 45 shots a night. Instead, it's more like 20 to 23. And the goaltending has been the biggest reason, one of them anyway, for this whole win streak they're on. You got two guys playing very good, one of whom is Skinner, the man that you'll hear tonight when he makes a save. Stu! All right, Stuart Skinner. He has been terrific. I thought when they first acquire him, it was done for two reasons. Jari's contract, you can get out from under it. Number two, he's a guy who's had some experience. He's only 27, but he's at the end of a contract. I know they have guys, we talked about this earlier, in their system. They want to eventually elevate to this role. However, would you reconsider trading him and instead signing him? He's at the end of a deal that pays him $2.6 million a year. He's only 27, and he has been battle-tested in the playoffs to the point he's been in two finals.
So to your point, when they got him, I assumed that he was going to be trade bait.
Me too.
That he would be here for a short period of time, hopefully did well and brought you back something in return. Man, I don't want to block Murashov. He's your future. And Blomqvist has played pretty well. And, Arturs is, 24?
Yeah.
So
Sheilow's 24 years old.
I'm still, if there is a team interested in Skinner, it's so tough because I don't want to lose the big picture.
And especially if they're involved in winning. Let's say they're closing in on first place in this trade deadline comes up. Are you willing, and he's like a big part of it, are you willing to give up on him because you're still trying to, that sends a different kind of message, I think, to the veterans who are maybe say, wait a minute, we have a legitimate chance here. What would you do? I think it's a tough problem.
It is. So I'm starting to change my tune. My tune has always been, don't change what you're doing. Play the young guys. However the season plays out, plays out. Not that I want older players. I know you guys have talked about Robertson. If you can make a trade where you can get somebody that can be a part of a core going forward, I'm all for that. And I think with Skinner, I just let it go. I wouldn't trade him. I'd still play him. And if the contract expires and you don't move him, the contract expires and you don't move him. You're in good shape with goaltending. Although I'm guessing that goaltending will be a part of a package if you're going to get a younger player.
Yeah, and also, you're never guaranteed. Goalies, you know how they go. Up, down. Matt Murray, we thought was going to be here for 20 years, and he was not.
Point.
You can say Murashov has all the talent in the world, and he does. That doesn't mean there'll be some ups and downs, and there could be some that, that's my point in all of this. And Robertson's somebody I would be interested in only because of his age. Yeah, you're going to have to pay $12 to $14 million. That's where this market has gone. But for 26, he could be here for 10 years as a guy who, and look at his history, he's 30 to 35 goals. He is a really good defensive player. He's one of their best primetime players when it comes to game-winning goals, and he's only 26.
But I don't know if I'm interested in any of the old Rangers players.
No.
Because they're retooling, so they might be available. I don't know if I want an old
Artemi Panarin.
Right. I don't think he fits the way they play, and I don't know if he moves the needle enough where I would give up something. I don't mind giving up that stuff. Giving up, you've got a ton of draft picks, like trade draft pick. I'm for that. Just don't bring in old guys because I don't think old guys fit their system, except for the couple of guys they have on there. They're already old enough.
Yeah, they got Mantha and Brazeau coming in here as guys. And those guys,
along with Carlson and Letang and Malkin and Crosby.
He's done a very good job. I think he's a leading candidate, at least one of them, for Coach of the Year or Executive of the Year. GM of the Year.
Both should be.
Yeah, both should be. Absolutely. Not much was expected. All right, real quick. We saw Brooks Koepka, who's playing today out of the Farmers Insurance at Torrey Pines, which is a beautiful site, by the way. You should see what this looks like today, Jeff. It makes you think you should be out there and not here. But he's back. He's going to have to pay a lot of penalty fees. He's not going to be eligible for a lot of the money that's available on this equity part of it. Others are following. Patrick Reed said, I'm coming back. There are going to be other guys. How do you think this will? I don't think there's anything to damage in the Live Tour because the Live Tour hasn't done anything. Not anyone I know talks about the Live Tour.
No, and they're going to 72 holes now. Like they're trying. Now you see the Live, instead of being this new group with all these new ideas, they're starting to come back to the way the PGA handled it. And I just don't know what the future is. Like, at what point do those Saudi guys just say, you know what, we're done with this. Like, we could use our money somewhere else.
They got so much money, it doesn't matter.
I don't blame the guys that are like from 15 down that are on Live. They got an instant paycheck.
Absolutely.
They
you
changed
mentioned a couple of examples.
Yeah. Jason Kokrak is one who's from an hour from here. Yeah. I mean, he changed his family's life forever by that. And I don't blame him for doing that, but I want the stars on the PGA Tour.
John Rahm may be next.
Right. You get these guys to compete against Rory and Scheffler. That would make, I mean, we love it in the majors. I'd love to see it more than 4 times a year.
Always a pleasure talking to you,
Thanks,
Jeff.
Bob.
Man knows everything about everything. That's why he's on the show. It's the Hawk Report, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. All right, want to tell you social media's biggest losers, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Our weather has a high of 17, which is a little bit of an improvement. That's Plexico Burris, low of 0. It's cold. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. That's going to do it. PM Team is up next. Austin, we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, everyone. Stay safe, think warm, and before you know it, we'll be into spring. Have a good day.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tonight, Penguins and Blackhawks, PPG Paints Arena at 7. Shelov's in the net. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And again, the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, where Jeff was on, and Frank Michael Smith earlier. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Western One Sports. The defending champion OKC Thunder take on the T-Wolves for a Western Conference Finals rematch, and I'm expecting another defensive battle. Both of their previous 2 meetings have gone under the total. It's 2 of the top 6 defenses in the NBA. And Minnesota's offense has struggled mightily, ranking 27th in offensive efficiency in their last 5 games. Take the under and watch the defenses shine. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Bush returns to headline this spring with a killer lineup based on music from their critically acclaimed new album, I Beat Loneliness. The Land of Milk and Honey Tour with special guests Mammoth and James and the Cold Gun. In a show bound to rock as hard as it sounds. April 7th, UPMC Event Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Bush live.
When you jump on the back of the bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Today, it's actually frigid in the beer garden, but I'm still enjoying a Trogs Blizzard of Hops IPA. Blizzard of Hops was created to toast the hop growers around the world for another successful global hop harvest. This storm of hoppy orange peel and pine notes with slivers of pineapple serves as a bright reminder that the end of the hop cycle is only the beginning. With a slightly hazy golden straw hue, Blizzard of Hops blankets the palate with an array of hop flavors and finishes clean and dry with 6.4% alcohol by volume. Blizzard of Hops pairs well with dry-aged beef ribeye, aged sharp cheddar, smoked salmon, green curry, or even lemon meringue pie. Let's toast winter's bitter bite with a Blizzard of Hops IPA from Trogs Independent Brewery in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins return home from their swing through Western Canada. Tonight, when they take on the Chicago Blackhawks, we're looking at a 7 o'clock face-off. Connor Bedard comes to town against those red-hot Pens, who are second in the Metro Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Thursday edition of the PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I just think that from the standpoint of exiting properly and not having any loose ends, it's better to let Aaron be the one to decide what he's going to do first. And you shut your mouth and cross your fingers that he's going to decide that he doesn't want to come back. I don't think it makes sense because he was far from the Aaron Rodgers that played for Mike McCarthy. And I don't think it helps what you're trying to do now. What you're trying to do now is start in a new direction. If he was Aaron Rodgers of just 5 or 6 years ago, yes. Aaron Rodgers of now, based on what we saw last year, I don't think it helps anyone to have another year of that.
Hello, everyone. This is the PM Team. I'm Major Filipponi. Chris Muller seated across from me. Donnie Football across the glass. We'll see if Mulsey can send shockwaves through Pittsburgh and Steelers Nation, like he did yesterday when he announced boldly at the beginning of the show that he was changing his Mike McCarthy grade from an F- all the way up to an F+.
Been told, some people said it was the biggest opinion that's ever been offered on The Fan. The biggest breaking news this side of Mike Tomlin resigning.
Is there a write-up in the
TV and radio section of the paper? Rob Owen or somebody like that for the trip?
That's still a thing?
I know Smizik did it for the PG back in the day. I think Rob Owen was the other guy who wrote that up all the time.
Bob Owen. All right.
Yeah, I think Rob Rossi did that way back in the day. He would occasionally comment on media. Yeah.
Well, I was perusing social media, as I usually do, to get myself ready for a show to make sure I didn't miss anything today when all of a sudden... I saw a Donnie Football News Bulletin come by.
This is nice. I feel like I'm about to hear I'm Veronica Corningstone.
Well,
look at him.
Donnie Rappaport, why don't you tell us what?
Would you like to be Donnie Rappaport, Donnie Schefter, Don Pelissero? Don Pelissero
I think
has a ring to
Pelissero
it.
actually has a ring, yeah.
But you can't go as Donnie. It's got to be Big Don Pelissero.
Don Pelissero. That sounds like a guy I went to high school with.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I was exchanging texts with somebody who's around the team.
Around the team.
A pretty good deal.
And
a
pretty good deal.
Was on my end almost taking some shots as, oh, here we go, like it's just McCarthy's buddy gang, and everybody who has a connection to Aaron Rodgers, like let's get
Aaron Rodgers. Let's get Rodgers. Let's get Scott Tolzien. Luke Getsy's there. Let's have a big old hootenanny with the Packers circa 2017.
And the text I got back was, stop complaining. He's coming back, period.
That telegraph sound at
Is
the
that what
end.
that is at the end?
I think. Stop complaining. He's coming back, period. So you're talking to someone who is affiliated or associated with the Steelers in some way.
Around the Steelers
And
often.
you are grousing. You are somewhat bitching about the way this is unfolding. And you were told to put a cork in it because you're going to get Aaron Rodgers whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it sounds like you got told to shut up and eat your vegetables.
Basically, yeah.
That plate won't clean itself.
I will concede. I mean, all week it's looked like it's headed in that direction from what Mike McCarthy said at his presser on Tuesday. And now with these hires, these reported hires on the offensive side of the ball, to make an analogy, it feels like right now the cast of Seinfeld is getting back together for a reunion, and the only person we don't know about is Jerry. The offensive line coach who Aaron Rodgers has called the greatest human he's ever been around, James Campen.
The greatest human?
Yeah, something like that. Like, this is the most heartwarming human being I've ever met, is being hired as offensive line coach, so maybe that's Newman.
No, Newman's the guy they don't like.
Oh.
Remember? Hello, Newman.
But he's a big guy, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's also a strong guy, Big Newman.
Tolzien's Jason Alexander, and Tom Arth is Michael Richards, and I guess Mike McCarthy is Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I don't know. And all the...
McCarthy is, if you're going build-wise, isn't McCarthy got to be Newman?
Everybody from the show is back except the main character. So you figure if all those people are back, Jerry's going to pop in. I mean, it makes sense. So I agree with that. And what we have not really, because everything has been Mike McCarthy on this station. And we've talked about it, but I don't feel like we've heard from a lot of our listeners on where they are on the Aaron Rodgers thing. Because when the three of us talk about it, it is very much an echo chamber. I sound like Donnie. Donnie sounds like you. You sound like me. We all say the same thing. We're adamantly against it in one form or another. None of us comes out and raises our hand and says, well, if I can play devil's advocate, because none of us even feel like doing that. None of us feel like even pointing out, well, they won the division or the numbers are better than we thought. We don't even play that game. So I think that's how our listeners feel. I think that's how Steelers fans feel. But we've not heard any of them call in and say, yes, I definitely am with you. I don't want Aaron Rodgers back. I'd also be curious to actually hear if there's Steelers fans out there that are hoping Aaron Rodgers comes back. And if so, please, pretty please, tell us why you feel that way at 412-928-9370. I guess we did have the one guy yesterday who said the Steelers would win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers next year, but he didn't even seem that committed to it because the next thing he said was, well, they could win it with Will Howard too.
He said if they don't win it with Rodgers, they will win it with Howard.
So it wasn't even like he was that on board with Rodgers because he thinks they have 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks potentially in the works to be their quarterbacks. So if Rodgers just walks away, all right, whatever. We've got a 6th-round, second-year quarterback that's going to win the Super Bowl with us, and damn it, that's what Tom Brady did in 2001.
An embarrassment of riches at the most important position.
I mean, I'm very concisely, and I know you have probably similar talking points. My opinion on Rodgers is pretty much this. He's a year older. There's only been one quarterback in NFL history at that age that's done anything in the playoffs. That's Tom Brady. His record against playoff teams last year was 1-5. That's not all on him, but in those games, he had 6 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. They averaged 14.3 points a game. That's terrible. Now, to be fair, I will say I think Aaron Rodgers would do better in Mike McCarthy's offense than Arthur Smith's. Arthur Smith's offense with Mike Tomlin even putting restrictor plates and guardrails on it. But I don't think you go from 1-5 against playoff teams, 14 points, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, to 5-1 against playoff teams, 27 points per game, and I don't know, let's say 12 touchdowns to 2 interceptions or something like that. So it's pretty black and white and cut and dried for me, and I think you feel the same way. I mean, can you even, squint and see a scenario in which bringing back Aaron Rodgers makes you happy or fine or content with things?
No, there's definitely not a scenario where it makes me happy or content with the situation. I think a lot of our listeners just assume that when the season was over, he was done, even if Tomlin came back. Then when Tomlin was done, which you barely had time to process the season being over happened, you figured, okay, he's definitely not coming back.
They hired the one guy who could get him back.
Who could bring him back. So I think a lot of people haven't thought about it until maybe the last couple of days because they just thought there was no way it was happening. It's not even a devil's advocate position because you'll hear it in my voice. I'm bringing it up and I don't think it's true, but I'll try. I think that a lot of the reason that he didn't work well in Arthur Smith's offense was because at this age that he's at and at his level of accomplishment, Rodgers, he's going to run what he is comfortable running. I don't think that was the Arthur Smith offense that Arthur Smith would run if he had his druthers and a quarterback that he felt could execute the mobility portions of it, was willing to take a hit occasionally, was willing to stand in and hit a deep over route or something like that, work the middle of the field.
And you're kind of painting him as a sympathetic figure because he had Russell Wilson to work with the year before that.
Who also not very good and hates the middle of the field and is an improv merchant.
Yeah.
I think Arthur Smith with the right quarterback his offense would have looked better. And I don't think he had the right quarterback either year. The degree to which you could squint and say Rodgers would be better is relative, right? Would he suddenly, let's say Mike McCarthy's West Coast offense, Pony, just for argument's sake, is way more in line, quick game stuff, right? There are schemed up things that McCarthy knows that are going to get the defense off of Rodgers and are going to create space, right? It's not all going to be run after the catch by Warren, by Gainwell. Okay, let's say that happens. Does Rodgers want to stand in there, though, and do the rest of the stuff that would maybe make them really good? Would require him to take hits. Would require him to throw
last year.
Some BBs over the middle at a time of the game that wasn't the last 2 minutes when they're trailing. I thought that was, I'll just say this much. I thought that was a very telling thing or part of the Aaron Rodgers experience last year. He didn't really seem to want to do any of that stuff until it got down to there's no other option time. And then I thought you saw, even at 42 years old, the old competitor take over. And he'd say, all right, screw it. It's either we win the game or we lose the game here on this drive. I will stand in. If I get clobbered, so be it. But I'm going to make the throw, which was frustrating as a viewer because if you didn't notice, Pony, some of those throws were absolute seeds. He threw a ball to Adam Thielen that I would conservatively rate among the top 20 throws any quarterback has made in the NFL this year. You know which one I'm talking about, too.
Yep.
So that high end is still in there, but I think it's pretty obvious at 42 and going on 43, it's only in there in fits and spurts, and generally when Rodgers can will himself to put himself at risk to do that stuff. So, no, I'm not That's the best defense of it I could make. The offense would fit him more, and maybe with a guy that isn't going to put a restrictor plate on the offense because he's an offensive-minded coach on the sidelines, it would look a little different and a little better different. But that's me making a pretty feeble case.
Donnie, when your Steelers source told you to basically shut the hell up, you're going to get Aaron Rodgers and you're going to like Aaron Rodgers, what was your reaction to that?
I mean, not good. I said earlier this week, I feel like it would be nauseating if we run it back with a combined age of 105 between coach and QB. And, yeah, I know that the coach doesn't have to play the game. He just coaches it. But, I mean, that right there, like in a nutshell, is to tell you, like, nothing that they have is built for the future. Like the two most important things when it comes to on-field performance, it's in no way, shape, or form about the future of the team. And they are yet again just kicking this can down the road. And if it didn't feel like it was going to be the same thing before, now it will definitely feel that way.
I'm going to make another, I don't know why I have TV shows on the brain here. I wasn't even really a Seinfeld fan. That would be like The Simpsons, where it's really not funny anymore. It's still somehow on TV, and you keep thinking to yourself, all right, this has got to be the last season, right?
But they keep
and
making
sure
them.
enough, you're watching Fox on Sunday in the football season, and here comes not Joe Buck anymore. Here comes Kevin Burkhardt telling you, coming up on The Simpsons, following the game, and it's like, wait, what?
Treehouse of Horror 41.
Yeah, like they keep acting like this season coming up is the last dance. All right, this is going to be the last time we really put all our eggs in this basket, and then next year will be the year that we go younger at quarterback and really try to win now and in the future.
Tony, doesn't this go beyond, though, like what Rodgers wants to do and what McCarthy likes and really reflect back to what the owner thinks they're still capable of? And then I guess, by extension, Omar? I mean, it's a holdover from Mike Tomlin. Because everybody who's run this organization or has a position of sway thinks that they can still go back and do this thing again.
Yeah, because Art could easily put his foot down and say, no,
enough.
We're not.
Will Howard's the starting quarterback on day one unless he pukes all over himself.
Aaron can take as much time as he wants and figure out what he wants to do, but I can tell you what, it ain't going to be here.
Well, the statement could be very conciliatory. We appreciate Aaron's efforts throughout the year. We appreciate that he brought in, like Art could play his hits. We appreciate that he brought another AFC North title to Pittsburgh and all that and thrilled our fans or whatever. And we wish him well. What's Rodgers going to say? You're like Woody Johnson and Brick Johnson and he's going to trash you? Of course not.
No, because he even alluded before the season started that it might be his last year. Here's Dave in Butler.
Yeah.
Hello, Dave. Whoa. Hi, Dave.
Oh. Hey, guys. How are you?
Hi, Dave. Are you a guy that wants Aaron Rodgers back?
Yes, and here's why. It's a multitude of reasons, okay? McCarthy has been to different locations, okay? Not just one place where he inherited a bunch of talent, put guys, beneath him that he could control. He is looking for people that are smarter than him and that can help this whole thing move along. And I'm not even talking about the Yinzer connection and being from Greenfield. He is a football guy. Not saying Tomlin isn't. He's more of a character and a personality.
But what does that have to do with winning with a 43-year-old quarterback?
Mentor. Whether it's Will Howard or whatever young guy comes, Aaron even said he's happy to mentor Will Howard.
Yeah.
So I'm from Michigan originally, lifelong Detroit, Lions fan. I'll take the condolences there. Been living in Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania area.
So you want Aaron Rodgers back as a starter, but it's just as much about what the guys can learn from watching him as it is giving him another chance to play?
Basically, like an old mentor. Let him break a hip, and then Will Howard's right there. But utilize as much knowledge as you can from this man. Whether you like him or not, for his political views,
well, that's not. Yeah, we're not talking about. But Will Howard got it last year from him.
I would say that the mentorship thing gets trotted out there because it's a nice thing to say, and I'm sure there are obvious benefits to a young quarterback learning at the foot of somebody great. But if it was that important, you would just beg Rodgers to come back as a coach, as an assistant. Say, like, start your career here in the quiet, like, of the Steelers facility. live in your house that you bought here, and coach Will Howard, which he obviously doesn't want to do. He wants to play if he's coming back.
Yeah, he's not going to be a jerk about it like Ben was to Mason Rudolph or like Favre was to him. We know that now, and we gave him credit for that last season. But I'm sorry, I'm not bringing Aaron Rodgers back because the biggest reason why I'm going to pay him $13 million a year, whatever it is because of what Will Howard can glean from being around him for an extra season. Here's Tom in Youngstown. Hello, Tom.
Hi, guys. I don't even know why we're even talking about this guy. Did anybody watch the way this guy played last year?
Evidently, the guy that got the job as the head coach said, quote, he was a great asset to the Steelers in 2025.
Because he had to. I mean,
who held him at gunpoint? What do you mean he had to? He didn't have to say that. It wasn't
I don't know why he would say that.
It's not like Art Rooney's comments that he made to the team website the weekend before McCarthy talked were like super pro, glowing over and gaslighting Rodgers.
New, young, and fresh. I mean, that guy can't win you a Super Bowl anymore. He throws the pass so quick, he wants to get rid of it. He can't even get hit.
Thank you, Tom. Sorry, we got to run here. But yeah, I think that guy kind of sounds more like us. But
Come join our echo chamber.
Apparently, there are some Steelers fans out there who think that Aaron Rodgers coming back makes sense. And I would like to hear from some of them at 412-928-9370 because Donnie got news that it's a done deal pretty much. As long as Aaron Rodgers doesn't retire, he'll be the Steelers quarterback in 2026. And the moves they're making and the people they're bringing here back that up. Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Edgar Steiner, person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's our first headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops at Clemson Saturday at noon. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 11:30. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross, what they did for my garage, and I was in and out of my garage 3 times this morning because I forgot my wallet at home 3 times. I left the house, came back to the house with the idea of grabbing my wallet, didn't grab it, left again, and then had to drive back again, which that's not a great sign of my mental state of things. But anyways, it was great to see that garage floor more times than I had intended to. Yeah, don't be like me and wait 5 years into building your house or moving in to get the garage floor you always wanted. Step up to the plate and do it now with the preseason sale going on and get that gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. Lock in your preseason price and the date you want it installed. And believe me, you're going to get it installed on that day. It's not going to take more time than that. They'll get it done in one day. They did mine in, 7 or 8 hours, tops. And once everything dried 2 days later, I was ready to go on that thing. It's the gold standard. Never chips, crack, or show tire lift, epoxy, or paint ever. Take advantage of Comer and Cross premium, and I emphasize premium, concrete coatings. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 84 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Reports yesterday say that Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home before the NBA trade deadline next week. Giannis is a star. From what I've seen with the Bucks over the last few years, though, he's a star that has a major flaw. Giannis can't shoot from the outside. Teams that defend him in a 7-game series know how to figure him out. I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. you're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
James has the biggest heart that I know. He's such a special human. He cares about people so much. Every road game, he takes $1,000 on the Miracle Mile that he does and walks the streets and gives out money to homeless people. He's done this for years and years and years.
That's Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers' reported new offensive line coach, James Campen. Sounds like an awesome guy. I mean, that's a really cool gesture, philanthropic thing to do, humanitarian thing to do. You're on the road in an NFL city, you take $1,000, you walk around, you help people who need it. And that made an impression on Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Mulsey was telling me off the air that this guy actually has really good credentials when it comes to mid-round picks. So,
yeah, I got to give a little pop to our, I'd call him our friend Alex Kozora. We have a high opinion of his work. Josh Sitton, TJ Lang, Marshall Newhouse, David Bakhtiari, JC Treader. These are obviously in various stops, and Corey Lindsley, all 4th round or later, and all guys who started at least 80 games who can credit some of that or all that development to James Campen. So,
the point being, these are people that Aaron Rodgers worked with and liked working with.
Mm-hmm.
And Donnie, what were you told by a Steelers source today?
Basically, to shut up, stop complaining. Rodgers is coming back.
Kind of crass for a Steelers. Yeah. There you go. Yes. It's like if Amazon got into the news business on Prime, like this would be the generic thing that we'd all just start like going, oh, there's the Amazon sounder.
Is the best part. I don't know why.
Kind of a crass Steelers source who would just talk to you the way that that person did via text.
Yeah.
Occasionally there are some snippy texts set out from team sources. That's just an interesting one.
Let's see how that is going over with our listeners. Here is Ken in McKees Rocks. Hello, Ken.
Hey, what's up? I've been on hold from trying to get one funny clip from the Starkey Show, and your boy froze me out for 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, is that I wasn't sure.
So he wanted a funny clip from Joe's show, and he got frozen out.
Do you think it was the Austin one?
The one where I got people in the YouTube chat saying Frank Michael Smith, who I think is big on TikTok and other social platforms and comes on with Pomp and Joe now. Pomp's a huge fan, I know.
Okay.
Somebody said Frank Michael Smith bodied Limits earlier, is what that person said.
Is this the clip that people are asking about when they had Kabali on yesterday?
Limits, the mere notion of leaving you out of this conversation has the big boy near tears.
Big boy, I want to ask you about the big men up front. You like that? The big men up front. It seems like we've basically, thrown Broderick Jones basically into the washer and said, maybe you don't have to come back smelling like a peach.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? He could have probably saved himself by just saying we've basically thrown Broderick Jones into the trash. What was that? We've thrown
Broderick Jones basically into the washer and said, maybe you don't have to come back smelling like a peach.
That's as bad as I've ever heard. What is that even supposed to mean? If I actually, other than the fact that it would require us having Austin in the studio to talk about this, I'd almost want him to explain what that means.
You should have had him on your show
Saturday.
McCarthy hired day.
Yeah. They're not going to ask McCarthy to be. They're not throwing him in the wash and asking him to come out smelling like a peach.
What the frick, man?
Basically, throwing Broderick Jones basically into the washer and said, maybe you don't have to come back smelling like a peach.
Maybe he read an anecdote like that in Reader's Zeitgeist, his favorite magazine.
All right, here's John in Beaver Falls. Hello, John.
Yeah, I do not want Aaron Rodgers coming back, and I was happy with him last year. It was much better than I thought it would be. One of the things that I think people were happy about was that they didn't get the Aaron Rodgers that we heard about in New York.
I agree.
But I think that there's a possibility for that this year because of something that you guys mentioned. The competitive level is still there, obviously. I think he wants to win. I don't think you can question that. But the ability is declining. And so there's the competitive nature, not being able to follow through with it. And then I don't know if you guys noticed this, but especially on the field last year, nothing was ever his fault. It was always someone ran the wrong route, whatever it is. And if those things start to compound, then I think the frustration level grows.
Well, John,
and for me,
John, I want to cut in there on one point. It is. I do agree that he kind of looked like a guy always blaming somebody else. But man, like publicly, all those players talked about how much they loved having him there. And so It seems like whatever yelling he was doing, they either realized he was right or they didn't hold it against him. But yeah, there was a decoder ring for, is it Rodgers' fault or is it someone else's?
John, are you going to be one of those guys, though? Because there are a lot of Steelers fans like this who say things like, oh, my God, the last thing I want is Mike McCarthy to be the head coach. McCarthy becomes the head coach, and they start talking themselves into it. Are you one of these guys who says today, you know what, I want no part of Aaron Rodgers. He comes back a month from now, and you're like, all right, I kind of get it. I see the positives now. I see the silver linings in it.
Well, I think it's a head versus heart thing, right? I think, and this is even going into like, in my head, do I want the Steelers to have a bad season so they can actually start a good rebuild? Yes. Does that mean but I can't necessarily bring myself on Sunday to actively root against them.
Yep, that's been a problem for people like myself and you and Mulsey and Donnie for a couple years now.
What, to root against them?
No, like that whole heart versus head thing, where yes, it makes sense sometimes for them to lose, but then the bullets start flying, and you're like, "Oh my God!"
Didn't you say you hoped they lost to the Ravens?
The first one, yeah, the first time I did
during
that.
the game, were you still hoping they lost?
Not really.
So you just did that for the air, and then your heart took back over.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm admitting that. I'm not lying to people about it.
Of the three of us, I think I'm the only one who will ever put his money where his mouth is on that front.
Here's Dave on Chalk Hill. Where is Chalk Hill in the city of Pittsburgh? Have you been to Chalk Hill before?
I don't think it's in the city proper. I think it's got to be in a more of an outlying area.
Dave, where is Chalk Hill?
It's up near Nemacolin Resort.
Okay, yeah, okay. I remember having driven past it on 40 right before Fort Necessity.
All right.
Exactly.
How are you, Dave?
Good. How about yourselves? Thanks for taking my
Dave,
call.
I have one other question since we've never had you call from Chalk Hill before. The 2010 census said the population there was 141 people. How many of those 141 people would you say you know personally?
Most of them.
Okay, fair enough.
And I've only lived up here a couple of years, but Chalk Hill is not a. There's no mayor or government or anything. It's a village.
Okay, gotcha.
It's really I live in Wharton Township.
All right. Thank you for
all right, now what do you got?
Fixing that for us or solving that
problem. I listen all day. I had a knee replacement. I've been, I will listen to sports talk all day, and I've come to the conclusion that Aaron Rodgers is the best choice for the Steelers next year.
Wow.
Even though I don't want him.
Tell us why, Dave.
Well, if you look at the Jacoby Brissett and that crowd, that's one option, and I don't see anyone better there. Maybe there is. Then if you look at the college options, who you going to take, Carson Beck or Drew Aller, I don't see them being any better than Rodgers.
Yep.
And Will Howard's never taken a snap.
Okay,
that's correct.
So people were running around saying, put in Will Howard. Well, chances are he's not going to work out. I mean, maybe you could win 8 or 9 games with him, but that'd be it. So that's what I've come to the conclusion. Aaron Rodgers is probably your best shot.
Best shot at what, though?
Winning the most games.
Okay.
Is that what you even want from the Steelers this year, is winning the most games, though?
Well, like you were just talking about, I'm not going to root for them. I'm not going to watch the Steelers on Sunday and say, lose to Cleveland so we can get,
Right, but what would your expectations?
Trinidad Chambliss in the draft.
But what would your good call? But what would your expectations be for the Steelers if they did that? You're like, all right, this is the best of the bad options. They bring Aaron Rodgers back at 43. What do you think they do this year, Dave? Same as last year?
Well, first of all, I think one of the miracles of last year was he looked at least as good as I thought he would, maybe even a little better. But he lasted 15 games or 14 and a half, or, whatever, 16.
Right. Yeah. He was mostly healthy.
I don't, I think if he comes back this year, I don't think, sooner or later someone's going to cream him. And that's going to be it. He's going to break in two.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
I like that call. I enjoyed all of that. Dave in Chalk Hill, Wharton Township, whatever you want to call it, a nice unincorporated community. Call back whenever.
It's still not a very compelling reason, and I'm not even convinced that it's the right one. I'm not convinced that among, put these names on a board of average quarterbacks for their careers or guys that have obvious flaws. I'm not even sure that he's the best one. And you know what makes that, drives home that point? We did this last year. Oh, why would you want Sam Darnold? Look at the way he finished last season. You don't want to give that guy any money. Well, he just out-dueled Matthew Stafford, and he's going to play in the Super Bowl in less than 2 weeks.
He's favored to win the Super Bowl.
Right? That is the upside of going with a younger guy that might not have a perfect resume by any stretch, but has at least done some things in his career that make you think if put into a good situation, he can do better. To me, that's the whole appeal of Mike McCarthy. All right, Mike, you're a quarterback guy. Here's somebody that has some ability. Make
Get the
him
most
better.
out of it.
Right.
Turn that guy into whatever the Steelers version of Sam Darnold would be.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can also watch the show there. One of the other big topics in Pittsburgh sports right now is what's going on with Andrew McCutchen. He seems to be very angry with the Pirates. Jason Mackey is going to catch us up on that when we come back, plus more of your calls. We're now hearing from people who want Aaron Rodgers back. Are you one of those Steelers fans? 412-928-9370 right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Chicago in town as the Penguins try to keep the winning streak going. Puck drop at the arena set for 7 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention Medicaid patients. If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry. These January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here, too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations. Always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Get your guns, ammo, and supplies while you still can. Huge selection, great prices, free parking, tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Shop, compare, and get your best deals at the Pittsburgh Gun Show. Monroeville Convention Center this weekend. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. More info and coupons at showmastersgunshows.com. That's showmastersgunshows.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We've had a lot of the pro Aaron Rodgers people, not that there's a lot of them, do the same thing that the pro Mike Tomlin people would do before he resigned, and that is, all right, smarty pants, if you don't want Aaron Rodgers back as the quarterback, who do you want next year? Well, there's a report that Mike McCarthy has a crush on a quarterback. It's not Aaron Rodgers. That's not Will Howard. And we'll react to that. I think I might like this idea. I know I like this idea better than Aaron Rodgers coming back. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Right now, you can listen to the PM team, which you're doing because you're hearing my voice. You can also do it on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Jason Mackey is joining us right now. Jason was talking with us before he did his show last night about this whole Andrew McCutchen situation. So why is there so much burning of bridges going on between both sides right now? This has gotten ugly between when he got traded to the Giants. There wasn't this much bad blood between the Pirates and Andrew McCutchen. So what happened, Jason?
Yeah, I think Andrew thought he had this in the bag, Andrew. I don't think there was a doubt in Andrew McCutchen's mind that he was coming back on this year's team. I mean, I remember being on with you guys and saying I didn't think it was likely. This was at the start of the offseason that Andrew McCutchen would be a part of this team. And then I think that got pushed out there on social media, and then Kutch reacted to it, kind of laughing at me. Well, I mean, here we are. And I think there's just a different view on how he fits into this team. I think orienting what they're doing much toward winning in 2026. I think there's still a place for McCutchen maybe, but he wasn't the priority that he once was, and I don't think he views it that way. So I think they still could get to a place where he's on the team, but there's several moves to come between then and that happening.
Jason, how much of this might also be McCutchen's perhaps frustration that his people have put feelers out there with other teams, and it's either the Pirates or he ain't playing Major League Baseball in 2026?
Well, I mean, I really think he wants it to be in Pittsburgh, Chris. The people close to McCutchen that I've talked to do say that he has interest from other teams, that it's not just the Pirates. I have some doubts on that.
So do I.
If you're a contending team, are you really, knocking down the door of a 39-year-old, basically a strictly DH with a 700 OPS this past season? I don't get it. I mean, I think McCutchen feels slighted, and he wants to, be treated the way he's always been treated in Pittsburgh, and things are kind of different, and it squeezes him out of a spot. So I don't know what you do with that. I think you probably just stay the course. They can't bring him back right now. If he has interest from other teams, I would tell him from the Pirates, go ahead and, pursue that interest. I just don't think it's legitimately there.
Why don't the Pirates want him back for baseball reasons? Like, expand on why you think Ben Cherington is trying to successfully convince Bob Nutting, who is obviously Andrew McCutchen's biggest fan, that it doesn't make sense for the 2026 Pirates to have him on the team.
Because they view it as redundant. Him and Joey Bart, they're both lefties or right-handed hitters without a defined position who hit left-handed pitching well. Like, it's basically the same roster spot. If they would be able to trade Joey Bart for a third baseman, or just trade Joey Bart, period, and get value back, I think that would open the door to an Andrew McCutchen trade. But right now, they don't view that role, that they need two people to do it. And I'm not sure they're wrong about it. I also think this is something that's not going to be said publicly. This is just me speculating from being inside that clubhouse. But I mean, there's a growing sentiment of a control. The control of the team is Paul Skeens. Like, he is the hub of this team, and people going off of him, the Jared Joneses of the world, Bubba Chandler, Kyle Nicholas, all these people, Paul Skeens is like the center of the Pirates' orbit right now. And Andrew McCutchen is not. And I don't know. I think there's still value in what Kutch does, but I think they're looking to empower certain leaders, and it's probably a little bit of a complicated chemistry experiment. That being said, I don't think they would have anything against it if they were able to trade Joey Bart. We're just not there.
Jason, absent the owner, how much does the rest of this front office, in your opinion, value the whole Andrew McCutchen off the field, what he means to the Pittsburgh Pirates?
I don't want to say they don't value it, Chris, but I don't think they understand fully what he means. There's not an emotional attachment there. I mean, they say they get it, and they probably do to a degree, but I even what Bob Nutting's doing here, I find curious. I mean, he said to me a couple years ago, Andrew McCutchen should play for the Pirates for as long as he wants to play for the Pirates. If you're going to abide by that, what are we doing here? You're playing with fire and tempting Andrew McCutchen to work elsewhere. But as far as this front office, I mean, they view it more in terms of team building. And I don't even begrudge them for it, because their jobs are on the line too. They have to win, but I don't think they're operating with the sort of emotion that the fan base, maybe Nutting, maybe some other people close to McCutchen, are operating with.
If McCutchen's not on the team, is that going to create a frosty relationship between the Pirates and Andrew McCutchen moving forward? Are they going to alienate their most popular player of the last, 40-plus years by not giving him a roster spot this season?
I think it's possible. I think we're seeing it with how McCutchen's reacting to all this stuff. I don't think he feels appreciated by them right now. I think it would thaw over time. I think Andrew would realize where his legacy is. He's not going to admit this, but I think a part of him does enjoy, being the focal point, being celebrated, and that's going to happen in Pittsburgh more than anywhere else. When people look at him, they identify him as a Pittsburgh Pirate. So I think over time, things would, fences would be mended, but immediately, I think it would cause a strained relationship with him. I don't think you just go from this to normalcy.
Jason, I'm just surprised for a guy who is playing. What is this for him season-wise now? I can't even think.
He's been in the majors since 2009.
Yeah, for a guy who's been in the majors longer than this station has existed. He's got the individual hardware, all-star appearances, and MVP, etc. I'm just shocked that there's no desire, it seems like, on his part to chase a title down. As like, even as like I know you'll understand this because it's a hockey reference, like a Ray Bourque in the twilight of his career.
He's never even played in a CS.
Right, going to the Avalanche and trying to just be like the 26th man or 25th man, you know what I mean, on a roster.
Yep.
And just, hey, I'm a Sage veteran. Occasionally I'll pop in and I might hit 4 or 5 home runs in very limited duty. And it's win one for Kutch. Because I would think he's well-liked enough. Wasn't he the MLB The Show cover athlete last year? Like, I think he's well-liked enough around the sport that a team might take a flyer on him for that.
Maybe. I just don't. If you're truly a World Series contender, Chris, I don't know if you have an opening for a guy with limited availability.
Then isn't that the real commentary here? If you're a World Series contender, he just might not be good enough to be on your roster.
I don't think he is.
No, I know.
I think he can play defense. I don't think he can. I think he can play defense. I don't think he can play defense over 162 games, like consistently, like be a DH that does more than DH. Like if he goes out there for 9 games a season, I think he's going to be absolutely fine. I don't think. So I just don't see that job being open right now. A lot of World Series contenders are looking for more assurance than that. Can he help the Pirates? Absolutely. And what I don't understand, guys, is why he doesn't just call up Bob Nutting and say, look, this is it, but I want to be a part. I want to end it here. I think that would get this done in a heartbeat. They might have to say, hey, we got to let this breathe a little bit. Can we do it in a week? But yeah, I think that would get this done.
So he thinks the bad guy right now is not the owner, it's the GM?
Yeah, I don't know how much conversation there's been with the owner, but yes, if he's going to direct his anger somewhere, I think it's definitely
no Christmas cards between the McCutchen and Charrington families is what you're saying.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
Jason Mackey, he'll be headed off to Bradenton before you know it. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's get into this McCarthy man crush rumor next, because it is delightful. And we'll also continue to take people's calls. I mean, we just got inundated with calls earlier this hour of Steelers fans who actually want Aaron Rodgers back. Are you one of those people? I thought they were like lurking in the shadows. They were afraid to come out of the woodwork. They were living in caves or living under bridges like trolls. But apparently some of you do want a 43-year-old quarterback next year who scored 6 points in the playoffs this year. 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. How about this? Temperature forecast right now for Santa Clara for the big game. I don't know if I can say it, Nareed. For the big game in about a week and a half.
The extremely large contest
is 69 degrees at kickoff.
Very nice.
All right. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open Black Northway in Ross Township. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment, PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins take the ice tonight against the Blackhawks. What a great Western Canada swing they had. Looking to maintain their spot second, locked into the playoffs in the Metro before the Olympic break. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Thursday edition of the PM Team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And so my guess is if Rodgers is willing to come back, he's the quarterback next year. Now he has to decide if he wants to play. If he doesn't come back, Mike McCarthy in the past has really liked Kyler Murray. That's been something to watch. I think the Jets also really like Kyler Murray, though, so that'll be real nice bidding war, depending on what the new coach in Arizona wants to do. So I think it's no certain thing that Kyler Murray's even getting that move. Let's say Rodgers doesn't want to come back. I think Kyler's going to be on the table.
Wouldn't have to be a big table for Kyler Murray. As Nick Farabaugh, he's one of our favorites. He'll be back with us tomorrow. We'll obviously follow up with him on this. Donnie, again, with the scoop here with Farabaugh on his evening show. Because I do think there exists a scenario where Rodgers just on his own walks away. And if that happens, then what? And Farabaugh is saying that the guy who is being dangled out there, who he knows Mike McCarthy likes, and even went as far as to say if another team liked Kyler Murray, there could be a bidding war between those two teams. He said Steelers and Jets. That's how much Mike McCarthy admires Kyler Murray. And just like some of these guys that have been resurrected to a degree. Geno Smith was like the first one to really have this happen to him. But then after that, you had Baker Mayfield in Tampa. You had Daniel Jones before he blew out his Achilles tendon. Or was it ACL? I forget. Was it Achilles? It was Achilles.
I thought he blew out a knee, too.
Oh, was it knee?
Maybe not.
Why am I forgetting that? Either way. You have his injury, and then you have what Sam Darnold has done now in 2 places the last 2 years. The thing we always bring up, and when I say we, I'm actually just talking about you because you're the first one to say it, and I don't disagree with it. The thing you are often saying about Kenny Pickett is, Pony just didn't have the talent. Like, he was overdrafted. There wasn't a ton to work with there. He could bounce around 15 different teams. It's going to be the same result. But you will bring up with Sam Darnold, look at where he was drafted. Look at where Baker Mayfield was drafted. Kyler Murray was the number 1 pick. And the results have not been good. And, of course, there's the whole question about how much he even likes football and the work ethic part of it. And I'm just as guilty of, like, laughing him, mocking at him, criticizing him, all of those things. But if we're going to say one reason why Sam Darnold didn't succeed early in his career is because he was drafted by the Jets, I think the same thing should be true of the Cardinals. Like, yeah, Kurt Warner went to a Super Bowl, and Carson Palmer was pretty good there. The franchise, since they've moved to Arizona, has won a grand total of 6 playoff games. They've been around since the 1920s. I think they have 8 playoff wins total. They are probably definitely more than the Browns, but you could make a reasonable argument that they are historically the worst franchise in the history of the NFL because of how long they've been around for. I mean, even the Raiders had their salad days or halcyon days.
The Jets have the most famous Super Bowl win in history.
The Cardinals are legitimately the worst franchise in NFL history.
Yeah, they don't have the Super Bowl gloss of the Jets or anything. They have that brief little window with Warner and with Palmer. And
that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
And Jake Plummer in 98, I apologize.
They won 1 playoff game. They beat the Cowboys and basically ended like the Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith era of Cowboys football. And that's it, man. And so I think he's an athlete. I think he's very short, which is somewhat of a problem. But he's had some success, and he's done it for a god-awful franchise. And if I could get him at somewhat of a bargain where money was eaten and not a big draft pick was given up, I would absolutely take Kyler Murray for a year and then maybe 2 years and maybe more depending on how he played versus Aaron Rodgers at 43 years old. That, to me, would be a no-brainer. Because there is talent. If McCarthy's going to make this speech about the evolution of the quarterback and a guy that can run and move, well, this guy can. Now, he needs a high chair.
Does he actually like football, though, matters here? Does he want to put in the work with a new coach? Is he going to be a guy for whom, like, oh, you're going to the Steelers, historically great franchise, rabid fan base, like the total opposite of what you got used to in Arizona, where it was say more Cowboys fans in the crowd when they would come into play?
Yeah, I would say if it can't work in a place like this, it would not. Well, actually, that's not even true. Because then I would say, well, okay, maybe go try playing for the Rams or the 49ers or a franchise that has like a real quarterback whisperer as the head coach. But, yeah, I mean, I would think he's going to have a second chance somewhere because of where he was drafted. And I've got my doubts about him. Don't get me wrong. But we're watching these guys just about every year now who were picked by bad teams at the top of the draft find something.
So the weird part for me about him is, I'm not a fan. I mean, the homework clause thing was a real thing that got out, and then everybody there got embarrassed. Like, the fact that they felt like they had to put that clause in and he was at least willing to go along with it, tells you how bad it was and how real it was.
Yep.
I have not really heard anything particularly good from people who've, been around him about him as a leader. Teammates, true hardcore football guys do not sing his praises.
I agree.
McCarthy... And this is not, I think McCarthy would get something out of him because he knows offense and Kyler has real talent. And when your comp here is, would you rather this or Aaron Rodgers? Do we even feel like McCarthy is known for this extreme work ethic necessarily? I think Mike McCarthy has his system that he likes to run. It's a pretty good system. He occasionally will tweak it, but I don't think he's putting in ultra long hours to get the absolute most out of the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's better than Rodgers, man, but it's not particularly appealing. The only thing that is interesting to me about Murray, when I looked up the numbers because I wanted to see just exactly what kind of a player he was.
Yes.
Would it surprise you to find out that he is a demonstrably, it's noticeably better quarterback outside than indoors?
Yeah, because his reputation is that he's good early in seasons and bad late.
He's a dome merchant.
Yeah.
41 touchdowns to just 14 picks outdoors in his career, a 95 passer rating.
Yeah.
69 or technically 80 touchdowns and 46 picks and about an 86 passer rating, 87 in retro roof, like retractable stadiums or just straight up domes. So he is better outside. The only thing that appeals to me about him is you can get out of that deal if they give you some help offloading it too. They take some of the money. You can get out of it completely clean after 2 years.
Yeah, I know.
It is a very short commitment.
And
to
based
him.
on what
and there I go saying short commitment to a guy who's probably 5'9" and a quarter.
I know,
inches
but the
tall.
difference is he's 28 years old. Like,
he would be more interesting in the lightning in a bottle sense, but I keep coming back to this. I've just never gotten the sense that Kyler Murray is like hardcore destined, wants to be seen as like an all-time great and wants to max out his career.
I agree with that, but if somehow you found a coach or a team that got him to care about his job more, he's clearly a talented person. He would have been.
I would have to do so much.
He would have been a
homework.
center fielder. He could have played in the big leagues.
I know. I would have to do a ton of homework and not just Mike McCarthy vouching for the guy to get a sense of there are former Steelers players who have coached out there when he's been there, correct? Foot's time would have overlapped with him, wouldn't it have? No, would it not?
No, because Arians never had him.
No, he would have been okay. But I would imagine you've got some connections generally because Steelers players.
Although maybe he would have stuck around for the next coaching staff for a year.
Or how about a guy like why am I blanking on the Kelvin Beachum?
Yes.
Like, there's got to be some dudes who like.
Oh, I don't think those guys like him.
That's
very
what
much.
I mean. So, like, beyond just Mike McCarthy saying I really like the player, and that's according to Nick Farabaugh, I would need to know more.
But if the recyclable bin of quarterbacks this offseason are Aaron Rodgers and then Tua and then Malik Willis and then Joe Flacco and these guys, the more I think about it, I think Murray, and not just because of what Nick said and how McCarthy feels about him and would want to work with him potentially, I do think he makes sense. Like, I know obviously, like, what have you done for me lately? But do I actually think Malik Willis is a better quarterback than Kyler Murray?
Well, he looked in a better situation with a better coach and everything else.
For like a game and a half.
No, I understand. It looked smoother and better than what Murray looks like. Murray's tape sometimes, too. When you watch the tape merchants out there, they will give you kind of the what the hell is this guy like looking at out there? Like, what is he even doing? And the natural ability makes up for it. Yeah, there's a way bigger body of work with him than there is with Malik Willis. That's obvious.
And unlike Tua, who came here and basically froze to death, not to say that this is the end-all, be-all, but I saw Kyler Murray come to Pittsburgh later in the season with a bad team and beat the Steelers. Not that that was a great Steelers team.
9.5-inch
like
hands,
that.
Pony. He can handle the weather. 9.5-inch hands. Bear claws, practically, for the size of the rest of him is.
You know who's got huge hands? The guy that climbed that mountain.
Arnold?
Yeah.
Well, he's got like Druckenmillers.
Do you see those things?
Oh, yeah, those things. Well,
you see his fingers, Tony?
Can you lift to make
They look like bratwurst. They look like the things that run around Miller Park between innings.
You can, like, make your grip stronger.
These are massive.
I feel like his fingers actually have muscles in them. By the way, you know who's got tiny hands? Take this. There's a guy we can take off the Steelers draft board now. Nussmeier from LSU. Get him out. 8 and 6/8 inches.
Can you take him off because
of his dad?
Take him off the board. I mean, we're in Kenny territory with those
the McCarthy
hands.
relationship.
Tiny little paws on Nussmeier. I don't know, man. It's better because you can get out of the deal. Like, I'm not a Murray guy, and I would be very skeptical of it. But, like, I have also pined for something different. You can get out of the deal in 2 years. It's this year, and then he maybe is the holdover while you draft a guy. Maybe.
I'm just intrigued by these cast-offs from rotten franchises who were talented guys. And I'll also keep in mind I did go back and watch Super Bowl 15 again last night, and Jim Plunkett was one of those guys.
Part of the thing, though, is you've mentioned, like, Mayfield gets put in this bucket. Like, he kind of fell back off again. You sort of wonder if there's like a honeymoon period if they did get to a new franchise where maybe things got better a little bit.
But fell back off again.
Fell back off.
If the Buccaneers offered Baker Mayfield to the Steelers right now, I would take him in a second. You wouldn't? I'd want him immediately.
I would. I've gotten.
You wouldn't?
I would, but I've maybe gotten too lost in the sauce listening to like national NFL like at large podcasts that are not huge fans of his. Like you would think.
Donnie, would you take Baker in a second?
Still take
I wouldn't hesitate for 1 minute
absolutely,
on him. He's over here talking about, well, I listened to I'm trying to think of one of these film critic guys.
Nate Tice is like the main one that I'll.
He's got Mike Tice's son on the brain telling him not to go for Baker.
They're not as bullish on Baker as you might think.
All right. Pomp's going to join us next. Pomp put in 4 hours today, didn't he? I think he did.
He put in a nice full shift.
Well, we're going to follow up with him on this. Pomp actually thinks Will Howard is the real deal. Isn't that the moral of the story with him?
Can we give Pomp some grace on that one? Because he was the guy calling Penguins to the playoffs before the season.
Yeah,
and man, that looks strong now.
We'll butter him up and say something about that.
and then we'll drop an anvil on him.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60, Seattle, New England, Sunday, February 8th. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Kickoff at 6:30. And we will have it all courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Yes, I can say Super Bowl in this ad because of the relationship between FanDuel and the Super Bowl. So I'll just take 5 seconds to say it over and over again. Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Get down with FanDuel and Super Bowl 60 because it is your last chance to bet on the NFL this year. And right now, for people that have never, ever, ever bet on FanDuel before, create an account and then bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win on America's #1 sportsbook, Seahawks and Patriots. I really do not want to see New England win this game, so I am an adopted Seahawks fan. 4.5-point favorite. I hope they win the game by 40. I hope this game looks like last year's Super Bowl between the Chiefs and Eagles because I'm going to bet Seattle and hope I win, and I also don't care that it's a one-sided game because I'll enjoy it watching New England lose. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus, President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The San Antonio Spurs beat the Houston Rockets last night 111-99. Wemby had 28, 16, and 5 blocks. Each week that passes during the season, the Spurs continue to play great basketball. As the winter turns into spring, it's time to consider this young Spurs team as a serious championship contender. I'm Chris Blake.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting reports that an incident was cleared on the Parkway West outbound around exit 71A and exit 70C. There are residual delays, however, which continue to back you up. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Coming up in PMT Power Rankings today, 15 minutes from now, Mike McCarthy hired. Mike McCarthy is a Super Bowl winning coach. Top 5 NFL head coaches of all time. Now, do you guys want to do it that way, like going back to the very beginning of pro football? Do you want to start it at a certain point?
Yeah, I actually had the first coach of the Pottsville Maroons on my list.
So you want to, I should be thinking about what Curly Lambeau and George Halas and those guys did.
Did they coach NFL football or no?
They did, yes. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Cook was there to cover all these guys. They say his name's Curly. His hair looks pretty straight to me.
It really is a testament to Pomp, who's joining us right now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, that everybody makes those jokes about Cook being around since, the Hannes Wagner Pirates days. And no one does with Pomp. And Pomp's celebrating how many years at KDK TV, Bob?
This is my 44th, Andrew. July, it'll be entering number 45.
Yeah,
It's
there's
because
no
you
jokes
have
about his age.
It's because you have a youthful vigor about you.
A youthful vigor?
It's because Cook seemed miserable every morning the second he woke up and then got more miserable as the day went on. And you're still out there cutting a rug.
Bob, do you agree with
singing
youthful
and all
vigor?
that?
Do you think you are a man with a youthful vigor?
Hey, all I can do is try. I like that. I think my wife keeps me young, and that's a good thing. We try to go out and do some stuff. We dance a lot, try to have fun as a couple, and the more of that you do, I think it's better for everybody. So, yeah, why not? It's we all age. It's a number. You got to figure out that you got to keep moving and don't stop what you're doing. That's all. That's kind of how I operate, I guess.
If you were power ranking best age.
Wow. So far in your life.
Yes.
What was, Donnie's dad likes to talk about the best year of his life was 1983, and it's all been downhill since in one form or fashion. What is the best age of Pomp's life?
Well, I would say 27, because that's when I got married. When I was 27, that was a great year. I think anything in the 30s
in the car
is
with
great.
you right now? Is that what's going on here?
No, she's not, but she knows that because I tell her that a lot. So,
27, not a great year for Hendrix or Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin.
All right, so
Kurt
27.
Cobain.
That was the big one.
When I was talking my age, 27, I think that would be 1987. So I thought, honestly, I had a blast when I was in college, and I had a blast when I was in my 20s. I did a lot of things that I would never be able to do now.
Didn't you work at a pizza shop? You were telling me a story once about
it was
flipping
called
dough.
Bambino's. Yep, down in Sewickley. Yep, and it was a combination of pizzeria and a miniature golf.
Oh,
For those in Sewickley know what I'm talking about.
And what was your job there?
Flip pizzas, make pizza, and I also went out and handed out putters for those who wanted to play miniature golf.
What a combo of things to do. I'd like a large pepperoni, and also we're playing 18 holes.
Yeah.
Give me a blue ball and a stick and a pepperoni, if you don't mind. Yes.
Man. All right, Bob. Well,
those were good days, though.
We were just giving you credit before we came on for being the one person before the season started who thought the Penguins were going to make the playoffs. So your crystal ball is pretty sharp right now.
It's lucky once in a while, and I just felt good about their team. But yeah.
Now, you said to me on TV Tuesday night, I don't know if you said this to Chris again last night, that you think Will Howard is going to be the Steelers' Week 1 starting quarterback and not Aaron Rodgers. Tell me why.
Well, first of all, that's all predicated on what Rodgers decides to do. I'm just assuming they need to move forward with the quarterback situation, and if they do, and he's not part of it, then at this point, I think that's probably your best scenario. I would not want to go back and bring in somebody from the outside again like they've done for the last several years and try to make that work. I think it is time to do that. I understand that, Art Rooney doesn't want to take back steps. Sometimes you can do it organically without necessarily trying, but you got to figure that quarterback. It's such an important thing to figure out, right? It's been going on for how many years now? And even if Rodgers comes back this year, and that may be the best case scenario for them this year, but then it's going to end at some point. I think they have to figure out, at least get that plan started and see what they got. So that would be my guess.
What about Kyler Murray in a trade with the Cardinals? You could get out from under the deal after 2027, so you'd have him for 2 years where you kind of had to put him on there.
There's a report that McCarthy likes him.
He's a big fan of his, apparently.
That would be on the table, Bob.
Well, the money would have to be. Now, you know more about that than I do right now, Chris, from what you sound. The money would keep me away. He's got a lot of talent, but I remember those reports that came out when they said he was kind of not paying attention, putting in the work, leading up to the game.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. That bothers me. I just think, he had some really good days in Arizona. There just weren't enough of them. I would probably move in a different direction.
Where do you get your work ethic from?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think my parents pretty much instilled that. Like all of us, if you have parents involved in your life, they're going to tell you that. And there were some things along the way that you had to overcome, and they let you overcome it. And I preach this to my kids every day. I said, and I say it. I'm sure you've heard it, that hard work beats talent, and talent doesn't work hard. I never regarded myself as any sort of talented person of anything, really.
You're an
I know
Elvis
I'm not a handyman.
You've got tons of talent.
You are so full of it. You are one of the most talented people I know.
Andrew, all I know is I don't want to be in a situation where I don't give everything I have. That's all. That's been my motto with everything, really.
Bob,
and that includes a lot of community involvement stuff. I really believe heavily in that, and there are a lot of things to get involved in. Keeps you going.
Bob, here's my question on this front. You, to my knowledge, are not somebody that likes to put a wager in too often on games. Maybe you do, and I don't know about it. But of all people I know who don't actively and like sort of like a degenerate bet on games, like maybe Pony, for example, like having some action on something, I've never seen somebody who is more invested in like 1 a.m. NHL, 1 a.m. NBA. You could have a Sacramento Kings game on in that in the kind of the Bat Cave there at KDKA TV, where you and Benko are getting everything ready. And you've got takes on the Sacramento Kings. How is that possible?
Yeah, you do watch a lot, Bob. I like that.
It is
about
incredible,
Yeah.
man.
I like it too. Last night, for example, in Benko, he would prefer having Phoenix Suns games on. I've moved away from them, although they're better than I thought they'd be. We were watching San Antonio, Houston, and I really love that San Antonio team. And I think they're going to be a factor in the Western Conference playoffs. But we also had Robert Morris on watching them. I think Andy Toole's done a heck of a job retooling, pun intended there, with what happened last year with the NIL rate. I mean, he had to get his whole team back. And then Duquesne had a lead, watching St. Bonaventure come back on them. So I like watching. I always have, always will. And even when I'm not working it, I want to watch games.
Yeah.
You're a purist, man.
I do bet once in a while. I bet once in a while, but not a lot. I learned my lesson a long time ago.
You're a total purist.
Oh, well, hold on a second. It sounds like there's a story there. Can you share it?
Let's just say I had an encounter with somebody named Guido, and I didn't want to deal with him again.
Guido.
Pony, who was it? Yeah. Who was it that we were talking to that told a story of a friend who was betting, and the last time they saw the person, they were sprinting full bore past the steel building downtown being chased.
I don't know. That's a good.
Do you remember that story?
I do vaguely.
It could have been me. I don't know.
I hope it wasn't you. With Guido in hot pursuit.
So you learn quickly in that sort of stuff. I didn't want any more IOUs or debt. That's what I was trying to stay away from.
Gotcha. All right, Bob. This has been a riveting conversation. We'll be listening Monday when you're back on the Pump and Joe
Real
show.
quick, did you hear our show today? We were talking about I know this is down the road, but if they are competitive all the way, you have a goaltender situation on your hands potentially. And how would you handle it knowing that Skinner's at the end of a deal?
The main thing I heard from your show today was that Frank Michael Smith just bodied Austin City Limits on the air. That's what I heard.
Jeez. Well, that's what the YouTube comments say.
The YouTube crowd said he absolutely took Bechtold to task.
Wow. Huh.
I don't know if I saw it that way, but he's pretty good about what his points are. So.
They said that if it was a boxing round, it would have been a 10-8 round. Even though he didn't score a knockdown, he still dominated the fight that much.
Bob, are you still on TikTok?
I do. I haven't done much of it because the editing bothers me. I need someone to help me. I've done some things like with my wife, and then I get my daughters to edit it because I don't know how, or Mary Hours, and I have done some things, and she knows how to edit it. I don't.
Gotcha.
So I'm willing participant. I just need someone to put it together because I can't.
When is the Mike McCarthy, Bob Pompiani sit down?
Hopefully soon.
Have you talked to him?
Where does it happen?
Working on that.
Does it happen at a local watering hole?
That would be nice. That would be my preference, actually, just because it'd be more authentic, and I think he's pretty authentic.
Have you
talked? The way he says hard. I love that accent. It just.
Have you guys
pure
chatted?
Yunzer. Not yet, no.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was a congratulatory text sent, if there was a thanks, Bob, I love you back, that kind of thing. No, not yet.
We'll get all to that done.
I mean, chances are McCarthy grew up watching you.
What?
Like he's
I've known him.
But he's a little bit.
I think
he's a tiny bit younger than you, so he would have been roughly the same age watching you broadcast sports. I don't mean grow up like he was a child.
No, and I've we've seen each other on a number of occasions at social events and things like that. But back when they had the Dapper Dan dinners and stuff like that, he would come in at times and whatever social thing was going on that we crossed paths, that sort of thing. But he was out of town mostly with Green Bay and then Dallas during those big years.
So just to make sure I hear you right, your prediction is that Rodgers retires, and that's why the Steelers go with Will Howard.
I'm not predicting it. I think that's a possibility, and I think if it happens, I think that's probably the best option.
Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen. The longer I think about it, and if it takes longer, I get the feeling Rodgers may come back. So I don't know.
Oh, God, I honestly cannot handle another offseason of, will he, won't he, well into, the new league.
Well,
Jeff said
yes.
Jeff,
yeah.
I would just hope that's a real deadline this time, that they're not going to traipse around it and be like, well, we're giving them an extra week.
I'm still hung up on the Guido story. I really am.
Well, my next line was going to be they should send Guido or a Guido equivalent type of guy to go and pressure Rodgers into making a decision.
Oh, my God.
You don't want to meet my friend over here. He's going to have you deciding real quick.
All right, Bob.
Yeah, if I take you back, this is before your time, but you can look up, there's a great commercial involving Bob Kudzma, who used to be one of our great weathermen, and God rest his soul. But there was a commercial they did, a really good one, where he was standing on a street corner. It was pouring down rain. He's getting his hair wet, sitting there. Some guy pulls up in a big limo, gets out and says, "Hey, Kudzma, my daughter's getting married. Fix the weather good, Kudzma." And he, and he had sending chills down his spine. I better get this right.
Hey, speaking of people that might have mob ties who want to break people's legs with tire irons because of lost bets and debts not paid, Donnie, bring up to Pomp what you posted on social media last night about guys taking maybe bribes and taking money to throw games. Didn't you post something about that, or am I making that up? Didn't you post something about Neil O'Donnell on Twitter? Or?
Oh. Yeah, that was I didn't know where you were going with that. Pomp, do you think that Neil O'Donnell threw Super Bowl 30?
Did you listen to that one caller we had today?
No, did somebody say that?
Oh, yeah, he said that. He said a lot of interesting things, funny things that could not possibly happen, I don't think. But
so
he
you
did.
were around that team and you were there. You don't think there's any way, right? That's a
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that at all. I know Larry Brown made a lot of money. Maybe he got a heist out of that one that he didn't see coming.
I just
but
Twitter
no.
searched Neil O'Donnell, and I saw that fake KDKA news say Neil O'Donnell receives presidential pardon for Super Bowl 30 crimes. More in sports.
What, fake KDKA?
Yes.
Some of those things are pretty good.
I like that one. That was good. That tickled the funny bone.
All right, Bob. We'll talk again next week. Goodbye.
All right, boys. Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Breaking news. The Bills have hired Pat Meyer to be the offensive line coach there.
I saw a rap sheet tweet that, and he said, the Bills have hired respected offensive line coach Pat Meyer. And I was like, how respected is he if you got the name wrong? It's a little
tough. All right,
tough.
TRT net. Oh, no, that's 5:30. Those topics are out for Total Request Thursday when you pick what we talk about at 5:30. Next, though, it is PM Team Power Rankings, top 5 NFL head coaches of all time. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops heads to Clemson Saturday noon. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage at 11:30. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on the Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Garage floor coatings. The garage floor, mine was pretty nasty. Mine would look even worse this time of year when it had the cracks and stains and issues that came with it. I mean, I bought my house, built my house 5 years ago, and my garage floor was disgusting. And I wanted to, for years, to finish it and turn it into space where once we got into, I don't know, nicer weather than -4 degrees, I could dream about spending time there with friends and stuff. I want my own space. I've got a man cave, and now I want more. Yes, maybe that makes me selfish. I don't know, but I sold my wife on this being a good idea. We did it, and she loves it. Comer and Cross, premium garage floor coatings. It's not a fly-by-night organization. There's no subcontractors. It is the gold standard. I speak from personal experience, and what I like about them right now is that you can lock in your preseason price when you call today, and you tell them the date you want it done. And by the way, that date is the date. They get it done in one day. You got a bunch of stuff in your garage, they'll take it out for you. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner, WindowNation.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, full disclosure here. Some of these segments are going to sound a little bit different in terms of soundtracks because of the evolution of the radio station is the way I'll put it. So the PM Team Power Rankings jam that we've used for a while now has gone by the wayside. So you'll hear some of these.
We've had a very targeted house fire in the 93.7 The Fan song library. It's like somebody took a blowtorch to very specific songs.
So the musical. Well, I just thought about something else that's really going to. Yeah.
Yeah, you're already getting bummed out.
I am. All right. Either way, we'll make the best of it. All right, let's go here. Top 5 NFL head coaches of all time with Belichick's Hall of Fame snub. And there is a gigantic Pittsburgh connection to this snub that we're going to talk about next hour that just came down. But right now, we're going to rank the top 5 NFL head coaches of all time. I got to be honest, this was very difficult for me. And I probably changed my list already 3 or 4 times. Here's what I'm going to start with at 5. Bill Walsh. Now, Bill Walsh did not coach for the longest time. I'm pretty sure without having the numbers in front of me, Mike Tomlin has more career wins than Bill Walsh. I know Marty Schottenheimer does. But he won 3 Super Bowls. And I also believe that even though he didn't win the 2 that the 49ers won after that, he only didn't win those 2 because he stepped away from football. I'm not saying that in my imaginary scoreboard he has 5, but I feel like the way he changed the game with his offensive strategies, I mean, for God's sake, we heard Mike McCarthy say on Tuesday, he's a West Coast offense. Bill Walsh invented that. So I go with him 5 here. He was the architect of the 49ers 1980s dynasty and turned Joe Montana, a mid-round pick, into one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Walsh 5. Malsey 4.
I'm going to give you my number 5 because this is going to stun you. I had Bill Walsh number 4. So I'm going to give you my number 5 instead, which is another guy who did not coach for a super long time, but among coaches to coach at least 10 years has the highest career winning percentage. John Madden.
Damn.
76% of the games he coached,
I didn't even think
won.
of him.
John Madden, Super Bowl champion, obviously, just one of them. But the guy's worst season as a head coach by winning percentage, Pony, was his last one, where he went a mere 9-7. Every other year, he won at least 66% of his games. In the playoffs, he was 9-7. The playoffs are harder. He's going to be behind a guy on this list that's going to make people very happy for that reason. Because he did not get over the hump in the playoffs as much as this particular gentleman did, and maybe never would have as if one particular gentleman had his full roster in the year that Madden's Raiders won it. But, man, winning the games matters, and that guy burned very bright very briefly, but was an unbelievable coach of an iconic team, too. They were dirty tricksters. They were the bad guys.
I love Madden, and it's your list, but I think that's a terrible job by you.
He won almost 80% of his games. How's that a terrible job?
I just think when you look at your top 5 when you're done, you're going to be astonished by the better coaches you left off.
Okay.
Donnie,
maybe.
3?
Well, in Malsey's defense, I also put the great John Madden at number 5.
Whoa. Okay. Well, he had him 4.
No, I had him 5.
No,
I told you I was reading number 5 because my number 4 was
you guys
yours.
both put. Okay. All right. Jeez.
Number 3, I have Don Shula. Most wins of any coach, combined regular season and playoffs. Still, the only guy that orchestrated a full perfect season with the Dolphins. Another Super Bowl title on top of that. He's number 3.
Pony, that's you for number 2.
Oh, I know.
Chalucci.
I know.
And you probably have the same name I do at number 2, and you're just deciding if you want to just sneak them up to number 1 just to pander to people.
No, I have Belichick, too. I have Belichick number 2. 6 Super Bowls. I'm just going to be honest with you. Here's where I dock him. And it's probably unfair. And you think I'm going to say Spygate. I'm not. I can't get over the fact that his win percentage when he doesn't have Brady is worse than Dave Wanstead's. No offense to Dave. Great guy. But that's what he is without Tom. You know, and
you sound like you're using one of my famous arguments to make a point that I might not agree with.
And yes, like, he didn't inherit Tom Brady. He had the balls and the guts to insert him into the lineup and keep him in the lineup over $100 million quarterback who had just gone to the Super Bowl a half decade before that, and a Pro Bowler, and not a Hall of Famer, but a Hall of Very Good quarterback. and all the great game plans and everything else he did, but the fact that it's just so bad without Brady, and it's not a small body of work, that's why I leave him too. And I don't like him. So that probably contributes to this too. But yeah, he's 2 on my list.
One of the, just as a sidebar on him, I mean, something that maybe people might tell you is, and I know he only had 1 good year there, but he had it briefly cooking with the Browns in '94. He ran into the Steelers, and that was kind of a problem because they went 3-0 against that Browns team.
Mm-hmm.
But I know my uncle still lives in Cleveland, my mom's brother, and a lot of people there will tell you he was hamstrung by ownership, and basically, like, it was some of the stuff that hampered him elsewhere, where he, personality-wise, maybe ran people off.
Yep.
But if you're going to make a case for him, you have to also look at the coaches he did work with and produce. He helped kind of spawn Nick Saban's career a little bit.
Course.
I know they all go back to Parcells to some degree, but I would look at that. He was my number 1 because 6 is more than 4, but I'll give you number 2 on my list as the number 1 guy, which is what people want to hear anyway. Chuck Noll.
Wow. I had Noll 4.
I think Noll's 2 on my list because Belichick is 1, because I do think he authored the greatest dynasty in the history of the league, which is 4 and 6, which has never been done before.
Well, see, this is where I got, too cute. I, did the whole history of the NFL, so I put Lombardi ahead of Noll. I put Lombardi 1.
That's where I put him.
I put Lombardi...
You put Lombardi 1, too?
I put Lombardi 6th, right
5
behind
and
Madden.
7 years?
Yeah, but they weren't playing with a full deck in the NFL at that point. They didn't have the famed AFL teams. Also, here's one other argument for Belichick being number 1. He did all this. I don't care what anyone, was he likable or not?
Yeah.
In free agency, too. Every one of these other guys we've named did it before you could actually be a free agent. So if you assembled a really good team, that meant you were going to keep a really good team for the most part.
True, but if you made mistakes, you were stuck with them.
I understand. Well, no, you could just cut them eventually.
Well, and sign who?
No, you couldn't sign, but if you had the really good team at the start, you were going to keep the really good team for as long as they were healthy.
Yeah, but the Packers, I guess they had Curly Lambeau back in the day, so it's not like they were a complete farce of an organization.
Here's the one that you guys are going to get pissed at me for. I didn't put Shula on the list.
Either did I.
I feel like I can't believe I'm saying this, a bit overrated.
I put Walsh 5, Noll 4, Hallis 3, Belichick 2, Lombardi 1.
I think other than Madden with me and Donnie, you're not going to be mad at my list. Mine's Madden 5. Walsh 4. I do give Walsh a ton of credit for basically creating a completely new offense, because do you know why he created that offense? Do you know what specific player midway through Walsh's tenure with the Niners basically necessitated the West Coast offense? It was designed to stop one guy. Nothing?
Hold on, I'm thinking. Lawrence Taylor?
Yep. They basically said this guy is so insane coming off the blind side, we have to come up with an offense that can move the ball and not put our left tackle on a complete island. And that was what he came up with. I have Lombardi 3, I have Noll 2, and I have Belichick 1.
Donald?
Lombardi was number 1. Belichick was number 2 for me. Shula was number 3. I have Noll 4, Madden 5. A couple that I really thought about. I thought about Walsh. I mean, when you are credited with an offense that is still used today, all the success he had too. It's not like he just made a great offense and that was it. I thought about Andy Reid, but at the same time,
that's why I was surprised with both of you guys. I thought you put Andy Reid over John Madden.
If he had snuck one more in there and gotten to 4 already with Mahomes, I think I'd have put him in there.
Right, the easy rebuttal is, well, he never actually got over the top until he got Mahomes. He got to a Super Bowl with McNabb. They lost. He had good teams. He had some really good teams. But until he got that all-time quarterback, he never got over the hump.
Very brief brain teaser. Can either of you tell me, among coaches who have coached at least 5 seasons in the NFL, who has the highest active winning percentage?
Well, I have it pulled up, because
Tony,
the only guy ahead of Madden.
Okay, don't say this. No, he's not ahead of Madden on this list. He's got a worse winning percentage.
I was going to guess Sean McDermott.
No. Nick Sirianni has the highest active winning percentage in the regular season of any head coach with at least 5 games. I don't mean Big Guy Chamberlain.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant.
No, not Big
back
Guy
in the
Chamberlain.
1920s.
I mean, we left off some other George Halas from way back in the day.
I put Halas 3rd.
Landry was there for 800
How about Joe
years.
Gibbs? He's got 3 Super Bowl wins.
Did you say you had Paul Brown on your list?
I did not, but I thought about him.
I have always thought that Joe Gibbs was a pretty criminally underrated coach.
How the hell did we leave Patty Driscoll off the list?
Or Weeb Eubank?
Damn. There's who's a guy here, quick what if this guy's career, how it would look if he merely had been able to somehow win a couple Super Bowls. How the hell does Bud Grant's career look if they actually win like at least 2 of the 4 he got?
Did you hear the story about him from Fran Tarkenton?
Mm-mm. I know that when they had that game where it was like 20 below in Minnesota, he was like 90-something years old, and he just walked out with like a T-shirt on. It was awesome. It was unbelievable, man.
They didn't practice before the Super Bowls.
They
literally took a break, and then he said, "All right, I'll see you guys in New Orleans Friday."
Figured like, we don't need to do anything.
I don't know. He told that story recently.
That is wild.
They asked him, like, why do you think you guys played so poorly in Super Bowls? And he said, you want me to be honest with you? We didn't get ready for him properly.
I mean, I think you can make a case. Take Chuck Noll out or something or put him in. Like, he's knocking multiple people off this list if he wins even half of those.
I mean, so would Marv Levy if he won any of those, man.
If Marv Levy... Here's another quick thought question, because I like these stupid hypotheticals. If Marv Levy wins all 4 of those Super Bowls, is he regarded as the greatest coach ever?
No.
He would have won 4 straight Super Bowls.
I don't think the best ever, though.
But do you understand
He's on everybody's
why?
list.
100%.
Do you
Yes,
understand
I know why you're
it would be very difficult for me not to say best ever if the guy went 4 for 4 like he was Moses Malone?
I know why you're asking it. All right. Good talk out there. Coming up next, we just did this Belichick list. Obviously, Bill Belichick getting snubbed for the Hall of Fame is one of the biggest topics out there going. There's now a Pittsburgh reason why he got snubbed. All roads lead back to Pittsburgh. Well, this is one of them. And we'll tell you what it is, and we'll get your reaction to it next. Seriously, I would love to hear Steelers fans tell me how they feel about Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. Because I don't think I've heard a single caller to our station about it yet. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. He's like the most maligned, most loathed maybe figure in Pittsburgh sports history. And I want to know how fans feel about him getting snubbed. And I want to share this story next, too. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Low of -4 tonight. It's the PM team. And I'm here for Mike's Beer Bar. Damn right, Donnie. All right, so here's the plan with the game tonight, the hockey game. Instead of dealing with traffic and very, very expensive parking around the arena, why not go over to Mike's, have a few beers, 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. All the great winter beers are out. Awesome dining options. You're not going to find a better place to eat, not even close around the arena. So go over to Mike's, take advantage of steak on a stone, wings, wraps, you name it. And then take the tea over to the arena for free, and then take it back. And don't deal with any traffic or any of that nonsense. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Skies turning partly cloudy tonight, and with the winds being on the lighter side, that is the recipe for some very cold air. We're looking for temperatures to drop to 5 below 0 tonight, with wind chills to go with it. Even a little breeze at that temperature will make it feel awful. Tomorrow, peaks of sunshine, temperatures only in the mid-teens. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Today, it's actually frigid in the beer garden, but I'm still enjoying a Trogs Blizzard of Hops IPA. Blizzard of Hops was created to toast the hop growers around the world for another successful global hop harvest. This storm of hoppy orange peel and pine notes with slivers of pineapple serves as a bright reminder that the end of the hop cycle is only the beginning. With a slightly hazy golden straw hue, Blizzard of Hops blankets the palate with an array of hop flavors and finishes clean and dry with 6.4% alcohol by volume. Blizzard of Hops pairs well with dry-aged beef ribeye, aged sharp cheddar, smoked salmon, green curry, or even lemon meringue pie. Let's toast winter's bitter bite with a Blizzard of Hops IPA from Trogs Independent Brewery in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. This year's champion won't be decided next Sunday in Santa Clara by the quarterbacks necessarily. Yeah, Sam Darnold having a great year. Drake May, a second-year revelation. But the story in this year's Super Bowl will be the defenses. And with most defensive players sitting at 80-1 or longer for MVP, this is the best year in a long while to bet on a defensive MVP. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. Pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to learn about payment options. Some customers may qualify for a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Just looking at two main problem areas on the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and the Parkway North southbound as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnel there as well. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Visit your local Cohen site and step into the Roll Zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the Roll Zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Would have made a great Stanley Cup matchup a decade ago. Blackhawks and Penguins tonight at the arena. The Pens red hot. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, a Thursday edition of the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Tony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I don't even know how to respond to it. Like is there a do they have to give a reason? Like what? Because he's still it makes no sense to me. If Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Fame coach, what is? Like, are you gonna tell me Tom Brady's not gonna, like, that'd be like saying, okay, Tom's not a first ballot guy too. Like, there's got to be something, they miscounted, or it's like a election fraud or something. I don't get it. That's stupid. It's ridiculous.
Donnie, you recognize the voice? Could you tell who that was?
I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit left in him.
Big Ben throwing down for Bill Belichick. He thinks it was possibly voter fraud. He wants new...
Stop the count?
He wants new election technology, maybe.
What's the My Pillow guy up to?
All right, Tone. Good one.
Safety on. What was the line?
That's so inside baseball. It's not even funny. I thought Ben might have more of a diplomatic answer, because I do think that Ben feels cheated by Spygate. I think what gets in the way maybe of him, like, wanting to cry about it or sound like he's complaining about it is how much respect he has for Brady.
Because he did the jersey swap with Brady.
He reveres
He immediately lumped the Brady part of that in with Belichick.
But the reason why Belichick may have been left out of the Hall of Fame, this new reason that popped up in the Kansas City Star from their Kansas City voter. He wrote a whole column about what happened. And he cited why he was one of the guys who left Belichick out, and it's because of a Pittsburgh Steeler. So if you haven't seen this yet, I'll just give everybody the Cliff Notes version of what he wrote. Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft and coaches and owners are put into the same category as the senior players. So the guys that have waited the longest to get in, who have been passed on before, this is their last chance to get in. And on that senior committee vote this year were guys like Ken Anderson, the former Bengals quarterback, and L.C. Greenwood. And this Chiefs columnist, Vahe Gregorian, I think that's how you say his first name. How would you pronounce it? V-A-H-E. I don't know if I've ever heard that name before.
It'd be Vahe or Vahe to me. Probably I'd go Vahe.
Vahe Gregorian admitted that pretty much he felt like these old guys were not going to get into the Hall of Fame unless something was done about it this year. That this would be, it's either now or never, and didn't feel that way about Bill. Knows that Belichick's going to get in.
So he's basically a victim of logistics and timing.
And said right now he felt better about voting for L.C. Greenwood than he did Bill Belichick. Because if he doesn't vote for Greenwood now, Greenwood's not going to be on the ballot again. So try to get both.
Try to squeeze somebody in that he thinks needs to be in and won't have a chance again. And just, okay, your gain is Bill Belichick's loss. Sorry. Them's the breaks.
Yeah,
which kind of reveals how the process is kind of silly, that there's certain arbitrary limits and everything else like that.
And maybe this is something that was done by multiple members of the committee and along with some axes to grind. What really got it over the top was this strategy. Let's get the guys that have wrongly waited the longest to get in. Belichick's still coaching.
So this would finally be the Steelers getting one over on Belichick in a big game, if it's true.
Yeah, but I've seen some people say this about the story. I would only feel that way if it were Hines Ward who was getting in over Belichick,
Because it's somebody living?
Someone who was not only that, but someone that was affected by Belichick and his devious ways and his sinister ways. L.C. Greenwood wasn't. L.C. got his 4 rings. So.
Hines has 2.
Yeah, but he could have 4.
He could. I don't know. I don't really understand, by the way. I think it was Paul Alexander tweeted it, that he just mentioned being in the locker room in 01 and 04 and how Peasy Sr. talked about how it's like they knew exactly what we were doing.
Yep.
I've heard most of those guys say that about 04. I'm always baffled, though, when they bring it up with 01. They lost the game in 01 in large measure because they delivered one of the worst special teams performances in history by a team collectively. They had a blocked field goal get returned for a touchdown and a punt.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I always thought that one was a little bit of let's staple that one on, too, and try to make sure everyone hates him for that. If you had better special teams, Josh Miller famously tells the story that he was moved to the wrong hash by the official after a penalty, that game would have been different, probably.
Well, I do think
the Pittsburgh connection, by the way, was going to be that Jerry Dulac did not vote for Belichick.
Well, we still don't. He's doing this.
Allegedly.
He's doing this wordplay thing on Twitter that I think still leaves it open to interpretation. I don't know if you saw that. I'm not.
Allegedly did not.
I'm not blocked by
Jerry anymore.
But I can see it. He doesn't follow me, which is fine. Who cares? But apparently, do you guys know a follow on Twitter called Incarcerated Bob? Are you aware of this person, Donnie? Have you?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Incarcerated Bob network. I believe specious reliability.
Okay, so Incarcerated Bob tweeted out that Dulac did not vote for Belichick.
That's where I saw it, which is why I had to throw in the postscript of allegedly did not vote for him.
Dulac's response was, I did not leave him off my ballot. I chose not to reveal my vote. Okay, but you just
did reveal your vote, didn't you? You did not leave him off your ballot.
Is there semantics there, and I did not leave him off my ballot versus just saying I voted for him?
I chose not. Hold on. If
I
you
did
say
not.
I did not leave him off my ballot. I chose not to reveal my vote. The first part there suggests that you voted for him.
But why not say I voted for him?
Well, they're not supposed to reveal their ballots, is what I've heard during all of this. The NFL, they don't want these guys to actually.
So did he just break?
Well, some people obviously have, but I recall seeing.
Well, this
people
guy
say
clearly just wrote a column about why I voted for L.C. Greenwood over Bill Belichick.
I guess the ideal thing is they don't want these guys revealing their ballots, but because of the uproar that this has caused, some people are going public with it. It does. So I saw a good take on this. It makes Bill Belichick weirdly, not probably in Pittsburgh more than almost any other opposing city, it makes him more of a sympathetic figure with some people. I think people who probably don't particularly care for him now probably feel like he's being wronged, even if it's in a mild way and it's going to get him in next year. He is, for the guy who was like Darth Vader for the league, he absolutely is getting this weird redemption arc.
Donnie, you obviously never saw any of the 70s Steelers live, but you, like me, use much of your free time to go back and watch these games from many, many moons ago. If you were sitting there in that room and you had to make a decision and you had a feeling that that LC Greenwood was never going to be on the ballot again, and you had to vote for one guy, Greenwood to get in 2026, or he's done, he's not going to make the Hall of Fame, or you vote for Bill Belichick, what would you do?
I'd vote for LC Greenwood.
You?
I think Greenwood should be in the Hall of Fame, so I would grit my teeth and say I think even though Belichick is an automatic slam dunk in this case, if Greenwood doesn't get in without my vote or doesn't get in this year, I make sure a guy that I think should be in the Hall of Fame gets in.
Right. So I think this guy's getting crushed for this column and for saying this is why he did it. And I think if I were in the same exact position, I would have ended up doing the same exact thing. Right?
No doubt. Don't we also see some baseball voters do this? Like they'll vote for guys that they might not think are Hall of Famers at the end of the day, but like they will vote to keep them on the ballot.
I've seen that.
I feel like we've seen that before.
Yeah.
And that's how you end up with Harold Baines accidentally getting in.
Right. And so guys are not just voting, all right, black and white, is this guy a Hall of Famer? They're like taking into account.
They're triangulating and stuff.
Yeah.
They're being very strategic about how they vote and why, which just as a pet peeve across all Halls of Fame, I feel like that is against the spirit of what it's supposed to be. Like, you're supposed to vote and say, was this guy one of either the best coaches or best players or most historically significant in whatever people to the sport?
Uh-huh.
Not like, hey, this guy's really good and he should be in, but he's been kind of passed over. I mean, look who else is in these classes. We got to logistically make this work. The Hall of Fame is about if you're a Hall. Like, that's why I've always thought first ballot is kind of silly. That's how we delineate the best of the best, but it's kind of a silly process.
I remember a couple years ago, Peter King revealed that he didn't vote for Polamalu, and he got murdered by people here. And he justified it the same way this guy did. He's like, wait, I thought that Troy was going to get in, so I wanted to use my vote to get somebody else in who I thought was deserving, but maybe doesn't have the support of other guys. So that's why I switched my vote from Troy to this other player. I don't remember who it was. And then at the time I remember like getting indignant, like, how dare you do that?
You back then getting indignant?
You're either a Hall of Famer or you're not. But I get it now.
Well, if that's the game that you have to play, like if that is how it has to be, then I would start to get pragmatic, even though idealistically I think it's a silly exercise to do it this way. Like them, that's you play with the hand you've been dealt there. So, yeah, I've come around on it. I think very clearly you either are a Hall of Famer or you aren't, and it shouldn't have anything to do with, like, what year you're getting in or who else is getting in and falling off the ballot. That wouldn't even happen to me. But I get that it's a television production sort of, and it's a thing. And if there's a year where there's 15 people who deserve to be in, you can't elect all 15.
Here's Corey in Bedford. Hello, Corey.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, I was calling to say that I think Aaron Rodgers is the not the right decision, but the inevitable decision because sounds like everybody seems like he's coming back. However, if he doesn't come back, my take is that you just play Will Howard, and I know Starkey earlier says why Will Howard? He's a sixth-round pick. Well, it's just because he's on the roster right now,
No, I don't know. What do you mean by that? What's that mean?
What do you? Well, because he's the quarterback on the roster. He's a young quarterback on the roster, and playing him gets you one of two things. Either you have a terrible season, like I think most of us are kind of wishing that Art Rooney would just hit the reset button, but ultimately never does. And then, you have the off chance of him being an actual good quarterback. I think we all kind of.
Yes, I agree. I mean, I've made that exact point. Now a lot of people are making this same point. I do think it's. We have these crazy high hopes for Will Howard that are based on what he did to win a national championship at Ohio State.
Who is we?
We as in the Steelers, and I would say me, although I know that, but it's we wouldn't do this with any other position. You know what I mean? Like, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, Cam Hayward retires at the end of the season, right?
Yes.
No one would say, well, Logan Lee was a 6th-round pick, and he's a young guy.
Got to give him a shot.
Let's give him a chance to play. We don't. No one would ever say that.
Even if the player was a defensive lineman on a national championship-winning team who got on a heater late in the season, no one would say that.
We're only saying it, and I admit this as someone that is guilty of doing this. We're only saying it because he won a national championship. If the Steelers had drafted... Find me another guy who's come out of the late round, 6th round, 7th round, in the last 3 or 4 years, who did not have any championship pedigree whatsoever. Was just a guy who had a good but not great college career, and obviously it's something that wasn't quite right about him that caused him to slip. There would not be this groundswell of, we have to see what we have in him. Usually teams don't plug in 6th and 7th round picks to see what they've got. Those guys have to knock down the door to play. Chris Hoke talks about that all the time, as an undrafted guy. They make it hard for you to get on the field. Not the opposite where the red carpet gets rolled out for you and it's well, we don't really have any better options, so let's just let the 6th round pick play.
They try to find reasons at other positions to not have you win the job, because then it makes them look bad.
It kind of feels like if Will Howard starts this year, he's cut the line as a late-round pick.
Tony, here's one. I have 2 from this past year's draft. Is anybody talking about Kyle McCord in Philly? He went 4 picks before Will Howard. Most notable, Kyle McCord for throwing 800 pick sixes against Pitt at Acrisure Stadium.
Well, that's because I jinxed him.
Graham Mertz, 6th rounder.
Texans.
Pick 197 to Houston. Can anyone even tell me where Graham Mertz went to school? He started at Wisconsin.
It's a trick question. He played at 4 schools,
yes.
Florida too.
He also, he went to multiple high schools too. Your point stands. He has no pedigree at a championship level, and no one's pining for him.
If anybody has a take on Bill Belichick being left out of the Hall of Fame as a Steelers fan, I would like to hear it, because I have not heard it on the station at all. From the perspective of the listener at 412-928-9370. Maybe Steelers fans don't really care about Bill Belichick anymore, which would shock me, because for the first 12 or 13 years this station was on the air, outside of athletes or coaches we talk about who play or work here, he's probably been the guy that we've bitched about and screamed about the most. 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Person law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops heads to Clemson Saturday, noon tip. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 11:30. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. Man, very cold. I saw, we have a weather thing in the station here. You walk through and it's on one of the big TVs. I saw -19 as one of the lows in the coming days. -19. If your windows are no good, if your house is a little older and the windows haven't been replaced in a while, you're feeling every bit of that -19 temperature, because they're probably letting in drafts. Fix your windows right now. The best time to do it was before all this. The next best time is right now with Universal Windows Direct, because they got a great deal going on in January. It's buy 4 windows and you get 4 free plus 0% interest financing for 60 months, and you'll get $1,000 off your entire project. Extremely professional teams that they've got at Universal Windows Direct, so they're going to do the job right the first time. Plus, their exclusive super spacer technology on these windows is going to keep all that warm air you're paying a lot of money for in the house and keep the cold drafts out. Don't wait on this one. Your comfort and your energy bills are at stake. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com today to schedule your free estimate. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Clearing skies tonight, the low -7.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at normal rush hour delays all throughout those major roadways and some extra congestion on Route 8 near Penn Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. Baseball Card Castle Cranberry contest run Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. Drake May rookie card and a Mike McCarthy card up for grabs this week. Let's talk to Tom in Butler. Hello, Tom. Tom?
I'm in Oakland.
Oh, you're in Oakland. Hello, Tom in Oakland.
Yeah. Anyway, I would definitely not put Belichick in because he's a cheater for sure. And I wanted to ask you guys.
So Barry Bonds would be out of your baseball Hall of Fame too?
Well, that's a different Hall of Fame, and baseball is different than football.
In what way?
And I don't like Belichick for one, but for two, here's the thing: you guys watch old football a lot, and so do I. And I haven't had a chance, but I wanted to see. Like Mosey said about the field goal and the punt in the 2001 game. But what caused that field goal and what caused that punt? Have you guys watched those games to see, like, if New England was calling out our guys and stuff? Like, like their Mike Backer, was he calling out plays? And, like, that's interesting to me. I'd like to go back and watch those games to see if you can blatantly tell, yes, they did know what we were doing.
This is more spirit of the game. I have a question. The 70 Steelers, plenty of connections to steroids for the 70 Steelers and probably several other teams in that decade,
too. Do you have proof of that? Do you have evidence? Is there proof of evidence? Do you have evidence of that, Mosey? Moral Mosey? And I don't even want to talk to you, dude, because I don't even like you. And you're so fake. It's ridiculous. Mosey watches podcasts all day and then brings those people's takes onto your show. He's fake. Hey, he's so trendy.
He's so trendy.
Mosey's a bum. Mosey's a bum. Yeah, you go with whatever trend Mia Times is going with. Wow. Like, you don't know much, bro. You don't know too much. You're a Cleveland Browns fan, too. And everybody knows
No. He shredded that card.
Let him keep going. I wanted to see how long he would go.
As soon as the Deshaun Watson thing happened.
No, it's all good. And also, L.C. Greenwood had 4 sacks in a Super Bowl. How does he not deserve to be in? 4 sacks in one game. Super Bowl game.
Dexter Jackson had 2 interceptions in a Super Bowl. Should he be in?
Why are you going against everything I say? Like, why do you?
Because you sound like an ass.
Well, I mean, I think.
Tom,
I thought you were about to swear there. No, I think in fairness, he's going up against you. Why is he disagreeing with everything you said? Because you called him a bum. I mean, if somebody said that to me, what's the next word out of Chris's mouth? You're right. You're the best caller we've had all year. Come on now.
What do you think he was going to call me there? I think he was going to go FCC unfriendly.
Yeah.
I think it was definitely.
I had a word that began with a D that I thought I started to hear, and I'm like,
Yeah, I thought there was a lot on the table there. I thought there were definitely several words that were in play. But he seems to be, like, very much a keen listener of mine and observer of the things I cite and say.
Man, Mina Kimes caught a major stray in that conversation, too, didn't she? Now, I'm not the biggest Mina Kimes fan because of some of the vitriolic things she said about Ben Roethlisberger back in the day, but maybe she's turned over another stone lately.
Another stone? Wouldn't it be a leaf that you turn over?
Yeah.
If you're turning over stones, you're looking for
I'm
something.
rattled. I didn't expect the call to take
Why
such
are you rattled? It was funny.
But it took such a venomous turn.
Isn't that the point? He's hating, but he's listening.
No, I know, but I'm fine with people disagreeing with our takes and whatnot, but when you start he's a bum, I don't know, it just...
John Burgundy in the
made
YouTube
me very
comments.
Uncomfortable. Did anybody else feel uncomfortable? Donnie, did you?
Mosey, that's what you get, you effing bum.
Doesn't matter. He's listening.
I felt uncomfortable.
It doesn't matter.
Love me or hate me, just listen.
Are the Patricias on line 4 and line 1 the same person? We have 2 Patricias in Verona who...
Well, that's why I also left a note with the one that called me. The other one's been on hold, I think, for 4 hours.
No.
Patricia?
Yes.
Hi,
Patricia.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I am on the one, both lines.
Okay. Do you want to hang up the other one, or do you want me to go to that one too? Hello, Patricia. Are you there? Now I'm trying the other Patricia line.
No, she's not on this line.
Are you on
back
this
to
line,
one.
Patricia?
There we go.
Okay.
All right, Patricia,
Hi,
you've been
Patricia.
waiting patiently to sound off. What is it?
Patricia, do you like Bill Belichick?
No, I do not care for Bill Belichick, and I'll tell you why. Maybe he was a good coach in his day, and I am older, so I do remember things that people may have forgotten.
Okay.
But I cannot forget when he deflated or had something to do with the football
Yeah.
that they used.
And that offended Patricia in Verona when the footballs got deflated.
Well, hold on, Patricia. I have a question for you. You're the first
Go ahead.
person I've heard talking about Bill Belichick's scandals that seems to think that the Deflategate, was worse than Spygate.
She thought it was fishy. She thought the fact that the balls had less air was not on the up and up. That's all.
I did not think that it was on the up and up, and I
now, is that why you initially called in?
No, that's not the reason I called in. The reason I called in was to talk about Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
I'm a big football fan.
We can tell.
And I have loved the Steelers for many, many years. And I feel that Mike McCarthy, this is my own feelings, came from Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
This is his home.
Yep.
And so he may have felt from when he was younger, started watching football with his father, family, whoever, that they loved the Steelers, and he automatically became a Steelers fan.
Now, do you think it pained him to beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl? Like, yes, he won with the Packers, but do you think there was a some percentage of Mike McCarthy that found it bittersweet that his greatest moment professionally came at the expense of the Steelers? Yes.
I feel that in some ways, yes.
Yes. Do you think he also was a little bit bittersweet and conflicted taking a job with the Cowboys, the Steelers' arch rivals historically, when he would have been growing up?
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But I still feel that in the back of his mind and his heart that he always wanted to be
a coach of the Steelers. Agreed.
For the Steelers.
Now, who is Patricia in Verona's all-time favorite Steeler?
Oh gosh, I've had so many. I've loved them all. Palomalo. I can't even begin to tell you.
How about your least favorite? How about the one that would cause you to swear at the television set more than any Steelers player ever?
I can't give you that
She's a true
answer
fan because she doesn't think negatively about the Steelers, Pony. That's the thing.
Thank you, Patricia in Verona.
Now we can hang up. I think we can put the other one on and then hang up on that one too, because we had two.
Man,
we had two there. Sorry, that was a journey.
It was.
And I don't know where do you think that train would have ended if we had just let it.
These are our listeners. You know, you get Patricia who calls into two lines. She needs to get a takeoff so bad. And a guy who just pivots from the initial point of his call to just start ripping Mulsey.
I like this one. Frank Michael Smith would smoke this call.
All right.
Oh.
We have the Donnie Football Debrief, Donnie's biggest football topic of the day coming up. We also have more of your calls at 412-928-9370. Goody. Here is a headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Chicago in town as the Penguins try to keep their winning streak going. Puck drop set for 7 at PPG Paints. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right. Thank you, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Yes, between the Seahawks and Patriots. And right now, Seattle, a big favorite. Super Bowl 60 is here, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. You're a new customer. All you got to do is bet $5, and you're going to get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with an underdog, or building a same-game parlay, you better make it count, because after the Super Bowl, the season's over. Football will be officially done. Now, find this interesting. Usually, the favorites in the Super Bowl are quarterbacks. So right now, if you go to the FanDuel Sportsbook, you will see the two names at the top of the list are Sam Darnold, number 1, and then number 2, you get Drake May. Number 3 is Jackson Smith-Njigba, 6-1. Kenneth Walker, plus 850. The next Patriot after Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson at 30-1. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 84 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com, and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Enjoy Lamont Winter Dinner for 2 special, just $99. Reserve a table on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays through March 26th for a complete prefix dinner for 2. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com to view the menu and make your reservations today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. After an incredible weekend of football, we're down to the final 2 teams that will face off in the biggest game of the season. Each team will have a chance to rest up and get healthy while we tune in to watch the biggest stars in the game compete in skill games and the annual All-Star events. Who will lift the trophy at the end of the season? Brought to you all by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. It's in the Donnie Football Debrief. What do you got for us, Don?
The debrief, January 29, 2026. A little anniversary today, fellas. We go back to January 29 of 1974. You may be able to guess what that date is about because the NFL draft used to be much earlier in the year than what it is now. The Steelers began what is the greatest single draft of any team in the history of pro sports.
Absolutely.
Lynn Swann, Jack Lambert, John Stallworth, Mike Webster, and then Donnie Shell as an undrafted free agent.
If you go, I have a question. If you try to do it this way, where you take where the player was picked versus the career that they had for the Steelers, who is the pound for pound best pick of all of those guys?
I would say Stallworth.
Webster in the 5th?
Oh, no, I would say Webster, actually. My bad.
How would you feel if you were Jimmy Allen, who got picked 18 spots after Stallworth, and is probably a footnote? Name the 4th-round pick who wasn't a Hall of Famer for the Steelers in that draft.
Somebody should do a story on the guys from the 74 draft. What happened to them? Where are they now? The guys that are not part of the, the lore of it.
Scott Garsky.
Yeah, where was he picked?
Round
7th
7.
round. Alan Sitterly.
Both guys in round 7. The man in round 8, and then everybody from 10 through 17 never even played a game in the league.
Can't believe Octavius Morgan didn't make it. Pick 412. Chris, he's pick 412.
So who would technically be the worst pick then from that draft?
The worst?
Yeah. Using the same thing you just did.
I guess probably this Jimmy Allen character.
Jimmy Allen. How long did Jimmy Allen play in the NFL?
Jimmy Allen.
110 games.
Yeah, I mean, he still played
pretty
a
good,
long
man.
time.
Still a hell of a career. He played more than 100 games.
31 career interceptions.
Maybe
that's a heck
Hold
of
on,
a
wait
career.
a minute. No, wouldn't it be the 6th rounder, Jim Wolfe?
James Wolfe.
Well, you have Druschel, too, who only played 11 games, who was selected one pick after him.
Who?
The Steelers had pick 149 and 150. Jim Wolfe and Rich Druschel.
Positions?
Defensive tackle for Wolfe and an offensive tackle for Druschel. It's always fun to see how big an offensive tackle was back then when they got drafted. What do you think Rich Druschel's height and weight were to play tackle/guard?
Probably barely bigger than me.
He's a Hempfield grad.
Wouldn't you?
Is he really?
6'2", 248, and he's playing tackle or guard.
Don't you wish that sports media, some people hate the fact that it looks the way it does now, but don't you wish that it was...
Holy crap. Look at this absolute unit on
Senior
TV.
Bowl.
This Jennings dunker. Look at he looks like he's in a movie.
He does. He absolutely does.
I'm sorry.
He looks like if they did a reboot of Varsity Blues, he would
really
100%
does.
be
Well,
there.
he's going to be like that darling in the middle rounds of the draft.
Because he's a red-haired guy with a mullet.
Mullet,
true
Cody Mock, who plays for the Buccaneers.
With no teeth.
The guy looks like an actual Viking.
I hope he can actually play at a reasonably high level.
They just brought him a drink or something, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
No, what I was going to say is I wish media was covered, or football was covered then, similar to how it is now. So we could have had a documented history of the draft takes on their 74 class right after it happened. The equivalent of Dom from back then gives it an F right away and calls it the worst draft.
The only
of all
guy
time.
that's worth a crap on this list of picks is Rich Druschel. That guy's a future star.
Just the knee-jerk reaction takes to their draft in 74.
Dom would have popped on here and been like, I think the toughness for Jack Lambert's really overrated. This guy isn't any good. Kent State.
Bechtold would have texted whoever was on the air, hey, I'm here for draft analysis if you need me.
Did they take a Penn State guy in that draft?
Ham. Or no, not Ham. Not,
well, Ham's not in the 74
not in that draft, sorry. No,
I
they
don't
did
see
not.
any.
Yeah, that's would have been his chief complaint.
They took they took a man in the 12th round named Hugh Lickus. I'm not kidding. That was his name, from a college called Simpson.
Donnie, see what happened to Hugh Lickus. Is he still with us?
I'm amazed. No, he doesn't even have an underlined a hyperlink name because he never made it.
But we can't use Google or AI to find out what became of Hugh Lickus from the famous Steelers 1974
he's
draft.
in the Simpsons Athletic Hall of Fame, class of 1990.
I'm laughing. West Union, Iowa. He's in. I have no idea if he's alive.
Wait a minute. You guys mentioned about somebody doing, like somebody should find out what's happening with everybody else from that class.
Yeah.
Joe did it already.
2 years. No. 2 years ago. Joe Starkey. What about the other guys from the Steelers' 1974 class?
Ballsy.
See, I told you that was a good idea.
Well, Joe's the best there is right now, in my opinion, in Pittsburgh.
Did he get in touch with Hugh Lickus?
This is his lead, which is great. Some names from the Steelers' legendary 1974 draft class still stand out. Dickie Morton, Octavius Morgan, Hugh Lickus. That is a great lead.
Hugh Lickus in the news.
All right, that was a Donnie Football Debrief.
That was great.
What's the worst draft in Steelers history?
Oh, that's a great question.
I think 2022 is probably rising those ranks.
So if you take the quarter,
how about 1988?
How about the year they passed on Marino
for Senior Sack?
Mm-hmm.
I think 88 the year they had 2 picks and blew it? No, that's 89. I'm off by a year. In 89, they drafted Tim Worley 7th and Tom Ricketts 24th from Pitt, and they both sucked.
They did get Carnell Lake, though.
Yeah, true.
Here is their 83 class where they could have.
And Carlton Hasselrig in the 12th round, Don.
Beast mode. One of the best pure athletes ever. Here is their class from 83 when they could have had Marino. Gabe Rivera. Wayne Capers.
Had his moments.
Todd Seabaugh. Bo, don't call me Eric Metcalf, Greg Garrity, Penn State, Paul Scansey, Eric Williams, Mark Kirchner, Craig, don't call me Faye Dunaway, Henry Odom, Blake Wingle, Roosevelt Strouder, Mark Raw, and Roger Wiley.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad.
Roosevelt Sergeant Strouder.
That's a pretty bad draft.
Man, they had some really bad drafts.
I just think because of who they could have picked, that's what I would probably say. You left one of the great pure passers ever to play the sport.
Which pretty much led to Dan Rooney firing his brother.
Right.
Which had to be tough.
Can either of you name the
now
one?
They won't let a coach out of a contract with years left, but Dan fired his own brother, man.
Dan didn't mess around, man.
Without looking, I don't know if either of you are on the page. Without looking, can either of you tell me the Hall of Famer picked one pick after Dan Marino? Marino went 27th to Miami.
Darryl Green?
Yeah.
All right, you're both 6'6" individuals.
I actually felt confident there. I've watched that 30 for 30 a few times. Wait a minute. 1981, their 10th rounder, Mike Mayock. That's not the Mike Mayock.
No, it is. Yeah.
It is.
Boston College? Yep.
Bubble butt.
Yeah.
What's the record for most first rounders to end up in the Hall of Fame? Because that 83 year had 7 of them. Out of 28 picks, a full quarter of the first round ended up in the Hall of Fame.
I know. I don't know if all these guys are done and or eligible yet, but I think 2011 has a good
shot at it.
Good run. See, this is where we could get down a rabbit hole, because is there anything that you two like doing more than just let's remember some guys and let's remember some drafts?
I mean, 89, 4 of the first 5 picks are Hall of Famers. It went Aikman, Tony Mandarich, yuck, then Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, and Deion Sanders. That's one I always think of. And then Steve Atwater went later, but I don't think they have as many as 83.
I mean, literally a quarter of the first round in 83 ended up in the Hall of Fame.
That is ridiculous. Here is Taylor on the fan. Hello, Taylor. Taylor?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. So I just wanted to, there seems to be a lot of negativity about Rodgers coming back.
Yes.
And I just wanted to get y'all's opinion. Isn't it realistic to think that under Mike McCarthy, a better offensive coach, we saw Russ Wilson, Justin Fields, late stage Ben Roethlisberger, Rodgers all kind of look the same, even though they had different coordinators. Isn't it realistic to think you can get more from Rodgers with an offensive-minded coach to where, those games where he looked great this year, that could be more consistent, say, next year?
I just don't.
Because I feel like Tomlin handicaps
I agree.
the offense.
I agree with that. I just don't think Mike McCarthy can get Aaron Rodgers to do the thing that he needs to do to become a better quarterback, and that's stay in the pocket and take hits to make more plays. Their offense is get the ball out as fast as possible because Rodgers is so old.
No, Rodgers specifically wants it that way.
But he wants it that way because of his age. He didn't always play that way. And I don't see that changing. I don't see him being like, all right, yeah, if it means I got to get crushed back here, fine.
Sorry, one other point on the thank you for that. One other point on the Belichick thing. You know, as a Steelers fan I bawled after 01 and 04 when they beat us. And I hated them when, it came out that they were cheating. And I feel like if we didn't get our Super Bowls in 05, in 08, and go in 2010, I think I would still be upset. But because we got ours, it's almost kind of like water under the bridge. Like, I don't really care about you anymore.
I don't fully agree with that, but I don't mind that take. I think that there's some truth to that. It's almost like in Boston, how do you really, if you're a Red Sox fan, how do you hate Bill Buckner anymore when you've won World Series since? You know what I mean? Like, I know that's not exactly apples to apples.
Well, the one that was really bad for me was the way Chicago treated Bartman.
Yeah.
Because they also never treated Alex Gonzalez the way he deserved to, relatively speaking.
This is different because it's not like hating one of your own. It's hating an enemy. But still, like, if you ultimately get what you wanted in the end, championships.
Well, the hating one of your own part, by the way, I don't hate Neil O'Donnell like maybe I otherwise would have because later in my life, they won 2 more.
If the Pirates came back 3 years after
Francisco Cabrera,
people will still have memories and reflections on it.
But if they had won the World Series, no one would talk about 92 anymore.
Right.
You'd be like, all right, was Bream out? Yeah, but who cares?
So I think there's something to that. But Belichick and Brady just lorded over the Steelers for so long.
Lorded over the
entire NFL.
Yes.
Especially them.
There is one thing that always... It was post-Spygate that always bugged me, was that a team like the Ravens, who did not lord over the Steelers, but for like some very much controllable things they did wrong, like drop a pass or miss a field goal, went in there and like routinely delivered ass kickings, like beat up the Patriots in the playoffs. Or a guy like Jake Plummer just straight up beat the Brady Patriots before 07, in the 05 run.
More of your calls on Mike McCarthy. Donnie heard from a birdie that Aaron Rodgers is absolutely back in 2026, provided Rodgers doesn't want to retire. You've got this Bill Belichick update. It looks like he got kept out of the Hall of Fame because of a Steeler, L.C. Greenwood, the committee wanting to vote for him and get him in before his time on the ballot was up. How do you feel about Bill Belichick getting snubbed, Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. Plus, Mike McCarthy, it looks like, is going to add a name we know as his offensive coordinator. Who is this guy? Should we be excited about it? React to that as McCarthy finishes up his coaching staff hires. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. -4 tonight in Pittsburgh. We'll be right back.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2menandajunktruck.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. After LeBron James teared up in his tribute video in Cleveland last night, there is no doubt in my mind that we are getting a LeBron James farewell tour next season. After his reception, maybe that tour takes place in Cleveland. Playing in front of his home fans for his final season would be the Hollywood ending that LeBron may be looking for. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Don't miss the ultimate Sammy Hagar era Van Halen tribute around. Van Hagar has wowed audiences across the country. Don't miss their return to Jurgles on February 7th with special guests Pittsburgh's own Broom and Radio 45. Experience the best Sammy Hagar era tunes from Van Halen. Van Hagar. February 7th at Jurgles. Advance tickets are on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free, directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium, explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all